can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Nikki, look at her, she too sedity. I don't want no pity, I really just want to kick it. She litty, I can tell that she witty, and I wonder if she did me cause she finna get out. And Shawty said that I be doing the most. Say she love the diamonds in the chain when it glow. I be doing the bop on these lames on the low. See the rush just insane, change the climate, let it snow. Whoa, pit the gear and drive, then I go. Hop in out the wheel with my guys, that's my bros. Fresher than a pimp when I slide through the door. Shawty shit, she love the fit, got an eye in me close. She say she got a man, but she do not need him. I'm doing all I can, I'm gonna make her leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Listen here, babe, I know you wanna kick it. Flyer than a lyre, going up just like a ticket. It's a chandelier on my wrist, look at it glisten. We can get it clear. Riding like a Honda Civic, oh she really did me, and I wanna pay a visit. She can come and get it if she really want the business. Baby, ain't no stopping once it's popping, just forget it. You know what they say, if it ain't pro, don't dare to fix. I'm that guy if they asking around. I take them high, yes they crashing the ground. Up to the sky, yes they passing me down. Don't need a bribe or a pride, I'm just asking you out. And so she say she got a man, but she do not need him. I wanna give her a chance, I bet she gonna leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid the draw, gotta stay on auto. Matic, all the wins at it. Need a new patty. is the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
0 distraction, 0 doubt, 0 opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Nikki, look at her, she too sedity. I don't want no pity, I really just want to kick it. She litty, I can tell that she witty, and I wonder if she did me cause she finna get out. And Shawty said that I be doing the most. Say she love the diamonds in the chain when it glow. I be doing the bop on these lames on the low. See the rush just insane, change the climate, let it snow. Whoa, pit the gear and drive, then I go. Hop in out the wheel with my guys, that's my bros. Fresher than a pimp when I slide through the door. Saw this shit, she love the fit, got an eye in me close. She say she got a man, but she do not need him. I'm doing all I can, I'm gonna make her leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Listen here, babe, I know you wanna kick it. Flyer than a lyre, going up just like a ticket. It's a chandelier on my wrist, look at it glisten. We can get it clear. Riding like a Honda Civic, oh she really did me, and I wanna pay a visit. She can come and get it if she really want the business. Baby, ain't no stopping once it's popping, just forget it. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't dare to fix it. I'm that guy, if they asking around. I take them high, yes they crashing the ground. Up to the sky, yes they passing me down. Don't need a bribe or a pride, I'm just asking you out. And so she say she got a man, but she do not need him. I wanna give her a chance, I bet she gonna leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm litty. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of that ice. All this shit on me, I bust down. Shock 'em out the clip. clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty. It's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. We are on our second weekend of some South Korea action. So excited for all the VALORANT that's going to be happening over the next 3 days. We are ready to open the show, and may the best team win. Let's go over to the stage.
Nice! Mga putang ina nyo, mga bobo! Nice! Nice! What a clutch from 10 to close out the round! Hey, we don't have much. Nice! Nice! Side. Yeah. Vision of him early. Tries to line up side player. Can't make it happen. Boy's now going to fall. Okay, Pat. I get it. You're fired up, but start over top, not getting the reveals. Cleaned up as Cruz arrives on top mid, and hey, it's a flawless into a flawless. But this one, side player makes his entry. Fox going to be taken downside. Somehow survives with a sliver of HP. Finds his second one as well. Shutting down side player. Who again tries to go for this rush. Heard, noted, dead. Pat shuts him down. Talon now 4 away from overtime. Push into the back though, and Ben is set up with that paranoia as they just mow them down one after the other. It's a flawless. Spots another on the entry, pulls back, and it's just ripping people to shreds. Double kill on the Molly though. Spots one, there's a headshot against another. Patty tries to line up the aftershock. T1 will unexpectedly deliver us a 2-0 series in dominant fashion.
Magandang hapon mga kababayas. Welcome to VCT Pacific League. Ang ganda na. Anyway, I'm your host, Ripix ko, and ang kasama ko today is Juicy, Brucey, and Azurai. And welcome again to Day 5 of VCT Pacific. So, ang series natin for today is PRX versus Team Secret and Detonation Focusme versus Gen.G. So, recap muna tayo for yesterday. We had some really, I wouldn't maybe upsets between Zeta versus RRQ and Talon versus T1. So, focus muna tayo for Zeta and RRQ. So, we saw a 2-1 on Zeta versus RRQ. It was a match that decided, you know, these teams haven't won a single game sa 2023 season, and we saw na Zeta finally got their win. So do we think na, you know, Zeta has finally, as a team that normally plays by the book, do you think that they finally changed their approach here in VCT Pacific?
Parang sakto lang. I mean, for me, parang sakto lang kasi to be fair, sabi nga nila kahapon na lumabas si Gecko, akala nila sobrang hirap, pero ayos lang naman pala. Well, in terms of saying if by the book sila, by a book in a sense na they're just playing normally and they're okay.
Para sa akin naman specifically, feel ko it's too small of a sample size para masabi pa talaga na nag-next level na ba dito ang Zeta Division. Pero something that you could really say is at least they have certain star players that are that were able to rise in that series to really help them out. Kasi nagkakaproblema talaga ang Zeta Division noon. I honestly felt na tayo review mabibigyan ng makeup debuff yesterday. Pero tumaas. Nagpakita ng tunay na gilas si Ten dito.
Salamat sa pagpapaalala.
Pero tayo ng parang flashback picture para kay Bruce.
Meron ba? Anyway, looking at our standings today, we can see that T1 is the only team on top with a 2-0 perfect standing so far here in VCT Pacific. Again, with RRQ and Talent Esports still 0-2. We'll be seeing more from them in the coming weeks. But today we have a lot of interesting matches. Again, front and center ang game natin today is PRX versus Team Secret. Parang yung El Clasico talaga ng APAC region.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, again, let's go back into Zeta versus RRQ and Talon versus T1. T1 so far perfect yung record nila, 2-0. And I think, I think it's safe to say na super linis yung gameplay nila, very calm and collected. And we even saw I think sa main stage interview ni Intro that he literally said the game was easy.
Yeah, sinabi na rin din ni Sai Player yesterday. We were actually talking to him sa interview din. So, great mindsets think alike talaga for the side naman ng T1. Talon, hindi ko lang kung ano yung pinpoint natin dito kung naging problema nila. Maybe it's the Gecko, maybe it's the introduction of Patifan. Ang daming things na na parang
Too much factors
that they've introduced to the team na feel mo na nawala yung identity dito ng ng Talon. So, yeah, with that being said, there's still that there's still that necessary need for adjustment.
If we are to put this in a metaphor, kumbaga nga, parang sabihin natin, too many cooks in the kitchen. If we would say na parang masyadong madaming sabaw para sa laman. Mas madaming pepperoni para sa pizza. Walang kwentang metaphor rin Pero the point is, sobrang daming factors for Talon to really classify themselves as to their own standing this year. Sorry, nagkamali ako kanina. Gecko pala yung Talon T1. I just na-realize ko lang Parang, the point here is that Talon, in a sense, sa laro nila kahapon, I mean, so far, yes, nakaka-go the extra mile pa rin sila in their previous match, naka 2-1 sila, pero at the end, it's short pa rin and they have to find that answer on how to close out their games so far.
I agree, and I think we also saw, coming from the side of T1, we got to interview Saya Player, and I think that, they've really found their confidence here. We saw, I think T1 is one of the only teams that really is kind of op-centric. They seem to be playing it a lot more, and I think a majority of Saya Player's kills were actually from his op, so it's kind of interesting to see, especially, now that the chamber meta is kind of gone, and we're starting to see Jets come back, especially, we also saw this from Dubstep last week. He finally, nakita natin, he returned to his Jet.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of seeing like a big shift in meta changes with the patches coming. But speaking of patches, yesterday we also saw that Gecko could actually destroy a Killjoy ult. And upon talking to some of the people in the back end,
the nerds of the back end.
Yes, we finally learned.
Developer ka ata ng Valorant Rebi. Feeling ko siya yung nag-develop nito, parang okay ka to na.
If we want yung math dito kasi is apparently Gecko's mosh pit, the slimy stuff.
Yeah,
it actually does
discount
times
Viper.
Yeah, it basically does times 2.5 damage against any utils.
Okay.
So it's 375 damage against utils, making it the third ability that can destroy a Killjoy lockdown. So I think, usually ult for ult talaga yung Hunter's Fury and Brimstone's ult. Pero now we're kind of seeing, maybe we can see Gecko kind of being abused in this way. I think maybe other teams are also not aware of this fact.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that we may be seeing something here. I feel like PRX would be the team to finally innovate the Gecko.
Yeah. So, the crazy thing about that is, I was honestly thinking na today natin talaga makikita si Gecko talaga. Kasi as you mentioned, PRX are incredibly known talaga for just wildly different na compositions.
Yeah.
Compared sa Talon, honestly, I was taken aback na, talaga, again, but we've already discussed that. So, if ever man, I'm looking forward to this. Usually, kaya ng mga players that actually pick up the newer agents ay si Benkai, si Mindfreeze, saka si Davai, which is the supporting class ng PaperX dito, because you know how vast their knowledge is in utilizing utility talaga.
Alright, now speaking of diversity when it comes to PRX, so far in this tournament sa VCT Pacific, three most played agents natin has been Jet, Killjoy yung first, Jet, and then Omen. Now, there are two agents na hindi pa nalaro, Chamber and Reyna. Now, kanina, sorry, we discussed na they're very diverse. So parang I'm hoping that we could see Paper X play something like a Chamber or a Reyna at the very least. I mean, like may isang player dun na, Chamber something.
Yeah, I think it'll be more talaga map-centric. If ever man, we could be seeing the Chamber against Lotus, which has been which has been a favorable pick in that particular map kasi maganda yung points of his rendezvous in any case. For Reyna, I don't really think so too much kasi Jet talaga is the be-all end-all for duelists, at least for the moment.
Okay. Agreed. Pero in the meantime, I think that's enough for our pre-show. Panoorin muna natin ang Meet the Player special natin featuring ang idol natin na none other than Jesse Vash himself. Yahoo!
I'm just here become their leader because of my age, but I can say what I'm doing when I was 15 years old. I'm still doing it right now, like playing 15 hours a day. I'm still the same. I still know how to win. I just need to build a team. Hi, I'm Jesse Bash. I'm from Team Secret, VALORANT. I think I'm a very aggressive player, but in a disciplined way, very consistent, very knowledge about the game because I think I played different game a lot for professionally, and my kind of style of leadership in the team is like I need to be a role model of the teams. I always told to my player that whatever you do, it's not wrong. It's just we need to figure out what's better move you can do. Sometimes they say it's wrong. For me, it's not wrong. We just need to discuss it after the game, after the round.
Jesse Vash is one of my motivations playing competitively. Obviously, he and me are like in the line of 30 age. He is like 2 years older than me, so whatever he does, I want to be able to replicate, if not replicate, like do better. So he is one of my motivations and challenges in life that I wish to overcome also as well. But in a certain way, it's like a healthy competition, He makes me do better. He's one of the reasons that I don't want to stop playing.
Unbelievable, the level up that he's had, especially for, I think he's 33 now. Jesse Vash, he's completely changed in terms of his individual skill, and his IGLing has gotten much better too. So Jesse Vash has to be the veteran that leads that team, that leads by example. And what I saw in lock-in leads me to believe that he will be doing that.
He's played on the world stage multiple times to the point where, like, for the newer players and the younger players, and like even me, like Brazil was my first international tournament. Like if there's any questions or if people are struggling with nerves, whatever the case may be, he's always someone that you can go to.
I always tell to my players that to calm down and don't panic if you're losing or anything happens. I always told them that everything happens for a reason. We might lose today, then maybe we're not yet deserving to win the event, so we just work hard again.
I think knifing Soulcast in Icebox, that was one of my favorite moments because I think knifing in VALORANT is such an important thing because it makes your opponent lose morale, We kind of saw it coming, right? It was really slow. He said, I will knife him, don't kill him or something. And I'm like, okay, let's go.
No way. Certainly not. Jesse Vash, you cannot do this to the man! Unbelievable!
I was so excited for Vash to get the knife kill because I know the crowd would react like really loud when the knife happened. I'm like, oh, this series is over.
Actually, I always dream of something like boot camping where you are not in the comfort zone. I always dream of it, but I always trying to stay in my region in Philippines. I always try to represent Philippines, so I always decline the offer from the other country. I always want to show to people how the players in the Philippines is. Yeah.
Ayun, nakita natin kung gaano ka-importante si Jesse Vash sa team ng Team Secret. And I think like he's such an inspiration din, like not just to Team Secret, to other VALORANT players, even here, to mga kababayas natin. I mean, because like we could see that Jesse Vash really is kind of like an inspiration. He's such a role model. He may be an older player, pero it's kind of his experience and parang he knows the scene better than anyone. I'd say, sa mga younger teammates niya. And he's kind of that thing that really, parang yung glue that holds the team together. And it's really inspiring to see other players of Team Secret agree, even Warbirds, even Paper Thin. And I think na Jesse Vash is one of those players na in the VALORANT scene, he is just, like not just in APAC, I feel like globally, you know, every team needs a Jessie Vash.
Oo naman, well, you can't spell secret without Jessie.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
secret.
I think I failed spelling.
I wanted to add lang din pala kasi nasabi sa akin to before ni Tita Mika Fabs na pumunta siya dun sa lock-in na kahit man nalulugin na only din yung Team Secret, si Vash, wala. Straight lang yung composure niya. Walang parang hindi man siya nababad trip, hindi man siya alam mo talaga na he's one of those players na has gone through so much that he's learned so much na rin that he's trying to also use that to uplift his team as Reby was mentioning.
I mean, that's right, because it's also like, I think here in Valorant, important then. I mean, Jessie Vash is the support player, pero it's usually kind of the job of the IGL, but there is no role for the guy who keeps the team calm. Alam mo yun, it's like every team, whatever sport it is, esports, sports, physical sports, or sports, or even like anywhere, friend groups, workplaces, things like that. You really need super importante yung person that can really hold everyone together. So he's kind of like, you know, the Papa figure, Papa Jessie Vash.
That's the PMA. The PMA for you. Father mentality.
Father. Ano yung A?
Attitude.
Attitude. Father mentality, attitude. Kailangan talaga yun.
Ay naku, mawalang kwenta talaga yung mga sumbat ko dito. Anyway, proceed na. Saan na tayo banda?
Alright, so ayan, going into our first series for today, we are talking about PRX versus Team Secret. Ayan, yung El Clasico ng APAC region. This is going to be really exciting. These teams have had a very, very long-standing rivalry. And, you know, I think this is arguably one of the most exciting matches talaga of VCT Pacific. It's been a while, you know, since they've Team Secret and PRX have gone head-to-head. Yeah, but we've seen a really, really big improvement from Team Secret, especially in lock-in, especially in their win against Talon. So I'm really hoping that, you know, Team Secret kind of shows PRX how much they've changed.
The last time na nagkita sila dito was last year nung November when they were playing sa in the Invitational, if I'm not mistaken. Anti-flex lang. Nandun din kasi ako.
Hindi ka rin pala. Okay.
Kamusta naman?
Masaya. That was I think the first time na nakita din nilabas din ng PaperX ang Harbor as to why I was already sabihin natin dito, hinuhulaan ko na PaperX ang unang maglalabas din ng proper Gecko plays.
The proper Gecko.
So with that being said, speaking of which, Ben Kai I think is one of the players that has, if Jessie Vash is for Team Secret, feel ko si Ben Kai naman ang para sa PaperX dito. He is the glue, he is the personality ng PaperX, and because of that, PaperX have stuck together for such a very long time.
So yeah, I mean, adding up to this one, gusto ko na talagang i-highlight din with PaperX and Team Secret is when it comes to their mappings, you know? I mean, so far, when it comes to like mga, let's say, going to the most banned maps from both teams, so far, most banned talaga ng Secret in their run from lock-in going into this date has been Ascent, Pearl, and Lotus. Now, if we are going to look at PaperX this time, yung most banned naman nila is gonna be Icebox. And if you think about it, Icebox so far is isa to sa mga most played maps ng Secret. Pero if we are going to look back from January till now, Secret has been not performing super well with Icebox. And surprisingly, the map na isa sila sa sobrang pinakamagaling ngayon with 100% win rate has been Fracture so far. So, ito yung isa sa mga sobrang excited ako na gameplays na makikita natin for today. And it's just more to look forward to going into this match in Series number 1.
The thing kasi about that, and as to why the reason din nakita si Dubstep kaya naging punta sa Jet, diba dito? Kasi I heard somebody mention it to me na Jeremy is not as proficient as the operator compared kay Dubstep. So that's why they want to bring him there. And one of the issues I think na nangyari sa kanila when they were Icebox, and that was in lock-in, nung kinakalaban nila yung Navi, was Cned's operator. So they needed somebody to at least match that or give them opportunities with a sniper. So I feel like with these kind of adjustments parts, Team Secret, maganda yung chances nila ngayon dito coming in sa Icebox. And ang gusto ko lang din i-point out dito na honestly I feel like a certain time din, medyo may pagka-similarities din yung yung map pools ng both of these teams. Even though again, there is that secret na minsan hindi talaga nila gustong puntahan yung mga bagong maps. They still
like Pearl. They've always avoided Pearl.
Exactly. But they still, I feel like, have somewhat similar maps dito for PaperX. So the map veto could look very ideal
diverse
for both players.
Exactly.
For both players.
Kasi if you think about it, Pearl and Lotus, ito yung recently played ng PaperX so far in their run up until now. And ito yung two maps na binaban palagi ng Secret. So lang yan which saang map dito yung makakalusot in today's series? Yan yung excited ako.
I think, you know, what we're seeing from VCT Pacific is we're maybe not as able to rely on previous data from you know, their previous matches before and how they perform on maps, I think we're kind of getting surprised, and people are getting better and worse on certain maps, and I think it's just maybe how map-centric and also just how the team performs as a whole on what kind of changes the outcome. But anyway, since everything's kind of a little bit unpredictable, punta muna tayo sa predictions. So, syempre, yung first series natin for today, PRX versus Team Secret. Kayo, ano yung predictions nyo?
Wala ako narinig na ibang team. I can only hear Team Secret eh.
Sa akin mo kontrahin kita dyan. Akin Secret 5-0.
Wow! Wow!
Walang iya! 5-0 agad!
Bakit hindi natin alam?
Ano yan eh, sa next week, magkakalaban sila. Mga next week siguro, magkakalaban sila.
Advanced points. Okay, tama yun. I mean, expected yun from Team Secret. Anyway, I mean, I think hindi ba obvious sa uniform ko today. I think even yung uniform ni Bruce as well.
Ako na pala iba yung kulay ng uniform.
Dapat may uniform.
May white pa rin naman, saka may... May black dito yung medyas ko.
Pakita mo yung medyas ko.
May black.
Team Secret. Ayan. So I think yung panel natin for today is a 3-0 Team Secret. So I think, you know, the odds are in our favor, I think. So sana yung odds din is in Team Secret's favor. Pero, you know, I'm feeling really confident with them. They've shown so much growth since their last encounter with PRX. So I really think that this is finally going to be the time that they finally... Ano yung word?
Seal the deal.
Smack them down.
To clap.
To clap.
Clap back. Ayun. Talino mo talaga, Rebe. My God.
Thank you. Kahit hindi ako yung nag-iisip.
Pero throwing logic aside, ito lang yung basis ko. Lock-in. Secret lang yung nakapunta sa quarterfinals. I mean, that's one way to say it.
It's not wrong.
And their roster is new for Secret. So parang clap back.
True. Anyway, again, welcome to VALORANT Pacific League. This whole thing would not be possible without our sponsors. So for our first sponsor today is Grab. So, gusto mo bang mapanood ang favorite VC teams mo maglaban sa Korea?
Yes!
With the Grab Only Buhat Challenge, you can win a trip to Seoul to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live. All you have to do is scan the QR code right here in the corner of your screen para makasali na sa Grab Only Buhat Challenge. Remember, you have to subscribe to Grab Unlimited, but don't worry, yung first month is absolutely free. Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every single store. Wow. So, malay mo, baka ikaw ang ma-deliver sa VCT Pacific Championships. So, ayun, sali na kayo. And, you know, remember, this is being streamed on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So don't forget to support these VCT Pacific live streams. It's VALORANT Esports Philippines on Facebook and YouTube, and VALORANT_PH on Twitch. And again, special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe for making VCT Pacific League possible.
Oh, wow. So, ayun na nga. May tanong lang ako sa inyong dalawa. Kung i-deliver ka sa Korea, okay lang po sa inyo?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problems here. Anyway, well, I mean, I would want to go to Korea kasi parang nag-enjoy talaga yung Team Secret dyan sa Korea, right? Did you see their picture na ano yung tawag? Hanbok?
Basta yung pang Jumong.
The royalty.
Cultural dressing.
Ang tanda na pala ng reference ko.
Jumong, tol! Tol, ang grade school pa ako niyang Jumong, tol!
What year is this?
Si Asray sabi niya, yung parang Jumong. Ay, sorry, wait lang.
Anyway, bagong lahat, panoorin muna natin ang special montage sa mga nangyari nung Week 1 of VCT Pacific.
One enemy remains in the
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Mga kababayas, are you ready for the hottest match of this week? PRX versus Team Secret!
Yes, sir! Handa na! Handa na pala! Iba pala! Ready talaga!
Ready talaga. Anyway, ayun, again, front and center yung match natin for the first series of Day 5 of VALORANT Pacific League. PRX versus Team Secret. Guys, sa predictions natin, we have 3-0 for Team Secret, syempre. Philippine broadcast to. So, you know, non-biased.
Nakatayo pa rin kami ha, just in case nag-wonder kayo dyan minuno. Hindi kami umupo.
Dedicated kami sa stance namin.
Sa stance natin.
So, gusto ko lang pala idagdag, guys. What can our fans look forward to sa Team Secret in terms of what have they been improving on. Jeremy and Envy have really settled in sa roles nila. Envy has been, I think, one of the best clutch players ngayon ng particular tournament ito, and as well as since a lock-in, he was so impactful. I think one of the reasons din kung bakit na put on board dito ang Team Secret. Siya ang pumalit kay Wits sa pagiging madamdamin sa sinasabi niya. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know, yun naman talaga. And if you know more, well, it's gonna be their next time facing against Paper X. So far, sa Team Secret, hindi pa sila nakaisa against Paper X. So, looking this time in this new year, really hoping na eto na yung moment ng Team Secret to finally get that clap back na deserve talaga nila.
Agreed. And I think we saw from Jesse Vash's interview na they're really trying to revolve around the role swapping. Again, Dubstep plays KJ on maps that don't need a jet, but it's finally good to see him back on that jet. And again, they're trying to switch it up with who ops better. Again, we're seeing Dubstep on his op again. So I'm kind of excited to see how... I feel like this will just be an overall show of how much Team Secret has just grown individually as players.
I just wanted to add na naman. Sige, other side naman pag-usapan na mabilis dito ang Paper X. Ano ba ang kahinaan ng Paper X na pwedeng i-exploit ngayon ng Team Secret? I think one of the biggest factors na nagkakaproblema dito ng Paper X is yung pagiging over-aggressive, overzealous ni paring Forsaken sa ni paring Jing. And we kind of saw that nung Lotus. Si Jing, nag-tweet na nga rin siya na, guys, that was my bad. I went too hard with the raise. I did a lot of sub-rosas with my ultimates. And he's trying to remedy that. Pero syempre, pag hindi niya nagawa yun, napakadali lang dito para sa Team Secret na 2-0 agad itong Paper X.
Exactly. Now, if atin titingnan yung mga average score sides ng both Secret and Paper X, so far, hindi sila malayo eh. Yung lamang lang talaga ni Secret with them is like they're being defenders. On average, nakaka 6 points yung Team Secret as defenders. However, Paper X, nasa 5 lang sila eh. So, we see kung sino siguro mag-una mag-defense dito. If ever Team Secret goes for the defender side of the first map, parang medyo masisecure nga nila yung first game of the series. Yun yung what I'm looking forward to so much in this game.
That's true. And I mean, looking here at the lineup that we have so far from the team comp alone, we were talking about this earlier, but we haven't seen something play yet. And I think he's the kind of the secret gun, the secret weapon I think that Paper X has. And you know, Paper X already super strong at the moment. We have the Forsaken and Jing combo, of course, Benkai, Devai, Mind Freak. They've all been performing so good so far here in VCT Pacific. But imagine if they brought out something. I just feel like this could be the thing that, although Team Secret has grown so much, this could be the thing that also kind of levels them out.
Alam mo yung nakakatakot sa Paper X is kahit anong mangyari sa kanila, they're able to always get the best of the best in terms of duelist. Again, isipin mo, nakuha nila dito si Jing saka si Forsaken na technically top 1 and top 2 sa region natin. And they also got si something that also is a top 1 and top 2 sa region nila laro niya.
Sabi nga ni Vil kanina, yung accounts niya, top 1. Parang, I mean, like,
top 1 and 2.
Exactly. And here's another thing pa. Before nakuha nila si something, there was also a player called Cigarettes. Na was also top 1 and top 2 sa Asia Pacific. So parang, Paper X, anong ginagawa niya para makapag-scout ng ganito kasing players?
Pero wag natin kalimutan, team game kasi to. So, Secret, they're a 5-man brothers na sasabak sa larong to. What deep.
Anyway, I mean, looking into the map bans, we finally see yung sinabi mo kanina is Pearl again banned by Team Secret. They seem to be avoiding it with PRX banning Icebox again, not trying to give the Icebox pick to Team Secret.
Yeah, with here, Team Secret, I'm really expecting them to pick Fracture, pero they're actually picking Haven. Sino man nag-pick neto? PRX are picking Haven this time. I'm hoping for
Team Secret.
Sino pumili? Team Secret picked Haven this time. Surprising pick so far kasi in their run ever since lock-in, wala pa to. And technically, Paper X picking Fracture against Team Secret, eto parang nakasulat na to.
Trouble.
It spells trouble because Secret so far from January up until here, 100% win rate with the same agent composition.
So I just wanted to add lang din real quick na before pa, nung sinaunang panahon, Team Secret ang strongest maps nila actually dalawa. Bind, which is not right now in the current edition, and Haven, which is now the first pick ng Team Secret. So they know talaga yung strengths and weaknesses nila dito on this particular map. Fracture naman, alam na natin na this is yung parang off-map na alam talaga ng Paper X. They're very good at capitalizing yung harbor with the stun, with the follow-ups, and look at that.
Our first split. Finally, we're seeing split here in VCT Pacific. I really like seeing split from APAC teams. I'm kind of shocked that PRX was the one to ban Lotus though, because we did see in their game 2 last week that Forsaken's Yoru was doing so good on Lotus, and you know, like the flanks, the unexpected flanks that they had. I was just kind of shocked that they kind of threw that out the window here.
Yeah, pero masyadong with Paperworks over to Lotus, their win rate's not that pretty good, and then their game against here in first week of VCT Pacific masyadong malapit eh. They don't want to play for comfort against Team Secret. Now looking at Fracture once again on game number 2, I just want to point out same composition yung ginagamit ng Secret dito. It's the Breach, Brimstone, Cypher, Fade, Raze combination, and going into game 2 sana ito pa rin yung gamitin nila, but here we are now on Haven, game number 1, and now we're going into the agent selection. Sino ba yung gagamitin nila dito?
Okay.
I'm really hoping that we can see PRX finally like bring out that Gecko.
Okay.
Oh, the Yoru pick from Forsaken again, really interesting. We're finally going to see, we're going to continue to see him, you know, flanking as usual. It looks, we have...
Same as Lotus. Parang ganun na gameplay yung gagawin nata dito. And a dubstep this time. Yung Killjoy niya and Jeremy switching roles once again. And, well, luck na lahat.
I will give it to PaperX. They are the only team that I know that is so comfortable with the double duelist. I know that we've already moved away from that and always gone for the single na lang, but this time PaperX talaga have really shown because again, they have Jing, they have Forsaken.
Exactly. Oh my god, this match just looks so exciting already. I can really feel the energy already. But anyway, looks like this is gonna be, I don't know, I feel like we're gonna see maybe a 2-1 here. PRX, Team Secret both look very, very fired up to go against each other once again. Anyway, tara na at panoorin natin ang laban ng Team Secret at PRX kasama ang mga non-biased casters natin, ang The Buds, Vil and Taylor. Is it time?
Mga kababayas, it's time for the main event! Kami nga kabilangan The Mods at kami ay
Non-bias
casters!
Hashtag Pinoy Pride!
Hashtag
Laban Pinas!
Hashtag
Sure Win!
TS Team Sure Win! Yan ang pangalan nila. Sino ang mananalo ngayon? Pilipinas!
Mismo! PaperX, ginawang papel! Di
Wala
pa nagsisimula!
Para kayo tissue paper sa amin ngayon!
Sanay na sanay ang Pinoy pumunit ng sedula!
May bengkay sila! Gagawin namin kayong bangkay!
It's finally time nga para sa ating first series na to, ang main event ng Pilipinas!
No? Umpisa pa lang, main event na.
Diba?
Diba? Tapos yung second game, pwede na kayong umalis.
Mismo! Ito na yung papanoorin. After na to, hindi na rin kami magkakaas.
Oo, diba? Kala na pero game man, if ever matalo man ng Team Secret, walang ganon!
Walang ganon! Kita nyo naman, guys! Kung bibili kayo ng t-shirt, PM nyo lang si Vil.
Oo.
Ganyan!
Ganda.
Kasi yung graphics designer namin, kaka-graduate lang, guys.
Oo, wala eh. Ganda
Comic Sans.
Bebenta namin to, guys, pero dapat sa magjowa.
Couple shirt to malala, guys, ha? So, bale, ipapamigay natin to, di ba?
Oo, pamimigay namin to.
Hindi
Ano
namin
lang?
lalaban to para sa inyo.
Oo, tapos pipirmahan namin to. Akala nyo nag-deodorant kami. Hindi!
Anyway, it's time! PaperX versus Team Secret ang maglalaban ngayon. At guys, ingat kayo sa mga clips nyo, ha? Nakikita kami ni Riot.
Yun nga, sa mga clips ko kasi kinakabahan kami kung ano-ano nakikita nila, boss eh. Pero eto na nga, may natin ngayon ang laban ng Pilipinas kalaban ng PRX. El Clasico, kumbaga. Parang ano to eh. Parang tinatawag natin, kumbaga sa PBA, parang
Ginebra versus Lakers?
Parang, oo, ganun. Parang naglaban si Pacquiao tsaka si Kobe Bryant. Parang ganun na nangyari, di ba?
Hindi mo alam kung sino mananalo. Basketball ba o suntukan, di ba? Pero maganda sa VALORANT.
Barilan.
Oo,
kasi yung mga
suntukan.
yung mga suki magsuntukan, ha? Kasi baka kasi mga GG tayo niyan eh. Kasi yung ibang bang-bang, balita ko may
Early drop kasi tawag doon, guys. Anyway, we are finally in. Pagdating sa ating unang pistol round.
Yan na, panalo na. Okay na to.
Okay na to,
Haven!
guys.
Best Haven! Mapa ng Pinoy to!
Mapa ng Pinoy, nakatitulo na. Dito, Psil, hanapin mo kay Burkum. Ganun lang ka-basic yun. Haven pa rin yung unang mapa natin. Yung pangalawa.
Pero
pangatlo, nakakatakot.
Pero yun nga, nilabas sa nila si Yorme. Si Forsaken nilabas si Yoro. Pero Borkum, super low on HP. Pero yun nga lang, eto na galawang tondo. Nasa GNG lang, pero sino mamatay dito? Si Bengkay! Dubstep na 2K already! Borkum, piso na lang natitira sa kanya. Pero makakapatay pa!
Borkum with a kill onto a headshot. Forsaken na nagtatago at nagpapanggap na box nandun lang.
Yung baliw!
Mind freak!
Ladies and gentlemen, and your champions nga pala!
1-0 pa lang.
Yun na nga, di ba? 1-0, tapos na yung game 1 natin ngayon.
Best of 3 kasi to.
Best of 3, best of the best lang ang kailangan natin dito.
Team Secret getting the pistol round here. At syempre, magandang panimula yan sa atin, guys. Alam naman natin gaano ka-importante ang mga pistol round natin dito. Pero ang pinakamatindi pa dyan, classic lang sa kalam. And aside from that, Borkum, alam niya eh.
Winol blank? Ay, pre, shoutout nga pala sa mga nag-watch party against Team Secret, di ba?
Ay, tama.
Hello nga
Andyan
pala
yung
sa
mga
inyo,
friends
guys.
natin. Sina Honey Glaze nandyan sa Team Secret watch party natin eh. So, biggest shoutouts to you guys. Pero eto.
Mga Pinoy ito eh. Pinoy really strong. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng paper eh. Ng PRX.
X yung strong eh. No? Pero si Dubstep nagpapanggap na smoke. That's gonna be the spray down mula sa side ng Team Secret. Apat na mamamatay dito. At si Dabay.
Dabay ko kasi magbabay ka na. Wala ka nang magagawa dyan kapatid, naka-sheriff ka pa? 1v5, best bawas naman kahit armor lang sa TS, ano ba?
Giveaway daw kasi ito eh.
Wala naman lang kabawas-bawas oh!
Winamapan lang
Ay,
ginawang
nako.
Aim Labs ang PRX guys.
Bawas naman!
0 Team Secret. Flawless pa sa flawless.
Yun nga eh, wala man lang kabawas-bawas. Bes, isipin mo, pumunta ka sa MOSG, nag-ibang-ibang bansa kayo, tapos pumunta ka pa dito sa Korea, wala man lang bawas yung kalaban nyo.
Oo nga eh. Ang hirap maging ano, no? Non-bias sa PRX.
Bes, isipin mo, sa MOSG, ilang bang nationality ang meron dyan? May Malaysian, may Singapore, may Indonesian. It takes 3 countries para labanan ng mga Pinoy.
Pero ito, 5 Noipi. Solved na.
Man, isa taga Cebu pa, which is Jeremy. Taga Cebu ba si Jeremy? Basta isa siyang tropa natin sa South, Jeremy. Galit na. Kitang-kita yung dalawa! Diyos ko po, Dabay! Wala ka nang ginawang tama!
Disrespect sa smoke ang makikita natin dito mula sa TS. Again, bonus round lang to para sa kanila. That's gonna be the fake out. Pero syempre, tamang flash lang yan. Tamang panggulo lang. It's gonna be C para sa side ng PRX. Ang goal lang ngayon is to really hold down the fort para sa kanila. Dubstep to get 1 here. Pero an immediate trade mula kay Jing. 4v3 situation. Again, bonus round lang to para sa Team Secret. Jing though was able to punish 1. Borkum umiikot na. He finds 1 but Jing just fast as he can. 2-1,
Pinagbigyan lang yan. Ibig sabihin, chamba lang ng mga players ng PaperX yan. Pero sa totoo lang, Bes, ito kasing TS, if ever makakalaro sila ng mga maraming teams dito nga sa Pacific, maraming silang problema. Number 1, PaperX. Number 2, DRX. Ito yung pinatin sabihin na top 2 na talagang big caution sa side nga ng TS. Kasi ilang beses rin sila naglaro dito. Minsan nanalo ang TS, minsan nanalo dito ang PaperX, minsan nasa Bren Esports pa sila. Ito talaga yung mga teams na naglalaban-laban nga. So, for me, mahirap talaga malaman kung sino mananalo eh. Yun yung walang kabayas-bayas na pag
Yun
sinabi.
yung tunay na walang bias, diba? 3 games. Yan ang gusto nating naisin kung sasabihin natin. Pero eto, Team Secret, nandito lahat ng suporta natin. Siyempre, Pinoy tayo eh. Dubstep, meron na siyang lockdown na pwedeng gamitin for that retake as well. And alam naman natin, kapag ang mapa talaga eh Haven, which is ang Pinoy map natin, pagalingan mag-retake.
O yun nga eh, we just kilala natin ng TS na Kings of Retake nga pagdating dito sa Haven. Actually, hindi lang yan dito nga sa APAC, which is nung nasa PH pa sila, VCT PH, ito talaga yung tinagurian nilang mapa na dito sila sobrang lakas pagdating ng 2021. Pero yung mga ibang years kasi, parang medyo nagkakaproblema na rin ng TS dito sa mapa na to eh. Pero at least, at the end of the day, ito pa rin ang mapa ng Haven, ito pa rin ang mapa ng TS, malakas ang mga Pinoy dito.
Uy! Mga bias, Envy. Sakto sana yung flash niya doon. Pero Forsaken at saka si Dava, yung double trouble na meron dito. Jesse Vash though, he spots 1. Trying to go corner, mukhang sasama pa ata yung pangalawa sa hukay. Kaso nga lang hindi mangyayari yan. 3v2 situation, Borkum gets a kill. Pero ito, ginamit nila yung ulti ni Forsaken dito para lang makita kung nasan lahat. Naka-wall hack na.
Oo nga, Diyos ko, kailangan pa yan para lang manalo. Pero 2v2 to this game right now, Borkum spray and pray. Pero may lockdown pa sila dito. Pero let's see sila mamamatay. Pero yun nga lang, Borkum makakakuha noon. 1v1 to the grade 1. Dubstep will win the round 3-1 already. Buy round ng PaperX on, buy round ng TS on, at sila pa rin ang panalo.
Lakas ni Dubstep dito.
Malakas sila lahat. Pinoy, really strong. Talaga.
Yung pala ibig sabihin ng PRX, guys. Tinatago lang nila as PaperX, pero Pinoy really strong yan, ladies and gents. At saka yung pagkakaset ng lockdown dito, no, kailangan at gustong kasagin sana ng PRX yan. Pero nga, dahil sa crossfire na nakaset from Dubstep, and on the other hand, yung isa niya pang kakampi, obviously, mahirapan sila dito. Especially hindi pa nakuha ni Forsaken yung initial kill na yan. 3-1 is the score.
Like if ever nga, doon na pag-usapan nga natin na isa to sa pinaka talagang nakakatakot na kalaban nga ng TS eh. Pero if ever manalo dito ang TS, dito nga si Paper, there's a chance na
pwede na tayo magbunyi-bunyi ng kaunti.
If
parang
ever,
isang hurdle na mahirap, nadaanan na natin
if ever nanalo ang Paper X dito, kita-kit sa Masters.
See you! Pero mukhang masisiyo ata dito yung mga players ng PRX as one goes down. Forsaken was able to take out the trade, pero Jackson on the corner! Team Secret, pati Pantubos!
Pantibub! Basta yun na yun! Wala silang nagawa mga kaibigan! Valorant ka talent, isa sa pumunta!
Sabi nila, pa-audition naman. Next. Napa-time out ang mga papel. Literal, ginawa silang papel at pinunit ng Team Secret dito sa A-site.
Para silang sedula.
Iko-run kasi nila yan. Pero malakas tayo, guys.
Oo. Ano ba yung ginawa ng mga katipunero sa sedula, sa mga papel? Pinunit! Pinunit ang sedula, mga kaibigan. Ganyan ang gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret sa Paper X. Pupunitin nila at sisigaw sila ng malakas kami. Time out ng Paper X. Sige, time out lang kayo kasi kailangan nyo yan.
Exactly. Kailangan nilang mag-usap eh. Kailangan nilang isipin, bakit ganun ba tayo natatalo sa Team Secret?
Actually, mali pala ako eh. Sorry ha. Kasi it takes 4 countries para durugin ng Team Secret. Kasi si something kasi galing Russia.
Ay, oo nga pala.
Diba?
Ano ba naman yan?
4 na countries. Diyos ko. Partida ka si Lenny. Di pinapasok eh.
Omsim. Diba? Full 5 stack. 5 Pinoy.
5 Pinoy.
Napa-timeout ang Paper X. Ang Paper X nagta-timeout lang yan pag halftime.
Ano mo, si Angry Birds, oh?
Si Angry Birds.
Kalma lang siya.
Hindi siya Angry Birds ngayon.
Chill Birds pa lang siya.
Chill Birds pa lang. Ang dami ng pangalan ni Warbird, no?
Basta Ibon. Ay, Pinoy yan eh. Ibon man may layang lumipad. O, diba? Pinoy yan si Warbirds, man. Kaya pag kunyari tinawag mo yan, ganun ka.
Papalakpak ka para umikot-ikot siyang ganun.
Oo, pag si Warbirds kailangan mo, papalakpak ka lang, tapos huhuli ka, ginawa mo namang kalapati si Warbirds.
Wala lang akong kalapati ganun. Pinapabalik ko lang dati sa bahay. Pero ito na, round number 6, isang round na naman na pwedeng matalo ang Paper X. Dahil mamamaalam si Davay, pumuntang Davao eh.
Wala. Diyos ko.
Davay to Davao, really quick.
Wala ko, pero si Bengay, Diyos ko, nakadalawa pa nga, pero yung nga ng Borko pinaspray, pero Borko inubos lahat ng makita niya. Borko, meron pang tao dyan, ubusin mo na lahat yan.
Nasa kanan, Borkum. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, pero eto, Borkum really waiting patiently. Pang-debate lang. Nice! Si Dubstep, and that's gonna be Borkum going down!
Nice! Let's go po! Let's go po! Jing first Dubstep, sure win to. May pager pa pare, takbo. Pero nga lang, Dubstep will get that kill. 5-1 already. Nag-time out pa kayo. Wala din namang mangyayari doon.
Well, pinag-usapan lang nila, saan ba tayo papasok? Pero mamamatay din tayo dito eh.
Diyos ko, isipin mo, isang minuto sila nagsalita, nag-usap-usap, tapos mapupunta din naman sa wala.
Sa isang minuto na yun, pinag-uusapan na nila yung second half. Paano tayo papawi sa 12-1? Ganun lang yun.
Wala eh, lakas talaga ng Pinoy, men. Pero yun nga, walang kabayas-bayas. Medyo dikit yung laban talaga.
Yung mga tropa
natin sa QC. Hello nga pala sino. Actually, malapit lang sa studio eh. Kung sino pumunta dyan, di magtanong kayo. Ba't kami iimbitahan?
Hindi kami may hawak ng invite dates eh. Sorry ah. Pero ito si Jing. Kini-clear out lang nila yung traps na sinet nga ng Team Secret dito. Dahil so far, hirap na hirap silang makuha yung mga sites.
Partida, wala pang saksak yan.
Wala pa. Hindi pa nilalabas yung samurai. Tandaan nyo yan, guys. Na-detect na si Kuya mo, Jing. May showstopper kasi narangan. Tabi! Hindi tumama!
Ay, nako!
Oh my God! Spray down mula kay Jeremy pero hindi rin siya tumama. Whiff kung whiff. Sige, 4v3 situation tayo ngayon. Again, half-buy lang to ah.
Buti yung cameraman, hindi pinakita yung namatay si Borkum doon. Pero Justifies and Dubs putting it a 2v3 situation right now. And apparently, this is gonna be a big hunter's fear for Davay. Kaya talaga medyo lumalapit na rin talaga siya. Pero yun nga lang, it's just talaga sinasandwich siya ni Jesse Vasto. Oh no, Davay knows it already na meron tao sa may likod. Meron pa siyang recon bot ngayon. Pero yun nga lang mo, wala ata siya nakita kahit isa.
Si Jesse Vash din, meron pang Sova drone na pwedeng gamitin. Dubstep! Maglalaro sana siya sa contact nung magiging turret niya dito. Kaso nga lang, that's gonna be Jesse Vash killing one. Unfortunately, that's gonna be the Vi securing the kill instead. 8 HP. Hindi natamaan ng kaunti. Hindi dumaplos yung bala. Sinuwerte, pinagbigyan.
Takes 2 para mapatay siya. Kumbaga. Pero ano yun nga, I mean dito nga sa side nga ng Paper X, yung small mishap lang din talaga yung timing, kumbaga hinarangan ni Davay si Bengay dun eh. That is actually a huge showstopper for you to take down Borkum right off the bat. Pero
Kailangan na-secure din nila yung actually na-clear out ng Team Secret dapat yung site. Kasi nga, nagtatago yung idalawa, if I'm not mistaken, na players na nandun. And alam naman natin, sobrang low na rin ni Divide. But anyway, pagdating naman sa round na to, it's still a full buy para sa Team Secret. Ganun na rin naman pagdating sa Paper Rex. And it's gonna be C again as a hit.
Yun nga lang, kitang-kita. Detected ka with the recon board right now. Pero that is the Hunter's Fear Plus.
100
meron
success
pang
rate
infi dito. With a kalampak ng babag. Pero may matatamaan ba? Jing has super low in HP. But still getting 3 kills right now. Davai with another kill. Jesse Vash, the only man remaining. 1v4. And it's just Benkay. Grabe naman talaga ang mga Pinoy. Pinapa-score lang na sobrang hospitable talaga nila sa mapa nila.
Ta-time out din tayo, guys. Ta-time out din tayo. Habi na, tama na yan. Kasi sumusobra na sila eh. Para sa Team Secret though, kung sisilipin din natin, no, ang mabilis kasing na-pick up din yung kill towards Borkum. Knowing na na-detect siya dito nung magiging recon nga nila. Nagkasagutan sila ng Hunter's Fury, but in the end, hindi nga tumama or tumama sa ibang mga players pero hindi enough para makuha yung mga kills na yan. Sumagot din si Davai and up till the very end, matamaan na matatamaan on towards the side and that's gonna be Team Secret all going down. Etong timeout na to, syempre importante para sa kanila. As much points as you can get, especially on the defense itself, napaka-importante.
Yeah, but sa side nga ng Team Secret, at least medyo early nga na timeout nga na ginawa nila. Dito naman sa Paper Rex, slowly but surely they're racking up all the points that they need. Doon nga talagang dumating na tayo sa point sa nagkaroon sila ng thrifty. Pero hopefully, makabawi pa rin talaga dito ang Team Secret kahit binabawiin sila ng Paper Rex slowly and surely. We know kung gaano ba ka-solid ang Paper Rex as a team. Ilang beses na natin sila chinir, mga tropa nga natin to, di ba? Way back dati ng Berlin, nung hindi nakalipad ng Brand Esports, dala-dala nila ang watawat ng Pilipinas. Dinala nila sa Germany para iwagayway at syempre para magbigay pugay sa mga Pinoy. Pero dati pa yun. Pero ngayon, kalaban natin sila ngayon.
Ulit sila.
Besiwap, dati nung nasa Indonesia tayo, dumating sa point na nagpa-picture pa sa atin. Sila Mind Freak, di ba?
Guys, si Mind Freak, taga-picture lang namin yan. Nung nasa Indo kami. Pero ngayon, ang lakas. Sige.
Wala, man.
Wala. Ganun talaga. But anyway, PRX, like we said, no, kahit gaano pa kami kabayas, hindi mo pwedeng matanggal yung achievements nila from the past games that they played out. And Borkum, bulag na bulag doon, nagulat siya na sino naman.
Oo, wala eh. Pero sa totoo lang one of the, like, literally, strongest team talaga sa buong Asia Pacific, PRX, undeniably, na nakita na natin yan sa iba't ibang tournaments pa. Benkay, muntik na, sayang. Bayad yung bala, mga kaibigan. Pero konti.
Parang kala ko Star Wars pinapanood ko, guys. The Fido,
Isa-isa.
tamang-tama. And that's gonna be the audition mula sa Team Secret for that round.
Partida, wala silang baril doon.
Eco-fragger.
Eco-fragger sila.
Eco-fragger ang mga papel natin for today's video, guys.
Yung mga mapapapel dyan, kung ako sa inyo, mag-ayos-ayos na kayo. Pero dito naman nga sa side ng PRX, kasi if ever gonna check out Haven, isa to sa pinaka-strongest nga ng TS, diba? Ilang beses na rin paglalaro ng TS sa iba't ibang tournaments, dumating pa sa point na yung mga international teams binaban itong mapa na to kasi mataas nga ang win rate ng TS dito. So, there's a chance na sobrang dami ng beses pinag-aralan ng PaperX ang Team Secret dito sa mapa na to. And that's why this is happening. Pero at the end of the day, lamang pa rin ang mga Pinoy. TS nga, di ba? Team sure win.
Omsim. #laban Pinas lang. Pero mukhang si Forsaken, gusto ata niyang gumamit dito ng kanyang ulta para hanapin ang mga players dito ng Team Secret. That's gonna be the dimensional drift being used out. Wala pa siya masuspatan pero alam niya na kung nasaan nakaset yung mga traps dito. Borkum on the other hand, kitang-kita rin niya. And that's gonna be the flash probably.
Oh, ano kayo mga... Uy, harap pa rin! Ay, Diyos ko po, na-shorty sa mga pero Jeremy with a quick trade-off. Buti na lang talaga. Body system ginagawa nila. Jing as well. Will catch on. Puti kita 4v2. Jeremy, okay lang yan. Meron siyang showstopper kayo. Pero siyang bumari dito kahit paano pwede siya makatukay. If ever batamaan si Jing o si Mind Freak o kahit sino. Pero yung mga players ngayon na PRX, maganda yung position nila. Talagang covered already yung Silong at saka itong City. Pero kailangan nilang solid na pumasok dito. Pero yung si Jeremy, eto na! Napatay na yung isa! Winnable pa! At ubos na ngayon ang Team Secret! Paper Rex yung mga mapapapapel! Eto na!
5-5 is the score. At syempre, kung titingnan natin yung naging round na yun din, no? On the other hand, ginamit lang nila yung utilities nila ng kaunti pagdating sa A-main to actually just push out and maybe give out info sa kabila or sa Team Secret na, uy, baka mag-A this time. Pero makikita natin na lagi silang nag-hit sa C. Dahil alam nila na kaya nilang pasukin yung C, especially with the dimensional drift like that. Buti nga na trade-off ni Jeremy.
Buti nga na trade-off ni Jeremy. So kitang-kita talaga natin yung ginagawa niya. Well, that's actually a usual thing na ginagawa nga ng Yoru. Dimensional drift, then after that, flash and a shorty kill. Pero Jeremy, trying to be real aggressive right now, will actually take one down. Pero makakadalawa pa ata siya. Pero yun nga lang, problema na sobrang dami na rin talaga mga tao dito nga sa side ngayon ng Paper Rex. Pero meron tayo dito sa may likod. Borkom, pero shadow step away, papunta lang dito sa may window. Siyempre, tamang palit lang na position ngayon. Reposition lang, kumbaga. Pero buti ka ito ang 2v2 situation right now. Alam nila kung nasa may mga kalaban nila. Banker will catch one. Envy with the stinger, 1v2, may mga baril sa harapan niya.
Kala-half ba ito, pero hindi niya pwedeng i-drop yan. Maririnig siya. Sayang yung positioning na meron siya right now. That's gonna be Mind Freak taking out the spike. Again, a C hit for them. The most secure so far para sa side ng PRX. And this time around, Envy, alam niya at least there's gonna be one on site, pero walang info at all. Kung saan nga ba manggagaling, kung nasa silong, kung nasa garage, nothing at all.
Pero dito nga, at least, Mind Freak siya ang mag-first contact dito if ever. Pero mukhang umiikot na rin talaga yung mga players nga ng Paper Rex. Pero ang problema, it's just they have that paranoia for him to get that for him to get that kill. And napako sa 5 ang TS. Kasi malakas sila. Partida lang to, men.
Oo, syempre. Nabasa rin kahit pa paano ng Paper Rex na I think C is so far, yung pinaka-viable na option para talaga sa kanila every time na nagpa-plan sila dito. And at the same time, Team Secret, sinubukan nila yung kala-half buy na to, ginawa nilang aggressive yung push na meron sila. And actually paid off. Up until the very end kung saan, obviously, si Mind Freak may ult.
Yeah, yun nga. So kahit anong mangyari,
talagang kaya niya makapag-TP kahit saan pa yan.
Exactly. And si Benkay umiikot-ikot na rin siya papuntang garage. So lahat talaga ng position is really covered nga sa side nga ng Paper Rex in order for them to get that win. Pero 5-6 already, magiging 6-6 ba or 7-5 in favor of Team Secret?
Maging 7-5.
Pero best ito yung malaking thing din na si Jesse Vash, si Dubstep at least meron siya lockdown, pero si Davai walang pang-cancel. So pwede to.
Tingnan natin, kasi si Jing meron pang showstopper And alam naman natin for PRX, nilalabanan nila. Press W kasi itong team na to, no? But right now, seems to be working out in their favor. And this time around, kesa sa C, mag-A site naman tayo. Nakondisyon na natin sila doon. And this is gonna be the plan coming in from PRX. Agad naman sinagot ng Team Secret with their lockdown.
There's a lockdown already nga sa side ngayon ng Team Secret. Wala silang choice kundi mag-mamba out na rin talaga 3 seconds in mga kaibigan. Si Jim mukhang madadetain ata. Pero malatamaan ba? Oo nga. Pero that is the aftershock. Natamaan pa yung isa. Pero Becca is on its way for him to get all the kills na kailangan niya. Pero problema meron siya neural theft ngayon. Pero that is Dubs that defused the spike already. Maraming nakatingin dito nga sa Eva! Diyos ko po! Ay, naku, kalungkutan. Pero 2v1. Jig mag-isa! Jesse Vash, kinrono yung mukha!
6-6 is the score. Team Secret kahit pa paano nakagalaw ng isa-isa. Pagdating sa round na to, no, kahit pa paano, Diyos ko, muntikan pa.
Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo!
Nakatikim lang ng sais gusto pang sumete.
Sabi nga sa'yo, Bes, ano to, parang hospitable nga sila. At saka kumbaga, ano to, ang tawag doon? Ang tawag doon? Handicap.
Handicap.
Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo, kakapal ng mukha.
Diyos ko. Pero ito ay halftime pala natin, guys. Ito, this is gonna be the halftime, obviously. And tignan natin, and this is their time to break down what happened sa ating first half. Panel 2, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. So, looking at the game so far, I think that PRX has been having a hard time. We saw them trying to get a feel at mid, but I think they found the secret. Team Secret C is not impenetrable.
Totoo. Sobrang madali silang makuha sa C-site. Pero nakita nga natin sa last round, bago ang half. On A-site, nakabawi sila. And I think I would like to give credits here sa breach ni Envy. Kasi mas mabilis sila makahanap ng pocket angles to use their utils and clear out the site.
And ang laki din dito ng ability ng Team Secret to figure out din yung mga aggressive Yoru plays ni Forsaken. I think that was one of the big things kung bakit nahirapan dito ang Paper Rex to actually get any rounds. And again, tandaan nyo lang din, guys, na Team Secret nagpapabugbog ang hero sa simula.
Si FPJ yan eh. Ganun naman si FPJ. Yung sinasampal lang sa mukha, tapos pagbalik, bang! Ready na, may backup na agad. Pero siya lang mag-isa.
I mean, anyway, looking at it now, we are going 6-6 into this. We are going 6-6 into the next round. I think we have to start looking at Team Secret's attack potential in their lineup because, I mean, again, PRX's lineup just now was kind of a, you know, I agree with what Taylor said, parang press W lineup talaga siya.
Yeah.
So I think now we have to just see how Team Secret can convert what they have right now because I think they did have a solid defense at the beginning. Let's see how they can convert this into attacking.
Numbers lang, wala. PRX, okay lang sila sa defender. Attacker side, okay naman si Secret din eh. So parang medyo may lamang pa rin when it comes to just numbers. Yung binanggit natin kanina sa pre-show, Secret attackers, okay sila dito sa Heaven.
One thing that you have to point out then, or titingnan nyo dapat dito guys, is yung mid-control ngayon ng Paper Rex. Anyways, I think we're gonna go back na sa ating mga casters to give you, again, more of the action.
We are finally back. Andito tayo. Tama naman sila eh, no? Mga bida talaga. Sa una, nagpapabugbog lang.
Nakita mo, siyempre, yung mga Pilipino, diba? Yung mga Pinoy, yung mga superstar ng Pinoy, mga action star. Sa una, nabugbog talaga sila. Magbigay ka ng mga action star, best.
Robin Padilla.
Lito Lapid. Sino pa?
Yung mga sumusunod na. Wendell.
Maui Taylor.
Biderama.
Katya Santos.
Team, di ba?
Aramina.
Pero po kasi tabay detected dito pero wala siyang pakialam. Papasok lang siya. Babalik sa side but that's gonna be Jeremy securing the kill instead. Pistol round. Ang lakas na ng TS, ah.
Shoutouts nga pala sa watch party ng Team Secret. Hello nga pala sa inyo, guys. Bigla ako nahiya.
Welcome sa watch party din namin.
Uy, dubstep. Oh no, mainit to pero for a second nakachamba pa. Pero right click sa mukha.
Ay, nako. Sige, daan!
Pinauwi ng Singapore, mga kaibigan.
Babay ka muna.
Ito
si Bangkay, oh. Nice! Ginawang Bangkay na naman. 4v1!
Ito yung baliw. Pero tingnan natin kung sino pa talaga makakabawi ngayon. 4v1.
Direct translations eh. Wala tayong magagawa. 4v1. Sige, baka.
Ay!
Didink lang pero hindi makakapatay. 7-6, Team Secret secures the pistol round yet again. Alam mo naman, Bis, statistics don't lie, diba? Ano sabi ng stats kapag panalo ang team sa pistol rounds?
Mananalo ka sa buong game.
Ay!
Diba? Ganun lang yan, man.
Legit stats yan, guys.
Legit stats yung akala
Mas
nyo.
malaki.
Nagsasabi-sabi kami.
Totoo yun, ha. Malaki ang chance mong manalo sa game kapag nakuha mo yung pistol round. Logical naman yun.
Diba? The one who controls the pistol round controls the game. Shoutout nga pala kay Sakuragi.
Siya ba nagsabi nun?
Yung...
Sakuragi pala nagsabi.
Sakuragi yun, men. Tsaka si Rukawa.
Nagpi-pistol round din pala sila doon, guys. Pero eto, second round, syempre bayron to para sa side ng Team Secret. Focusme already on the side itself, pero walang tao. That's only gonna be Benkay up top. Kung sakali makuha niya. Pero ayoko na.
Si Benkay nasa heaven. Dadaling ka talaga sa heaven.
Tatalo na lang ako.
Wala, Diyos ko. You came from the future. Alam mo yung nangyari.
Nanostra ko na.
Jesse Bash, dire-diretso para problema. May kailangan ka dalawa dyan. Jeng, oh no, anong gagawin nyo? Partida kayo pa yung defender, pero kayo yung nasa attacker side ngayon?
Tamang rotations mula dito sa side ng PRX. Pero again, yung advantage nga nasa side ng TS dahil Pinoy tayo. Tsaka aside from that, meron silang buy round dito eh. Sa kanila yung mga Spectre na spray down for themselves. Kung gusto man nilang pumasok, may paranoia pa.
Yeah, 3v2 right now. The Vi, wala na siya mga utilities dito. Pero meron pa sa smoke that is swinging out. Nilalabas nga ni Focusme pero Jesse Vash in the top spot right now kasi si Mindfic dito sa Gen.G. Pero yun nga lang, right click tumama sa isa. Pero Envy is just right there for him to get that trade. 8-6 already in favor ng mga Pinoy.
Team Secret so far. 2 rounds ang meron tayo dito against PRX. Pero ito yung susunod na round na nakakatakot dahil magiging official buy round na rin to for their side. And so far, alam naman natin no, na especially with a Cypher like this, especially when it's in the hands of Benkay, medyo nakakatakot din para sa kanila. But on the defense itself, kapag nung kanina, kaso ngayon,
actually, kalmado pa rin naman talaga dito yung side ng TS, knowing that this is gonna be their bonus round.
Predictive din nila kung saan pupunta eh. Saka saan iikot tong players ng PRX eh.
That's true. And for a second right now, medyo delikado nga siya dun nga sa paglabas niya dun sa may garage. But still, the players of Team Secret slowly and surely gonna go to her NP. Pero alam nila na meron pa 3 point off. For a second, will catch one. Pero getting the verticality, that is Focusme on top. Dito nga sa may B, Jing finding his way for him to get the kill sa kailangan niya. He will catch one. Jing!
Wala
Tinapatan
na.
ata yung isa. Hinahabol niya yung mga kalaban niya.
Kaso nagkakagulo sila dito sa loob ng site. Hindi sila magkakitaan at the same time. Na-smoke din yung mid. And because of that, hindi makahabol yung ibang mga players ng Team Secret dito. Now, 1v3 situation. It's all up to Dubstep. Pero tatlo yung nag-aabang sa B-side. Pag nag-swing ka dyan,
Ganda ng cross.
surprise talaga, Happy Meal.
Oo, pag nanalo si Dubstep dito, sa'yo na TF ko.
Oh, pag na-clutch ni Dubstep to, guys, magkikwit na ako ng Valorant. Joke.
No?
Joke lang.
Pero nga lang, Dubstep,
Mahirap eh.
sobrang hirap to crossfire to. Meron pang tao doon sa may gong.
Wala pang blind. So,
Hoy!
swing out. Uy, 1-1 down.
Ay, naku po! Ay, buti na lang, munti ka na!
Mag-quit follow.
Munti ka na mga kaibigan. Sayang!
Willing ako to quit follow para lang makuha yung round na yun.
Sayang, gusto ko sana magka-pera si Taylor eh.
Kinabahan ako, guys. Muntik
Pero
na yun, ha?
muntik na yan. Pero
Lalo na low pa yung isa.
Good bonus sa side ngayon ng Team Secret na 1v1 nila, naubos pa yung iba. Well, actually, sobrang ganda rin talaga ng angle isolation na ginagawa ni Dubstep doon. Pero this is actually one of the crucial things na meron sila. Hinabol talaga ni Jing si Borkum dun sa may taas ng B.
Sim, pag-akit niya, wala na siyang nakita eh.
Oo.
Ang kaso nga lang, naging problema din doon para sa side ng Team Secret. Dahil nga hindi rin makalabas o maka-peek si Borkum immediately kasi kailangan may manggulo na iba.
That's true.
Hindi sila nakapasok, hindi sila nakabuelo kasi na-shutdown agad sila ni Forsaken.
Envy just right there for him to set up the tempo. Papunta nga dito sa side ng B ulit, and Borkum will get a verticality as well. Envy will catch one bigger with a trade of right. Doon lang sa may gong na paranoia siya. Sige, i-wallbangin nyo, super low siya. Pero si Manfred isa pa, Divide, the only man remaining, Borkum knows what's up. Alam niya kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila at lahat ng Team Secret nakatingin na sa kanya.
Ito yung plano nila kanina eh. And this time, it worked out completely on their favor. And Divide, the only man remaining na alam na natin kung saan nakapwesto, is also gonna go down 9-7. And Team Secret so far, ang laki ng improvement ng Team Secret from the last time na nakikita natin sila sa Haven, ha?
Totoo yan. Kasi nga, dumating nga tayo sa point na pinipili na ng ibang PH team itong mapa na to. Kalaban ang Team Secret at natatalo pa ang Team Secret doon pagdating last year doon nga sa VCT PH. Pero ito na nga, di ba? Sobrang revamp na rin talaga tong lineup na to. Andito na si Jeremy, andito na si Envy, andito na rin si Tropang Lenny. So talagang this is actually one of the best na squads na meron din talaga ang Team Secret ngayon.
Jeremy, eto na naman siya. Kaya ang laking factor no entry ni Jeremy dito. Napaka-importante. He finds one! That's such a good flash. Meron pang isang nasa backside. And that's gonna be Mind Freak. Another flash settles in at sumakto na naman sa mukha ng Paper Rex. And that's gonna be a 3v5 immediately. At pistol pa to, tsaka naka-shorty pa sila.
Yun nga, ito talaga ang Jeremy boosting services mga kaibigan. 1v1 sa 5 mangyayari ngayon. Pero ang problema nila sa Forsaken, meron siyang dimensional drift for him to get that ulti, for him to catch one. Pero ang problema, walang follow-up yan.
Wala! Aside na lang kung mabulag niya to tapos mapatay niya gamit yung shorty ha. Pero Forsaken, maganda posisyon niya dito. Good one, Envy. Balik ka na lang muna.
Out ka na. At least, andun sila sa safer side nga. Kumbaga, hindi sila gumagawa dito pag-overextend. Kasi nga, alam nila, delikado sila. And if ever matalo sila dito, yung iba walang pera. So, Jesse Fudge gonna push it already. Yung iba, just naka-shorty lang sa mukha. Ano, wala kayong tutok? Shorty lang talaga ang gamit nyo ngayon?
Ganun eh, no? Pag walang tutok, shotgun ka na muna.
Judge ka lang.
5!
10-7 already sa mapang pinili ng mga Pinoy.
Diyos ko, Team Secret, wala man lang namatay kahit isa.
Flawless!
Sabi ko naman sa inyo, yung kanina, 5-6 na round, yung hindi gumalaw yung Team Secret na round.
Oo.
Paano? Naka-altab si Jeremy.
Hindi nakabukas yung monitor ni Jeremy, mga kaibigan.
Hindi nakabukas yung monitor ni Jeremy. Binuksan nung nag-second half na tayo. Alam mo na.
Mahal ang kuryente sa Korea, ano ba?
Sim. Wala kasing miraklo doon.
Nakapunta ka na ba ang Korea?
Hindi pa eh.
Ako rin eh.
Yan yung sa'yo.
Samnida.
Diba?
Shoutout sa mga nagkikimchi dyan.
Masarap ang kimchi.
Sarap pa samgyup, man.
Ay, oo. Pero ang mapapasangyup dito, syempre Team Secret mamaya.
Of your Team Samgyup.
Ayan! Team Samgyup sila later on, after neto.
Ang Team Surewin, tara, Samgyup. Yun yung pangalan nila.
Papalitan na, di ba?
Oo.
Basic lang para sa kanila yan. Pero itong timeout na to mula sa side ng Paper Rex, from a while ago na nakita natin sila nag-timeout, it worked out in their favor actually. Nakapag-reset sila na maganda. And yun yung time din na na-punish nila kompleto or completely itong Team Secret for 4 to 5 rounds ng tuloy-tuloy. So tingnan natin kung gagana na naman tong timeouters nila.
Sa PRX, yun nga yung nakita natin kanina. I mean, si Forsaken, they got the dimensional drift. Well, sa totoo lang if ever gonna check out the win rate of PaperX dito sa Team Secret na si Forsaken na Yoru, actually mataas. Ilang beses na nila nasilat ang Team Secret na ito ang composition ng PaperX. Even way back VCT APAC last year, sa bind pa nga yun,
Ang pinag-uusapan na kasi ngayon dito is yung Press W gaming ng PRX, gumagana pa ba? Yun yung tanong Kasi, nabibigla mo yung ibang mga players, yung mga teams, pero yung mga teams na sanay sa explosive?
Wala.
Especially Pinoy?
Ay, nako. Forsaken operator, kala mo naman talaga tatama.
Tingnan natin kung tatama. Kasi wala atang gusto pumunta dyan. Naamoy na nila na naka-operator si Kuya mo Forsaken. But Jeremy though, already in cubby here. At medyo nakakatakot yung posisyon niya. Medyo one and done actually.
At saka parang alam na rin talaga yan ng Team Secret and the fact na naka-shorty lang kanina. Jeremy.
Double kill yan, bes.
1v2. Gusto mo Jeremy naka-isa pa pero Forsaken naka-chamba pa.
One hit, delete. Buti na lang nakasama pa si Jing sa hukay. Ang importante para sa Team Secret to get pickoffs. Ang kaso nga lang, malaki na wala sa kanila dito. That's Jeremy actually. But so far right now, they're playing for picks. They're playing it slow.
And the fact na napakadami nilang ultimates ngayon, they have the complete crowd control na pwedeng ipakita sa papers for them to capture one side. They have the Rolling Thunder. They have the Longadog na meron si Jesse Vash dito. And the fact na si Dubstep nga mga kaibigan, meron din siyang pang lockdown. So, kompleto rekado sila para sa post-plant nga nagagawin nila. Pero dito lang talaga sa may window. Envy knows what's up. Alam na meron tao dito sa may isa. So, at least meron naman talaga silang flank detection dito. And so, pasama na natin with the Rolling Thunder. Ibabato ngayon ni Envy. Pero may tao nga sa tabi mo. Davai will catch one. Pero Diyos ko po, kitang-kita na lang because of the recon. Both nalapas nga ni Davai ngayon. Pero Jesse Vash hinampas na Longadog sa mukha. Mind freak inside the smoke. And Dubstep knows this.
That's just a fake out right now. Dubstep, mahuhuli nga dito ni Benkay onto logs and that's gonna be Jesse Vash also going down. Again, yung mga timeout dito ng PRX talagang nako-convert nila sa mga rounds na nakikita nga natin. And at the same time, nagka-psychohan Melendez sa loob ng C. Yung dalawang Omen nagtipihan sa mukha. Kaso nga lang yung isa na detect at si Borkum yun.
Yun nga I mean, talagang nakaready na rin talaga yung mga players nga ng PaperX for them to pull that recon bot papunta nga sa C. At sobrang saktong-sakto nung pumapasok na rin talaga dito yung mga players nga ng TS. Pero if ever manalo man ng PaperX dito sa round na to, I have a feeling na magta-timeout ang TS. Or siguro maya-maya pa, if nagka-11-10, if ever. Pero we're gonna see it later on. Pero yun nga, at least they know what's up na Forsaken nandito ulit sa A. Pero ang problema, meron naman siyang TP away. Pero ito na, explosive ka na papatok sila. Wala silang idea. Si Jing sumabog yung mukha. Mind freak another kill right now. Pero di siya natamaan ng paranoia. Oh no, perfect Hunter's Fury na nilapas ni Davai ngayon. Pero Borkum is still there inside the site. 2v2 to this game right now. Dubstep, mag-isa na lang pala.
Alam nila kung nasaan siya exactly. That's gonna be the default and the push settles in from the side of PRX. Again, a good anchor positioning o holding para sa side dito ng PRX. Knowing na nandun pa si Mind Freak, ang laking possibilities, ang laking advantage para sa side ng PRX dito. Yung positioning na meron sila. Aside from that, may Hunter's Fury din na lumabas
Yun nga, I mean, talagang sobrang solid din talaga ng mga pagsisik nga ng mga ultimates na nilalabas nila dito no. I mean, dito naman nga sa side nga ng Team Secret, at least they still have the lockdown na meron nga si Dubstep ngayon, and later pa siguro sila talaga magta-timeout doon sa next buy round siguro nila. Pero doon sa pinapakita ni Wendell na pag nanalo Team Secret, hindi pa ngayon, matagal pa bis. Kaya Wendell, tigil-tigilan mo yan kasi matagal pa.
Si Jeremy pinulot niya yung operator dito pero may umakyat na isa. That's gonna be Borkum. Surprised by two players here from PRX. Tumalon sila! Nahanap yung dalawa! That's gonna be the kill from Jing! 4v1 situation. Dubstep na lang ang naiiwan dito. Again, left to clutch this round.
1v4 kailangan ng tapusin ngayon. Meron pa siyang lockdown though. Wala na siyang alarm bot ngayon. Nakaset ba? Mukhang hindi. Pero the players of Team Secret kailangan nila makawa dito kahit paano. Tatlo nakaabang dito sa short. Andito yung spike. Wala pa siyang pang-alarm. Wala pa siyang pang-turret. So paano nila gagawin to? Pero alam nila kung nasa Dubstep ngayon. And Benkay will get ahead with a wall bang. 10-10. Kailangan mag-timeout agad ng Team Secret.
Kailangan nila yung timeout for sure. Feeling ko, papasok naman yan anytime soon. Kung sakasakali man. But just a quick replay again. Lalo na kung ang matitira is obviously si Killjoy. You just cannot do so much anymore, you know? Lalo na kapag na-stop pa o natenga yung spike sa isang posisyon na very much a choke point here in Sewers itself. So, 10-10 man ang score natin ngayon. Tingnan muna natin yung pera. May pera pa.
May pera
okay
pa. Mayaman pa. 11-10 nga din talaga. Magta-timer dito ang side nga ng Team Secret. Pero Jeremy pumapasok na partida. Walang saksakan nangyayari ngayon. Pero dilabas na ang Rumba. Pero ang problema nga nila sa 4-second. Malapit talaga sa A with an operator on hand. Pero wala silang choice at all. Kailangan nila mag-play for retake ngayon. Pero mukhang lalabanan ata nila.
Kailangan nila ma-punish tong operator na to eh. At lahat ng utility play nila actually is especially for that. Makikita mo, ilang beses na nagre-reposition dito si Forsaken. Pero ang pinaka-deadly is 4 yung nasa heaven dito, Bes.
Lahat sila mapupunta sa heaven sigurado. Ay, naku, sakto Sunday ngayon. Malakas si Susage ngayon. Pero yung isa bumaba na. Pero that is the Dimensional Drift already. Just trying to know everyone. Kung nasa ba talaga yung mga players ngayon na Team Secret. Pero ito, isa-isa lang lumalabas. Pero meron pa tayo sa likod mo. Diyos ko, pero mukha alamata niya. That is the swing. Benkay.
Hinawakan lang yun.
Oo, dun sa angulo na yun.
Nagpanggap siyang pader.
Kalmado lang siya dun.
Gumana.
Yung tatlo, ginawa niyang bangkay.
Yung dimensional drift talaga dito ni Forsaken, napaka-deadly, lalo na pag nagamit nila sa tamang timing. Alam nila na pwede lang nilang ilabas yun. At the same time, get every info actually that you can think of. Mula hell, mula hanggang sight.
Sobrang solid nga na ginawa. Diba? 4 sila sa heaven and wala naman choice dito si Forsaken na talagang go down to hell, check all the information on hand, sabayan ng ibang mga players ng Paperdex, sa buwaba na rin yung iba kasi at the end of the day, they have the cyber cage, they have every smoke that they have in order for them to get that retake done. They have all the ultimates as well, so might as well inisa-isa nila ang Team Secret. Kinuha nila yung mga ulo nila Dubstep ngayon and last na nila yun.
Sim! At annyeonghaseyo. May mga mukha pa nila. Grabe
Ama Jing. Tatay yan.
Grabe naman. Daming fans ng PRX. Marami naman tayong fans eh.
Oo. Diba? Pero si Angry Birds, mga kaibigan, galit na.
Angry. Kanina Chill Birds pa siya. Ngayon, Angry Birds na muna dahil lamang na ng isa ang PRX.
Yeah.
Ito ata yung pangalawang lamang nila so far. Pero hanggang 1 puntos pa lang eh. Yung nakikita nating lamang. At sabi mo nga, last na nila to dahil para sa Team Secret. Actually, nakakatakot. Kala-half-buy pipilit nila eh.
Yun nga, naalala ko dati yung Paperdex ng kalaban nila, ang DFM nung first match nga na nilaro natin ngayon. Na 2-0 pa sila and laban nila yung Lotus nga na lamang na ang DFM pero nakabawi pa rin talaga ang Paperdex doon. Yung naubos ni Davay lahat kahit 5 bullets na lang siya.
Oo. Yung mga clutch moments ni not only Davay pero si Benkay din. Ganun din
kasi si ulo! Diyos ko, nakikita yung bumbo ng Jeremy, mga kaibigan.
Ganun pa nakalaki ang noon ni
Raze. Uy,
Raze.
Diyos ko po!
Sumapa! Nakita na ba kayo ng dumaba na Killjoy?
Oo, Diyos ko po! Biglang lumipad yung ulo ni
Lumipad yung ulo yung Dubstep. Kaso ganun din. Si Jesse Bash tumama na rin. That's gonna be Envy. Alone, pero yung Flash tumama. Kaso nga lang, timing. Game sense. Yan ang puhunan ng PRX.
Pinatay lang. Gusto pang manalo. 12 to best. We came from the future and the future is bright.
Actually, replay lang to guys na kinakas namin eh. Antayin nyo lang yung overtime. Mamaya makikita rin natin yan.
Wawa naman si
Dubstep.
Wawa naman ng bombonan ni Jeremy tsaka si Dubstep doon. Bigla natin nakita
lumipad! Kumbaga, pinatalsik eh.
Biglang lumagapak yung katawan ni Dubstep doon eh. Wala siya nagawa eh. Nag-alt-tab na lang siya eh. Tsaka nag-scroll sa FB.
Napatweet na lang sila 1-0 guys.
Uy, meron tayo.
In favor of us. Pero Jeremy!
Ay, Diyos ko, dito mama. Sabi ko siya, wala kang tutok. Pero meron pa. Ay, nice one. 4v4 on this game right now. May laban pa ang Team Secret kasi lamang sila.
Nakataas pa si Forsaken dito ha. Hawak na pa rin yung operator at sabi ko nga napaka-deadly niya. Pero si Dubstep ang matitipihan niya. Another one for Benka yet again.
Layo ni Mind Freak.
Hindi pa napaplant yung spike dito para sa side ng Team Secret.
Sige na, plant ko na. Walang tao.
Walang tao, guys.
Sige na.
Kunin nyo na. Sige na. Merong nasa heaven.
Chat mo nga, bes.
Merong nasa B. Jesse Vash. He has the spike, but they have to be sure. May recon siya in 3 seconds as well that they can use. And aside from that, may alarm din.
Dabsab, huwag ka nang lumapit dyan. Mag-antay ka na lang na pwede pumasok ngayon. Pero meron pang tao dito sa Heaven. Mukhang pupunta ata sila doon. Pero let's see if ever gagawin ba nila yun. Pero lahat ata sila. Pupunta nga talaga dito sa may city. So, all the angles are ready already. Oh no, that is a perfect paranoia para matama ngayon si Dabsab. Pero eto na! Uy, nice cross. 1v1, 1v2. Mind Trick will go down. Pina-12 lang, pina-match point lang. Gusto pang manalo.
Siyan nyo lang, pinapaganda lang ang laban, ladies and gents. 12-11. One more round para makabawi ang Team Secret dito. At para sa Paper Rex naman, hanggang dyan lang muna tayo. Maganda, ang problema talaga yung shutdown nila kay Forsaken eh. Kailangan ma-secure nila yon para maging komportable silang pumasok sa site.
Knowing na operator ngayon, gamit ng Forsaken ngayon, one hit delete talaga ang gagawin nila ngayon, which is, he's gonna do it again. Forsaken with the operator. So, medyo slow push ngayon ang gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret, pero importante best, they have 3 ultimates online. They have Showstopper, they have the Rolling Topper. Ito na si Jeremy, mga kaibigan. O, papunta sa Diyos ko po! Jeremy! Siya sana magpapasabog ang ulo, pero sa kanya nangyari yun!
Na-excite sila dito, I guess. And this one is gonna be again Jing taking the kill, pero the stun settles in, and Dubstep with a trade.
4v3 in favor of Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung TP nila. Pero mukhang hindi ata bumaba dito ang utilities nila. Pero Jesse Fash with a kill right up. 3v3. May lamang ngayon ang Team Secret. May Hunter's Fury sila.
Na-plant na rin yung spike, tumama yung paranoia, pero may flash pa, Benkay again from Heaven! Nice kill mula kay Envy dito! 1v2, Envy na naman ang natitira, that's gonna be the stun settling in! Tumama para sa kanila, pero it's still gonna be Paper Rex securing the first win!
Mamaya na defuse! Mamaya na!
Daya pa kayo pa-overtime nyo muna!
Overtime nyo muna, mamaya na!
Ganyan ang partida na ibinigay ng Team Secret sa kanila.
Pero ito ilang beses natin nakita to sa side ng Paper Rex ng Team Secret na sobrang close fight talaga yung pinapakita nila. Pero syempre, pag-usapan muna natin, yun nga yung ginawa nga ni Jeremy with the Showstopper on hand. Pero naka-ready na si Forsaken doon. And they know it already na walang pupuntahan ng Team Secret kung hindi talaga sa A. And perfect decision yun sa side ng Paper Rex kasi alam ni Forsaken na baka mag-A din sila. And in terms of rotation, madali lang yun sa kanya.
Well, ganun talaga guys. Kami lang to, mga non-biased casters nyo nga pala. It is what it is. Game number 1. Napunta man sa side ng Paper Rex. Ang kinagandahan naman ito sa lahat ng laban na nakita natin against Paper Rex, malapit.
Close fight, di ba?
Close fight, legit.
Hindi durog, kumbaga.
Oo, basta ang importante, labang tayo sa trash talk, labang tayo sa cheer.
Suporta.
Yun lang yun, guys. Game 1 pa lang naman to eh.
Game 1 lang naman yan at last na nila yun. Ito na kayo mga tropa natin ngayon sa QC. Hello nga pala sa inyo.
Hello. What's up sa inyong lahat dyan? At sana ay masaya kayo dyan. But looking at the highlights themselves, no, kung pag-uusapan talaga natin tong matchup na to, nakasalalay kasi kay Jeremy, yung explosiveness na yon. And onto that last round, obviously, hinahabol niya yung dalawang naping nung Rico na yon. Ang hindi nila napansin at ang walang kasamang mag-trade-off dahil na mabilis siyang nagpupush, obviously, si Benkay na nasa Heaven, na paulit-ulit lang naman na nandun din.
Actually, natamaan nga sila with the recon bot. Na-detect sila, so walang gagawin dito si Jeremy kundi talaga ilabas si Showstopper niya. Pero ang problema, yun nga, na-pick off agad siya ni Forsaken and chamba lang daw yun, best.
Chamba lang daw yun, guys. Yung game number 1 natin, napunta man sa Paper Rex, pero ang importante, kukunin natin yung sunod na dalawa.
Fracture? Alam mo ba yung last na naglaro dito ang TS, nag-9, kamote sila dito. Pero yun nga po naman sa panel, ano ba ang masasabi nyo?
Maraming salamat, Taylor and Vil. That was kind of an upset again here for the PH broadcast. Again, I'm your host, your Big Skull, and together with me is Juicy Brucey and Azurai. Guys, how are you feeling after such a close match for the first game of our series?
Kayang-kayang ipaabot na yun sa sa overtime.
Overtime
tayo.
Nagano'n talaga, kagaya na sabi ni Taylor na nagkamali lang ng tingin si Jeremy. I think ang naging problema din doon is hindi niya na-expect na walang smoke agad si Borkum doon sa Heaven kaya na-catch off siya ng operator niya ni Forsaken.
Yeah, and then just to add lang doon with the gameplay of Jeremy sa mga intros niya, yun lang yung one time nag-slip away yung Raze intro niya in any side. So far in C, over in A, he picks off 2, he picks off 1. On average, 2 yung napapatay niya. It's just that maybe it was the nerves going in sa trying to go into overtime, pero napapabugbog naman yung bida. Simple.
It's a parang character development moment pa.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
syempre. Pero again, they showed us a really, really close fight. Ayan, 13 to 11. We were so close to the overtime. I really just think, it could have just been just a very, very slight mistiming there. But I mean, again, on the bright side, this is just our first game. Again, congratulations to PRX for securing their first win. And
Una
the
pa
Team
lang.
Secret, ayan, una pa lang.
Una pa lang.
Una
If you
pa
look
lang.
at the numbers kanina, I mean, from clutches to first bloods to thrifties,
Very, very
thrifties lang
close.
lamang yung Paper X. Isang thrifty lang, pero the rest over at retakes, very close numbers pa rin. And we kind of expected that during the pre-show. We did discuss their average side scores as attackers and defenders. Hindi sila sobrang agwat. So it really showed here in game number 1 at 11-13 yung final score. And a lot of times, nagkatay sila going to 6-6, 10-10. And which goes to show na madami pang madadagdag for game number 2.
And honestly, it's just, again, Paper X na proving na sila nga ang gods of the W key.
Yeah.
One of the things din na I wanted to point out na was, I think one of the biggest factors din dito para sa Team Secret, they really had to have, ang weird always sabihin, pero kailangan merong perfect into sites ang Team Secret dito. Kasi the problem is, if they're not able to properly time yung pag-push nila sa sites, Forsaken's operator is always going to be a hassle para sa nila. You saw, 1 millisecond lang. Hindi pa, 1 millisecond after or before Forsaken was flashed, he got the pick onto Jeremy, stopped the push ng Team Secret dito, and followed up by the rest of his team, which was incredibly scary. And even though that was the case, si paring Jing pa rin pala ang naging MVP ng match na to.
God, round 20, sorry to add lang, round 20, I remember that, that blast pack into sewers, getting 2Ks, Jing stopped the show for the push over at Secret. Because I would like to add, if magaling si Secret mag-retake sa A site dito sa Haven, magaling din sila mag-atake. It's just on the few or other rounds, they kind of faltered. Pero, ano pa rin yun, learning curve for Secret all in all.
Agreed. And I mean, I think what I've kind of noticed here also is in the first round, I think Team Secret definitely started pretty strong. I feel like they were very team play centric. They were trading each other very well. I think they were executing A lot more and really trading. Like, you could even see Jesse, they would make noise. Like, someone would make noise in another corner to kind of bait off for Jesse or someone else to trade off. What I'm noticing here is PRX kind of has everyone doing these really beautiful solo plays. Again, Jing with the 2K from his ult,
2K.
and then Forsaken with his really, really aggressive Yoru pushes, like just walking up and like shortying people, which also just shows na PRX again has a very, very talented team of individual duelists or individual players for that matter.
Exactly. Credits to Forsaken. Kasi like the way his aggression is, it's not to get kills, it's to buy time for the rest of Paper X. Instead of trying to, he commits his ult not because he wants to kill. It's more like gathering information. If ever parang nafe-feel niya na parang okay, ayos dito makipag-shorty, I'll take down Borkum, and then I've already revealed the rest of Secret. Parang lang siyang Sova na Recon Dart na naglalakad knowing where his trajectory is.
Yeah, if you kind of look at it from, I think Paper X's perspective, yung kanilang playstyle talaga, especially with the double duelist, is do or die. It's more of like they have to execute their plan perfectly or they have to execute their plan correctly. Kung hindi, mahirapan sila makabawi dun sa second portion of the round. And because of that, they really had to put everything on that first encounter, on that first bout na ginagawa nila against Team Secret. But what was good about them para sa kanila din is, even though there was a bit of fumble dito from Forsaken and Jing, they've done this so many times na hindi sila na-phase, and it doesn't seem like they are unwilling to keep doing it again in the next following rounds. And so what you saw with Jing just, again, charging so aggressively by himself on that raise.
Agreed. And I mean, I think, again, this is a Team Secret pick. I think they've started Haven pretty strong. But again, I have hope for them here on Fracture because, again, this is one of their best maps that we've seen so far in 2023. It was PRX's pick, and I think Team Secret is going on the defense for this one. But I think that this could be maybe Team Secret's redemption match. But since this match was so close, 13-11, what do we think that Team Secret needs to change to maybe widen that gap? Because again, we don't like having these close matches.
Yeah.
And what does PRX need to do to kind of maybe keep that gap even bigger away from Team Secret?
Well, if you're looking at if the map called Fracture dito, before we get into like the nitty-gritty of the whole match, let's just give a bigger perspective of Fracture as a whole for a maps of different teams. Okay, so on Paper X's side, the last time they played Fracture, so far ito yung most successful map nila in their entirety career, 83% win rate. Pero the last time they played this was around November 2022. I think that was invitational eh.
Yeah.
And for Secret, sobrang fresh ng Fracture sa mga mata nila. It's like 100% win rate so far from January January up until now with the same agent composition. So I think for what Secret needs to do here is just to stick as to what has been working for them so far. Their Breach, Brimstone, Cypher, Fade, Raze combination, hindi pa nagpa-fail for this season eh. So I think that's what we need to look forward for Secret.
Okay, I have to go the other direction din dito, Bruce. Even though, again, we are incredibly wanting for game number 3 kasi separate Team Secret tayo dito ngayon eh. What is kind of scary with the composition ng Team Secret is I feel like it's very vulnerable dun sa at least most recent na comp na ginamit dito ng Paper Rex. You got yourself the Harbor, you got yourself the Phoenix, and the first time na possibly makikita tayo ng Reyna dito because of the double duelist style ng Paper Rex. So with that being said, ang daming options dito to actually punish the slower agents ng Team Secret. So with that being said, maybe TS has a Paper Rex specific agent lineup for Fracture just to catch it off guard if ever man. Maybe we could be looking at a double duelist sa kanila. They could be looking at maybe Dubstep and Jeremy to go on that particular roles. We have seen again Dubstep pick up the Jet. Jeremy's really proficient with the Raze. So at least just to point it out, possibilities for Team Secret.
For Team Secret now, I just want to highlight talaga dito. I think if yun nga yung mangyayari, bigger pressure on Jesse Vash's Fade. Kasi ito talaga yung magre-reveal ng information sa kanila. If Forsaken is a very offensive-centric and very, alam niyo, sobrang aggressive nila, it's all on the Fade to get all the information and to bind almost anyone na makakalaban talaga nila.
Exactly, and I mean, we saw in Lock-In, I think it was Jesse and I think Envy or Jeremy, when they were executing a Fracture, I think they really punished, I believe it was, I'm not sure which team they went against. It's Team Liquid.
I think that was Liquid, yes, that
Team
was Liquid.
They
yung
Raze. Yes, the Raze Fade combo. I feel like they really punished really offensive pushes. And again, against a team like PRX that has very aggressive duelists that go in with so much confidence, I feel like this is kind of the perfect opportunity for them to punish them, especially with them starting on defense.
Yung binind nila tapos they have the Brim ult killing the Raze from Team Liquid. Parang yun, I think that's the round we were talking about over at Lock-In. And well, for the side of PRX, baka nabasa na rin nila yun. So, there are a lot of bots available everywhere. So, maybe some pocket strats, baka makita rin natin yung Secret going for another agent composition going into this map din.
Yeah, in any case, the strengths talaga dito ng Team Secret is their capability talaga to have these set plays. It's been in their DNA for the longest time. It's been something na alam natin that they are so proficient at, and they've only added that nga with the young guns kagaya ni Jeremy sa ni Envy. Speaking of Envy, laki ng impact niya rin nung Haven, even though they weren't able to convert it into the rounds. How many multi-kills was he able to get even in such intense situations? Dami nang nag-ano sa'yo. There was the point na nagpakita si Forsaken dito out of TP, immediately fixed down. Tapos nung may isa pa dito sa kaliwa niya onto the Vi, I believe, or si Benkai, almost takes him down. So nakikita mo talaga yung ferocity dito na meron si Envy that really helps yung firepower ng Team Secret.
I think it's just up to Borcom. Actually, sorry to add, just up to actually anyone from Team Secret to continue yung damage done by Envy if ever they get like 2 more people at the end of the round to anchor or retake. Siguro that's one formula still for Secret to get this game number 2.
Exactly. I mean, I think we're all pretty hopeful here. And definitely, I think that they've definitely kind of downloaded PRX a little bit. Again, it was close. But again, on Fracture, I feel like we can go into this with a little bit more confidence. But I mean, to kind of keep up the, to have like good vibes, bring back the good vibes to the stream.
Sasayaw kami? Hindi pala.
Gusto nyo? Yesterday, we had clown makeup yesterday. Ayan, sasayaw daw si Bruce. No?
Yeah, pwede naman.
Bruce? No? Nice.
Hindi bayad eh.
Well, anyway, I mean, I wanted to also, take this time to say hi to, again, the people who are supporting the VCT Pacific broadcast. Again, we have the watch parties of Maggie, Razzie, Noctile, and Demi. So again, hi to you guys, and as well as the Team Secret watch party. I hope you guys are having fun over there. I think also in QC, so we can go, what if we stopped over in between the games to say hi?
Hindi, kung tatanggalin mo yung backdraft dito, nandito naman sila sa likod eh.
Yeah, they're behind the backdrop, guys. If you go behind this wall, they're actually right there. They're just really quiet.
Korea na yan.
Yeah.
Daming go. Kwentang additional ad-lib. Well, I mean, trying to keep the mood light kasi we're going to game number 2. Medyo nakakapawis nga panoorin yung laro. Game number 1 pa lang eh. Sobrang dikit na dikit even from the start.
Alam niyo, okay lang naman yan. Kasi tandaan niyo guys na Pilipino tayo. Kalma lang muna tayo. At kahit mainit ang panahon sa atin, nagkakape din tayo. Ganyan lang talaga yan. Kahit mainit yung situation, alam mo, iinit pa rin ang Team Secret sa second map na ito. So, one thing na gusto ko lang din point out din is, I think yung pinaka-obvious na nakita natin sa Paper Rex whenever they play on Fracture, even if it's the Harbor or if it's the breach that they utilize, they are very much known for going super aggressive on B main with either the Harbor High Tide or yung breach fault line. And they always follow it up very aggressively. So at least ang tanong ko na dito is, have Team Secret have a counter strat to that kind of play, kasi that takes up a lot of map control, and that's the thing about Fracture. You need to have that map control to get as much information as possible. Compared to any other map, mas punishing pag wala ka map control sa Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if we're talking about agents, sino ba yung pinaka-viable to just slow down or get as much as information? Yung naiisip ko lang talaga dito is probably Gecko. I mean, we haven't seen it yet from Team Secret, pero like from the utilities itself, a pretty good combination just to counter yung pwedeng gawin ng Paper Rex.
I mean, going off of yung sinabi ng, like, both of you, what you just said, since Azurai wants the Harbor, you want the Gecko, I think this is something that I wanted to see yesterday from Talon versus T1, because again, Talon brought out the Gecko. I really feel like maybe, I think that the agent, the Gecko pick wasn't the problem itself. Maybe they needed another agent to kind of go pair with it. And I feel like Harbor could have been that agent, and I can see the potential of this duo. And I think this was we saw this in the show match in Lock-In.
Yeah.
How this works between Tarek and what's his name?
Bruce? Basta yung Brazilian superstar din na streamer. I forgot his name. Fert?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the potential of that duo there, and I feel like this is maybe something, again, PRX loves to innovate, and I think this is something that we can definitely see them pulling off, and I think they know that they have to bring something new to the table to kind of shock Team Secret, because again, Team Secret knows how to play Fracture pretty well, and they kind of need to bring something that Team Secret does not know how to play against.
Yeah. One thing din pala na gusto kong i-point out din dito in terms of, again, yung sinabi ko kanina with Paper Rex, right, is Paper Rex actually really good at compartmentalizing fights dito sa Fracture. So one of the things that they have done no Harbor nila that I've mentioned in the past and in previous broadcasts, na imagine this, you have a High Tide, it's able to basically isolate one particular step ng Fracture. You have yung Cascade mo which follows up, and then through that Cascade, you have a Phoenix Splash that comes out, you have a Leer that comes out na hindi ma-anticipate ng Team Secret dito. So Team Secret has to be very careful then in maybe forcing those fights. Again, with the guess na baka mag-pick up ng Harbor dito ang Paper Rex.
Yeah, and to follow it up, if hindi man Phoenix blind, I mean, Forsaken's Reyna, nagamit niya in that game eh. So, that's one more thing. Pero I would like to point out that when they had the Harbor again in that invitational, the Phoenix and the Reyna, medyo talo si Paper Rex dun eh. So maybe the numbers will apply on the side for Secret this time.
I agree. And I mean, like, again, we may be seeing, again, the double duelist here. We may see the Reyna, but I kind of want to see Forsaken bring his Yoru back here because, again, we did see he used this in Game 2 last week on Lotus. And I feel like, again, Fracture is a huge map. So much potential to flank through mid, through CT, through T-spawn. And I feel like he's going to be using, the aggressive Yoru ult plays again.
Well, I think it all boils down to the VODs. And here we are. Makikita na natin yung agent selection, and so far being queued up for Forsaken. Going for a Neon, and parang it's still the same. I mean, it's still grayed out for so far, pero I think Team Secret's still going with the one that's working on their book so far.
Yeah, okay. So this comp naman, also known from Paper Rex. This is what I was mentioning at the fault line into the Neon Relay Bolt stun. Very, very historical pickups from Paper Rex. So they're going for the El Clasico Fracture comp.
Double stun approach going into this map.
Si Benkay.
Alam niya bang natin nakatutok yun sa kanya?
Yes. Alam niya. He always knows.
He always knows.
Anyway, I think we are seeing a similar comp to what Team Secret used back in Lock-In, again with the Breach, Raze, and Fade. Cypher, I think
even
also,
against Talon. Yeah, it's the same lineup ng agents.
Yeah, I mean, again, tried and tested. I really feel like Team Secret has a mastery of this comp, but then again, going up against, like what Azurai said, Paper X's tried and tested comp, I really feel like they may kind of find that it finally needs some work. Anyway, I think Bill and Taylor are ready to cast this game. The mods, take it away.
Ladies and gents, welcome back! The mods pa rin ng mga non-biased casters. Non-biased casters.
Comic Sans
Yung nga pala.
Sakto pala yung nilagay ko dito sa babae, no? Kung sino pa lang umorder ng ganito mga pagawa, PM nyo lang ako kasi ito yung business ko.
Legit guys. Ayan, papabayarin niya ako mamaya dito. Pero anyway, second game natin.
Yeah, second game na.
Fracture yung map.
Fracture na yung huli naglaro dito yung side nga ng Team Secret. Dumating tayo sa point na talaga 9 kamote yung score nila. So, tulad nga na sinabi ng mga panels natin talagang, lalong lalo si Azari, talagang sobrang kailangan mo dito is yung map control, which is they have the fade, they have the breach as well, they have that best information that they can get here in this map.
Ang problema nga lang dito, kasi nga, W gaming setup na naman yung Paper Rex. So, ang ibig sabihin, makikita natin si Neon, and then naman si Jing, of course, with the race. Steamy ni Brimy. Masyado mabilis eh, di ba? Yun yung forte ng Paper Rex. Doon sila, yun yung strength nila as a team. But I would say, pagdating sa second map na to, lalo na non-biased casters kami, Team Secret ang lamang dito.
Oh, which is ang counter ng mga players ng Team Secret dyan, syempre is yung fault line nga na ilalabas nga ni Breach, yung mga stun na meron nila. Yeah, that's true. Tamang delay lang din talaga. You have the C's to stop the initial push na gagawin nga ng Paper Rex.
Tsaka kahit mabilis si Forsaken dito, mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy.
Sim, yung kay Borcom, bilis ng daliri ni Borcom, sabi na sa akin eh. Pero dito nga sa mga players ng Paper Rex, we get to see, syempre, yung Neon pick nga na meron na naman si Forsaken, which is si Neon sakto, Pinoy ito. Bayad si Neon dito.
Bayad si Neon dito. Salamat, thanks ang sinasabi niyan pag nakakapatay. Kaya, Forsaken, siya na naman ang may gamit niyan eh. So, obviously, this is again, Paper Rex, a very aggressive lineup that we have currently. Sobra. And I think Team Secret is quite prepared para abangan ko ano mangyayari to. Nakita na nila eh, maraming beses.
Pero yun nga mukhang makikita ata sila dito. Nasa yung hunt muna for them to know. Talagang for them to confirm nga na meron tao dito nga sa may dish, pero
main star. Tinalo si Nora na eh.
Walang nagawa yung iba, di ba?
Vilma Santos, star of all seasons.
Walang ganon. Si Jeremy lang talaga ang sakalam ngayon. Pero sa bawah pupunta tong room, probably here lang din talaga sa may dish for them to confirm na meron ba talagang tao dyan. Pero tamang rotation lang. Nag-ingay lang tila dito sa they have the arcane control. They have the main control. So this is gonna be the complete retake na gagawin nga ng Team Secret.
Kailangan muna nila ma-plant yung spike bago mag-retake. Yun ang problema ngayon ng PRX. Kasi so far, ayaw silang padaanin dito ng Team Secret. At the same time, of-force out silang umatras. Grabe naman yung ano na yun.
Sila Sandwich, Jeremy, mga kaibigan.
Si Jeremy, tamang deep lang yan para alam niya yung info. Guys, pa-rotate na. O diba, ang bilis nila. Nasa E-site na sila.
Forsaken, super low on HP. Ito si Leon Guerrero, mga kaibigan, makakapatay mo siya. Pero nga lang, Jeremy, talagang literal na ginugulo na din talaga nila yung rotation nga ng mga kalaban nila. Pero, fake lang yun! Kasi kinang-sino na siya sa may Ketli. Pero meron pa siyang kasama dito. Dito lang sa Ketli. That is Envy! Getting all the kills that they need. Borcom as well. 1-0. At the one who wins the pistol round controls the game.
Omsim.
Yung kanina, napatch na kasi.
Napatch na kasi kanina. Ngayon, ni-rework nila eh. Gano'n na daw ulit yung stats, sabi nila. Pero again, alam mo, Bes, gusto ko lang sabihin totoo ha. As in, walang kabayas talaga na totohanan to. Gumaling yung pistol round ng Team Secret. Sobra.
That's kasi dati naman talaga na pag nanalo ang Team Secret sa pistol round, kabahang ka eh. Kasi matatalo ang TS dun eh. Pero
ngayon yung play nila dito sa VPL, nung nakas natin din sila, nananalo na sila sa mga pistol rounds. Nagbago na ang lahat.
So at least, na-rework nila yung mga dapat talaga nang i-work out. So number one, syempre, mag-usap muna tayo sa basics. Doon muna tayo pagdating nga ng pistol round at talagang nag-work out talaga yung side nga ng Team Secret. Pero that is the seize na meron nga si Jesse Vash, pero not gonna connect on these players. The Hunt will connect onto one. Envy will catch one tap to the head right now. Hinahabol ngayon ng dog ni Jesse Vash, yung mga players nga dito sa may towers. Jesse Vash, alam niya na mayroon pang tao dito sa may taas.
Naipit sila dito. 3 players yan. Nasa tower lang. Kasama pa nila. Ata yung may hawak ng spike. Si Killjoy ang natatanging naglalurk on the side. But that's gonna be Envy! Diyos ko po! Envy again with the Sheriff!
Look at the flick of the wrist na ginawa ni kaibigang Envy, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita naman natin kung paano nag-lock yung crosshair sa ulo nung kalaban niya. Pero mag-ace ka? Baka! Wag na!
Isihan mo lang, Envy. Tama na daw yan. Sabi dito ng PRX, pero 2v1 pa rin to. TS, lamang na lamang sila sa positioning. And not only that, the pressure is just so big.
Kita mo yung kita mo yung flick na ginawa ni Envy.
Buti na lang talaga naturo ko sa kanya yon kanina.
Iba talaga mag-flick ang mga Pinoy.
Basic na basic. Envy, ilang beses na nangyari to. Sa laging si Envy, no? Laging sheriff shots. Sana ganyan din ako mag-sheriff. 3 bullet, 3 ulo. Wow.
Sana sheriff na lang ako.
Grabe, mainit ang kamay ni Kuya mo, Envy.
Grabe yung flex ng mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan, napakatindi. So ito na nga sila, TS. Bonus round. Kalmado lang sila.
Hey, nasa kanila at least yung spray down potential dito. Knowing na sila naman yung defense on this bonus round as well. At may Cypher rin sila. So that's Dubby having the traps in. At least mapipigilan yung press W kung sakasakali man. Pero mukhang press W ang hindi nila makikita. Nice one! My freak! Isa na lang!
Nice one!
Jesse Bash securing the kill, 2v2. Pero hindi pa sila nagkakakitaan. Napakaraming ecoms dito. Pero yung rotations ni Jesse Bash.
Oh, yung spike drop pa. So nagbabalik si Jesse Bash. Sobrang low siya.
mag-check
Pero
ng
let's see.
corner, please!
Nice
Yes!
one! Munti ka na. Pero meron pang isa. 1v1 to the grade 1. Dubstep versus Bangkay.
1v1 with the grade 1?
Grade 1 na si Bangkay ngayon eh.
Tingnan natin kung gagawing Bangkay. Pero napulot niya na yung spike dito and dubstep. Kailangan niyang magdesisyon. Ano sa tingin mo, Dabi? 50-50 yan.
Wala siyang idea kung nasan ba si kaibigang Bangkay. At mukhang B-take talaga ang kailangan ng gawin. And in terms naman sa post-plant, they have the flash, they have the aftershock, they have the fault line as well. So Bangkay, mataas pa rin dito ang chance ng manalo. Pero pagkalaban niya yung Pinoy, mababa.
Ang importante dito for Dubby is actually just really wait for this plant. Kailangan niya mag-rotate, yes. Pero may oras siya. At ang importante, 1v1 to. May camera din siyang pwedeng magamit.
Yeah. So,
tiwala lang, guys. Bonus round! Bonus round!
Bangkay, tower play. You got the control. You have the aftershock. Kaya mong pigilan niya with the aftershock kasi nandun sa may tower. And if ever kahit ano mangyari dito, good bonus pa rin sa side ng TS. Pero better if panalo siya. Pero may vandal sa may harapan niya. Mukhang kukunin ata niya. Wala siyang idea na nasa heaven na din talaga yung nasa tower siya. Pero fault line will connect and dubstep with a swing! With a kill, mga kaibigan! Anong score?
3
Kamote ang score nila ngayon!
Ayan, basic na basic lang para sa side ng Team Secret. Fracture, nakita na natin to.
Oo, kinlip Ang sabi ni Dubstep, clip that shirt.
Yun pala yun.
Oo!
Tala ko, sheesh!
Clip that sheesh! Ang ginawa na dito.
Ay, nako. Pero ito, bonus round lang para sa side ng Team Secret. Literal, bonus na bonus ang datingan. Maganda ang ngitian nila ngayon.
Oo nga, may kasama.
Kanina, Angry Birds
Angry Birds Lahat ngayon nakakiti na sila.
Yan ang
Happy birds sila ngayon.
Happy birds na sila ngayon, guys.
Shoutout nga pala kay Big Bird.
Ito, kala half by ang Paper Rex dito, guys.
Jing, dire-diretso na din talaga. Pero alam yan ng mga players ng Team Secret for sure. Darating na, nalalabas na talaga papunta nga sa may side. Pero at least, natamaan naman siya dito ng dog. They have the control already dito nga sa may side. May tao sa dash, may tao sa drop, may tao din sa B, may tao din sa A main rather. And now Envy.
Pag kinalampag kayo niyan, ewan ko na lang.
Yanik talaga.
Yanik talaga. Pero hindi na ata nila kailanganin dahil isa-isa nauubos ang PRX dito. Pero Mindfreak sumasagot din with an initial 2 kills for himself.
Nagkalampagan na nga sila papunta sa may A main, pero ang problema nila meron din tao din sa may city. The Viper plant the spike already, pushing ito a 3v3 situation right now. They have the Viper spin and that is the Viper spin nilalabas ka ni Mindfreak ngayon. Pero ang problema nila is literal na broken by sila for second another kill. Dire-diretso with a slide up, pero yun nga lang makakita ata din ulit!
Oh my God, Borkum. Siya na lang ang naiiwan dito. He might be able to spot one. That's gonna be Forsaken going down. Yung isa nasa taas. Borkum time nga ba? Is it time?
Ito na ba ang Borkum time? Pero
saka na Borkum.
Likit mo. Borkum. May oras pa. May oras pa. Okay, kalmado lang. Nasa harapan mo lang. Pare Borkum. Jim! Nice kill! Nice kill, mga kaibigan! Ito na, babawi tayo! Anong score? 4 kamote! Ay, nako! Pili pa kayo?
C-R-E-T! Let's go, Secret! Ay, nako. Kaya guys, di nakapasa ng English dito si Bill eh.
Sorry, mamaya ulit, bes.
Mamaya cheer tayo ulit.
May take 2.
Take 2 tayo. Pero tingnan muna natin ito, Red Bull Clutch Bully. Ito yung mga gusto kong makita eh. Yung lumalapit, unti-unting gumagapang, baka Dobby yan.
Piso nakatira sa kanya. Kulit-kulit mo, tiniris siya.
Kulit ka, ha?
Gigil ako sa'yo.
4-0.
4 kamot. Napanood na natin to, Bis.
Eto na guys, nagpapainit lang kami ng
Jeremy?
Game 1!
Nice one!
What a kill from Jeremy! Eto na ang aggressiveness kung press W kami din!
Pero ito, Bes, ito, mainit ako kasi ito yung pinili ngayon ng mga players nga ng Team Secret. So talagang gustong-gusto nila manalo dito.
What? Orbital strike?
Nice!
In V to get the kill? Pero Jeremy!
Nice!
To shut him down completely! 5v2 situation. May kalampag pa ng babag si Benkai dito, pero I doubt.
Dabay. Hindi sila napakita rin sa Dabay. Pero let's see if ever sisilip pa siya. Pero ang problema nila is na Spike is drop ngayon dito lang sa may B. Anong gagawin nyo dyan? 5 pa ang kalaban nyo.
Kailangan lang natin bantayan ang Spike. At sabi ni Burkum, pagbigyan ko muna ito ng 1 kill.
Para naman may pera siya. Para naman may pas
Sayang
200 siya.
300 para may pang sheriff lang.
Pero yun, nanostorm grenade, papunta nga dun sa may backside. Pero let's see if ever makakayaran pa ba nila. Tamang wallbag lang dito. Parang problema nila is alam ng Team Secret yung position nila. At hindi ko alam kung ba't hinihingal ako ngayon.
Tumalon kasi tayo eh. Mga 10 times tayo may jumping jacks doon, Bes. Grabe naman si Borkum. Time!
Tumama sa isa? Nice!
Nastan man yung dalawa. Tumama naman yung isa. And that's gonna be Envy securing the shots yet again. Envy boosting services. Jeremy boosting services. Borkum. Lahat sila.
Anong score? 5 kamote!
Hay nako. Deja vu.
Napanood ko na ito eh.
Napanood na natin to, guys. Deja vu.
Ano ba last map natin?
Makikita natin mamaya.
Kahit didas pa yan. Sure win ng TS dyan.
Sure win ng TS dyan. Team sure win tayo, guys. Kahit tumama nga yung stun dito ni Benkai, si Envy naman ang mainit ang tutok ngayon.
Lahat sila mainit. Kasi kanina alam mo tawag doon, warm-up.
Warm-up game lang.
Warm-up, diba? Warm-up lang and medyo close pa yung laban ngayon. Pero PRX, kailangan na nila mag-timeout ngayon. Anong nangyayari sa atin? Akala ko ba malakas yung fracture natin? Pero ba't hindi pa rin tayo nakakascore kahit isa?
Eto kasing, syempre, ang problema ngayon para sa PRX, dahil nga yung composition nila dito, press W, hindi naman sila maka-aggress ng sobra sa loob ng site. Hindi sila makabuelo eh.
Kasi nga, ang dami rin pang counter. Dito na nga sa ng Team Secret, you have the C's. You have that fault line. You have the flash. Everything is talagang you have to control.
100 success rate ngayon? Lahat ng shots niya?
Lahat niya, di ba?
Sheriff? Back na kaya? Ay, hindi pala.
Hindi, bakasyon. Ang kailangan magbakasyon ang paper Rex kasi kailangan nila yun.
Sim. Mababa kasi Singapore. Nakarating na siguro sila sa Universal Studios eh.
Shoutouts ka pala. Ako hindi pa eh.
Pumunta na sila sa Pilipinas. Papakainin namin kayo ng Chicken Joy.
Ang napuntahan ko lang is Worlds of Fun.
Tom's World ka lang eh.
Sa Quantum, mga ganun.
Ano ba naman yan, guys? Universal Studios kami. Kayo, kami Quantum lang ni Vid.
Oo nga, pero ito na Forsaken. Ito na ngayon ang
Pinoy
Hotel California.
Wala pa ba tatamaan? Chillings lang para sa side ng PRX.
C's not gonna catch anyone. And they need to get that Sands control and talaga for them to capture A. Pero ang problema nila, talagang si Envy ang ganda ng position niya eh. Kahit anong saan pumunta dito yung side nga ng Paper Rex, they have the counter agad na pwede nilang ilabas ngayon. Because of the fault line nga na pwede nilang ilabas. And knowing na si Dubstep may neural theft din,
kita talaga lahat.
Kahit pamilya mo.
Give me a course. Ganun lang yun. Pero kinalampag muna dito para sa side ng Benkai. Si Benkai ang gumamit ng Rolling Thunder na yan. Pero Jesse Vash, again, hindi siya makalabas. Pero kitang-kita dito ni Dubstep kung sino yung nagpa-plant Spike. Yung mga angle isolation! Hindi tumama yung showstopper! Showstopper sa wala!
Ano yung ginawa ng Showstopper? Sobrang sayang naman yun. Napakadaming orbs pero mawala din pang mangyayari doon. Pero Davai will gonna go down right now. But you get on 3v2. Hindi pa rin mapaplant yung Spike pero mukhang mapaplant na rin ata. And this is gonna be the retake nga na meron ngayon na Team Secret frontline onto 2. And the players of PRX right now, kailangan nilang pumunta dito lang sa may bandang arcade, dito sa may towers for them to sandwich and stop the possible push. They need to cut the rotations ng TS dito.
Repositioning mula kay Jing. Actually, ganda ng reposition niya dito. Di ko lang sure kung expected to ng Team Secret. Pero gusto nilang i-clear. Double swing. Kaso nga lang, Jing, really, on that angle and the pixel angle here. And Benkai to secure secure the kill. Ang galing mag-rotate ni Jing.
Oo, sa
Ako yung na-bad trip eh.
Oo, grabe yung mga repossession ng
Wala akong masabi.
players ito. Pero sa totoo lang, yun nga, nag-gold na din talaga tayo. Biglang napitas yung isa dun nga sa may tower, sinag-swing sila.
Ang ganda kasi rin ng angle isolation dito ni Jing. Alam niya na napakaliit lang na angulo yung kaya niyang, or rather, kailangan niyang hawakan dito para makatago agad siya, para lang malesen yung risk.
Dalawa yung nakuha nila dun, di ba? Isa dun sa may... sa may Jenny, then isa dun sa may tower. So, at least they have the angles already at last na nila yun. Prowler onto these players, will catch one. Hunt will not gonna catch these players ngayon. Pero dito naman sa TS, kalmado lang sila.
Batuhan muna ng utility, kumbaga. And para sa side nga ng Team Secret, syempre delaying tactics for them to. And for PRX naman, Diyos ko, dumapa! Si kuya mo ni, si ate mo ni yun.
Oo, Neon Guerrero, wala na.
Wala na.
Split best.
Split yung susunod.
Malakas ang Pinoy dyan.
Malakas ang Pinoy dyan, guys.
Malakas talaga.
Pero Jing?
Jeremy. Tumama yung Nightfall dun sa mga players ito. Lahat sila walang marinig. Wala kang joke.
Hindi yata tumama, bes.
Hindi nga.
Hindi tumama sa side ng PRX. Isa lang yung na-detect nila dito. Pero again, you have the players of Team Secret circling around the side, but they have to clear out so much angles. A-main, pati drop.
Nice. Okay yun. 2v3 onto this game. They have the neural theft as well. Flash onto these players. Ito yung swing na ginagawa nila. Aftershock and a snake bite and a swing ni Jing. Really deadly combination.
Dubby again. 1v3. Sa baba mo, Dami.
Sa baba mo.
Dami! Nasa tama!
Tingin sa baba. Okay, mamba out.
Save.
Kalma lang kayo.
Sabi niya, narinig ko kayo, guys.
Uy, bes, minsan lang mag-save dito. Parang, ano ba ata yung unang save na nakita ko?
Alam mo naman, tropa natin si Lulingwing, laban-laban lang.
Walang
bawi-bawi. Pero this time, bawi muna tayo.
Sex bomb girls yun eh.
Oo nga.
Isa lang ni Wawawi yun eh.
Napatch na kasi.
Ay, nasa pa-napatch na ba yun?
Oo, 5 years ago pa yun.
Sa ibang channel yun.
Wala na kasi akong TV eh.
Yung TV namin, iba na pinapalabas.
Timeout it is! Team Secret muna magta-timeout ngayon, guys. At knowing nga, especially itong mga rounds na nakikita natin, no? Ito yung Nightfall sana eh, no?
Yeah, yung Nightfall
sana. Hindi tumama
sana.
lang sa ilang mga miyembro dito ng PRX, pero kung tumama yun, at least the bigger opportunity that they would have.
Napakainit na combination. May snake bite, may aftershock.
Hindi ka talaga mabubuhay doon.
Baka mabu.
Baka mabu ka talaga.
Pag nabuhay ka doon, bakasyon ka talaga.
Grabe. Kung mabuhay ka doon, bibigay ko na yung TF.
Oy, nung gano'n na nangyari, biglang kinuha si Bridget, tara anak.
Sama ka sa akin.
Tara anak, sumama ka na sa akin. Wala, sinundo agad eh.
Pero ito, saktong-sakto lang yung pagpili nila ng timeout actually. Hindi pa ganun kabilis na nakakabawi yung PRX. And then at the same time, kaya na agad nilang i-clear out kung ano man yung gusto nilang linisin sa play. Or especially yung pagkakabasa nila dito against Paper Rex.
Kasi nag-timeout rin yung mga players nga ng Paper Rex, di ba? And that timeout, na-convert na with the 2 wins nga sa nakikita natin ngayon, kaya naging 5-2. So ito na ngayon ang counter-strat na mayroon ang TS. Sige, timeout din tayo para maging 7-2 or probably kung ano mang score na pwede natin makuha ngayon. And dito naman sa mga players ng TS, yun nga, napag-usapan na natin yung mga counter initiation na ginagawa nila, yung mga ultimates na pwede nilang ibato ngayon, knowing si Dubstep, ang tagal na natin nakita ito neural theft niya, and if ever nagagamitin ito, siguro if ever pagdating na sa buy round na sila or knowing na medyo lamang na ang TS ngayon. Pero we're gonna get to see later on kung kailan ba niya gagamitin ang Kimia Corpse.
Wala pa eh. Hindi pa nagagamit ang neural theft dito, but the C's not connecting as well para sa side ng PRX. Jessie Vash, alam niya maraming tumawid. And alam niya na maraming nasa may arcade lang as well. Forsaken, trying to pin down kung meron mang mapipin down. But Jing, tumatanggap ng napakaraming damage. That's gonna be the spray down from him. Mainit.
Spray and pray ang ginawa ni Jing doon,
basta pumasok tayo, basta umentry tayo. Yan ang mindset.
Ay, naku. Pero ito rin pagpasok nila, Envy and Jeremy, the only man remaining sa side ngayon ng Team Secret. And ang problema nila si Jing nga, siya lang ang nabawasan dito kahit paano. Meron pa siyang showstopper ngayon. Envy will swing together with Jeremy.
Uy, 5
Davai,
HP.
low HP. Oh no, Jing will catch one. Jeremy, mag-isa,
si
pinengso sa mukha.
Well, pinupush talaga nila. Gusto nilang patayin dito si Jeremy. Pero tingnan natin, makakapit siya ng isa. But it's not enough to get to at least for the side of Paper Rex. Team Secret, ano naman yun pistol round.
Pistol round. Yung 5 kamote, 5-3 na ngayon. At least 5 tayo, di ba?
Oo, basta nakakalamang pa. Masaya pa tayo, guys. Yan ang importante ngayon.
Shoutout nga pala kay Wolf.
Oo nga, si Wolf, ayan, si Benkay.
Oo.
Na nandyan lang sa Korea.
Pero shoutouts din sa mga players ng and sa mga watchers, mga viewers natin sa Team Secret Watch Party na nanonood ngayon.
Yes.
Kaya maraming salamat sa suporta sa Pilipinas. Sana busog kayo.
Ay, may lumpia ba dyan?
Oo nga, kaya pakainom sila napakarami. Uy, Forsaken, napakanipis. Naanggulo.
Angle isolation lang. Yan ang strength ng mga players na to. Pero na maalam yung 8 orbs. Here comes the...
Wala siya nagawa.
Hanggang dun lang yun, guys. Davay!
Aray!
Diyos ko! Nakita niya si Tony Prowler, naging barbecue siya. Lahat na tinanggap niya na.
Ay, nako, ito na, fried Davay. For lunch.
Yung ibang tao nakikita nila sa San Pedro pag malapit na sila mamatay. Ito si Tony Prowler.
Oh. Hirap nun, men.
Nakakatakot yun.
Off, Borkum. Tama, smoke lang din talaga for a little delay the push even longer. Mindfree gonna push in. Pero problema nila, wala na sila smoke. Pero ito na,
where is everybody?
Corpse. Lahat sila nasa A-main. Pero yun na nga, Borkum will catch one and Borkum will get everyone sa side gun ng Paper Rex. 6-3 ang score nila ngayon. And this, ginamit na ni Dubs sa Panuorin theft niya. Kanina pa yan, hindi pa ginagamit eh.
Ito daw kasi yung tamang moment, di ba? Worth it para sa kanya dahil syempre, at least nalaman nila kung nag-rotate na ba yung mga players or nandun pa din. And because of the neural depth, napilitan silang pumush. Pero isa sa mga malalaking factors dito is of course yung anchor ni Jessie Bash sa may satellite.
Yun nga yung gusto ko sabihin parang MVP, the real MVP of that match is actually Jessie Bash. Nag-antay lang siya dun sa may dish, hindi siya nag-overextend. He literally stayed on that area, on that position, waited for the entry na gagawin nga ng Paper Rex. 8 orbs, goodbye.
Na maalam ang showstopper nga ni Gen.G. And again, the aggressive plays na nakikita natin, yung PRX na pag usually nakikita natin ganito at nananalo sila sa mga rounds, natatakot yung mga team eh. Pero Team Secret right now, tinatapatan talaga nila. And that's the best possible way you can actually gain that advantage.
Yeah.
With speed comes lesser accuracy.
Exactly. So ibig sabihin, hindi nila binibigyan ng space yung mga Paper Rex. Pero ito na yung orbital strike. Magkoconnect ba? Benkay will go bye-bye din dito sa game na to. Pero meron pang kalapag na papagalam ko kung nasan ka. Jeng will fall down as well. Pero meron pa na sa may tower. Pero dito nga sa may ilalim. That is Mindfreak will catch one. Pero on towards tower will gonna be denied by Dubstep again. Davai towards A main. 2v1 onto this game right now. Wala nang smoke si Borkum. Pero pagpupush ba siya? Mukhang pupush ata nila. Pero Davai gonna go onto the 1v1 fashion. Oh no. Borkum? Davai? Davai will get that kill.
Galing ni Davai mag-outplay sa ganitong sitwasyon. Sa mga 1v2 situations na yan kung saan kailangan nyo na lang mag-antay sa post-plant, lagi mong mapapansin na nakaka-clutch talaga tong si Davai. And again, a well-executed round coming in from him. Especially na naipit na talaga halos lahat ng players ng PRX dito. And the fact na sobrang low din si Dubstep, wala rin siya nagawa eh.
At saka to the fact na, like what you've said, matindi talaga yung clutch na potential nga ni Davai. Kasi kalmado lang siya and napanood natin yan, lalong-lalo na nung nakalaban nila ang DFM, isipin mo na sa 1v3 and still Davai winning every round sa talagang kitang-kita niya. Kumbaga, Davai is known to clutch every round na kailangan siya. And Davai again, with that perfect entry, with the perfect opening for them to go here in A.
Bilis nilang na-clear out si Jeremy dito, pero with that smoke, maybe the spray down mula kay Jessie pa siya makakapatay. The gold!
Ay, naku, ang kambing mga kaibigan. Eto na! Ang sabi niya, meh talaga.
2 kills ka sa akin. Ubos si Davai, pati si Forsaken. Bye-bye!
Through the smoke, sabi niya, lahat eh. Nirat-rat, men.
Kahit wala siyang nakikita, naka-blindfold pa yan sa mismo main stage.
Oh, di ba? Partida, wala pang bulag yun. Nirat-rat talaga nila lahat yun. And 4v3, onto this game, Dubstep. Oh, kitang-kita yung bumbunan mo. Pero meron pang isa. Benkay will get that kill. 3v2. Benkay, oh no. Meron siyang Rolling Thunder ngayon. And a Viper split ni Mindfreak.
Dalawang malaking utilities ang meron dito. Kita nila si Mindfreak. Alam nila kung nasan yung Viper. Alam nila kung ano yung i-clear out. Pero ginamit na nga ni Benkay yung kanyang Rolling Thunder dito. Still a lot of time para sa side ng Team Secret. Envy, a little bit of a pixel angle na merong hinahawakan si Benkay dito. The flash settles in. That's gonna be Envy securing the kill. Mindfreak on the other hand. Borkum makakapatay. Team Secret!
Napanood Ipanood na natin to! Huwag niyong iiwan si Borkom mga kaibigan kasi for sure siya yung panalo!
Mukrob! Mukrob time, ladies and gents! 7-4! Team Secret! Sila nakakalamang dito so far.
Yeah. I mean, yun nga, like what you've said, di ba? Sobrang pixel perfect din talaga nung angle na nakikita nila. Pero buti na rin din is nag-wall.
Si Jessie Bash na naman ang tagapagligtas ng bayan sa round na to. Yung initial 2 pick-offs niya na yun, hindi magiging posible itong round na to without those 2 initial pick-offs.
Spray and pray ang ginawa niya doon, Bes.
Anong nawala sa PRX?
Lahat.
Rolling Thunder.
Oh.
Viper Spit.
Right there.
Tsaka yung score.
Oh, yun na nga eh.
Dami nun.
Kung kasi umuwi na kayo. Pero meron pa naman isa to. Ang last round ngayon sa first half, mga kaibigan! Oh, Diyos ko po, walang tumama na sa showstopper. Pero buti na lang talaga, sobrang low si Jing ngayon. Pero he's still gonna push. Pero problema na, andun na sa Gedli. Pero dalawang tao ngayon na nagpupush kayo sa side ng TS.
Mainit. Kumbaga, aggression sa aggression. Forsaken. Hotel California na naman ang tinutugtog. Pero si Dubstep at Jessie Vash ang magiging anchor. That's gonna be Forsaken with another kill. Pero iisa pa ba? Nopi! That's gonna be Benga as the last remaining player. Hinahanap pa yung isa. That's gonna be the neural death being used. And immediately, alam nila kung saan ang huli.
Bengkay, 1v1 sa 4. Ano ang gagawin mo? Last round ngayon sa first half. Diyos ko, nakatingin ka pa sa monitor mo. Kala mo naman talaga, mananalo.
4v1. Kailangan niya muna ma-plant yung spike at least. Tama, zipline muna. Nakita ko na to sa Sky, sa Sky Ranch. Ganyan ang galawan dun sa Tagaytay.
Actually, ako sa Baguio.
Sa zipline lang
ako sa Baguio sa zipline eh.
Diba?
Pero matagal na yun. Oh no. Sa dish ata siya pupunta. Pero wala siyang idea. Andyan lahat ng kalaban niya.
Pasok ka lang,
Jeremy,
Bengkay.
naka-ready na yung samurai, yung katana niya.
Mananaksak na naman.
Ito na, washing na naman sa mukha. Bengkay, will catch one.
Smile.
Si Jeremy pala makakapatay nun, pero that is a bulldog kill na ginawa niya. 8-4 already dun sa first half nga ng side ng TS ngayon.
Ito, kailangan ng Team Secret at least makuha yung pistol round for the next half para lang mas matuloy-tuloy yung momentum na meron sila. Pero tignan muna natin kung ano sasabihin ng panelists natin to break down what's been happening sa ating first half.
Maraming salamat, the mods. That was a really intense first half that we have 8-4 in favor of Team Secret. Mukhang may game 3 tayo, guys.
Mukha talaga yan. I mean, if we are just looking at numbers don't lie. Secret, 75% win rate sa Fracture, and then yung average score nila as defenders is 6. Goes to show 8 yung score nila dito. It's pretty close to their average. So parang, you know, them starting out as defenders, perfect. Chef's kiss for Secret.
Ang kinakatakot ako dito kanina is, kaya ba ng composition ng Team Secret to play slow? Na, again, yung ferocity dito ng Paper Rex. Pero mali pala yung tanong ko dito. Ang tanong pala dapat is, kaya ba ng Paper Rex i-pierce through yung fina-force na slow pace ng Team Secret dito? And hyper-focusing on this, ang ganda nung clutch na pinakita din to Borkom. Absolutely playing inside the Viper speed of his opponent, but reading his opponent perfectly in that situation. So if this continues para sa Team Secret come the second half, I think we're gonna have ourselves a game number 3 straight up.
I mean, going into the second half, the last time we saw Team Secret, like naglaro on Fracture, they went 9 straight wins on attacking. So again, they're on attacking now. I think parang may confidence tayo na we will be seeing a game 3. What do you think based on how they're playing so far?
Well, numbers don't lie in their most basic performance. In win percentage lang ng Paper Rex in Fracture, it's only 59 against Secret na 70. And then ito yung pinaka-fresh na data natin going from Secret. Sila yung been playing Fracture so much. So, yeah, numbers point to Secret in this game number 2.
Kahit man nag-pop off na rin si Jing, there is no good follow-up dito from Paper Rex. Nahirapan talaga sila. Anyways, siyempre, second half na tayo. So, it's gonna be the mods. Again, guys, alam niyo na.
We are finally back at syempre napag-usapan na nga ng panel, no? Aside from that, I also wanted to add na ang ganda nga ng utility usage dito ng Team Secret. Especially on that defense, hindi talaga ma-pierce through ng PRX yun. Pero ito na, mag-iiba yung storya, Bessie.
Yun nga, di ba? And in terms of utility play, they can actually be aggressive. They have Jeremy for them to do the satchel play. They have Borkum for them to get that steamy ni Breamy nga na dire-diretso sila paloob. And Jessie Vash to check all the corners na meron with that Prowler. So, tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba talaga ang Team Secret sa pinapakita nga ng Paper Rex. Pero pinaka-importante, itong first round ng second half nga. Itong pistol round talaga ang pinaka-importante sa side ng Paper Rex.
Grabe si Jeremy, gusto lang naman niya maglabas ng boombot.
Uy, Forsaken. Matinding glass cannon na pinapakita nila. Tignan natin kung makakabay ba sa pairing nga. Jeremy with the first kill. Nice one, baby.
Half HP pa yan, sir. 5v4 situation. Etong slow pace play mula sa side ng Team Secret. Sinasabayan din ng PRX. But Borkum, he's quite aware.
Nice!
And that's gonna be the spray down from him instead.
Ito yun nga, di ba? Napag-usapan natin yung glass cannon, si Davai with the sheriff on hand. Wala siyang kahit anong utilities dito. Wala siyang flank detection, pero Dubs with a perfect position ngayon. Nirat-rat sa ulo.
Nirat-rat yung goose no? Kala mo frenzy, galawan
Wala siyang nagawa doon.
Ginawa na lang ng TS, at least itak-tak mo na lang para sa kanila, di ba? 8-4 to, at syempre, Mind Freak from behind. Alam nila kung sa magagaling si Mind Freak to say the least, and even Benkai as well.
And all they need to do is delay the push dito, and Envy at least meron pa siyang aftershock para makabawi na talaga kahit paano, pero Mind Freak is right there trying to stick out the diffuse.
Sneaking! Uy!
Player standing.
That's gonna be Mind Freak securing the round for the team.
Pinusuan!
Wala may snake bite yung tower.
Yun
Kasi walang makakasilip dun kahit isa. Tatlo man sila pero low HP si Jeremy. Di niya rin matatawid. Di niya magagodlike.
Napaka-anticlimactic yung nangyari.
Oo nga eh. Sayang guys.
Ano tayo? Lahat tayo lahat tayo doon.
Andun na eh.
Lahat sila natawa din eh.
Pati sila natawa. Sige na lang. 8-5 ang scoreline natin dito. Pagbigyan natin sila. Maganda ang Ninja Diffuse.
Shoutout nga si Tropang Wolf na nandito ngayon sa stream. Sabi na TS wins 2-1. Si Benkai nag-comment na.
Ayan na si Bangkay. Nag-comment na si Bangkay pero si Jing tama ba yung Roomba niya? Mali. Bumalik eh. Sabi niya, panoorin niyo to guys.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Bulldog. Kumama sa isa with a wallbang as well. Forsaken gonna go in with a slide. Oh, Jeremy catching one. Oh, for a second, another one right now. And the clean-up crew of Paper X is here. Okay lang yan. Walang pera ng Team Secret dito sa nababawi ngayon.
Sayang yung round kanina talaga na pangalawa eh. Pero wala tayong magagawa. Nangyari na dapat mangyari. And PRX was able to secure again yet another round for them. Lalo na, nasa kanila yung advantage pagdating sa barrel. Pero this time around, Team Secret, they're gonna be able to buy those Vandals for themselves. Si Jesse Vash lang ang magiging half HP dito. And obviously, si PRX nagiging komportable na, lalo na si Forsaken, nagiging komportable na rin siya sa pag-over-rotate niya.
Ito and slowly and surely they're racking up the momentum nga sa side gun ng Paper Rex. And ngayon, nakasalalay ngayon sa Team Secret ang round na to. If ever they're gonna lose this, talagang magiging 8-8 yung scoreline for sure kasi nga wala silang pera next round. And this is the arcade control nga na meron sila. And for Jesse Vash, on that fade, they're really trying to sandwich the players of Paper Rex ito nga sa B. Pero ang tanong kung mangyayari ba? Pero mukhang dito na nga ata sila. Jeremy with the pinches right now. And at least makakapag-group pa siya all towards doon nga sa may city for them to know kung yung mga eksakto position nila.
Nice. 5v3 situation. Makakapag-plant ng spike ang Team Secret dito. PRX, lahat sila manggagaling sa arcade. And obviously, Envy, pati na rin si Dubby, nag-aabang na onto arcade as well. This might be difficult for the side of PRX rather. And they might be going for a save instead. Triple man save,
Oo. Ito na. 5v3 at wala silang choice kung hindi makabawi ngayon. Pero saan talaga pupunta yung Paper Rex? Pero
wala, save lang.
Save talaga eh. Wala eh. I mean, lasa ng pera eh. Wala talaga. Ganun talaga, man. Uy, shoutout nga pala kay Kaisamin nga eh. Sabi na, I really hope I get a shoutout. Electric Casting, big fan. Kaisam here watching from Silong.
Wow! Nasa Haven si kuya mo Kaisam.
Ito ang tunay na bangbang Kaisam. Tandaan mo yan.
9-6 is the score. And of course, Team Secret, triple man save nga makikita nating meta dito na manggagaling mula sa PRX.
6-9! Nice!
Tsaka, wala eh. Kailangan nilang, kung gusto nung dalawa bumili, at least yung tatlo, may dalawang bulldog. May dalawang bulgogi. Meron pang isang sheriff. Hindi sheriff. Spectre.
At importante, wala nga rin talagang bawas nga dun sa may armor nila. And wala din silang alam dun sa whereabouts nga nung kalaban nila. So might as well save up everything that you have. And makabawi din talaga yung mga ibang players nga ng Paper kasi nga makakabili naman sila. So why not save up? Yun nga. Tulad nga sinabi natin ngayon. And yung ibang players naman dito ng Team Secret, of course, parang they need to make the most out of all these rifles na meron sila. And in terms naman sa orbs, medyo matagal-tagal pa tayo makakita ngayon ng mga ultis ngayon.
Nag-aabangan ng kanya-kanyang mga fault line.
Oo.
Yung dalawang breach.
Contact play, man. Ang ganda.
Pag bumukas yan, surprise ka sa akin. That's gonna be the Vi with a spray down. Momentum-wise, tamang-tama yung timing ng PRX dito. Masakit man, pero kailangan nating tanggapin.
Outspain pig hati talaga. Napakagandang contact play na ginawa nga ng Team Secret. Pero ang problema, it's just nalaroan sila ng breach and killjoy combo dun nga sa may pinto.
Nabasa sila kung paano gusto nilang magiging scenario dito. Spike has been dropped. Nasa lungga to ng PRX. And para kay Jessie Vash, tamang rotate lang. Baka sakaling meron siyang mapitas isa, pero 1v5 pa rin to.
Ang problema niya, yung Spike drop dun nga sa may A main. So, this is gonna be a really tough match sa side nga ni Jessie Vash.
30 seconds left.
5 pa ang kalaban niya, 28 seconds remaining. Wala siyang choice kung hindi mag-save. Kasi, makakabay pa naman sila next round anyway. So, win-win situation pa rin para sa side ng Team Secret to. Kasi sila nga yung mag-win sa series na to.
Free orb para kay Mind Freak dito. Makakakuha pa siya ng Viper's Pit for this round. But yet again, for Jessie Vash and para sa Team Secret, they would rather go for a save instead. Nahuli nga sila dun sa setup na meron sila onto A main. Again, good execution mula sa side ng PRX, especially when it comes to the timing itself. Ito yung kailangan pag-ingatan ng Team Secret, and ito yung kailangan pag-adjustan ng Team Secret as well.
In terms of utilities, konti nilang meron tayong Rolling Thunder, meron tayong Orbital Strike ngayon. So, makakabaw na rin sila dito kahit paano. Pero yun nga, di ba? It's just the contact play na meron ngayon ang Team Secret, and it's just the players of PRX waiting sila Waiting sila sa sound cues in order for them na mag-fault line din biglang lalabas si Davai. Actually, a really perfect na situation and scenario nga sa side nga ng Paper Rex. Pero hopefully magbago na yun ngayon.
Kumbaga, the way they wanted to play it out, it's the way it actually went. Kaso nga lang, it's gonna be on the side of Team Secret this time around kung paano man yung gusto nilang play. Benkai with a spray down, pero hindi pa rin mapapatay si Borkum.
Pero at least, alam nila yung position ngayon ng side nga ng Paper Rex. Alam nila kasi sila nakapwesto at mukhang magpupush pa rin ata sila. Just Fast, waiting for the rotation of the side of Paper Rex. Mindfreak will go down, pero meron pang isa. And Envy, and I mean, Jeremy, inubos ang lahi ng Paper Rex ngayon. Benkai, ginawang bangkay. At kung anong ginawa nyo sa amin kanina, ganun ang gagawin namin sa inyo ngayon.
Ipit na play para sa side ng Paper Rex, and Team Secret secures yet another round. Kung sisilipin natin itong flawless play na to, you can actually spot how Envy was still able to clear out. Aside from that, kitang-kita lahat na ng pwede mo makita, nakita ni Envy, pati yung pagtalon ni Kuya Mujing sa kaliwa.
Ito tulad ng pag-usapan nga natin kanina, it's just the players of Paper Rex. Ito ang isang napakalaking dagok sa side nga ng Team Secret. Kasi nga El Clasico to, ilang beses nang nanalo ang Paper Rex side ngayon ng Team Secret. Pero ito na ngayon ang pagbangon ng api. Hunt not gonna catch anyone, and now Jeremy leading the way sa side ngayon ng Team Secret for them to go here in A.
Teka lang, Tito, kuha muna ako ng orb para kumpleto para sa aking showstopper, sabay Mamba out. Ganun pala ang play. Kukuha lang ako ng orb, may pasatchel in pa.
Ang daming pa-fancy-fancy yun na pala ang gagawin niya.
Orb lang pala si Kuya mo, Jeremy. Hindi, pero syempre, kung may tao doon, clear yun. Hulikam ka talaga. Malala. Pero ito, maganda to para sa Team Secret, at least hindi pa rin basa. Ang ganda nung sisa, nahuli yung bubong.
Oo, kitang-kita. Ito si Jeremy, papasok namin ang atamaan ba? And now, Jeremy! Dinala si Forsaken sa hukay ngayon. Putting ito a 4v4 fashion. You have the Rolling Thunder, you have the Viper's Pit for them to get that trade. And syempre, ang retake na kailangan nila. Gen goes in, Gen kills one, but he's super low on HP. Borkum nakabawi ng isa. Putting ito 2v3. Hindi pa nila napapalit yung Spike Bess.
Hindi pa nga napaplant yung Spike dito. May Viper's Pit si Mind Freak. Tried out. He's gonna be using that right now. Meron pang pwedeng gamiting turret as well. Itong PRX just to play around that contact. Pero ito muna, orbital strike to the face. Matatamaan pa! That's gonna be Mind Freak. Getting toasted, pero Benkai was able to secure one. Borkum time na naman ba? The stun settles in! And that's gonna be Benkai securing the kill.
Perfect fault line na pinakita ni Benkai. Alam na alam niya kung saan nagpa-plan si Borkum. So might as well, chinarge na yung fault line papunta sa mukha ni Borkum doon. Ang importante na plant ng Team Secret yon, they still have money, so pwede sila makabawi kahit anong mangyari.
May pambili pa.
May pambili pa sila. And yun na nga, di ba? Umpisahan muna natin talaga dun sa Rolling Thunder nga, pero at least yung Orbital Strike nakapitas ng isa. And ipupush sana ni kaibigan Jesse, pero ang problema, ready na si Benkay sa lahat ng pwede mangyari dun nga sa may side na yun.
So 4 HP na yun, grabe yung nakuha niyang mga kills, and aside from that, yung impact niya, especially on that specific round as well. Team Secret, dalawa lang yung advantage na round na nakikita natin dito. And again, utility-wise, they have a neural def, but especially on the attack,
Forsaken with an operator.
magagamit nila to.
Yun nga. Forsaken with an operator, mga kaibigan, hindi pwedeng dry pick to! Pero buti na talaga hindi tumama.
May agimat si Jeremy! Ay, kumusta pa? Ay, nako!
Ito pa isa. Ay, nako!
Patawain mo naman yan, Forsaken! Sayang yung 4-9!
Isip, 4-7 na best. 4-7 na, napatch na. Isipin mo, pwede ka ng operator, pero kahit isa, wala man lang tumama, pero mukhang mamamatay ka pa ata.
Hello?
Hoy, katabi mo na! Jeremy, ano ba?
Sabi niya, boom, kamukha. 5v4. Awig ko to Parang hindi ka
Jesse
kampi
Bash, nice one. Fina-flank yung mga kalaban niya. Pero yung mga players ngayon, eto na yung Hotel California, mga kaibigan, ginigitara na sila.
Una sa lahat, that's gonna be Borko, pero tostado ka muna as Envy was able to secure the kill.
Nice!
And the dubstep as well. 3v2.
May ecoms pa. Mahirap to. Lahat sila nasa labas ng B ngayon.
Kasi
Wala
ano lang.
silang choice kundi mag-baon. Pero ito na yung gagawin nilang sa sandwichin ata. Ano, nag-underground pa. Oo, kasi nga kailangan yung mapunta dyan para kami manalo.
Save to, best. Save to. 11 tayo dito, guys.
Oo.
Sure na round para sa atin dito. Pero yung operator ata na iwan no?
Oo, naiwan
Ang
yun,
importante na iwan ng PRX.
Oo, buti na lang talaga si Forsaken hindi tumatama kahit
3
isa.
times. Sabi nila, 3rd times the charm daw.
Pero wala
Hindi gumana yung charm mo dyan, sir.
Isipin mo, 4-7, bumili ka, napakamahal nun, pero walang tumama.
Alam mo
kahit
naman si
isa.
Jeremy, bago umalis ng Pilipinas, ang binigyan ko ng agimat yan.
Actually, tumama, alam mo kung saan?
Saan?
Sa bumbot lang.
Ay, nako. Sayang ang 4-7.
4-7 yan, men. Pero ito na si Angry Birds, Chillbirds.
Chillbirds
Chillbirds
muna.
kasi nga lamang tayo, yun ang importante sa mga Pinoy, lamang tayo ngayon. Pero ito ang importante pinili ng Paper Rex ang Haven, pero dikit lang. Pinili ng Team Secret ang Fracture, lamang tayo, goods yan. Sa split magkakaalaman kasi...
Basta, pag dikit ang laban, maganda ang future.
Oo.
Yan yung importante. Pag one-sided, yan yung nakakatakot.
Split, sa tondo yan.
Ay, nako. Baka nakakalimutan nila yung kanilang nakakalaban dito. Anyway, babalik muna tayo dito sa ating match. At kung makikita natin si Jing, may showstopper na. Pati na rin si Mind Freak. May Viper Spit.
Ito na si Kuya Germs.
Sino?
Yung may showstopper.
Ay, nako.
Pero ito ano napansin ko, Bes, if ever nakakatondo ang mga players ng Team Secret, nananalo sila. Partida, wala pang tondo yan.
Pag third game na. Masyado
Mamaya, meron tayong hashtag dyan, di ba, Bes?
Oo, meron tayong hashtag dyan. But itong si Dubstep, syempre may neural theft pa rin. That's been there for around 3 to 4 rounds already. But for PRX, again, si Jing nga, kasi nga siya yung isa sa mga malalaking kills din dito. Mabilis din siyang nakakapag-ipon ng mga orbs. Saka kung makikita mo, PRX has orb control
Yun nga And kung napapansin mo rin sa lahat na nakalaban ng Paper X, dito talaga sila kitang-kita mo na hirap talaga. And sa side ng mga yun ng Team Secret, this is literally a deja vu of what happened back then. Pero ito muna, at least they have that opening, they have that nightfall for them to know exactly nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila. Jing, with that verticality, might actually catch the players of TS off guard.
Naku, si Jing meron pa siyang showstopper. Nakakatakot tong take na to. Actually, coming in from Team Secret. Pero mukhang sinusubukan muna nilang tusukin. May tao ba dyan?
Sisilip muna tayo dito pero mukhang wala ata. Sabi ni Dubstep, pare, wala. Sige, mag-push kayo dito. Kasi syempre si Dubstep, director yan di ba? May cameraman yan
Cameraman yan
Director si Derek.
3, 2, 1, action!
Ito na si Derek, mga kaibigan. Pero meron tao doon lang sa may towers. Pero it's fine. Meron naman siyang crowd control doon. And that is a smoke na nilalabas niya. Jing will catch one. Pero ito na ang TS. Isa-isa silang lumalabas ngayon sa crosshair ni Dabay.
Yun ang problema, no? Akala nila na-clear nila yung tower dito dahil nga ang daming utilities na nakapasok eh. Pero ang problema, hindi nila completely cleared out dahil nga the Vi was waiting there patiently. But now they were able to get the kill and Jesse Bash going down. Pati na rin si Jing makakapatay ng isa. Si Dubstep na naman ang may iwan dito for Team Secret side.
Nice.
No trade-off? Posible. 13 seconds.
Oh no, wala siyang oras ngayon. Pero, kills na lang. Pero at least for second, okay lang yan. Last mo na yan. And, ito yung importante, Bes, may pera pa rin ng Team Secret. Na kahit natatalo sila. Kasi ano sila eh, panalo, talo. Ikot lang, salitan lang. And, ang importante, hindi talaga nauubusan ng pera ang Team Secret. Mayaman sila. Sana all.
Sana all. Tsaka kung panalo-talo naman yung scenario natin, lamang tayo. So, mananalo tayo, di ba?
Mananalo tayo.
Salitan lang naman pala eh.
Oo.
Pati si Forsaken sabi niya, guys.
Gigil na ako eh.
Ay, di ko kaya.
Indonesian.
Di ko na kayang ubusin lahat. Please naman, wag na kayo magpabuhat. Sabi dito.
Uy, diretso
aggressive
sila. Wala namang tao dyan.
Ay, may nagsizipline na isa.
Mamba 8, Jing, saan mo gagamitin yan?
Sabi ni Jesse Bash by Showstopper, wala na namang mapupula. Or rather, walang mapupuntahan tong Showstopper na to. 8 orbs go bye-bye.
Fake lang sa A-best. Nagparating sila dito sa may dish, pero after that, okay, fast muna tayo dito. Fake tayo dito. They really thought they were actually waiting for the initial push na gagawin nga ng mga players ng TS dito lang sa may dish, dito lang sa may drop. And ngayon, mukhang puno-push na rin talaga ang Papers kasi akala nila doon sila pupunta kasi nga nagparinig na. Pero this is the rotation already of Papers all towards B kasi nga 4 sila nandito.
Grabe si Jesse Bash, 3 yung human shield. Ano lang siya sa likuran eh. Sige lang guys, gapang lang kayo, ako kukuha ng trade-off. Pero ito, nagro-rotate din, nag-hyper-rotate din yung dalawang duelist ng Paper Rex and that's actually Jing and Forsaken as well. The smokes has been set. This is already gonna be a hit coming in from Team Secret. Merong isang under, that's gonna be Jesse Bash being killed off.
1-to-1 trade na pinapakita nila. They have that orbital strike dito sa side nga ni Borkum, di ba? And this is now the control na meron sila. Pero if Jeremy knows what's up, alam niya na meron si Forsaken, nandito na talaga sa may beamman and out na siya. Hindi na kailangan magpaka-overextend dito, pero Forsaken pumapasok na, paunti-unti na din talaga. Envy, got the spike already. And Forsaken, oh no, will fall down. Dubstep, yung meron mga ultimates ang natira. Borkum, okay lang yan. Pagdating niya nag-tap yung spike, men, orbital strike yan.
Alam din to ng PRX though, si Davai! Nagpa-flank, rinig na siya! Barko!
Oh no, 1v2. Okay, he knows exactly kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng Paper X. And Dubstep, at least he had the information. Alam niya yung angulo, kita niya yung mga kalaban niya. Pero ang problema, double swing sila. If ever nakapatay si Dubstep, mag-swing agad yung kabila. Pero yun na nga,
Nice!
will catch one! 1v1 again! Will get that kill with a Red Bull clutch!
Dobby for the kill! Dobby for the clutch! That's gonna be Team Secret on to the match point! Isa na lang ang kailanganan natin doon.
Kinabahan ako, Bes. Akala ko merong isa pa, pero Diyos ko!
Tama na!
Dubstep!
Buti na lang may angulo siya. Actually, ang ganda ng pagkaka-plant, open plant. Kahit mamatay si Borkum na nasa B-main.
Ang ganda ng posisyon.
Makikita niya pa din eh. Tsaka kaya niya ma-angle isolate. Ang kinagandahan nun, yung isa wala sa loob ng site.
Yun nga. Inumpisahan
Team
niya muna.
Secret, let's go!
Inumpisahan niya yung pinakamadaling kill, which is dun nga sa may B-main. And eto na. Walang pera ang Paper Rex. Kalahaf-bay sila ngayon. Broken ba yung iba? Nakastingay, nakabultog lang. Pero Forsaken, nakadalawa na. Okay, kalma.
Isi. Nawala si Jeremy, nawala si Jesse Bash.
Kalma.
Isihan lang natin, guys. Dahil si Forsaken, kahit nakalahaf-bay ang iba dito, meron pa rin siyang Vandal at alam natin kung anong kayang gawin ng isang Forsaken. Dubstep has been spot out by the turret.
Grabe, nakapag 1v1 sa turret against si Dubstep.
Pinulot yung turret, oh.
Pinulot yung turret, hindi namatay.
Mas mabilis yung mas mabilis yung magiging waiting time ni Davai kapag pinulot niya yung turret instead of getting it killed.
Playing for Suns yung mga players ngayon ng PRX, pero fault line, dun lang sa may Suns, pero not gonna catch anyone. Pero ito na, sobrang ganda na position ngayon ni Davai, ha? Davai, paglabas niya, kita na yung isa. Diyos ko.
Nakahuli pa nga. Envy daw. Isa pa. Alam nilang ni si Davai nasa Suns!
Nice!
Humarap kay Dubstep. Dalawa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Forsaken and Mind Freak. Di pa nila napaplant yung spike. Kaya pa nila mag-rotate.
Oh no.
Sakto lahat ng util. Ang galing mo, Envy.
Lahat sila magaling. Envy pa the spike already. Pero si Dubstep galawang sneaky lang. Andito lang sa may Gedling. Andito sa may drop.
naman tayo,
Wala
guys.
silang idea kung nasan si Dabby ngayon.
Hindi tumama yung flash.
Okay.
Yun lang.
4K.
Kung tumama yung flash ni Envy doon, bulag si Forsaken for sure, and they're gonna do a double swing. Pero hindi yun yung nangyari.
Pero alam mo yung problema, Bes?
Ano?
Walang pera ang TS ngayon.
Yan ang problema natin.
Alam mo, Bes, napanood ko na to eh.
Napanood ka na to? Eco round?
Hindi. Asa na to lang? 12,
Overtime?
12-9? Alam mo yung kalaban ng Paperless, nanalo sila doon. Alam mo kung saan?
Yung DFM?
DFM, Bes!
Wala yan. Team Secret to eh. Replay nga to, Bes. Alam ko panalo na sila dito.
Isa na lang.
Isa na lang. Isa na lang. Utang na loob, isa na lang.
Utang na loob, isa na lang. TS, Team Sure win nga kayo, di ba? Paperless nga, Pinoy really strong.
Pinoy really strong lang, guys. Ito. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Si Envy ang uubos.
Ayan.
Ito.
The cleanup crew. Kahit sheriff lang ang gamit niya.
Sama-sama daw sila.
Nagkita ang Bumbot tsaka Prowler pero Jing natawaan dito ng konti.
Mamba out muna. Dahil yung pain shells, kahit pa paano, makakasakit o makakadamage na matindi. May orbital strike sila dito, Bes. If you play your cards correctly, Team Secret, you might be able to take this win.
At least parinig sila dito kahit pa paano.
Kailangan nilang makapitas ng isa
Lang. Isa lang talaga.
Kahit isa lang eh.
Pero yun nga, ang problema sila, they're really stuck dito nga sa may email. Pero nagpupush sila, uy, parang binibait lang ata. Sige, mag-push kayo. Pero ito na sila, dire-diretso na. Jing natamaan ngayon. Diyos ko, nangat-ngat pa. Ito na yung push nila. Envy will catch one. Pero ang problema, 3 na lang sila. Nakita na sila. Oh no, dubstep. Kinuha.
Masyadong maganda positioning ng PRX.
Sa totoo lang.
Masyadong close encounters. Aside from that, kahit may smoke coming in from Dubby on the left side, tinatago nito actually yung isang member ng PRX eh. And Jing, alam niya yung positioning niya, alam niya kung kailan gagamitin yung utility para lang makalabas sa isang sitwasyon kagaya nun. And Team Secret, despite the challenges, despite yung pagsubok nila makahanap ng pick-off, hindi pa rin mangyayari for that round. Pero ito, panibagong round na naman tayo. At mukhang may balak atang masama si Forsaken at Jing.
Nga, ito ang pinakamainit na problema.
Slow
pero
lang.
kalmado lang sila, pero wala silang idea na dalawa ba sila. Pero buti naman din talaga, nag-hunt yung mga players yan. Kita yung isa, pero wala silang idea kung talaga magpupush pa rin ba talaga sila. Pero ito Borkum with the orbital strike. Dito naman sa kabila si Dabay with the lockdown. At least meron silang pang-counter dito sa lockdown ni Dabay ngayon.
Ginamit na rin dito ni Forsaken yung kanyang wall-up. Pati na rin yung isa sa kanyang mga stun. Pero si Dubby, pinapanood niya lang sarili niya.
Mga kababayan, itaas natin ating mga kamay. Suportahan natin ng Team Secret kasi panalo na sila. Forsaken. Uy! Tuti nila tumigil sa likod! Nice one! Nice one! Ito pa isa. Bumaba na. Ano ginagawa mo dyan?
Ka pa, ha?
Pag kumugusto, binibigyan!
Si Jeremy mamamatay din dito si Jing. My freak at Bengay na lang ang natitira para sa side ng PRX. Jeremy says hi with the showstopper right now pero mamamatay siya dito. Chamba lang para sa kanila.
Mind Freak 3v1. Oh no, mga kaibigan, pupunta na sa game number 3. Kung ginawa na sa DFM yun, sa TS, hindi mangyayari yun.
1v3. Kailangan lang nilang hawakan yung post plant. Team Secret, paabutin nyo ng game 3. Utang na loob lang.
Hop! Alam nila kung nasa si Mind Freak, pero meron pa sila dito. May fourth line, may flash pa. Nice one! Game number 3!
Secret with the win on game number 2. At aabot tayo sa game 3.
Buti na lang talaga nagmaasim si Dabay at saka si Forsaken doon. Best kumusto, binigyan yung players ng PRX ngayon.
Thank you, Forsaken.
Wala, lumang pa sila, Bes. Defender sila, di ba? Pero nagmaasim. Sabi na lang, bam!
Wala. Basic para sa side ng Team Secret. Although close fight na naman yung nakita natin dito. 13-11 yung score natin sa map 1. Map number 2, 13-11 ata ulit. At mukhang nakikita na natin ang map 3.
13-0 in favor of
Team
TS.
Secret. Ganun lang ka-basic yun. Pero ito, yung highlight muna ni paring Envy. Alam mo, everyday na naglalaro si Envy, lagi siyang may highlight pagdating sa kanya mga sheriff play.
Yun nga, diba? Talagang kitang-kita natin yung pag-flick nga dun sa may arcade. I mean, that is perfect sa ginawa niya. And nagkaroon din talaga ng konting mishaps nga. It's just Davai together with that breach, yung dun sa may suns, dun sa may pinto, nung pagka-fault line, it's just perfect anchoring, perfect positioning sa mga players ng PaperX and TS. Pero in terms of execution and decision-making, sa TS tayo. Walang kabayas-bayas.
Tsaka ang daming mga moments din na, for example, Jing, yung kanyang showstopper, di ba? Ang daming moments na nag-miss out din yun. Ang dami ring panahon na kung saan para sa side ng PRX, nag-gauge talaga with Jing and then Forsaken combination. Pero up until the end, nakita naman natin na kayang i-shutdown ng Team Secret. Yung Press W Gaming, magagamit mo from time to time, magugulat mo yung ibang teams, pero hindi ang TS.
Team. Pero syempre, panoorin muna natin and pakinggan naman natin ang sinasabi ng the great paddles of all time. So, Brucey, Reby, Asuri.
Panyalitan na yung pangalan niya eh.
Maraming salamat, Bill and Taylor, our non-biased casters. Asuri? Bruce, Reby, Brucey, Asuri?
Yeah, salamat, Justin Rene.
Baguhin nyo yung title ni Asur. Well, anyway, again, we had another close game. Again, this time a reversal 13-1, 13-11 again, now in favor of Team Secret. Again, I think it's undisputable here that Jing and Envy got MVP because they made so many good plays. I really like that we also saw a lot of isolated duels here, really cutting angles, and I feel like that's where we saw a lot of clutches, especially on the side of Team Secret, especially from that one Borkum time that we saw, as well as the dubstep clutch that we saw on A.
Well, pinoy out nga kanina ni Taylor na yung dubstep, silang dalawa wala sa site, pero even with that kind of yung angulo na yun, si dubstep, ang crosshair placement, my God, ang sarap. That's the best way to explain it. And I mean, Asurai over here, I think meron pa siya may expound on the Borkum's clutch. So, Asurai, can you break that down for us?
Actually, more than anything else din, aside dun sa Borkum clutch nga, diba? I think TS as a whole, napakaganda na pinakita nilang, I feel like, control dito and self-control actually in this particular game. Kasi, anyway, there is a very fine line of you overextending or overcommitting to certain fights na baka that could not go in their way. Pero nakita mo, Team Secret always had their cool, had their calm collected, and they always had a setup to utilize, whether it was on the attacking side and on the defending side. There was this one play na, even though na-clutch ng PaperX, nakita mo yung mindset agad doon ng Team Secret. I think it was si Envy saka si Dubstep on the A side, na even though Dubstep and they both lost that fight, nakita mo that they had setups upon setups to, to try to enforce yung post-plant na yon. So, with all of that, even though it was a close fight, Team Secret definitely had a game plan in mind dito sa Fracture.
Yep, exactly. I think it was when they were defenders in the first round, yung may nagkasabay si Envy na they were pushing along over at as arcade. Like parang yung sobrang confidence level. I mean, sure, they're playing defenders, pero alam mo yung gamang-gama na nila yung agent composition nila tsaka yung map na to. My God, Secret, chef's kiss on game. Best ko na nagamit yung term na yun, pero round 2, wow, that's them.
I mean, I think seeing here, from PRX, a team that is a bit more dynamic, has more energy, starting off on defense, I think was really, really good it worked in Team Secret's favor. Although we saw them perform really good on attack, I think na, with Team Secret's excellent team utility usage, completely locking out sides, kind of forced PRX, a team of confident duelists, Forsaken and Jing, it forced them to play to the rhythm of Team Secret, and I feel like that was kind of the thing that kind of messed up their flow. And again, momentum, they kept it strong going into the second half. Team Secret perfectly warmed up before their attacker half. It was looking a little close, but I mean, like Bill said, they did so well playing off of contact the whole time.
Yung just gusto ko lang madagdag dito is, I think aside from that then, they were able to gauge properly kung gaano ka-aggressive yung PaperX. Diba I mentioned nga before the game started for Fracture is they have to be aware of yung always yung notorious na setup ng PaperX where they had that fault, they have the Forsaken follow-up with the relay bolt, and lo and behold, how many times did PaperX did Team Secret get caught off with that? I don't think at all. Diba? They were very much aware of it, and they had so much information, I think, because then of how Dubstep was able to impact it. Because of that cipher that they had, ang dami niyang strip wires that was making it known sa Team Secret na, uy, sinira na tripwire ko dito, alam natin magka-flux sila, we can deal with it. Jesse Bash follows up, gets the kill, Jeremy follows up, gets the kill. Napakaganda ng map control dito sa Fracture, and that was what I was mentioning then nung start nung Fracture map, that map control is very important. And Dubs, again, on that Sentinel role, easing it nicely para sa Team Secret.
Exactly, and then just to add in, parang we've seen this in game number 1, Jeremy, the best opener for Secret in almost of the rounds. It still happened here, especially in second half. Jeremy, siya yung naghahanap ni Forsaken, and when we were thinking that Forsaken will do the classic Paper X aggressive play, it's just Jeremy yung parang traffic enforcer na titigil sa Neo na dadaan sa SLEX. Tapos agad and bigger openings for Secret, and ma-close yung game, pero it's still Secret closing out the round. So, boom.
Exactly. I mean, props to them. And I think, you know, we saw this on Haven as well. And I think we're seeing it on Fracture again. Team Secret has been doing a good job. Like, parang kina-condition nila ang Paper X on how to play. I feel like they're baiting out information and kind of, parang, you know, force nila yung reaction from Paper X. And I feel like Paper X is technically playing into the hands of Team Secret.
Oh yeah, I think that was Jesse and si Jeremy ba yun yung inside the tunnels na parang binuksan ni Jesse yung gates para tumingin sila dun, the rest of Paper X. God, coordination, call-outs, man. Well, Secret, a new breed for the season.
Now, I have one question actually dito kasi we are gonna go on to Split na, diba? Moving on this third map. Both teams definitely have not played on this particular map for a very long time kasi nga it's been out of the rotation for a while then. Coming into this, I was looking at the history lang real quick on at least Paper X specifically. Ang dami nilang iterations on map, on agent selections na ginawa nila dito. And it is gonna be very interesting to see if they're gonna go for something similar to that or something different na rin. I feel like the only constant is Jing is going to be on that raise. So what else is going to follow? Are we going to be seeing siguro si Forsaken actually on the Chamber? Because Split, even though it has changes and Chamber has had some changes, na malakas pa rin dito si Chamber on this particular map. Are we going to see the double duelist? Or maybe we can go for the double duelist na si si Forsaken naman yung magre-reina. There's a lot of things that Paper X can bring into this one. And again, the question lies in, is Team Secret ready for this once more?
Yeah, and to add also, hindi naman siya, I mean, like, sobrang matagal na neto nga since Split has been out. Secret is no stranger as well to running the double duelist na ginawa nila to. They had a Raze and a Jet combination then. So it's still like a mirror match pa rin nagagawin ng Paper X. So here, pretty excited sa game number 3 natin. If agent compositions, ano na ba yung bago sa nabago yung Split? And like you said, you have mentioned Chamber. Papasok ba siya tapos in the latest map game ng Paper X with Split, they ran a Chamber here. Pero it's a different era na eh. So excited to see ano yung agent compositions na dadali nila dito.
I mean, going off of the agent comps, feeling ko we saw a lot of Astra Raze because again, I think Jing is going to be on the Raze. Definitely, we have seen him. He's been performing so good on Raze, and I feel like maybe Paper X wants to further kind of support that Raze and give him, you know, the Astra. I think it's a really, really strong combo on Split, especially. So that's one thing, and especially, you know, Astra
pulls to nades.
Exactly, or maybe with a fade. Exactly. I think something like that, just to further enable Jing. Because again, what we want here, what we've been seeing in Pacific so far, is teams that are able to support their duelists even more, or support their teammates. In fact, I think that's what really kind of pushes a team past that individual, you know, the talent that players bring on their own. They just need a good team to back them up. And again, I think that also is what Team Secret kind of brought here. Like, we did see them kind of shake in Fracture. Like, we did see Paper X try to come back. They almost did, but I feel like, again, like father, like sons, Jesse Vatch probably kept them there. They kept them cool, and what's really important is that you always keep your nerve.
And here, I'm going for technicalities this time since sobrang tagal na natin nakita tong dalawang teams na to going into Split. I mean, so far, all throughout the careers ng teams na to, it's Paper X with the most experience in Split. They are at the, I think in total here, 64 games, according to VLR. And just numbers alone, kung win rate lang pag-uusapan, nasa Paper X eh. Pero again, this is sobrang luma nito eh. Sobrang luma na nito. I mean, like, these are not the same people anymore. It's not the same Split anymore. And I think I really wanted to start on the clean slate on both of them. But judging on previous numbers, kasi wala eh, numbers don't lie eh. Pero puso ang pag-uusapan dito. And kinakabahan lang ako. That's where I'm going with kinakabahan lang ako.
Quick history lesson lang. If I'm not mistaken, maybe like year 1 pa nung lumalaban pa sa local scene dito on Team Secret.
Yeah.
Aside sa Bind sa Haven that they were able to culture as one of their strongest maps talaga. Even before that split, when it was still a newer map, grabe, tanda na yun.
Oh my God!
I know.
3 years pa.
Exactly. Pero anyways, this was actually one of the maps na I think they were able also to understand the fastest compared to any other team din sa Philippines. And they were able to utilize, I think, the Sage Raze combo at least way back then. So at least you know that they have that, I don't know, that history with this particular map. They have that understanding with this particular map. Of course, it has been a while since they have played this, pero at least you know they have that, that history with it.
The history with it. All right. So, I mean, kanina pinag-uusapan natin to eh. I mean, Dubby playing, if hindi siya magiging duelist, is going to be defaulting into a Sentinel. So, are we possibility ba ito? Like, Dubby going for a Battle Sage in this map?
I'm not sure if it's gonna be Battle Sage kasi nga naming configurations dito, but at least ang pinrove niya na is he's very proficient with the Killjoy. He's also very proficient with the Cypher. Which tandaan nyo, nag-usap ka kapon dito talking about the Cypher on split. He has a lot of value dito. He's a lot of information. He can actually technically lock down multiple angles of attack, leaving a good chunk of your players to set free. So I feel like whatever happens, at least you know na kaya yung talaga i-utilize yung agent na bibigay sa kanya.
Yeah.
I mean, adding into that, because like I feel like we have done our predictions, but I kind of want to go for an agent prediction here because again, I kind of want to see. Again, Killjoy is a really good Sentinel, especially on split. She can lock down an entire site. She can even lock like mid and another site. But I think exactly. But I mean, Cypher does give you that kind of versatility to go and support your team and leave a site, and it's really good for that information game. But going into this, what do you think? We did try to guess the duelist comp. Now I kind of want to see between the two Sentinels, Cypher, Killjoy, which one do you think is going to bring more value, to Team Secret, and also because Paper X is obviously going to be picking a Sentinel. So do you think they will be picking up the Killjoy?
Cypher for Secret. I mean, it's worked on game number 2 for Dubby, so why not bring it again for game 3? That's what I think of. Torn si Asura eh. Torn to pieces.
The thing kasi is, madaming setup plays ang Team Secret, and I feel like that works very well sa Killjoy. But at the same time din, magaling din sila sa kanilang rotation play. Basically, magaling sa Team Secret sa lahat. Talagang not biased. Not biased panel din.
Gaming chair.
Pero I will add na lang din na ang hirap. But if I am going to at least answer na siguro in terms of favoritism kung gusto ko makita ng agent dito from Dubstep, I actually really liked his Cypher nga, as Bruce was mentioning on that previous map. So I feel like he might be able to bring it out din dito. In any case, Cypher. Yun na lang.
All right, I'm gonna have to be the one to take the other vote. I'm gonna be going for Killjoy because.
Mo yun eh, gino-cosplay mo yun eh.
I mean, she's also my main agent, but I do kind of feel na, KJ is really good, especially since they're starting on defense. I kind of feel like it's really good that she can lock down 2 sites on her own. I really think that mid control and B, Killjoy will probably be on top of that. Although I do have to agree with the Cypher pick here because I really feel like it will give that Team Secret that kind of flexibility to do long rotations as well. And I feel like, if we have been seeing them go even in the past 2 games. So I feel like when Team Secret goes into attacking, I feel like the Cypher would play into it more.
Information lang eh.
Exactly.
I mean, like the information game na bibigyan ni Cypher, I mean, like global yung camera mo. I mean, hindi nga kailangan makita. All you need is like audio cues eh. Yun yung isa sa mga bigger capabilities and advantages of having a Cypher. Just the audio cams itself, parang perfecto eh.
Yeah, here's something quite interesting then I think is worth pointing out sa particular comp natin dito. Going away sa Sentinel real quick.
Yeah.
At least in the previous iterations ng agent selection dito ng Paper Rex, they've only gotten like one initiator na may flash, and out of the I think like 3 comps that they've had. So they only were able to utilize, I think, the KO once, and then yung others naman is double duelist na with just initiators, or rather yung fade na lang dito. So I think with that regard, flash is actually pretty important din. I think that was one of the issues that Paper X have had in the past, and whenever they don't have a flash agent dito, and they're relying again on Jing and Forsaken to open up. Pag hindi nila nagawa to, they really don't have anything to set up for their front players. So if that is what Paper X is gonna be bringing, and now we are about to go into the agent selection, baka mahirapan sila dito against Team Secret that also moving away from the Sentinels, looking at Envy, has a pretty damn good na breach agent.
Yeah, that's true. So parang locked in yung breach for Envy. Parang it's a staple for him going in. We'll know soon. And hey, ano ba yung starting side ng Secret dito going into game number 3?
Well, okay,
eh.
so for Split, we do have Split. It was the map pick of PRX with Team Secret starting out on defense. So, I mean, going into the Cypher pick and Jing on the Raze, and was it Team Secret with Jeremy on the breach? How do you guys feel about that with Team Secret starting out on defense?
Well, if defense, so far, kasi I mean, like, you're still going back to the common denominator of, like, dubstep siguro if he's going to play Cypher. Being defense Cypher, parang it's like a common staple. You always camp out over at B site, and it's a lot easier for you to gather information para sa iyong team. So, here we are. Makikita na natin katahimikan para sa selection. Oh, this is gonna be so close.
I mean, we are going into Game 3 again. This is the decider of who wins El Clasico again. The agents are still grayed out. But we go in with the Sky, and again, Jing on the Raze.
Oh, Dubby's playing Jet this time. Si Vash actually yung magsa-Cypher. So they're going away with the classic books, sticking to their roles.
We've got the Raze and Astra on the side of Team Secret, and again it's both sides actually, but with the Jet, Raze, and Astra this time.
Double controllers sa Paper Rex din.
Yeah.
But this is a standard din para sa kanila kasi Split has been a map na has a lot of awkward angles. So you want to have those smokes and that smoke line na ginagawa ni Viper to isolate a lot of angles then when you're trying to pierce into the site.
Yeah, especially sa Heaven lang, sa Heaven lang over at B site. Sobrang, I mean, just covering up that whole big window there. Parang it's gonna be a lot easier.
That's right. Anyway, I think the game is just about to start and the teams are heated up. I hope our casters are heated as well. Ibalik natin kaya sa non-biased casters natin, the mods, Vil and Taylor. Ready na ba kayo?
Itaas natin ang ating mga kamay, ipunin lahat ng enerhiya at ibato sa Team Secret mga kaibigan. Game number 3 at ito na yung time para manalo tayo ngayon. Ayon sa Vilblia, Team Secret 2-1 ang score ngayon.
Ganyan lang ka-basic. Alam mo, sabi ni Nostra Wendel?
Ano?
Kailan nagkamali si Nostra Wendel?
Wala!
TS 2-1. Ganun lang ka-basic, 2 equals 1 pa nga yun eh. Diba? Ganun lang ka-basic, guys! Bakit 2 equals 1 yan, Wendell, ha?
Pero yun nga, diba? Nakita naman natin yung composition ngayon ng mga players nga ng
double control.
PRX, wala silang sentinel base.
Pa-flanking ko yan.
Oo, kung ako siya, talagang lilikuran ko yun, tapos babarilin ko sa likod, malaho series.
Walang kabayas-bayas, diba? Anyway, welcome back! Third map na nga tayo dito. Split yung magiging mapa natin, guys. At syempre, Team Secret ang mananalo nga dito.
Wala ka naman sa mali, bes.
Oo, syempre babae ako.
Syempre, lahat na sinasabi mo tama. Babae ka eh.
Mismo.
Shoutouts nga pala sa mga babaeng laging tama.
Shoutout sa inyo.
At saka kung lalaki, tama, tatamaan kayo.
Kalimutan mo na yan. Diba? Ganun lang ka-basic yun. Anyway,
dubstep.
We are back at si Dubby is finally back sa Nyet.
Nilabas na niya ang Nyet main mga kaibigan, pero si Forsaken, ito na yung pinakamahirap eh. Dito sa side nga ng Paper Rex, kitang-kita naman natin ang Forsaken and Jing combination. Pag stream, sila din yung magkasama eh. Grabe yung combination nitong dalawang to. Pero dito naman sila, ito na ang mag-ama, mag-tito, which is Dubstep and Jeremy with a Jet and Raze combination. We're gonna get to see kung gaano bang kalakas yung pagka-aggressiveness ng side ng Paper Rex ngayon.
Kumbaga, si Jing, Susanto na rin ang last name. Ganun din naman si Jeremy. Diba? Jesse Fashion na yung pangalan niya.
Mind Freak! Anong ginagawa mo? Natamaan bigla ng dubstep, nag-push siya sa garage.
Ganun lang. Defense pa to, guys. Pero mukhang sila ata ang umi-entry pabalik ng site. Dahil pasok na ang PRX. Makakapag-planta rin sila dito. At kahit pa paano, no, ang rotations ng Team Secret dito would rather go for mid-take instead.
Nice! Si Jing, pa siya kapatay ng isa. Jing is super lower na, pero wala si Jing. Pero for a second, sobrang lang nilabas ngayon yung aw-aw niya. Pero biglang nawala rin talaga, parang bula. Pero this is gonna be the completer retake nga na gagawin ngayon ng mga players ng PLX. At least yung isa, nandito lang din sa may likod. And Jessivas will get that kill. 5v2 situation right now. Doon lang sa may harapan mo! Jeremy catching one! Bengkay! Mag-isa! Pero Jeremy, sige, pusuan mo lang! Borkum! Bengkay, ginawang bangkay! 1-0 already. Tama na. Tapos na. Series 2 na. Okay na,
Tigil na to. Tapos na to, guys. Nakita niyo na kung sino nanalo sa pistol di ba? But anyway, 1-0 again. Team Secret on this pistol rounds has been phenomenal all throughout. Tatlong mapa na nakita natin. Tatlong pistol rounds ang nakuha nila.
Ganun katindi ang pinapakita nga ng TS, di ba? Pero ang problema, nagbago lang pagdating dun sa second half ng Fracture. Kasi ang actually, muntik na nga talaga manalo ang TS, pero hindi
nanakawan tayo dun Guys, okay lang yun. Ang importante, nakuha natin yung game number 2, di ba? Yun naman yung importante dyan. At dito na nga, natin makikita ang Team Secret. Siyempre, may mga Spectres sila dito compared to the pistols that PRX has.
Napanood natin to, parang 2021 lang all over again. Pero mukhang mag-ropes ata sila. Jeremy, okay, satchel out para lang syempre ma-displace yung mga players ngayon. Pero Dubstep, delikado ka kasi nga dalawa ang kalaban mo yung isa naka-shorty pa. Pero Dubstep, oh no, mukhang alam niya ata. Pero out shot, Dubstep will catch two! Pero tatatlo pa! Dubstep, inupos lahat! Dinala sa heaven, mga kaibigan, from up above!
Jessivas with the final kill. Sabi niya, pahingi naman kahit isa lang. 2-0 para may score. Daw si kuya mo, Jessivas. Sayang naman. Pero Dobby, again, good hold, good anchor. Especially kung ganito yung baril mo, layo ka talaga.
Kasi at the end of the day, ano yan, bes, pag tumama sa'yo ang Marshall sa katawan, 101 damage yan. And the fact na wala namang armor yung mga players ng Paper Rex, one hit talaga yan kahit tumama pa sa kamayan.
Grabe, parang naglaro si Dobby nung, alam mo yung binabaril yung plate sa taas?
Oo!
Parang ganun lang
Diyos ko, yung isa.
Pinatamaan pa si Forsaken.
Uy! Pero nakabawi. Forsaken, right now, Dubstep will fall down to the hands of Jing. Pero mukhang Jessivas playing close. Yung aso na tama, pero yung gala, dire-diretso lang siya. Pero Forsaken just right there for them to take out the players of TS. Pero Borkum.
Sabi ng kakampi ni Borkum, okay na guys, at least nabawasan ko na marami.
Isa lang.
Yung dalawa.
Yung dalawa.
Yung Forsaken Jing combination. Uy!
Nice!
Nag-whiff si Kuya Muhain. Freak,
Pero
buti
meron
na
pa
lang.
isa. Si Forsaken titingin ata. 1v3, they have the full map control because of Borkum. Pero tatlo pa ang kalaban niya.
May, pwede siya mag-set ng dalawang stars dito. Na-blind din siya nung Sky. This gives info at least in the hands of Paper Rex. Repositioning himself is gonna be Borkum. Kung makaka-exit frag siya ng dalawa dito, sulit na tong bonus round na to.
Oo, eto na.
Sulit na nga siya actually.
Chup-chup ata ang gagawin niya, pero Borkum. Oh no, nasa harapan lang niya. 1v2. Let's see. Meron pa isa mga kaibigan, pero yun. Jiggle pick lang. Diyos ko po, muntik na tumama.
Huwag mo na ibigay, Borkum.
Tama na.
300 din yan. Solved na, solved.
200 lang, bes.
Siyempre, pag dumagdag pa yung isa, palaki lang ng palaki. Pero 200 each kill. Tama ka naman.
200.
Ang importante para sa Team Secret syempre, bonus round nila yon. At ang importante for them is to get most of the kills as much as they can. Especially nakaplant na yung spike at saka 1v3 situation din siya.
That's your end to the fact na si Dubstep naka-operation na.
Grabe, no? Nakalimutan ko na lahat ng mat ng Valorant. 4-9 yung operator.
Okay lang yan, best.
May kasama palang shorty.
Andito ako para sa'yo. Kalma lang. Pero 150 na.
150 din Kulang pa rin ng 50.
150? Best 70 yun
Mali na lahat, kaya nag-caster ako.
Pero Forsaken, sige, baril naman lang yan. Ubusin mo yung bala mo kasi nandyan yung...
Pipili na lang ng skin si Jessivas. Ito pa talaga ang napili niya.
Jeremy.
May buff ata yun pag ganun.
Lahat sila may buff. Para pag kalbo ka, kalbuff talaga ang tawag doon. Pero Dubstep, yan ang ginagawa mo dyan, Bengkay!
Aray! Yun lang! Na-pre-fire si kuya mo, Jessivas. Napatumba na siya agad dito. No more traps, obviously, for their side. And 4v4 pa rin to kahit papano. Again, with an operator on the defense, mas mahirap to pagdating sa retake. Kailangan muna nila ulit makapitas ng isa. Pero si Dubstep may blades naman siya.
Sobrang crucial nito, men. Sa totoo lang. Kailangan pa... Uy, Diyos ko po! Konti na lang konti na lang pare. Pero
Isa
the
pa.
possession is now compromised.
Kukulit yan eh.
Uy, Diyos ko po!
Sabi ko na, kukulit yan eh. 4v2 pa rin to, Envy. He gets a kill. 1 HP remaining para sa kanya. Jeremy onto the side will go down as well. And that's gonna be all of Team Secret. Kahit yung operator na wala.
Okay lang yan, best. Kalma ka lang, di ba?
Kalma lang.
O, kalmado lang din ako eh. Kalma lang, men. Ubus yan. And 2-2, dikit yung laban. Ang importante, si Dubsec, kahit wala silang pera ngayon, you have the Blazestorm, Jesse Vash with that neural theft. And ito rin talaga yung mga ano. Sa totoo lang nung unang iteration ng squad na to, sa totoo lang, back then, nung wala pang Bren Esports, nung wala pang Team Secret, yung literal na first strike pa rin talaga, si Jesse Vash, Sentinel main talaga siya pagdating dito sa split. Actually, Sage nga yung gamit niya eh.
Totoo.
And right now, they're gonna go back to their roots. Jesse Vash, Cypher naman siya ngayon.
Kumbaga, last line of defense nga pagdating dito sa side ng TS. But Dubstep, this is the shots on the Blades. May Blades din dito si Forsaken na kaya niyang ilabas. Again, the double duelist si Dubstep. Kailangan niya muna umatras. Invi to get a kill. Jesse Vash, ang ganda ng pwesto niya!
Nice! Kinrono, mga kaibigan!
Oh my God! Hashtag
Tondolens! Tondolens sa'yo, mga kaibigan! Ang daming nangyari! Hinampas ng Void sa mukha! Walang nagawa!
Diyos ko, Lord! Ito na! Jesse Vash yan!
Ito pag ito, best pakinggan mo. Every time na nakakasaksak yung mga players ng Team Secret, 100% success! 100% win rate sila! Diyos ko, sumapi sa kanya yung espiritu ni Void, mga kaibigan. Hinampas sa mukha. Wala siyang nagawa. VALORANT pa!
Ang daming nangyari, no? Alam mo yon? Parang yung TS, chillings lang sila kasi wala naman silang arep.
Diba?
Tapos nasaksak ka pa?
Hinampas sa mukha eh! Walang nagawa!
Tondolens sa inyo!
Hashtag Tondolens, mga kaibigan. Wala kang nagawa. TS, tama na to, sure win na to. Team sure win na talaga.
Dabi, maganda pwesto niya dito pero kailangan mo lang mag-check ng corner! Nice. Wala ka nag-check ng corner!
Here comes the party sa mukha!
Here comes the party pero hindi tatama!
Nice!
Tumama pa!
Ito si Mindtrick 1v1 sa 5. Hala, kinakabahan siya. Wala siyang idea kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. Pero nakachamba pa ng isa. Pero Dubstep low on HP ngayon. Flash, hindi tumama.
Lumabas ka na, napapaligiran ka na namin!
Ito na, pare.
Hi, Mindtrick!
Ito na, mga kaibigan.
4v1 to, 4v1.
Yung barangay tumawag, bes!
Tumawag ang sabi.
Lumabas ka na.
Napapaligiran ka na namin. Mga tanod pala itong mga Team Secret.
Man.
Isa ang gumagapang sa gitna. Ang pangalan niya ay Mindfreak. Pero mamamatay din siya.
Dubstep. Maganda yung position niya. Uy, nga lang, flash sa mukha. Wala siyang nakita. Kasi tama naman talaga yun, bes. Bago ka mamatay, puting ilaw muna ang makikita mo. At ganun ang nangyari kay Mindfreak dun.
Sabi niya, grabe yung near-death experience ko.
Totoo yun, bes. Kasi nangyari sa akin yun.
Literal, ilaw na lang ang makikita mo.
You know?
Baka literal, pag narinig mo na ang here comes na, mapapatakbo ka na lang.
Wala ka magagawa. Ito, kalmado lang si Jeremy, di ba?
I-interview pa yan mamaya, dun siya kakabahan.
Kinakabahan siya, men.
Hindi siya kabado maglaro eh. Kabado siya sa interview.
Sim, yan ang problema ng mga Pinoy. Pero alam mo sa VCT PH, lahat sila parang gustong-gusto na magpa-interview.
Oo, totoo. Yan. Grabe napa-timeout ang PRX ngayon.
Timeout sila. Wala, nasaksak eh. Isipin mo, thrifty pa yun, best, diba? Wala eh. Na cyber cage, pang. Kinrono sa mukha.
Holy cam! Na-trap yung doggy. Ang galing actually nung pagkaka-play out ni Jesse Vash dun sa util na yon ha. Kasi may trap nga and because nakuha nung trap yung dog, hindi siya na-stun. Lumabas siya sa cyber cage and that time, natapos na yung dog, it's time para Tondolens na sa inyo.
Hashtag Tondolens, mga kaibigan. Ay, nako. Kung ako sa PRX, sakto 6 rounds na, pwede ka na mag-FF. Diba? Kasi ako nasasaktan sa inyo eh.
Pag 5 man pwede yun, diba?
Ewan ko, pwede ba?
Mag-surrender. Pag nawala lang yung isa. Mag-quit na mamaya si Davay, hindi na makapatay.
Alt-F4 ka na lang, diba? Ganun na lang yan, men. Ayoko kasi nakikita ng mga nasasaktan.
Nahihirapan lang sila eh.
Ang dali dali-dali ng Valorant pero hirap na hirap sila.
Tinuruang mag-quit ang PRX. Top 3 ng Asia Pacific, guys.
Ang top 3, top 1 sila.
Yun na, top 3 kasi nga nandun sila sa 3. Yung Team Secret, nandun lang sa top 1 na. Wala na sila sa pangatlo, guys. Ano ba naman kayo?
Ano, sabi ni Rainier, isa lang to longest build. Wag. Kalma lang tayo dito, boss.
Si Jessie Vash, may Neural Def. Si Envy, merong Seekers. At walang pera ang PRX. Kumbaga, lahat na ng kaswertehan nasa Team Secret. Kapag nawala tong round na to sa kanila, ako na yung magagalit. Alam niya meron.
Kalmado lang siya. Pare, katabi mo na. Katabi mo lang yan, pare. Barilin mo na. Rat-ratin mo na. Dubstep! Lumipad! Yung ulo. Jeremy, Calvo catch one. Pero alam ka na meron tayong tao doon. Pero gilid-gilid lang siya. Oh no, mind freak. Mag-isa na naman. Sasabog yung mukha. Oh no, he's super low on HP. Pero si Envy, with a swing, with a kill. 5-2. Ito na, best. Kinakabahan ako kasi every time na nagsisingko ang TS, doon sila nahahabol.
Yun yung time na napapako tayo eh, no?
Oo nga eh.
Ay, huwag ka mag-alala. Game 3 na to eh. Nakapag, kumbaga, first game nila kanina, warm-up game lang yun. Second game, tamang painit lang, panalo na tayo. Etong third, dito na tayo maglalabas ng totoong lakas natin. And again, Team Secret, on that specific round kung saan naka-eco naman tong PRX, makukuha nila yon. And for this one, they have an operator yet again. Malaking investment na naman para sa kanila, pero mabilis na W Gaming ata ang gusto pakita ng PRX dito.
Let's see, makakabawi pa sila pero feeling ko hindi na. Napakadami ng utilities ngayon. Isipin mo, double smoke pa sila. Ay nako, A-coms talaga malala.
Double control pero mukhang walang control.
Oo. Grabe naman talaga shoutout nga pala sa comment ng Elevate.
Ay nako, pero eto ha, PRX, kapag nakakuha sila ng site, ang dami rin nilang utility play na pwedeng gamitin. Aside from that, you have a Cosmic Divide as well. Meron ka pang Viper Spit. Tapos may Showstopper ka pa. So medyo masakit to. Kaya naman sa TS, walang nagpapakita kung mapapansin mo eh.
Ito na sila, Envy. Oh no, hinati ang mundo. Wala silang narinig ko nasamba ang PRX ngayon pero dubstep. Oh no, kinakabahan siya pero may lakat-ngat sa taas. And now Forsaken bumaba from up above. Dubstep, ay Diyos ko, shorty sa mukha pero buta talaga nakalabas siya. 3v4 on this game right now. Jessie Vash will go down. Dubstep Marumkum, the only may remaining ko kasi pre mag-mamba out na kayo.
Save na natin yung operator na yan. At lalo na, no, pagkaset ng Cosmic Divide, ito yung pinakamahirap para sa kanila. Kasi nga, si Forsaken, hindi pala si Forsaken, but rather si Jeremy lang yung may iiwan sa loob ng site. Kasi nga yung positionings ng ibang mga Team Secret players dito, obviously, is from heaven and nonetheless, hindi nila makikita from that Cosmic Divide.
Maganda yung ginawa ng Papers dito, with at least nag-ultimate play sila. Well, mamaya wala silang ultimate, so wala na yan. And yun nga, di ba, ang problema nila, dalawa yung ginamit nila. They have the Cosmic Divide, they have the Viper Spit, yun nga nanalo sila. Pero what if, dun tayo sa mga puntos, dun tayo sa mga rounds na wala silang mga utility dito? Kakayanin pa ba nila?
Took 2 ults para matake yung site na yan.
Yeah.
And I guess for Team Secret, knowing na itong si Dubstep, sinusubukan niya pa rin basahin eh kung saan nga ba yung dumadaan itong mga players ng PRX. Lalo na, siya yung naka-operator play dito. And he might be actually handling mid or if I'm not mistaken, baka mag-ramps din siya sa A site. But nevertheless, ang importante nga for this defense is to get that initial pick off dun sa operator way before the spike is planted. Kasi nababawasan ng sobra yung value ng isang op.
Pero dito naman kay Gen, at least meron siya magandang entry dito with a Showstopper. They can actually go here in B. Pero ang problema nila, napakadaming traps dito. Bes, andito lang yung si Cypher. Literal na nahihirapan sila. May one-way smoke pa mga players ng TS ngayon. And in terms of mid control, actually for Papers, pwede sila pumunta sa mid eh.
Yun nga. Ang kinakatakot kasi nila is baka may op.
Yeah.
Yan nga kasi yung problema nila. But yet again, if you clear out, especially use up your smokes, posibleng matago mo naman yan.
Actually, at least nakapag-smoke na sila dito para ma-force lang din talaga na tumama yung mga players ng PaperX dun nga sa tripwire ni Jessie Vash dito. Pero mukhang wala ata silang idea. Cheng! Uy, tatama ba sa tripwire? Pero mukhang hindi ata! Pero yun nga lang, Cheng! Will catch one kill! Nawala na yung tripwire dito lang sa may kill. Pero Jessie Vash trying to swing out. Will catch one. There's one second one right now. Pero mukhang may isa pa ata. And for a second, will get that kill instead. But it's on TV3. Oh no! Davay nakachapa pa ng isa. Pero ito na sila pumapasok na din talaga. Paunti-unti ngayon. Dubstep step, 1v3, wala siyang Blade Storm ngayon at kung ako sa kanya mag-mamba out na lang siya, tulad na pag-usapan natin kanina, pagdating ng 5 kills talaga, ay ng 5 points, dun sila napapako. Hey.
Again, lesser value on that operator, lalo na kung wala kang mapipitas ng early. And pagdating sa retake, nababawasan yung firing potential, yung aim duel potential sana na meron ang Team Secret dito. But it's very essential for the rest of the team anyway, for that initial pick-off. Hindi lang talaga mahanapan ng timing ni Dubby kung saan exactly itong mga players ng PRX magpapakita. Masyado silang sneaky gumalaw, kumbaga. Pero mukhang may isang sasama muna sa hukay. And that's gonna be Benkai. Gusto nilang kunin tong operator na to, kaya naman hahabulin at hahabulin nila.
Kalmado lang sila, pero for sure si Davide din siya magpapakita ngayon kasi syempre Phantom pa rin yan. Yun nga, di ba? Iniisip siguro ni Dubstep na mag-A pa rin yung mga players dito ng Paperlex. Kasi siguro nasa isip ng Paperlex, parang sinasabi na tara mag-A pa rin tayo because there's no way na baka isipin nila na baka mag-B na tayo or something like that. Pero mas pinapakita rin talaga ng Paperlex yung sa pag-entry nila. Kalmado lang sila no? It's just the patience play lang kumbaga. Hindi sila papasok hanggat wala silang impormasyon kung ilan ba talaga yung tao doon. Hindi sila papasok na bigla-bigla na rin talaga. Play for picks na lang muna.
5-4 pa rin yung score natin. At least kahit pa paano Team Secret, lamang pa rin sila ng isang puntos dito. The operator, yet again, placed on a main here. No one really to see dahil wala ring nagpapakita. But honestly, that's Benkai and also Forsaken na meron ding palang operator.
Yun nga eh.
Baka bukas pa tayo matapos niyan. Magsisilipan pa sila ng mga full 1 minute tsaka palang papasok.
Mga bossing, meron pa tayong next game.
May next game pa, guys, ha?
Oo nga, nung oras na, alas 8 na. Baka naman.
Pero grabing confidence yan kung sakali man. You see an operator in the hands of Forsaken knowing that they have to push in. Pero may jing naman sila eh.
Uy, Diyos ko po, kala nila may push pero mukhang wala ata. Pero this is gonna be the counter na gagawin nga ng mga players nga ng Paperlex. Wala tayong makita. Ang dami ng talagang echoes dito. Pero mukhang papasok na ata sila. Dubstep will fall down. Si Forsaken kitang-kita na, naka-ready na, di ba?
Read like a book, I would say. And Benkai even. Davai getting a kill as well. Nandito lang siya sa may taas. At mahuhuli niya na rin si Jeremy. That's gonna be Borkum left alone for the side of TS. Makakapitas siya ng isa. That's Benkai. But this gives out the positioning of Borkum.
1v5. Davai will get that kill. Ito na nga eh. Sinabi nga natin
Napako tayo
sinabi na natin kanina, ito yung pinaka nakakatakot talaga sa TS. Kasi 3 games na natin to nakita. Napako sila sa 5.
Forsaken kasi, alam niya na yun lang yung kailangan niyang hawakan na angulo. Kasi una sa lahat, laging may sumisilip doon. Kahit platinum pa yung rank mo, may sisilip dyan. At alam ni Forsaken yun.
Platinum siya eh.
Platinum siya eh. Kakyo ko lang yan eh.
Kalaban na tayo rin isang araw eh.
Oh my God. Ito talaga. Team Secret right now. Siyempre, mapapa-time out sila.
5.
Angry Birds eh.
Angry Birds lang yan, man.
Ayan si Angry Birds.
Flex lang nyo.
Grabe naman si Boss Alex.
Diba?
Alex yan. Si Boss Alex.
1v1 tayo.
Ay, nako.
Grabe naman talaga si Rendon, no?
Forsaken.
Ay,
Opa. Paper Rex. Mga papel.
Opa.
Opakan lang nila.
May arpa, diba? Parang Korean-Filipino. Opar.
Opar. Bias din yung fan.
Oo, diba?
Kala nyo opa, pero par yun.
Oo, par.
Ganun lang guys. 5-5. Pantay pa rin ang laban. Dalawang may operator. Pagalingan na lang pumindot.
Pero besa, ito ang pinaka-importante nga. Walang flank detection yung side nga ng Papers kasi wala silang sentinel. So medyo nakakatakot lang din talaga to if ever they change side. Pero marami silang ACOMs.
Wala nga silang makita nung pumapasok sila eh.
Medyo mahirap talaga pag nag-choke sila. Daming ACOMs.
Pero dahil nga dyan sa Viper Wall, syempre, ligtas silang nakakatawid. di ba? At hindi alam ng Team Secret kung ilan na nga yung nakatawid, especially here onto ramps. Huling-huli nga si Envy. Malabas yung alaga. You're walking your dog, Par?
Par?
Oh, Par?
Oh, tignan natin baka matay pa sila. Pero nga na first second from up above. Knows exactly na sabi yung mga players ngayon ng Team Secret. Dubstep trying to save that operator again. Okay, save muna tayo dito. Pero si Borkum waiting and trying to cut off lang dito. Ano sila? Easy pick-offs if ever na talaga may mag-iikot dyan, which is yun yung gagawin ngayon ni
Borkum,
Mindfreak.
patayin mo, Borkum!
Oh no. Borkum.
Lamang naman siya sa angle eh.
Iikot!
Lamang naman si Borkum sa angle eh. No
Bawas
worries.
naman. Kahit armor lang.
Pero planted na yung spike dito and I think for Team Secret, again, because gusto nilang masabayan tong operator na to, kailangan nilang mag-save tatlo. Yun yung isa sa mga sakit at problema ng isang team. Kapag gustong-gusto mo na may operator, hindi ka makabuelo na, sige, push, laban natin to, guys. Wala kang choice kasi gusto mo i-save tong pera mo, gusto mo i-save tong operator na napakalaking investment.
Yeah. And yun din ang...
Aray ko.
Okay lang. Okay lang yan.
Sakit pain.
Pero sa tingin mo ba, if ever lang kunyari si Dubstep, hindi operator yung gamit niya, like sasabay niya si Jeremy dito na complete, na talagang papasok sila. Sa tingin mo, kaya
paano
ba?
natin nakuha yung 5 rounds?
Kay Dubstep. Lakas ng Pinoy eh.
Hindi lang niya mahanap muna exactly kung saan yung entrance or laging pumapasok itong PRX. Kasi ang play dito ng PRX is magpaparamdam sila sa ibang parte, may mid kahit papano, and then magra-ramp sila kasi lahat ng smoke nila nandun.
Hindi ko ilang kung bakit nga mahirap sa kanila. Pero the players of Paper is gonna go here and be already. Tandaan nyo, you can't spell Pinoy without PRX.
Merong knives dito si Forsaken. Again, flying up top. He sees one, pero hindi tatama yung blades na yan. Jing, though, was able to get the trade here. 4v4. May showstopper si Jeremy na pwedeng gamitin. But this is gonna be the plan from the Vi.
This is gonna be the complete retake na gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret. 6-6 ba or 7-5 ang makikita natin ngayon. Pero in terms of post-plant, marami yung side ng Paperlex ngayon. You have the stars. You have the paint shells. You have everything actually. But this is gonna be the showstopper ngayon. Ilalabas ngayon Jeremy mga kaibigan. Pero meron tao dito nga sa may mid. Pero wala siyang idea kung nasan ba. Dubstep will pick one. Dubstep super low on HP. Pero yun na nga yung showstopper niya. Jessica trying to cut off everyone! Nakakita ng isa. Pero meron pa isa. Gipit niya hopes. Kumbaga, Jeremy. Ito na naman sila. May tao sa may heaven. Pero yun nga, Jing. Inuubos lahat. 1v1.
1v1 with the great one. Pain shells to the face. Halfway na pala to. There's still time, pero the kill settles in. And that's gonna be Jing with an ace.
Medyo masakit lang din talaga. Kasi nga si Jing, isipin mo eh, no? Yun yung problema nila. They have yung post-plant. Ang ganda ng post-plant utils nila. You have the stars, you have the damage, you have the pain shells.
Lahat ng utility ni Jing tumama. Lahat na lang pwede mong maisip nag-connect. Pero ito, no, kung hindi nga nabawasan dito kahit paano si Dubby o kaya naman, hindi nila napilit i-updraft si Jing dito sa taas, posible pa nga mapunta sa Team Secret yon. But it is what it is. Pagdating sa game natin, hindi pa naman ganun kalayo, especially 5-7 is the score. Mabilis lang, mababalikan ng Team Secret to. But right now, let's pass it on to the panel to talk about the first half of the game.
Thank you, Villain Taylor. Again, we are 5-7 with Team Secret. You know, not in favor of Team Secret this time. So I think looking at this, we can see that I think that, you know, these games have gotten really, really slow. I think after 2 games, these teams are trying to just read each other. And I feel like, you know, with Team Secret picking up the op a lot, like Villain Taylor said, I feel like it's losing its value if it's not getting any early picks.
Exactly, nabasa lang talaga sila ng Paper X eh. Like, maganda yung positioning ni Dubby, don't get me wrong, over at A site, pero walang benta eh, walang siyang makuha dun eh. Kasi they're always making plays away from Dubby and yun eh, it's just the value of the operators. Hindi siya ganun ka 100%.
And that's the hurt na binibigay din pag ano ka kasi slow contact ka, diba? Again, it's kind of like multiple things colliding together then. It's the slow pace ng Paper X, making Team Secret guess a lot more kung saan dapat sila mag-pick dito. And because of that then, they actually got a couple of free kills out of nowhere. Envy got caught because basically they just didn't know, diba? And the problem problem of the double duelist talaga is you need to be to have a lot of proactiveness kasi you lose a lot of yung utilities that is better off for finding opponents and you trade that for utility that is best at fighting opponents. Diba? So because of that then, the pace definitely changed up as you guys mentioned with the with the adaptation ng Paper Rex.
Okay, looking into this now, with Team Secret finally going on attack, do you think, based on the comp that we've seen so far and the way that Paper Rex is playing, I feel like Paper Rex is really playing it safe. As you can see just now on B, they did not overcommit. Now, having them on defense, do you think that Team Secret is going to be able to kind of break that safe play?
Well,
I guess we'll find out. Anyway, we'll find out from our casters. Bill and Taylor, take it away.
We're back to the second half, and this is going to be the most important round nga sa side ng Team Secret. They need to win this pistol round.
Ito, ang pinaka-importanting pistol round ngayong araw na ito, guys. This starts off with a Trailblazer mula kay Envy. Spotting no one above ramps, I would say, dahil iisa lang ang nasa A site dito. And Team Secret right now, if they go A, this might be a good idea. But so far, nakakagulo sila sa mid. May flank na, bes!
Hindi na alam ko sa pupunta. Pero ito yung importante nga, diba? Walang flank detection yung side nga ng Paper Rex dito. And ito rin yung gagawin nila. Lilikuran na nila yung mga kalaban nila. For a second, we'll catch on Dubstep as well. Pero for a second, nakadalawa na siya. Pero ang problema nga nila, kinakabahan dito si Defy dito kasi nga wala talaga siya makita dito kahit isa. Forsaken, half HP. Pero sa Dubstep, they need to get that possession. They need to get that spike first here in heaven. Pero ang kalaban nila, yun nga, si Forsaken na lang mag-isa.
Muntik nang i-hammer down ni Envy. Yung intrusive thoughts niya, sumisigaw na doon. Pero gusto niya lang i-make sure na makukuha niya yung round na to. Dahil Jeremy secures the third kill for the round. And this pistol again goes to the side of Team Secret.
Ito besa, I mean, yes, double controller nga inside nga ng Paper Rex. They have a lot of smokes. They have full map control kasi nga meron silang Astra, meron silang Viper. Pero ito yung pinakamalaki nilang problema. Wala nga silang Sentinel dito. So literal na wala makakapagpigil sa pag-push nga ng Team Secret sa loob nga ng site. Literal na smoke lang. Yun lang ang talaga makakapagpigil sa kanila. So at least talaga, dun sa first half, marami na silang nakuhang score dun nga sa Paper Rex. Para sa second round, konti na lang ang iisipin nila. Pero medyo mahirap to kasi nga TS bumabawi at bumabawi na sila ngayon.
Lalo na kanina nung nasa defense tong TS, hindi kasi nila mabilang kung ilan yung tumatawid dahil nga dalawa yung controller eh. Wala ka talagang mapapansin dahil nakatakip para sa kanila. Again, TS, they have to be really careful. Nag-gauge sila na baka may shotgun eh. Baka may shorty. Ito yung mga play usually, lalo na pag pistol round pa rin para sa kanila. And that's gonna be Envy Jeremy opening up the site for the rest of the team. 4v3.
Si Forsaken, meron siyang Marshall dito. One tap na lang dito kay Dubstep together with Borkum kasi nga wala na silang armor ngayon. So they need to play safely pa rin talaga. Na kahit sila yung lamang, naka-Marshall pa rin sa Forsaken ngayon. Pero yun nga, meron siya nakita dito ng aso. Pero Borkum will catch that head as well. Pero dito naman sa Heaven, that is Mind Freak. Yun nga yung full map control na meron sila. Pero ang problema, dalawa na lang silang natitira ngayon.
Good smoke mula kay Borkum. And that's gonna be Forsaken going down. And Dobby to secure the double kill para sa panghuli. That's Team Secret. 7-7. Gaya nga nasabi natin, no, ganun ka-importante yung pistol round na yun dahil ganun mo rin kabalik or kabilis mababalik yung mga score na meron tayo dito. And now the goal for Team Secret is syempre makuha tong bonus round na naman.
Wala silang flank detection, pero meron naman silang Astra na pwede nga umikot-ikot dito together with Benkai. Kasi you can actually activate all your smokes, your utilities, anywhere around the map. So kayo yung pwedeng mag-flank ngayon. Oo, wala kayong flank detection, pero kayo yung pwedeng umikot ngayon. Pero ang tanong kung gano'n yung gagawin nila. Pero sa TS, standard lang talaga yung ginagawa rin nila.
Very much standard. Hanapin yung pick-off. Kung meron mang tao, explode tayo. That's the plan. Team Secret right now, they wanna go on to mid. May isang nasa A main and actually si Jessie Vash lang yan. Para tignan, para abangan.
Bonus round ngayon sa side ngayon ng Team Secret. They need to make the most out of all these utilities na meron sila. Pero yun nga, wala silang idea. No info. Dubstep, kalmado lang.
Hey, maganda pwesto ko dito. Feeling ko kakampi.
Nakita ng isa. Pero nga, tatlong kalaban mo dyan. Pero for sure, alam ni Benkai. Tinamaan siya. Satchel in. Papunta sa Heaven. Pero yun nga, trying to delay the rotations on the side of Paper Rex. At saan pa talaga sila pupunta? B ba or A? Sige, B na lang talaga.
Yun na nga magde-decide sila dito in the middle. Might be troublesome for the side of TS. Wala pa silang napapatay na membro ng PRX kahit isa, kahit marami na silang nakita.
Oh no! Kita sila, alam nila na andito lang sa heaven yung mga players ngayon.
Hindi nila alam
TS,
kung ilan.
Pero hindi wala silang idea kung ilan. Pero kailangan mo na nila makapitas dito kasi Forsaken nagpo-push niya. Pero one-way smoke ang ginagawa nila ngayon. Oh, walang na-blind. Saan na sila pupunta? Hilitong-lito na ako!
Psycho lang!
Hilitong-lito na ako! Jesse Vash?
Nahilo na si Kuya mo, Vil!
Try to cut off everyone. Pero yung nga ng Benkay...
Naguluhan din sila eh. Naguluhan yung mga tito natin, guys.
Gulong-gulo na rin ako. Saan talaga sila pupunta eh?
Hindi rin nila alam kung saan sila pupunta doon kasi naghahanap sila ng pick-off eh. Isipin mo, Dabi is already handling mid.
Yeah.
And then na-clear out nila yung mid completely. Walang tao!
At saka ito yung pinaka-importante, yung pwesto ni Jesse Vash, andun lang siya sa heaven, waiting nga na mag-rotate yung mga players ng Paper X doon. Pero walang pumasok sa heaven, men. Yun yung inaantay ni Jesse Vash doon. Kasi kumukulit yung apat, yes, from mid, from heaven, ng B, tapos from heaven ng A. Pero si Jesse Vash, andun lang talaga sa heaven. Tignan mo, saan siya napunta? Sa heaven.
Literal,
Sakto, mahal na araw na.
Tuloy. Oo nga, Holy Week na pala. Oh my God. Right now, 7 to 8 PRX ang may kalamangan dito. But itong mga micro decision, yung mga split decision making ng Team Secret might get them into trouble at times. But Ching, maganda positioning niya rin dito. Pagka-swing niya, buti na lang nahigo! Salamat, my freak! Kakampi ka na!
Nachup-chup mga kaibigan! Kitang-kita natin, nag-slide lang din talaga pakanan! Ginawang bulalaw eh! Ay, naku mo! Forsaken!
Nagmukhang cup noodles!
Panisop-sop!
Sarap! Mind freak! Diyos ko! 6B4! Thank you. Nice assist. Nice assist.
Ay, naku mga kaibigan! 6B5! Ay, 6B4 pala!
6B4.
Ay, naku, maraming salamat. Mind freak talagang sulit yung bayad eh.
Sulit? Bayad na bayad si Mind freak. GG, kas kumamaya yan sa'yo.
Ayan!
4v2!
Nice one!
Nice one! Inv secures the kill instead. 4v1 na lang to. Baka si Mind freak magpapapatay na lang din yan.
Ay, naku, Mind freak, di na alam ko ano iisipin niya kasi ang gulong-gulo na siya.
May camera pa.
Oo nga, kitang-kita ko. Grabe naman talaga si Direct Jesse Bash ngayon. Pang Viva Films.
Mind freak. Wala siyang magawa. Sabi, dito na lang ako. Sorry, Akin.
Bakit nagawa, di ba? Nag-emoji.
Napapatay na lang siya. Sorry, Akin, guys.
Ay, naku. Sorry.
My faults.
Oo. Ay, naku. Salamat, Mind Freak, sa lahat. Ay, naku. Mag-tweet ako mamaya. Thank you, Mind Freak, for the chup-chup.
Sim! I-tweet mo na yan. May picture pa tayo kasama. Bias din yan si Mind Freak, guys.
Ay, naku.
It is gonna be an 8-8 score as Mind Freak saves this gun for this round. Dikit na dikit ang laban dito. Walang pera ata ang... ay, hindi. Meron silang pera pambili. Ang PRX, at least, kahit papano, meron silang pera dito para maka-full buy pa rin. And for Team Secret right now, at least, napapunish nila talaga yung economy ng PRX dito.
Yeah,
Kasi si
exactly.
Forsaken, kung tutusin, mainit sa operator ngayon eh.
Oo, pero hindi naman siya ramdam. Mainit siya pero hindi siya ramdam, men.
Oo nga eh.
Oo nga. You know, yun.
Mas ramdam pa yung nakatayo dun eh, no?
Oo, yun. Alam mo ang tawag dyan?
Ano?
Kalbuff. Shoutouts nga pala kay kuya na walang buhok. Ang tawag dito ngayon sa TS, kalbuff. Kung wala ka, talo ang TS ngayon. Pero eto na sila, dire-diretso na talaga. Shotgun sa mukha! Shorty sa mukha! Lahat na sumasabog talaga kinain niya! Chup-chup pa! Wala ka nagawa! Si Roger Racker patay na!
Oh my God!
Si Dabay yun.
At si Wolf na lang ang natitira dito. 5v2 situation. Envy. May Seekers pa siyang pwedeng gamitin. Pero I doubt na gagamitin nila yan kasi hindi na nila kailangan maglabas ng kahit piso at 5 duling.
Oo, wala siya magawa. Kita si Jeremy, pumasok lahat patay. Si Dabay, sinasabi nila kamukha daw ni si Roger Racker. Pero shoutout nga pala sa iyo pare, idol kita. Pero si Benkay, wala siya magawa. Si Jing, wala rin, di ba? Kung ako sa inyo, mag-save na lang kayo.
Magsasave nga ata to.
Tinan mo yung bawas ng TS? Wala!
Kahit armor, wala!
Bawas naman kahit armor lang!
Ben, kahit tisot, wala!
Wala, kung ako sa'yo, umuwi na kayo!
Quit na kayo!
Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo!
Tigil nyo na yan! Bengkay, bangkay na! Maya-maya lang pag nasilip ni kuya mo, Jesse Vash. May camera si Envy gumagapang na rin at hinahanapin na hunting. That's gonna be a bye-bye para kay Envy at Jeremito as Jing secures the kill instead.
Ay, nako, shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Pero idol namin kayo lahat. Mahal na mahal namin kayo mga vloggers dyan. Love namin kayo. Uy, balita ko, si Razi daw nanonood ngayon.
Nanonood si Razi?
Shoutouts nga pala sa iyo, Razi. Ang taong laging nagtuturo ng Tagalog sa mga banyaga. Hello nga pala sa iyo.
Grabe, no? Yung operator, na maalam, ganun-ganun lang.
Oo.
Tapos isama mo yung pagkakastan ni Borkum. Perfect. Chef's kiss.
Wow, perfect di ba? Parang ni-ruler.
Kumbaga may ruler ka na, may protector ka pa. Kompleto ba?
Oh, kita-kita yung angulo 45.789 degrees.
Cute angle lalabas dyan.
Oo nga, di ba?
Ano ba naman yan?
Anong angulo ka ba? Kasi acute ka.
Ganun ba yan?
Oh, bes.
Sheesh! Sheesh!
Ito na.
Ito na,
Ito na si
guys.
Omay Dino sa mga kaibigan. Shoutout ka pa.
Meron silang blades dito mula kay Forsaken and I think that's being used right now, yeah? And Jing, may showstopper din. Itong mga Angry Birds na lumilipad dito, pang info-info lang ng PRX. But I don't think that guiding light actually spotted anyone. Bitin ata.
Pero shoutout nga pala dun sa shoutout nga pala dun sa mga nanonood sa TS Watch Party. Mahal na mahal namin kayong lahat. Idol, dahil sa'yo panalo ang TS, let's go.
Setting up stars na naman is gonna be Borkum. 40 seconds remaining for the rest of the team of TS. Uy, walang kamalay-malay. That's gonna be Jesse Vash going down. Alam nilang may tao sa Rams. Pero nandito na rin sila para tapatan si Jing. He's gonna go down, pero 2-to-1 trade yun.
4v3 right now. Oh no. Beng, kaya maganda yung position niya, pero buti na talaga nag-pick sila, Jeremy. Oh, pero pang isa. Baril niyo yung screen. Ay naku, biglang nagulat sila. Oh no, kaliwat ka ngayon sa Davai. Inuubos na lahat. Diyos ko! Ay.
Di ko nakita, pumikit ako.
Hindi ko rin nakita ano nangyari doon, Bes.
Hindi ko alam.
Huwag nyo na ipakita yung replay kasi ang sakit na.
Ang sakit. Ang sakit-sakit. Walang nakatingin kahit isa. Walang nagsabi kahit isa. Parang ganun yung pakiramdam. Because no one actually tried to pinch or punish him down. Lalo na dito si Jesse Vash nag-aabang lang, no? Sayang, wala siyang ka-trade-off. Yun lang eh. It is what it is. You have to clear out the site and the Vi in the end. Di nga niya kinailangan gumamit ng util kahit Trailblazer hindi niya nagamit na. 9-9 is the score.
Ito na yung buff na pinapakita nila. Babawi at babawi ang Team Secret ngayon.
Si Dabi naman daw. Kanina pa daw si Jeremy at si Envy.
Oo.
Siya naman daw muna.
It's my time to shine.
Sim. It's my time to shine. May Blade Storm siyang gamit-gamit dito.
Grabe naman. Up! Nice!
Sabi ko naman sa'yo eh. Dabi time.
Pag walang pera si Dabi, diba? So, paggipit. Sa patalim, kumakapit. Blade Storm ka muna ngayon.
At least 5v4 na. Nawala na yung isang controller. Pero isa lang yon.
Ito na yung mga petchay papunta na. 4 seconds, swinging out.
Kamusta ka ba, ha?
Walang malakas sa dalawa.
Bye-bye. Forsaken out. Next. Sino nang next na mag-audition?
Sige, isa-isa kayo pumunta. Valorant Katalit, mga kaibigan. Ito na.
The next auditionee, all the way from MYSG.
Op, Inbi, Lokay! No, yun nga sinasabi natin ngayon, tabay nakadrawa pa yun. Pero yung nga ng dab, sa pinuubos lahat. Winasiwas yung Blazer na.
Si Mind Freak na lang ang naiiwan na naman.
Sure win to.
Sure win na.
Sure win to.
Eh.
Pag si Mind...
Pag si Mind Freak ang naiwan,
sure win.
Sure win.
Ayan.
Kakampi natin yan, guys.
Maraming salamat.
3v1 to. And may camera pa sila, di ba? So, at least, bago mamatay si Mind Freak, may picture.
Oo, di ba? Nagpa-picture to si Mind Freak natin, di ba? Literal, si Mind Freak yung nagpicture sa amin.
Sabi niya, kayo ba yung the mods? In Tagalog pa, ha? Pinoy yan eh.
Oo.
Bias din yan, guys. Dalawa pa ang kanyang smoke na pwedeng makita.
May camera pa, kitang-kita.
Pero kita mo naman yung tunay na vlogger.
Ito tunay na vlogger.
Ay, natrap pa! Natrap pa! Itakbo mo na yan, Mind Freak!
Alam ko kung nasan ka.
Itakbo mo na yan.
Napapaligiran ka na namin. Ito nga guys, tandaan nyo. Yung mga nanonood sa lahat ng mga sa cellphone nila, sa PC, sa laptop, sa screen, sa TV, lahat na. If ever nanalo dito ang TS, meron silang tsansa sa DRX. Pero, lakas pa din ang DRX, Bes.
Lakas ang DRX, Bes. Parang pahirap ng pahirap lang yung sinasabi mo eh. Pero ang importante, pag nag-champion ng Team Secret, magbi-big boy challenge ka, di ba?
Hindi lang ako, Bes. Kasama ka.
Kung magcha-champion ang Team Secret, magbi-big boy challenge daw kami ni Vil.
Ayan.
Ayan na, sinabi ko na, kasama pa ako. PRX on a timeout right now. At they have to obviously figure out.
Shoutout nga pala kay Miss Kimi ng Riot. Nanonood sa atin ngayon, Bes.
Kimi!
Oo, kay Kimi. Yan, siyang Rioters. Ano tayo? Tinag tayo sa story.
Ay,
hello nga pala, Miss Kimi.
Hello sa inyo. At sa mga tropa din natin from Riot PH.
Hello nga pala sa inyo. Mahal namin kayo kasi kung wala kayo,
wala rin kami.
mga tropa natin, mga boss natin yan eh, di ba?
Boss yan! Boss Amo!
Boss Amo, men. Partida, si Kimi nasa Japan pa.
Wow!
Ohio! Sa imong tanan.
Ay, nako. Arika, thanks! Para sa'yo.
Nag-time
Sana
out
maganda dyan sa Japan, no?
Best, nag-time out ang paper legs kasi kailangan nila yan.
Mismo! Kailangan nilang habulin tong isang puntos right now from Team Secret side.
Uy! Si Narpim.
Nag-PM
Nagpapa-shoutout kasi nanonood sila sa atin.
Narpim!
Shoutout nga pala kay Narpim.
Shoutout sa'yo, Narpim.
Oo. Sana sobrang sayang lang din talaga pero...
Okay lang yan.
Okay lang yan.
April Fools daw yon. Hindi nila lang mag-talk. Pero bulag si Kuya mo, Dabi. Okay lang yan. Nagsagutan lang sila dito ng mga blind. Jeremy very low on HP but that's gonna be Forsaken taking the kill. Jeremy though, tutulungan si Tito Dabi. Kung bahala sa'yo, Kuya.
Sinabi nila si Jesse Bash daw ang pinakamatanda sa side ng TS at saka sa buong ligan to. Totoo yun.
Wala kaming masasabi.
Wala kaming masasabi. Siya yung nagsabi nun, di ba?
Oo, kung totoo. Di totoo.
Totoo, di ba? Isa siyang Thunder.
Thunder. Pero malakas ang mga Thunder, ha?
Omsin, kahit matanda yan, men. Mabilis ang daliri niyan.
Kita mo naman, pati yung skin na pinili niya sa Phantom niya, Thunder din. Siya yun, di ba? Yung parang naka-Zeus na...
Hindi ko alam eh.
Nakalimutan ko na kung siya yun eh.
Dabay,
Pero
saan
si
ka
Dabay,
pupunta?
saan ka punta? To the moon! Jeremy!
Ay, naku! Basang-basa sila!
Red like a book!
Ay, nako! Ito na, nilabas na ni Jesse Bash yung dyaryo niya. Yung tabloid man, eto na! Okay, Borkum. Okay, kalmado lang tayo sa may screens, mga kaibigan. Si Jing lang ang nandyan.
Lalim pa ng smoke.
Kitang-kita ng aso. Ngat-ngat ka ngayon sa mukha, baby boy.
Meron mang magiging Roomba dito pero hindi pa rin nila alam na si Borkum nandyan lang sa Gen.G! Labas ka pa, but that's gonna be the last player. Bengkai!
Let's go!
Magiging bangkay! Ito na ba ang panahon na Team Secret ang mananalo sa PRX?
Ay, nako! Isipin mo, TS, dire-diretso, wala pa silang talo!
Ay!
Isipin mo, 9-11 lang, saya-saya na natin kasi dun nga talaga mapupunta yon. Pero shoutout nga naman talaga sa mga... Uy! Shoutout kay Mr. Stephen Ong ng Rotobox!
Ay! Ayan!
Shoutout sa Rotobox Philippines. Hello nga pala sa inyo. Baka naman.
Ay, nako! Grabe, oh. Parang si Jesse Bash, chill lang talaga siya. Diba?
Chillin na like a villain.
Chilling lang ka, villain. Konting kembot na lang, guys. Makakarating na tayo sa destination natin.
The plan is to win!
Ganun lang ka-basic yon. That's gonna be the flash settling in. Walang pakialam si Dabi kahit merong chup-chup dyan. Makakapasok pa rin. Mind freak though. Medyo naaaliw na siya dito, Dabi! It's gonna be dubstep time!
Ay, nako! Nag-isipin nyo, pumunta kayo sa Korea para matalo!
Envy, nagpa-plant na ng spike. Cosmic Divide to na nakasetup. Sige lang,
wala
setupin nyo lang!
Pera next round, mga kaibigan! Oh no! Sige, mag-save na lang kayo kasi kailangan nyo yan.
Save na nila dito yung showstoppers. Save pa nila yung ult nila, pati yung Viper. Mapapalabas, mapapalayas, play for overtime. Yan ang plano nila ngayon.
Mag-overtime?
Baka mag-overtime.
Walang pera? Baka!
Naku po! Dito pa! Ito yung mahirap eh. Pag sa latter part ka ng laro, dun bumabawi. O kaya naman dun na masastock yung score mo. Mahirap, pero ito na naman si Jing. Pumipitas pa.
Mainit si Jing.
Sige.
Okay lang yan. Match point secured.
Match point
Sige
secured.
lang. Alam mo, best, nagpapapatilan talaga si Envy at si Borkum dyan. Para maramdaman naman talaga ng paper legs. Ganito pala yung feeling makakill.
Ito kasi sabi nila, guys, kailangan yung barrel next round. Teka lang, papunta na kami.
Oh, ito na.
Ito na,
diba?
200, 200, 200, 200. 100.
Kung hindi man lang pwede mag-drop yung kalaban, at least
Donasyon na lang.
nagpapapatay sila, di ba?
Charity work. Ganyan ang Pinoy.
Ay, nako. Dubstep, dire-diretso pumasok, nakapatay ng dalawa. Dabay. Babay. Bengkay. Ginawang bangkay. Lahat namin.
Itong exit frags do. Dami pa rin
shoutout.
Gusto nilang ubusin Gusto nila patayin lahat ng PRX kasi nga walang pera
Men, sobrang saya sa watch party. Sana nandun tayo ngayon.
Oo nga kaso nandito tayo.
Oo, shoutout nga
Pero
pala sa
tayo
inyo.
naman yung wina-watch nila.
Oh, love na love namin kayo sa lahat na nasa watch party. Maraming salamat sa support sa Team
Silip
Secret
ka,
sa
dali!
Dubstep, mga kapatay! Kitang-kita sa crosshair, mga kaibigan. Walang, wala talagang mintis Bam!
Isa pa.
Gumugusto
Valorant Got Talent na naman tayo.
Si Dabay, yung isang initiator nila, wala na. Wala na silang blinding.
Wala na silang pangbulag dito nga. Tsaka, wala na silang initiator at all. Wala pa silang sustain.
Wala na, di ba?
Wala pang healing over here.
Sabi ko sa inyo, nung 1-0 na yung score dito, nag-FF na kayo.
Warm-up game natin yun, guys. Yung game 1, bigay lang, kumbaga. But Forsaken, makakapitas siya ng isa dito, though.
Kalmado lang. One back
to the head.
Chamba. 4v4 right now. 4v3 pala. Pero Forsaken, alam nila kung nasan ba. Wala sila makikita kahit isa. Pero nga, Envy, tumatalon-talon na. Bengkay, oh no.
Medyo masakit.
No, patay ka. Si Bengkay. Wala kang idea.
May cosmic divide sila. Buti
Nice!
na lang. And that's
Nice!
gonna be Borkom. Securing the kill dun sa nagro-rotate. Siya na bahala humawak ng rotations dito habang tumatakbo ang dalawang miyembro ng Team Secret na kay Envy ang spike and she has, or rather he has to do it right now. Here comes the party ang sabi dito. Pero nga lang, Jeremy going down and Jing is gonna get a kill and that's gonna be PRX securing the kill still. 12-10. Mainit.
Best, walang pera yung tatlo. Si Mindfreak, tsaka yung iba, Mindfreak and Friends. Wala silang pera kahit konti ngayon. Pero naka-vandal sila, okay lang yan. Last na nila yan. Pero ang problema nga ng players nga ng PaperX dito is isa na lang ang kailangan ng TS para manalo. Lahat ba? 13-11? Ano ba?
Oo nga, no? 13-11 yung score natin sa first map, sa second map. At itong pangatlong mapa, parang the future ata is the same,
Wala talagang nasabi nga natin kanina, diba? Parang parang si Jaworski versus Kobe. Ano ba si Kobe? 24. 13 plus 11, 24.
Pani!
Quick maths. Husband?
Yung utak ko nga kinocompute pa rin
kinocompute. Pero tama ba yun?
Di ko alam. Ako nag-caster O sige, Forsaken! Nice out mo pa! May isa pa atang gusto sumama dito. Dabay ang kanyang pangalan. And that's gonna be the Borkom going down. Dubstep from behind! 4v2 situation. Isa at dalawa na lang!
Jing at Bengkay, mga kaibigan, sila lang natitira! Diyos ko, isipin mo pupunta kayo ng Korea para mamatay lang isa-isa!
Oh my God, mananalo tayo sa PRX, guys.
Ay,
Kahit kami hindi
nako!
namin in-expect!
PRX! Pinoy! Really strong! Yan ang ibig sabihin yan!
Hindi tumama.
Dubstep, ito na. Pero Bengkay! Ito na.
To the head.
Ito na kailangan niya. Bengkay.
Tap to the head.
Guys, one baby! 13-10 mga kaibigan na isusulat sa Biblia!
Basic pandamots ang nag-cast!
Sure win talaga!
Sure win talaga!
Ay, nako!
Asahan nyo na! Team Sure Win!
Ay, best Paper Rex? Para namang hindi ramdam yan!
Ganun lang ka-basic, guys. Walang kabayas-bayas.
Oo, kasi kami ang non-bias casters.
Pero tama na naman ang Biblia na isulat na naman ni Nostra Wendell, guys. Team Solid.
Sure means sure namin. Bes, ito.
Hashtag Pinoy Pride! Hashtag Laban Pinas! Hashtag
Sure win kami ngayon. Ayun nga, di ba? Sa mga nanonood sa watch party, maraming salamat sa nanonood sa inyo, guys. Stay lang kayo kasi meron pa tayong game number 2.
Yun yung ating parang spike rush para sa ating lahat. Pero again, Bes, nanalo tayo sa PRX.
Oo, isipin! Alam mo tawag, Damots buff.
Totoo. Tsaka isa pang malupit dito, bago tayo pumasok dito sa araw na to, pinag-usapan na natin to parang mahirap ngayong araw
Totoo.
Talagang magtutuwan to
Oo nga, isipin mo 3 games pero ang dali-dali pala.
Kahit pala ako yung isa sa Team Secret, mananalo pa din
Oo, ay nako, partida nakasarado pa yung monitor ni Jessie Bash ngayon.
Pero, my God, let's just talk about this game because Jeremy was definitely on fire pagdating doon sa attacker nila. Lalo na yung mga showstopper play niya and Satchel in play, and then kasabay pa nun yung mga stun ni Borkum, and everything else, fist bump muna mga kapatid.
Fist bump muna.
Sabi niya, balik ka muna sa kabilang bump.
Huwag niyong lakasan ha, baka mapila yung mga players ng Team Secret ha. Kalma lang kayo, pero yun nga mga kaibigan na nakita natin ngayon na sobrang saya sa watch party kasi lahat sila panalo ngayon!
Friends namin sa Facebook yan, mga yan.
Oo, mga kumakaldag na yun.
Kumakaldag na si Borkum.
Ayun, nagbe-big boy! Nagbe-big boy, please!
Yan ang susunod na makikita nyo kay Vil. Pero picture muna tayo. Smile!
Pilipinas ang nanalo ngayon! Ang dali-dali mag-Valorant pero hirap na hirap ang paper next doon.
Si Jeremy, tama nga, peace sign lang, kumbaga. At yung
ayun,
sana nandyan din kami.
Sana nandyan din kami, sama-sama tayo sa watch party. Actually, pagkatapos itong araw na to.
Tingnan mo ginagawa ng Paper Rex sa likod.
Ano ginagawa?
Nagliligpit.
Nagliligpit. Isipin mo, ang saya-saya ng mga kalaban mo, tapos ikaw nagliligpit ng keyboard kasi uuwi na kayo.
Lagay mo na yung, hindi pa naman.
Hindi pa ba?
Hindi pa.
Kung ako sa kanila, umuwi na sila.
Hindi pa sila uuwi. Pero eto, hindi pa nga.
Isipin mo ba sa 3 countries ang Paper Rex? Kalaban ng 5 Pinoy.
5 Pinoy, pero panalo pa rin tayo. Pinas lang talaga sa kalam, no? Guys, Pinoy pride tayo dito, ladies and gents. That's game or series number 1 para sa ating lahat. Team Secret ang nagwagi. At syempre, doon magtatapos ang first series natin. Hindi pa kami tapos. May second series pa. Kami pa rin magkakas.
Meron pa tayo second series. So, yun nga, is mga nanonood dyan sa kanilang mga bahay, sa watch party ng TS. Shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Mahal na mahal namin kayo. And meron pa second series. So, kalma lang kayo, ha?
Hindi nawala ang hashtag Tondolence natin, ladies and gents. Di ba? Congratulations ulit sa Team Secret. But right now, papasa na natin sa ating mga panelists para pag-usapan kung ano nga ba nangyari sa larong to. Team Secret, congrats!
At ayan, ang victors natin for today ng Series 1 is Team Secret. Again, this is a very, very close series. All of these games today have been so close. Pero I really wanted, like, what made it so close, but what also made Team Secret come out on top here?
I think yung pinakasimpleng sagot nila dito, magandang adaptability ng Paper Rex. They had a lot of things that was working out for them. The slower pace also made Team Secret play the slow pace then, and dun natin nakita talaga mag-shine up din si Forsaken. There was one round, nakita natin, where Forsaken was able to beat out yung operator dito ni Dubstep, and sequentially, sumunod lang dito yung Paper Rex din. But ultimately, I felt like nung naging attacking side ng Team Secret, ibang klase. Sabi na ng klase natin, si The Mods, na Jeremy, sobrang solid ng kanyang follow-up sa util setup ni Borkum with the race.
So parang, just to add with the Jeremy point, na parang kung kanina sa previous games nila, Jeremy is yung nag-o-open, di ba? This time, it's a combination with Borkum on game number 3. May naka-ready siyang utilities, then Jeremy comes in, mas mabilis yung pag-open niya and just allows, again, another side to be open right away. Nakita nga natin on their attacks over at A side, kahit na medyo nga Paper Rex, what they've been doing has been, they try to slow down yung laro ng Team Secret all throughout, no? Especially nung naging defenders na yung Paper Rex. Pero it's just that, mas binibilisan din lalo ng ng Secret.
I mean, agree ako dyan kasi I feel like nung second half, we had Team Secret on attack. Parang they took back the tempo of the game. Nakita natin sa first half, PRX was playing it slow and that didn't work in Team Secret's favor. Pero nakita natin in the second half, Team Secret started and continued to come up with some very fast, confident executes. I think we also saw the Astra Raze Jet combo be utilized a lot. I feel like, both teams did utilize the team comp, pero I think mas refined lang yung timing and, faster execute on the side of Team Secret, and PRX just could not respond in time. It's parang, I don't know, is it that, Team Secret just read them faster? Because there were also times I could feel na PRX did read them and gave them a fake, made them think they had the right read and then made a fake read. And I think Jing and Bankai kind of banked on that when Team Secret just didn't expect it.
Hindi when it comes to parang Team Secret stuck to their guts. Na parang kung si Dubstep, operator main siya, brings out an operator na super wide angle doon sa, over at A main, tas, with a fair of gravitational well, makakuha siya ng isang peak, gets 2 frags sometimes, and then, ayun lang, it's just sticking to what they know. Yun yung ginawa ni Dubstep, bilang MVP nila. He just really opened up a huge ton for Secret.
Something I was really impressed about, specifically kay Dubstep actually, that was the MVP for this entire game, was actually yung blades niya. Kasi again, the issue that I think Secret was having nung nagkakaroon sila ng rut nila, a couple of months ago, was nung siya yung sole jet player ng Team Secret before they adjusted and gave Jeremy, half of the reins, is yung problema niya with the blades. But now, this entire series, actually the third game, sobrang ganda ng blade play niya dito. So that ultimately led then to some pretty good rounds para sa Team Secret.
I think so too. But anyway, I think, Team Secret, again, congrats on the win. And again, of course, we can't go on to our next series until we have an interview with our champ. So in a few minutes, in a few seconds, we're going to be having an interview with Jessie Vash. Hi. Hello po.
Hindi pala white.
Ayun. Hello, Mr. Jessie Vash.
Tagalog.
Oh, pwede.
Tagalog. Gaming chair.
Yeah.
Ayun, congrats, Jessie Vash, on your win. Kumusta? How are you feeling?
Ayun, finally, after almost over a year, di ba? Comeback, nakuha na natin. For us, nakuha na namin yung number 1 spot again na sa amin naman talaga before.
Oh, yun na!
Yeah, para sa amin kasi it's Paper X. Sa Southeast Asia lang, hindi kasama yung DRX.
Oh, okay. Pero going, with APAC, sa whole ng APAC, sino yung next teams that you're looking forward to? I'm pretty sure na kasama dyan si DRX. Pero are there any teams now you're looking to really take down dito sa VCT Pacific?
Other teams. I think, gusto ko makalaro yung more on Japan team actually. Or the global esports kasi gusto ko yung mga nag-i-import Yan yung mga gusto kong talunin
Good task!
Ewan ko ba't sa NA pa sila nag-i-import
Tama naman. Ikaw ba muna?
Sige, Asuray.
Sige. Yo, Vash, tanong lang pala man. Gusto ko lang malaman kung prepared ba kayo doon sa composition na ginamit ng Paper Rex nung Game 2 saka Game 3? Kasi diba, yung last time nakita natin sila sa India Invitational, ginamit nila yung Harbor. Were you expecting na babalik ba sila sa Double Duelist? Or yung composition na ginamit nyo with the Breach Brim, was suited for everything?
Ayun, sa map to aware kami dun sa magiging comps nila since it's Jing tsaka Forsaken. Yung normally 2 duelist talaga sila. So medyo aware kami doon. So, napagandaan namin yun. And sa split, alam namin na medyo magiging same composition. Yun lang, hindi lang sila naglagay ng Sentinel, ng Viper to Sentinel. Viper to Cypher lang yung different, di ba? Pero yun nga, sabi ko sa players ko, wala, Jet Dip tsaka Raze Dip lang yan, wala rin yan. Wala lang. Kasi medyo may pressure talaga pagkalaban mo sila Forsaken tsaka Jing. Kasi pag tinignan mo kasi leaderboard, nandyan lagi sila sa top 5, top 3.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so eto naman sa akin, more on a personal level, Jessie Vash. Along the players dito sa Paper X, sino ba isa sa mga players nila yung pinaghandaan mo talagang kalabanin among the 5 players ng Paper X?
Si Forsaken talaga kasi siya yung talagang gusto kong player doon sa Paper X. Kasi grabe mag-rent yung player na yan. Number 1 na sila sa Southeast Asia, and then pag chinek mo yung profile niya, merong like 200 games agad sa this act. Parang every act, 500 games, ganon. So yun yung gusto ko. Siguro kung medyo maluwag lang schedule ko, ba ganun din ako. Kaso, pero wala yun talaga.
Kaya
yun yung gusto kong makalabang kasi sobrang talented talaga ni Forsaken.
True.
The respect is there talaga.
Anyway, thank you, Jessie. May gusto ka bang sabihin sa mga supporters nyo dito? Maraming tayong watch parties. Anything you want to say to the fans back home?
Ayun, shoutout and maraming salamat sa suporta sa mga Filipino fans and kahit sa lahat ng fans talaga, and shoutout sa wife ko and kay Jesus na nanonood.
Isang knife post
siya na ba yung sunod na, Secret member? Si Jesus ba?
Ha?
Siya na ba yung sunod na, next na member?
Baka 6 man namin.
Yun!
Jesse, paano naman? Pa-knife post naman dyan gamit yung mikropono.
Ano ba nangyari? May na-knife ba ako? Ano nangyari doon?
Anyway, maraming salamat, Jessie Vash. Congrats again sa win nyo today and good luck in your next series. Take care dyan sa Korea.
Love you to, love you.
Ay, thank you, love you. Thank you.
Ang saya.
Sarap paging Pinoy.
Yeah, grabe. You can feel like, he's just so cheerful about the win, and it's really nice. Deserve talaga nila yun. And, it's interesting to see that they actually want to go against, Japanese teams yung sinabi ni Jesse that he actually wants to go against.
I think more than anything else, if you kind of himayin natin yung sagot niya na yun, it's more of he wants to diversify din yung experience na take dito ng teams. Kasi ilang beses pa sila nakipagkalaban sa mga Korean teams. Not so much the Japanese teams din dito. And again, global esports, a whole bunch of different regions colliding into one team din. So, kung nakikita nyo, gusto niya pang i-broaden yung horizon ngayon ng Team Secret.
Na parang, if you add more experience towards your team, kung sino yung mga kalaban mo, it's like preparing for the bigger stage din. Sure, in lock-in, meron sila kalaban, pero hindi naman yung Robin Like, konti-konti lang naman. And then, of course, throughout their experience, but then if you take yung mga experience and knowledge mo from taking, beating down different teams dito sa region mo, once you go up on stage, parang hindi ka na masusurpresa dun kung ano man dadalhin nila. And that's a pretty, parang alam mo the experience from Jesse Bash is really there na parang get more experience with me from my team, and then let's get from others, and let's learn from that.
Exactly, and I feel like it kind of would have been interesting because if we had something come here on on PRX. But again, we will see maybe in the coming weeks here in VCT Pacific. But anyway, this was just Series 1 of Day 5 of VCT Pacific. We will be back with Series number 2 with Detonation, Focusme versus Gen.G. So stay right there, and we'll be right back.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Fight!
Welcome back mga kababaya sa ating series number 2 of day 5 of VCT Pacific. I'm your host, Rubik's and together with me is Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So we just came out of our match with Team Secret and Paper X. It was a really close series pero syempre panalo ang Team Secret. Team solid na talaga. And you know, may nakita tayong condolence and of course we had an interview with Jessie Vash. How are we feeling, you know, after the first series natin today? How are we feeling about series number 2 natin?
Masaya kasi syempre nanalo ang Team Secret.
Good vibes.
Ano talaga nila, winamagayway ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
Well, masaya din. Wala na ako masabi.
The country is happy, the Philippines is happy.
Yeah. When the Philippines is happy, we're happy.
Oh, yes. Happy. Yung joyness level natin sobrang taas na. Going into second series, sure we do love watching the second series, pero parang in limbo pa rin tayo sa first series. Like parang, yeah.
I mean, you know, napaka-intense talaga yung laban. Yeah. You know, it was really, like, that last game, not gonna lie, I was kind of feeling, you know, medyo unsure a bit. But again, Team Secret prevailed kasi grabe talaga yung teamwork, team play nila. And, I mean, moving on sa match natin right now, Detonation Focusme versus Gen.G. I feel like maybe people are looking towards Gen.G sa matchup na to. Like, they are pretty, you know, they do seem pretty strong. But we did not see Soldem. We're not sure if Soldem is going to play here. So again, Detonation Focusme. Yeah, I think you know the spotlight has kind of come off of Soldem, I think, for VCT Pacific, and I'm wondering if we're going to see him not play again.
The thing is, I feel like Suggest has done a better job at what Soldom has done nga. Kasi yung problema talaga dyan, when we were kind of, discussing this beforehand, na Soldom tends to play a lot more individualistic, which is a very big issue dito since he tends to go off kilter with away from his team. Problema na he doesn't get the picks and consequently, he gets picked off, which is really bad para sa kanya. And up against Gen.G, that plays incredibly well as a unit, mahihirapan dito ang DFM if they actually bring out Soldom once more.
Oh, yeah, just to add lang sa DFM, I mean, sure, when you go to register your teams, they have their dedicated roles. Pero what really confuses me around DFM as a team is Suggest has been registered as a support, but he's been currently playing a lot of Jet mostly. He's been playing a lot of Duelist. So, I don't know, maybe it's against by the books team against who just want to improvise and try to win. But then for DFM so far, it's not working out for them at all. Because in their first week 0-2, well, against Paper X din naman yun number one in our region so far. Pero DFM still a Japanese team. We expect a lot of them for into these games. Pero they're just the younger brother that hindi pa rin nakaupo sa trono.
I mean, going off of what you said about Suggest, I really feel like he is registered as a support. We did see him playing Duelist. I really want to highlight his Raze plays because he did go a bit offensive on the defense on Lotus, and I'm kind of really excited to see how Gen.G plans to play, because on Lotus we actually saw them incorporate this really, really, I guess, refined buy round. I think we saw something from their KO Jet. Everyone was involved sa lineup. Now I think the Fade and the Jet really played a lot into that map, and I'm hoping that we see Lotus from them again. And again, going off of Suggest from Detonation Focusme, I think he also performed really well on that map. So I'm kind of excited to see how these two go head-to-head on Lotus.
Alright, and just to talk about Lotus, alright, we've seen them perform super well in that match. DFM, sino yung kalaban nila doon when they played, they got 13-11 on Lotus?
That was Paper X?
Yeah, that was Paper X. Pero, if we are talking about Lotus, Gen.G played this before, and it's their most successful map so far in their run. And, just from numbers alone, 100% win rate, attack win rate percentage, above the 50% threshold, same as their defense. Although one time pa nito nalaro in this season, in this tournament, pero the gameplay na pinakita ng Gen.G over at Lotus, if ito yung pinaka-best map na sasabihin natin ng TFM going into this match, parang kawawa yung Japanese brothers natin dito.
Yeah, ang nakakatakot din actually dito kay Gen.G is I feel like they've already fixed a lot of the issues that they were having the last time that we saw them sa Locket.
That's right. Anyway, again, welcome to the official Filipino broadcast of VCT Pacific. I'm your host, Rubixco, and again, this broadcast would not be possible without our sponsors. So again, if you want to go, we have a thing up for grabs from Grab Unlimited. So kung gusto nyong mapanood ng favorite VCT teams mo sa Korea, all you have to do is sign up to the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge to win a trip to watch the championships live. All you have to do is scan this QR code right here in the corner of your screen para makasali kayo sa Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. All you have to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited, with the first month being absolutely free. Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every store. And if you join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win VALORANT gun buddies, sprays, player cards, and kung swertehin ka, you can win the grand prize of a trip to Seoul, South Korea for the VCT Pacific Championships. So what are you waiting for? Malay mo, baka ikaw mismo ang mapadala ng grab sa VCT Pacific Championships. Also, don't forget to support the live streams. We are streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. That is Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports Philippines on Facebook and YouTube. Huwag niyo kalimutan i-share yung streams. And again, special thanks to our other sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe for making VCT Pacific League possible.
Woo!
That is a lot of sponsors. I mean, it's for the love of Valorant. It's really good to see so much support that, the game is receiving. And going into this, especially here dito sa Pacific, I can really feel kind of, I think Pacific has that kind of camaraderie between the teams. We saw them in lock-in, especially maybe on Twitter, more kind of like that. Everyone here is just here to have a good time, learn off of each other, and grow.
Yeah. Oh, wait lang. Polo by Ralph Lauren, baka kailangan mo dyan.
Ayan, model niyo.
In case lang, naghahanap.
Just in case.
Yeah. More than anything else pala, I do want to add lang din na I love the banter that we also have here in Asia Pacific. I'm glad your name is Juicy Brucey Banter. But again, kasi it's something very wholesome din. Yung nag-aasahan sila and such, pero it doesn't really go to the point na parang, oh, there's going to be real-life enemies. It's all about, as you mentioned, all about the camaraderie, all about that building friendships. And that's always fun. And nakita natin yan. A lot with the interviews na ginawa din with VCT Pacific, more focusing dun sa Jesse Vash saka Patifan na interview was really fun and everything. So with that being said then, I hope na there is going to be that bit of camaraderie with Gen.G as well as Detonation. Kasi I feel like both of these teams can really build off of each other, especially DFM na had a lot of issues. Kasi again, when they were coming into lock-in, they were also a team na, how do you mention this? That was actually very recently built, and also that was the first time I believe that they also played together in a LAN tournament.
Exactly. I think the first time all 5 of them met. But I mean, going into this as well, the upcoming scene may potentially cause seizures.
It's a trigger warning.
Okay, trigger warning.
We care for our viewers.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I think I didn't see the warning earlier, but yeah, if you are prone to strobing and flashing lights, you know, the stage opening is pretty something.
Oh, it's pretty cool. Si something. Si something.
Wala si something
Hindi pa
today.
nakasama kanina. So, andyan na siya. But anyway, these are the player walk-ins, right? And good to see these players going into our second series for today.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add lang. Excuse me, sorry. At least I feel like we already know that it's going to be a Gen.G high odds sa series na ito.
Yeah.
With all of the community pointing towards them, sobrang lakas ng players nila. One of the key players that I've seen coming in from them is one of their newest additions, which actually is Sylvan. And he actually plays on that initiator role. How many times did he actually have such a great, I think, a set amount of clutch plays when they had against RRQ? So having him in that particular position is really beneficial dito para sa Gen.G.
I mean, I think I agree with the Sylvan pick. Also, you know, Goddead. I feel like Goddead and Sylvan have kind of found this synergy. And, you know, being the 2 newest members, I think they're transitioning really, really well into Gen.G. And I think that's I feel like they were part of the recipe to success that they saw back in week 1 against Talon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, if we are going into second series for today, I mean, a lot of us would agree that the numbers are stacked against Gen.G. Pero like, you know, with DFM, maybe perhaps after lock-in, nakalaro na sila on LAN for the first time together in lock-in, now going into our second week dito. Maybe it's, hindi naman siguro third time nila, but you know, playing professionally, third time going here. Hopefully, it's like they have already meshed up their composition together as a team and their synchronization as well. So parang yun yung one of the highlights na inaantay natin for DFM at least to get some point here on week number 2.
Well, if we're going into odds, I think, you know, we haven't done a prediction for this series yet. So, DFM, Gen.G, I'm going to start this off by saying I'm a bit in favor of Gen.G for this one. How about you?
I am also in the favor of Gen.G.
DFM agad?
Do you want the cloud makeup again?
Sa secret lang ako hindi tatalap eh.
Mag-agree, no?
Agree tayo agad dyan. Pero pag kayong dalawa magkasundo, kapila agad?
Here's a curious fact din pala. Diba there are some players that come from the Korea region that actually play in Japan. And one of those players, aside from Soldan, was actually Meteor na naging teammate din pala ni Zinfree beforehand. So this is a bit of a nice little reunion on opposite sides of the spectrum, which, I don't know, just to kind of point it out there. In any case then, Meteor also very, very pivotal, I think, on that match against RRQ. Napakadami na nakuha niyang kills in that particular series. 43 overall, hovering over both the Jet at Raze niya.
All right. So, you know, just to, you know, since we're talking about the players, we're talking about the age compositions as well. Here's, parang masasabi ko lang for DFM, na parang if ever they allow Gen.G to play in Fracture, be it first game or second game, parang natatakot ako para sa DFM dito. It's like, you know, it's gonna be in the bag for Gen.G if that's the case.
Well, looking at how the things are going, I mean, I feel like this maybe does kind of, although, you know, I feel like it is more in the favor of Gen.G, it's kind of opening my eyes to see that maybe DFM, again, with, you know, Soldam not being here, but Suggest also kind of filling in that missing presence. I feel like maybe we could see maybe a 2-1 in this series, not too sure, but definitely not underestimating what DFM can bring to the table.
I also, something that's also interesting, I think, to point out, at least hyper-focusing this at Gen.G, diba, when they had the RRQ match, is up against a region that they're not very familiar with, which is, I think, non-Japanese regions and not Korean regions. Nahihirapan sa first few set of rounds mag-adapt dito ang Gen.G. But coming into this series, I don't think that's going to be the case with Detonation Focusme na, again, they have a lot of, they have a lot of information, they have a lot of history with the players, especially again with Meteor and such. So whatever map that we go on,
oh god, it's fractured.
This is going to be very scary, I think, for the most part talaga sa DFM. I think more than anything else, the storyline here is, can DFM set the pace first or not.
Yeah, just to add, then DFM chose Lotus. I'm rooting for DFM because pinili nyo Gen.G. But then, since over here, DFM chose Lotus, but then the last time Gen.G played Lotus, sobrang ganda yung performance nila dito eh. So, numbers and just how the script is written all along, looking at Gen.G so far.
I mean, again, we have our first map, which is Lotus with Gen.G on attack. I feel like what I want to really highlight here is, as they play attack, I really want, people should take note of how they entry or how they play the start of their rounds, especially during gun rounds, because, again, they have really, really, I guess, intricate executes. And I think that DFM, they're going to be playing defenders, and I want to see how they can utilize, they usually utilize the double controller. So kind of want to see how they can play that against the really, really fast executes that Gen.G plays.
If ever, Gen.G, ano ba yung starting round? Okay, Gen.G starting out as attack over at Lotus, and looking at their last time, their score was around 8 as attackers. They gave RRQ a run for their money, and if we are looking back as well on the fight of DFM versus PRX over at Lotus when they were defenders, it's also 5. So parang, it's just the idea na parang as attackers, Gen.G starts out super well dito sa Lotus.
Ooh, they have Reyta hovering over the Cypher as well. I'm not actually a big fan of Cypher dito sa Lotus. Even though in paper dapat okay yung kanyang utility to make everything work out, I feel like it's gonna be very scary. The thing is then, they were up against a Paper X that I think was still adapting yung kanilang playstyle dito, but against Gen.G, mas nakakatakot talaga sa DFM. Even if, again, they had the better rounds in this particular map, I think they're going and putting themselves into the unknown.
I mean, I agree with you there. This looks like a really, we can't predict the outcome of this, but we'll have to see in the match just now. So, the mods, Bill and Taylor, ready na ba kayo?
Ready kami, Revi. Siyempre, andito na ulit kami, ang mga tunay na casters. The mods nga pala, para sa ating second series, kumbaga tinatawag natin show match na lang.
Show match to. So, siyempre, para sa mga nanonood sa Korea, di ba? Alam nyo ba, na pinag-usapan namin ni Taylor is itong jacket lang, pero hindi namin ine-expect na pareho kami.
Parehas din yung pati paloob.
Parehas ng kulay.
One brain cell, one brain cell.
Nice one. And yun nga, nakita natin ng laban ng Team Secret kanina.
Okay na yun, guys.
Nanonood naman kayo ng VALORANT, alam nyo na yan.
That's it for us. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin dito, and see you tomorrow.
Sasabihin na lang namin, uy, nakapatay. Nice one.
Ayun. Anyway, we are finally back para sa ating second series of the day. O yung panghuling series natin. At syempre, the mods pa rin ang makakasama ninyo. And this time around, eto mga future enemies.
Lalong-lalo na, ang next match ng Team Secret is Gen.G. So if ever manalo ang Gen.G dito, okay lang. Kasi sa TS, hindi naman sila manalo.
Basta panalo tayo sa PRX, guys. Yun ang importante para sa araw na to. Nagwagi na naman ang Pilipinas. Pero dito muna tayo magpo-focus sa ating pangalawang match, pangalawang series para sa araw na ito. Dahil it's gonna be Detonation Focusme versus Gen.G nga.
Japan versus Korea. Maglalaban sila ngayon. So, kumbaga, anyong
arigato.
Si King! Ay, nako, King!
Nandito nga pala si King.
Nanggigigil ako sa'yo,
Na-miss ka namin.
Ay, nako, King! Tsaka si Sylvan.
Tsaka tignan mo naman pangalan ng isa.
TS.
Kakalabanin nila yung TS next time.
Oo, tapos TS ang pangalan niya. Bayad na mayad talaga.
But anyway, we are finally here and we are bound to start yung pistol rounds na meron tayo nga dito. Of course, defamation here on the defense itself and mabilis ang push agad from Gen.G.
Detonation. Sabi ko, iba yun.
Iba ba yun?
Iba yun.
Defamation ba yun?
Ano yun, Ben?
Kaso ba yun?
Kaso yun, Ben. Nagulat ako eh. Ano?
Ikaw ba naman yung 4 kills ni Suggest di ka mapapa-defamation? Diba? DFM kasi!
Oo, di ba?
Detonation!
Ano may ibig sabihin yan? The fam.
Kung may the mods.
May the fam.
The family.
Oh,
Yan pala yun.
TS.
Ito na si TS.
Oh,
1v4
TS,
panalo yan.
Sipin mo, TS panalo mo pero hindi ka panalo. Sa Gen.G lang yun.
Ay, tapos na pala yung bias namin.
Uy, Suggest!
Ace yun!
Lakas, man. Nice one.
Good job mula dito sa DFM nga. At defamation. Detonation Focusme pala.
Sasabog sila,
Sorry, akin. Iba yung nasa isip ko. Napatch na pala.
Grabe, Suggest, man. Isa-isa. Cheng, lahat one tap.
Diba? Syempre naman, kung may ghost ka, pistol round to, expect mo na agad-agad na one tap to the head and rarely lang naman bumibili.
Ghost pa yan.
Rarely lang naman bumibili ng mga armor yung mga pistolers natin.
On all of these players, kita yung iba, Ante will catch one. Pero ito na si kaibigang Sinfree. Dito lang din sa may rumble. Pero the players of DFM, reserve possession. Kasi nga ito na naman si Sinfree. Diyos ko, lahat na lang. Wina-one-tap yung ulo ng Gen.G. Ito ba yung makakalaban ng TS?
Namakalamang ulo dito ni Raita.
Ito na ba yun?
Rita, di ba Rita?
Rita.
Ito na si King. One by one. Lumalabas sa mga players dito ng DFM. But DFM right now, they have the advantage anyway. Pero tanggalin mo na yan because it's now a 2v2.
Swarm grenade out.
2v2 right now. Kinabahan sila DFM. Kasi nga, pero importante, the spike is dropped dun sa side naman ng DFM din, men. Kitang-kita rin sa Jest. Lahat na makikita niya, pero nga nagta-kedge. At least, trying to fortify itong defense na pinapakita nga ni sa Jest ngayon, ha. Pero ang tanong kung kaya pa ba?
Especially kung nandito ka na sa malayong punto. Kahit pa paano, para sa Gen.G, ang importante is to get as much pickups as they can get here.
Uy, nakuha na ata.
Nakuha na. Nanakaw yung spike.
Nanakaw.
Natakbuhan sila dito ng mga players ng Gen.G. Sneaky ang galawan.
17 seconds, pero alam nila, wala nang way na magsisila kasi B na talaga. So ngayon, okay, kalmado sila. At wala silang titignan kundi talaga sa kanan talaga. Sa Just will catch one and with a spray that will take 2. 2-0 already. Dun sa makakalaban ng Team Secret sa next game nila. Ano yun? April 10.
April 10. Babalik ulit tayo sa April 10, guys. Para sa Team Secret match. Pero ito nga, no, again, coming in here from DFM side, knowing na sila naman yung may advantage as well dahil nga ito yung buy round nila. But not everyone actually did the buy. Yung iba, naka-ghost lang, pero...
Si Sinfree!
Si Sinfree. Yung iba naka-ghost lang, pero napitas pa rin yung isa o dalawang mga players dito ng Gen.G. And still, that's value para sa side ng DFM. This time around, though, it's gonna be a buy round para sa Gen.G naman. And again, the initial dash in and updraft mula sa Jet na nakita natin from round 1.
Trying to be really aggressive right now, but Reita again onto their bonus round will catch one, which is Sylvan pa, which is ang isa sa pwedeng mag-catch nga ng corners kasi nga may prowler siya. So they need to make the most out of all this utilities na meron ngayon si Goddead. Meteor, waiting patiently. Pero makakabit sa siya ng isa dito lang sa may stairs. DFM is on its way for them to get that retake.
4v5 pa rin to. Again, this is the first buy round of Gen.G. And so far, this bonus, mukhang madami nilang baril na pwedeng i-build dito para sa side ng Gen.G. A lot of tags mula naman from DFM and Gen. But on the other hand, that's TS gonna go down. 2-1 trade naman para sa kanya. It's a 3v1 right now. It's all up to Meteor. Again, buy round nila to. Pero mukhang papasabugin natin ni Suggest. Didn't connect at all, but this is the satchel kill from Suggest instead. Wala siyang choice kundi mag-swing dahil dinedefuse na yung spike.
Ito ba yung makakalaban ng TS? Pero yun nga, di ba? Well, the last game ng DFM, actually 0-1 sila sa brackets kasi nga ang huli na nakalaban is PRX, which is dinurog yun ng TS. So talagang kitang-kita mo na sobrang composed na rin talaga ng DFM and Gen.G dito. And to the fact na this is the first time nilang makalipad nga best international stage ang DFM, hindi naman talaga natin sila masyado nakikita rin kasi nga laging zero division ang nandun. And to the fact na Gen.G, si King lang din yung napapansin natin dati, which is si TS, si Meteor, si Sylvan. Ito rin talaga yung mga unang nila. So, experience matters talaga, best. Actually, yung unang lipad nga nila nung nung Brazil pa eh. This is their second time competing sa LAN at iba't ibang bansa nga. So, makikita natin ngayon kung gaano pa sila kasolid as a team.
Oh no, yung judge play sana ni Takej dito, hindi nag-work out in his favor. In the end, siya pa nga yung mamamatay. Although, napakalapit ng mga ibang players coming in from Gen.G. He has to go back. Tumama yung paranoia, but this eliminates the traps has been set, or that has been set by the side of the post-plan position. 5v3 to para sa kanila. And so far, nahirapan talaga sila makahanap ng buwelo. And this is just gonna be a save knowing na may operator pa. Uy!
Grabe naman si TS.
Grabe naman si TS.
Lakas talaga.
Lakas. Walang ka-bias-bias.
Oo, man. Isipin mo, tapos na yung TS pero nandito pa siya.
Uy, this operator, they're trying to save right now. Pero pag nag-swing ka, patay ka, munti kang pa masama si Sinfree dito. He's gonna take this operator away.
1v3 already. Sinfree. I mean, there's no way na talagang kailangan nilang makabawi kasi nga it's just the Sinfree and talagang uy! Grabe yung flick ni Sinfree, no? Pero yun nga lang, biglang nag-string out si Sylvan dito. We'll get that kill here already. And the DFM, at least they have the money. Makakapag-drop si Sinfree dito. Pwede pa siya mag-operator. Yung iba, parang may 50-50 pa rin ako dito sa totoo lang.
Tsaka natanggal nila yung operator sa kamay ng DFM. That's the least thing they can do, especially right now sa mga early factors or early rounds na nakikita natin on the defense. Dahil napakalaking factor niyan to consider knowing na triple site nga tong mapa na to. And once na merong isang operator, at least hawakan nila isang choke point eh.
Yeah, isang choke point lang kailangan nilang hawakan dito in order for them to punish all the players na talaga pumapasok na rin talaga. But Sinfree, with the paranoia, not gonna pull it off. Talagang nag-aantay sila dito pero napakainit, napakasakit na talaga na pag-suppress niyan. Anthem will catch on with the Sheriff. Nilabas ngayon yung Trailblazer pero oh no, bigla siya na-punish ngayon agad ni Meteor. Kunin ito, 2v3 right now. Meteor trying to get an ace pero kinuha yung isang kill.
Nakawan nga siya dito and Takej even stole one kill away mula sa side ng DFM. In the end, Gen.G, makapag-plan pa rin sila, extra money pa rin, and still the round goes to them as well. Good clearance na nagmumula, especially kay Meteor, especially yung mga initial rounds ng Gen.G, nahihirapan siya makahanap ng kills.
Slowly but surely, ika nga. So, ngayon, si Omen ng side ngayon, si TS, wala siyang pera ngayon. So, might as well na ibibigay na rin siguro ni Meteor yung baril niya kasi meron naman siyang blade store kahit papano. Pero ang high impact play talaga ang kailangan din ng Gen.G dito para makabawi. Ay, yun na nga yung gagawin nila. Binigay yung blade storm dito kay Meteor kasi anyway, he can actually go in with an updraft and a dash and probably pick one or two if tatama.
May traps pa rin ng Cypher dito na kailangan nilang pagkaingatan. Paranoia though. This wouldn't actually get down or para kay Meteor, hindi madedeny yung kanyang knives. Ang kaso nga lang, disrespecting that smoke has consequences.
Andyan yung smoke niyan for a reason. Para hindi ka pumasok. Pero hinasiman eh.
Disrespect sa smoke, kumbaga, no? 4v3 situation pa rin to. Sylvan is just around the corner. Naka-shotgun yung isa kaya hindi tumama yung shot, but this is still a 3v2 situation and may killjoy lockdown pa.
Oh, si King getting all the heads that he needs in order for them to win this from 3-0 now down to 3-3. And slowly but surely, Gen.G, nakakabawi pa rin sila dito sa A. Talagang Meteor, okay sana yung mga impact play na pinapakita niya. Taken down Cypher agad. Pero this is gonna be a whole different story. Hindi sana namatay yung ibang mga players dito ng Gen.G kung hindi talaga siya pumasok pa eh. Gusto talaga yung mga pick-off eh. Kasi at the end of the day, oo, naka-blade storm siya. Pero it's better if pwedeng magpapaka-safe ka muna.
Safe play ang ibang pinipili ng mga teams. Pero may mga ibang teams din, I mean, like Paper Rex, di ba? Mga Press W teams, di ba? But so far, obviously, Japan region, and then you have Korea region. Itong mga teams na to, by the books maglaro ng VALORANT tong mga to eh.
Yes. Lalong-lalo na dyan sa VCT Division. Alam mo yun, parang pag may smoke dyan, okay, kalma lang. Alam mo yun, pag pag may nag-peak, swing, pag may sound cue, fault line, or flash, yung mga ganun lang. Kumbaga, basics lang talaga. In order for you to be a great player, you need to master the basics first. So, yun ang pinapakita ng mga players natin ngayon. But Meteor, yun nga na makakapitas pa siya, and that is a punish agad ni Takej.
Tagal nung unequipped time pagdating sa baril talaga, and that's gonna be already the neural def being used. Aside from that, 3 na nga yung napitas for Gen.G, and this gives out info with the last 2 remaining players kung saan sila magagaling. The beauty of this right now is para kay TS, at least makakapag-TP out siya o kaya naman makakabuelo sila ng rotation dito na mas mabilis ng kaunti.
This is actually, pag-uusapan natin to na talagang attacker-sided map to kasi nga 3 yung side, syempre. If ever gonna push here and see, malay mo, isa o 2 tao lang nandyan, pero there's no way na talagang 5 yan. And pinapakita talaga ng DFM na kahit anong klaseng laban, nakalaban nila dito ang Paper Rex best. At dumating pa sa point na one-sided to ng DFM pagdating sa first half, pero pagdating sa second half, nakabawi agad ang Paper Rex dito. So this is actually a really good map nga na pinapakita ng DFM, knowing na the last time na naglaro sila dito, muntik na silang manalo.
Ganda ng pagkakahawak ng choke points though ng DFM dito, especially sa defense na meron sila right now. At makikita mo na naghahanap ng space itong Gen.G, especially trying to plant the spike, at lalo na yung may hawak ng spike nasa C-long, if I'm not mistaken, if I saw that correctly. And at that point, knowing na ang lalim na rin ng Killjoy, kailangan nyo mag-swing out pero DFM, they're more than prepared and actually waiting na ito yung mangyayari o ito yung gagawin ng Gen.G.
Yeah, at saka ang DFM, all they need to do is wait. Patience play lang, kumbaga. Kanino ba ang pressure? Nasa Gen.G yan kailangan yung makapasok, pero kung ganito ka-solid yung depensa na ginagawa ng DFM, talaga mahihirapan talaga yung makapasok. Pero Sylvan, at least meron silang opener in order for them to go inside C.
Opener is there. No one to kill aside from Anthem though. And because may null command nga dyan, mapapaatras ng kaunti mga players ng DFM. But look at that, Takej already gaining 1 kill here. The man advantage, or rather no man advantage para sa kanila as King shuts down 1. This makes this a 4v3 kahit papano.
Maganda yung ginagawa dito nga ng DFM. Dito sila pumapasok with all the utility play that they need. Talagang clean up crew talaga ang ginagawa nila. Slowly but surely, Taked trying to anchor everything right now. Pero dito sa may bed, dito si God Dead with a kill. But Jesse with a big trade-off right now. But kita 1v1. TS super low on HP, but still winning that round. Still gonna win that round.
Just because of those smokes. Mainit tabi. Pumaypay muna si Kuya mo TS dito. But this is gonna be a timeout coming in from Gen.G.
I mean, ganito lang naman. If ever na talaga nananalo yung kalaban nyo, okay, sige, timeout kayo, stop the momentum, or might as well, timeout tayo para mas marami pa yung mga wins natin ngayon. Mag-usap-usap tayo kasi nga na 1v1 pa rin tayo dito sa round na to kahit lahat nilabas na natin ngayon. And kahit nanalo sila, may momento pa rin yung kabila.
Saved by the smoke lang talaga, lalo na ganun kababa yung HP mo, tapos shorty pa yung makakatapat mo. 4-4 yung scoreline. At para sa dalawang teams na to, pantay pa so far yung mga laban natin na nakikita. Even the rounds itself, dumarating sa punto na talagang 1v1 yung laban nila.
Yun nga yung pinakamahirap, diba? So, that is one reason kaya rin talaga nag-save yung mga players nga ng... nag-timeout yung mga players nga ng Gen.G. And syempre, shoutout nga pala kay Miss Honey Glaze na nandito ngayon na naka-TS na...
Alam mo kung bakit nandito yan ngayon?
Bakit?
Walang susi sa bahay.
Kaya kailangan mo, kailangan ka.
Kailangan ako. Wala kasing susi sa bahay. Ayan. Hello nga pala sa inyo. But eto, timeout tapos na para sa side ng Gen.G. At para sa napapanahong match na napapanood natin ngayon, yung first map natin, iba na yung mga paboritong mapa ng ano ngayon, no?
Mga malalaki na talaga.
Mga VPL, Pearl. Hindi na lumalabas halos yung Ascent. Hindi na
yung
tapos
Haven nga. Nagulat nga tayo kanina first map.
Parang, Haven? Ngayon, Lotus Fracture Pearl na talaga yung mga sikat
Pero 4-4 to. Pag Team Secret to, 8-0 na to.
Mismo.
Lamang sila.
8 rounds, tapos na agad. Pero Spycam, isa ang madedetect at syempre, kakapitalize to ng DFM.
Yeah, they need to capitalize everything na utilities nga para syempre makabal sila dito kahit paano. And syempre, hindi lang si Honeygliss ang sinashoutout. Shoutout din natin si paring Ian.
Ayan.
Na nandito na hindi makapasok ng bahay kasi nga walang susi, at nasa iyo ang susi na yun.
At nagkakasta ko, diba?
Diba? Kailangan nila mag-antay.
Tapos magti-3 games.
Ay, nako. Kung ako sa inyo, matulog na kayo. Op, Rita. Oh no. Oh, nice swing na nilalabas ngayon ni King.
Yan yung maganda eh. Kapag wala kang blind, kapag wala kang utility, wide swing mo. Yung malaking swing talaga. And that's gonna be the kill. The anthem yet again. Showstopper out para kay sa Jess.
Showstopper samnida. I mean, sorry. Japan pala. Showstopper Nyamasta. 2v1, TS, super low in HP. He's gonna go down, ladies and gentlemen. 5-4 already in favor of DFM. Tandaan nyo, Gen.G ito ang makakalaban ng mga Pinoy.
Yung next natin.
Oh, at least if ever nakalaban ng DFM ang Team Secret, syempre, first ban ng Team Secret, Pearl. Ay, sorry, Lotus.
Pag nakita nila to.
Oo, diba?
But again, for the rounds that we are looking at here, knowing, alam mo si Anthem, ito rin yung player na last time na kinakast natin na clutch kung clutch.
Yeah.
Si Anthem yun, and he also used the same agent as well pagdating sa Lotus before, and that's actually this, which is the Sky.
Yeah, hindi nga na Meter trying to be really aggressive right now. Oh, trying to swing out the players. Ganyan talaga ng mga players ng DFM. Pero wala silang makita kahit isa. Sige, mag-push kayo. Utility lang ang gagawin natin ngayon. We have the Paranoia, we have the Flash, we have the traps na meron si Reyta. So kahit ano aggressive na sa pinapakita nyo, we can actually stop your push. We can actually shut down everyone na sobrang umaasim na makapasok sa site.
Pero napilitan si TS gamitin yung Paranoia niya doon, ha? And because of that, this pistol round again, nabawasan sila ng isang napakalaking utility dito. Wala silang Prowler to take on the site. Wala silang Flash to take on the site. And even a knife. Nakasalala yung mga Flash nila talaga dun sa Paranoia. But it's not gonna happen anymore. The catch! Maganda positioning niya dito. Meron pang smoke.
God, binoga! Ay, wala silang nagawa doon. Pero TS nasa likod. Lakas talaga ng TS.
4v2 situation right now. May isang blind pa si Anthem na pwedeng gamitin. Again, they have complete sustain. Lalo na meron pa silang Sky dito.
Oh, Anthem. Oh, we'll catch one. It's all up to TS. Si TS lang malakas dito eh.
Automatic wallbang yung spot na yun eh. Lalo na kung 4v1.
4v1? Lahat ng i-wallbang nila, i-wallbang talaga nila.
Talagang tatamaan. Lahat ng tatamaan. And that's gonna be a 6-4 in favor of DFM.
Yun nga, napag-usapan na natin kanina, knowing na medyo attacker-sided talaga itong mapa na to. Arguably, attacker-sided talaga. So, pinapakita rin talaga ng mga players nga ng DFM na kahit sa defender side kami, this is the map that we picked. So, kahit attackers or defenders kami, talaga makakabawi talaga kami dito. And to the fact nga ng 4v1, like what you've said, walang gagawin ang DFM kung hindi mag-pre-fire lang talaga malala.
Si TS rather, na-realize na eh, na ipi-pre-fire ako dito. Kailangan ko mag-TP out, pero it was already too late, kumbaga. And this flashes settling in onto B side. Ang napakadaming utility ang binabato dito ng Gen.G. No one really to actually hop over to the site. Dahil nga masyadong madami, masyadong delikado.
Sobrang delicates lang talaga sila para magkaroon sila ng konting bawi dito. But the players of Gen.G is here already. Kailangan nila mag-mambout kasi nga may lockdown. I mean, kailangan mag-mambout ng DFM kasi nga merong lockdown ngayon si King. And ito yung kanilang opener nga for them to go in. Pero ang problema nila, andito ngayon si TS. Pero spotted na siya.
Fake lang pala yun. And I think DFM is already onto that realization na peke lang ang C. Pero one is gonna get trapped and that's gonna be Meteor. Dahil nga sa Cypher na yan, hindi makakapasok ang mga players ng Gen.G dito. Papaulanan na naman sila ng bala ng DFM. But Sylvan was able to pick up on one kill and TS as well, cutting off one rotation away.
4v2. This is actually a really good round for the side of Gen.G and just utilizing all the utilities that they need, that they have para makabawi pa sila dito kahit paano. NTS buhay pa. Kahit kahit talagang gusto talaga niyang foam lang eh. Gusto
dami niya ng pagdaanan.
Lahat
buong mapa, inikot niya na. Kumbaga, ito ang tunay na tourism. Literal eh. TS already, sin-free, going.
Tourism student.
Tourism student, TS. Pero si Sinfree nga dito umiikot na all the way from the back ends. Pero for DFM, honestly, it's just gonna be a save.
Yeah, save lang tayo dito. I mean, bawi lang tayo sa next half. Kahit anong mangyari.
Sobrang
Sinfree.
ibang-iba yung playstyle nila sa Paper Rex sa TS. Talagang dun labanan kung labanan. Dito kasi, methodical.
Oo, kalmado lang talaga sila. I mean, parang, like what you've said, talagang textbook plays talaga. So, by the book.
Kung may man advantage, wag na tayo sumilip. Di na natin kailangan yung i-push out. Kung bawas na yung iba at yung lahat nasa A site na, no over-rotation. May nag-aantay pa rin Kasi alam nga nila, umiikot si TS masyado na to the point na naiikutan or na napapunish niya yung lumilipat ng site.
Yeah. So, ibig sabihin na dito sa mga teams na to, kung meron tayong makakalaban, sila kasi madali silang mabasa. Kasi yun at yun ang din naman yung ginagawa nila. Kasi by the book sila, textbook play sila. So, basics na lang talaga ang pinapairal nila dito.
Same old, kumbaga. Tamang dash in after nung flash, gawain ni Meteor yan.
Paranoia onto TS will actually spot no one. Dito nga sa side nga ng DFM. Suggest gonna go in, yes. And yun nga, wala na yung smoke. Pero Sinfree just right there. Pero pagdating mo siya ngayon ni Meteor, but Anthem all the way. Dito nga sa may drop.
Interesting opposition Walang takas. Literal. One and done. This operator position right now, especially kung papaulanan siya, unless malaruto ng DFM in their favor.
Sylvan, Hunt, not gonna catch anyone, pero alam nila na meron nga sa drop. So, at least, ropes, hedge, will catch one. Alam nila na dito sa may 3.
Nasa 3.
Ay, nako. Okay, ay, comes! Ay! Bigla na swingan, pero 1v1, binigay one last round onto this game right now. God dead through the smoke, and the rate is just right there for you.
Ginamit niya na yung ult niya. Well utilized pagdating sa round na to. Lalo na, ito na yung final round for the first half anyway Ito na yung chance mo gamitin neural def. Nag-iisang kalaban, at least you secure the round itself. All out kung all out, but this map is actually very close.
Yeah, sobrang close nga. Pero pag nandito mga TS, sure talaga na. 12-0 na to. Pero yun nga mga kaibigan. Pasa mo natin sa mga panel. Ano ba sa tingin nyo mananalo? DFM ba or Gen.G? Juicy? Rebi?
Asuri?
Let's go.
Dar?
Maraming salamat, Taylor and Vil. It's me, Revi, Juicy, and Asuri again. So, again, I think what we're seeing here on the first half is that we are seeing the interaction of how a control-heavy team like DFM is matching a strat-heavy pushing team like Gen.G. Feeling ko like they're what we're seeing from Gen.G is they're not as clean as we saw on their game with RRQ. I think there was a bit discoordination sa executes nila, and I feel like that's where they're kind of falling short.
Yep, exactly. Now dito naman sa side ko, it's DFM this time with Meteor na parang his entries at one time on round 4 sobrang ganda, gets 3Ks, updrafts, tinitin na lahat ng angulo, but then into some upcoming rounds hindi siya nagiging consistent with the way he plays. Pero just a bit more since defender na sila, maybe a different switch up from these teams. Gamitin na sana ni Meteor yung angle peeking niya.
Tsaka lang, it's just two things very quickly. It's, I think yung problema dito ng Gen.G is they haven't really mastered Lotus as much, so hindi mo alam kung saan sila mapupunta sa post plant nila. You did see two different plants on the spike on the C side. Tapos one thing then is they try to overextend their control of the site because I think they're overcompensating or trying to compensate for that lack of picks that they got or the lack of map control that they got before they got or as they take the site in. So because of that, DFM were able to quickly punish. So good enough. 7-5, still pretty good for both teams.
Exactly. And I mean, we're still in the first half of the game. We're gonna have to see what's gonna happen in the second game. So Taylor and Vil, kayo na.
Yun. Kami na ang mag-iingay ngayon.
Salamat nga pala sa analysis nyo.
Oo.
Pero totoo kasi nga nagko-compensate nga, sinusubukan nga mag-compensate for that lack of control over the sites itself. But tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang galawan ng Gen.G when it comes to the defense themselves. Initial guiding light has been set at crossfire to.
Sa VALORANT. Sylvan, that is a Prowler out. Oh no! Meron pa nakita mo wala ata pero anti-2K already. Meteor trying to be really explosive.
Ang aga
Nag-push na
niya,
siya. Oo.
Sa Prowler. Ikaw, fade main ka, di ba? Masyado bang maaga yung pag-swing out niya?
Oh, dapat antayin mo talaga yung Prowler.
Dapat muna.
Oh, yung antayin mo talaga yun.
Wala.
Sinabayan niya eh.
Sinabayan niya eh.
To the point na hindi na niya nagalaw yung Prowler niya pakanan o pakaliwa. Dire-diretso lang, walang naspatan yung Prowler kahit isa.
Pang fake lang ata. Parang gusto niya kasi talagang gulatin.
Ginawa
na
niyang
magsiswing.
flash.
Oo, ginawa niyang flash. Well, it didn't work out that time, but you never know. Malay mo, may mga plays talaga na gumagana yan. Sinfree, on the other hand, planting the spike already. And para kay Goddead, basic lang. Clearing all the angles.
Grabe, sakto, mahal na araw na. Pero... minus 100 points sa langit.
Hindi ko alam kung ligtas pa si Phil. Pero si Goddead, mamamatay din siya. 2v1.
Okay lang yan. Mabubuhay din yan after 3 days. 3 days ba?
Sa linggo ulit.
Sa linggo.
Sa Easter Sunday.
Sa Easter Sunday, mabubuhay ulit si Goddead. Third day kasi, heroes again nga, di ba?
Oo.
Third day heroes again.
Pero ngayon, wala eh. Hindi pa eh. Hindi pa yan
Buhay pa
napapanahon
siya
eh. Oo, hindi pa napapanahon.
Ilang araw pa, man.
But again, itong mga pistol rounds, napaka-importante nga. And Gen.G, much needed for them especially dahil nga sila yung naghahabol ng mga puntos dito.
Kailangan nilang habulin yan. Kasi nga naghahabol sila. Pero dito naman sa side nga ng DFM, at least, lamang pa naman sila dito though. And Gen.G, syempre, like what you've said, sila yung nag-aabol. Meron silang mga baril ngayon and sobrang naging worth it na rin talaga yung pagka-aggressive ni Meteor ngayon. Isipin mo, a Phantom and a half armor pero wala nga lang siya updraft.
Huwag ka lang papahuli. Yan lang. Huwag ka lang magpapahuli o kaya naman mamamatay ng solo at wala nang ibang ka-trade-off. But let's see what will happen for this round. Dahil mukhang magbi-B-hit ata itong mga players ng DFM. But with that smoke, this might stop them on their toes. Instead, daan tayo dito sa rotating doors. Habang naka-smoke off si Meteor. Bes, si Meteor na naka-phantom!
Nawala, parang bula.
Sa loob ng smoke pa!
Wala siyang nagawa. Yun nga, Meteor.
Baby, baby, my baby. Meteor Garden naman yung bes eh.
Oo nga, Meteor siya.
Tama. Tama lang. Sunshine! Na tumatakbo at hinahabol yung bus. Wala na, Boys Over Flowers na ang generation ngayon.
Talaga?
Oo, ano ba? Wala na, hindi ko alam kung naalala pa ng mga kabataan yun ngayon.
Yung Meteor Garden?
Wala.
Oh! Si GD. Catch one. 4v for this game right now. At least nakapin sila isa dito. Importante yon. But the players of Gen.G is here already trying to retake the site. Pero ang gagawin talaga ng DFM dito, trying to fortify their defense in order for them not to retake the site nga sa gagawin ng Gen.G. But in terms of utilities, in terms of firepower, well, lamang sila. Ang kailangan ng DFM dito, one tap to the head kaysa Jest.
King? Una na agad na mapipitas nga is gonna be Anthem. They have to be a little bit more aggressive dahil nga sa barrel na meron sila dito sa Jess. He's the only man remaining. At syempre, run and gun. Kumbaga, alam nilang, syempre pag gumagalaw-galaw ka, lalo kang hindi matatamaan ng mga sheriff ng mga classic, di ba?
Sinwip niya yung kamay niya eh.
Bahala na kung sino matamaan.
Hanggang sa kakampi niya eh. Napunta na sa kalaban nila yung kamay niya. Pero yun nga, 7-7 already and DFM. Pagbangon ng api, ito na. Ito if ever DFM, this is the second time na pipilitin ng isang mapang matatalo sila pag natalo sila dito sa game na to. Kailangan nila makabawi dito, best, kasi nga next map, Fracture yun, which is yun ang pinili naman ng Gen.G ngayon. And DFM talagang
nagsasalitan lang sila ng rounds dito eh.
Yeah, and close nga rin talaga yung match. Pero dito na makikita yun kasi nga may pera na ang DFM. They have the rifles, they have the utilities, and all they need to do is win. Win-win.
No matter what, kumbaga, sabi nga nila.
Ni DJ Khaled.
Pero ginagapang nila ng pakonti-konti. Itong si baka magulat. Yung Jet na nasa gilid! Nakagat si Meteor dito pero makakapitas siya ng isa. Tapos mamba out lang.
Mamba out lang, di ba? Okay na yun.
Hit and run.
Hit and run. Kumbaga sa Sa handaan, eat and run, di ba? And, ito na ginawa namin ni Taylor, di ba? Nagsubi pa ng nagsubi.
Oh, lagay mo lang yung lumpia sa bulsa mo. Eat and run ang tawag doon.
And the players of DFM right now is in a really tough spot kasi nga wala na silang oras. Literal na 48 seconds and all they need to do is go inside the site. And medyo mahirap rin talaga kasi napakaraming players sa C. They have the turrets already. They have the thunderstorm grenade. At GG pa rin sila sa C. Oh my God!
Re-hit. Fake lang, kumbaga, para sa kanila. At kailangan nila mag-play for contact. Pero right now, mukhang papaulanan nila ng utilities yung loob ng site. Nakasalalay kay Reyta and he managed to pick up one. That's gonna be Meteor also going down as well. DFM, so far, 20 seconds remaining and the time is still in their favor to plant the spike. Pero merong nasa long C.
14 seconds in, mga kaibigan. Sharded step, papasok! Hello! Ay, naku po, muntik na! 1v1, Sylvan. Oh no. Hindi na wallbang. Anong gagawin ni Sinfree dyan? Uy! Kitang-kita.
Huli kami, no?
Huli kam.
Magtitipi pa si Sinfree.
Best bonus round to ng Gen.G.
Yun na nga eh. Munti ka na nga makuha to ng DFM at the first point. At the thing is, they were able to pick out whoever they needed to pick out on the site. 3v2 until si TS na mahilig mag-lurk, nandun na naman sa silong.
Yun nga yung ginagawa nila. Sobrang tagal ng DFM sa silong at ang ginawa lang dito ni Sylvan all the way sa ibang site, inikutan lang din niya. Yun lang yung tira mo. Grabe yung nilakbay ni Sylvan at saka ni TS doon.
Alam nilang di sila makakabuelo pag doon sila sa city manggagaling eh.
Oo, kasi well, they have the money and libreng baril na rin sa iba.
Tsaka nakuha na nila yung lurk. Wala nang nasa silong. At that point, ipaplant nila for silong. Yun ang problema. Kasi nga, nakaabang na yung isang miyembro dito ng Gen.G, which is specifically si TS. Time out muna for DFM side. Nagsimula tayo na sila yung lamang 3-0. And Gen.G apparently finds kung ano ba ang kiliti nitong DFM. Wow, may ready talaga si ate eh. No?
Grabe yung meron siyang PowerPoint presentation.
Hindi namin maintindihan,
pero,
sorry.
Ito, pinapakita talaga ng mga players natin ngayon na anong attacker side. Mas maganda yung depensa natin. At kahit pinili itong mapa na to, kayang-kaya namin kayo. Gen.G, grabe naman.
Pero, home court advantage pala to ng Korea, no?
Oo nga, no?
Home court advantage ng Gen.G. Kumbaga ang DFM, nag-aeroplano, yung Gen.G, nag-bus lang.
Nag-bus lang sila.
Kaya doon, kuya, baba ako sa susunod na kanto. Ganun lang.
Akala nyo, sa bootcamp, hindi. Sa bahay-bahay lang yan, man.
Wala sa studio yan. Guni-guni nyo lang yan.
CGI.
CGI lang yan. Eto, panibagong round na naman.
Ang ganda ng flash na naka-ready nga dito sa Gen.G. At least, okay, i-stack muna tayo ngayon, pero dito lang sa may danger. That is the players of Gen.G trying to rotate papuntang B at nagpapalit ko rin sila. Shard step in onto Sinfree just to cut off yung mga ibang players na nag-rotate lang din. And in terms of utilities, Sinfree, meron siya from the shadows. God Dead, at least meron siyang ultimation dito. Importante yan for you to retake the site.
Gusto ko din dito yung mga satchel placements ni Suggest actually. Using up the satchel para lang mabasag yung alarm bot, pati yung nano swarm na nag-aabang para sa kanila. This way, at least kahit nakapistol sila dito o kaya naman naka-stinger lang, hindi sila mababawasan agad just because of utility play.
Yeah, sa totoo lang, meron akong nakita. Pero hindi ko alam kung bawas na yun. Yung Trailblazer, pag tinapunan mo ng...
Satchel?
Hindi. Ng Cyber Cage.
Nagiging Pokemon?
Oo, nakita mo yun, di ba? Feeling ko, bawas na yung Trailblazer.
Bawas na yun. Anyway, we are finally back, Meteor. Alam niyang merong nakagat. He has to clear out. That's gonna be Reyta going down instead. Meteor on the other hand, mainit nga dito. Goddead was able to kill and punish 2 players though. Takechi suggests though, they must or they will all go down and pero si Suggest buhay pa.
Kinlasik lang sa mukha. Defamation.
Detonation kasi.
Anong nangyayari sa kanila? 4 rounds straight. Pinapakita na Gen.G na sila ang real G sa game na to.
7-9. Hindi naman ganun kalayo.
Hindi naman ganun kalayo. Winnable, kumbaga.
2 rounds lang, kumbaga. No?
Feeling ko sa DFM, mag-time out sila eh.
Pwede. Lalo nakakatapos lang nung pistol round na nakita natin ngayon dito. Might be a good idea to actually go back to the drawing board and maybe talk about kung ano nga ba yung magiging game plan nila. Lalo na kapag papatagal-patagal yung mga matches natin dito, yung economy natin, mas nagde-deteriorate, especially sa mga teams na lamang kanina, tas ngayon, nahihirapan makabalik.
Yun ang nga ng Gen.G. Try to be really aggressive. Nilabas na lahat ang kailangan nila with the C's, with the paranoia, pero wrong read sila. Akala nila mag-A pero hindi. Slow push pa rin sila dito sa may C.
Actually, kanina pa nila ginagawa yun. 3 rounds.
Nagdumediretso nga sila, yes. At saka naka-ready lang din yung flash ni Goddead doon.
Kaya walang makapasok ng A-main eh. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, walang nag-A-main sa DFM. Kasi lahat ng utilities, binabatuhan nila agad-agad. And because of the utility play na ginagawa ng Gen.G dito, nakakabuelo si Meteor na forward at makakuha ng space. Dahil nga walang lumalabas sa A-main, walang makakakita.
And yun nga, shoutout ulit kay Miss Kimi. Hihintayin ko yung challenge ni Taylor. Yun ang sabi
boy?
niya. Oh, uy! Meteor Garden. Take one down. Pero si Reita nakakita talaga ng kill dito. In terms of pop flash already. Sa side ng Gen.G and sa Gist. Showstopper sa mukha. 3v3 to this game right now. Kalmado lang sila. Pero DFM nasa kanila ang pressure ngayon.
Good flash sana yun mula kay Goddead. Kaso nga lang, tumama pa rin eh. Yung showstopper ni Suggest eh. He still knew kung saan nga ba niya huling nakita yung isang player doon. That's gonna be Sin-Free planting the spike right now para sa side ng Gen.G. 3v3 pa rin to para sa kanila. And of course, the post-plant positions, very important.
Sobrang importante rin talaga kasi nga kailangan nilang manalo dito. Wala na silang choice. Kasi if ever tuloy pa to, walang pera ang DFM next round. And Goddead is here already. And it's just the Kez trying to stop the possible defusing nila. Pero yun nga, mukhang pinupusuan ata. Silvan, talagang wala silang oras. Ay, naku, hindi kita. Talagang ang pinakita lang ngayon ni Silvan, okay, andito lang. Defuse ka lang pare, ako na bahala. Ganun lang, yun.
The problem with that take is, lahat sila nasa A-main eh.
Tuloy-tuloy, hindi man na nakascore.
Nag-TP out, nag-ult pa yung Omen para makasama doon sa kakampi niya. Hawak nila yung angulo na to, pero hindi tumatama yung shots. That was the only problem that they had. But when it comes to this post-plant position, hawak naman nila, tama naman yung angulo eh. Sadyang, sakit sa ulo, yung Viper smoke na yun.
Oo. Because of that Viper smoke, na side nga din talaga ng DFM, which is sa kanila pa yun.
Yun nga.
Meteor? Uy!
Dami!
Uy! Bait and switch!
Na masyadong na-trigger si Kuya mo Meteor. Sabi niya, dami kong pwedeng patayin ah.
Ayaw kumalma.
Silip pa nga ako.
Oo, yun nga eh.
Patay siya eh.
Kumukulit ka masyado, kaibigan. Pero ito na. King KR. It's right there. King! Kikigil ako sa'yo, King. 4v4 to this game. The Kedge, meron siyang Viper Spit, they need to utilize their utilities, their ultimates. If ever matalo ang DFM dito, wala silang pera next round. Pero sa Gen.G, kalmado lang sila. Pwedeng dropan si kaibigang TS ngayon, mamaya.
Basag na rin yung alarm bot dito, no? This might be a way na makakatawid itong DFM. Again, just because of a Viper wall. Sabay down lang. Walang kaalam-alam, pero Prowler at masaspatan ka dyan. Hindi pa nag-iingay yung ibang mga miyembro, but right now, the swing from Suggest settles in and he gets the kill.
Buti nga hindi siya nag-nightfall dun eh. Pag nag-nightfall yun, may kalalagyan talaga yan. Pero, King, just right down the corner, lang sa may rope, will be dead. 2v4. At least, DFM slowly but surely nakakabawi mo sila dito kahit papano. Goddead, are they gonna commit? Probably not. TS with an operator, mamba out na tayo. Secure na lang natin yung next round.
Nag-iba rin sila ng plano dito eh. Kung mapapansin mo, yung take nila kanina sa A-site, A-main eh. Pero ito, this time around, site na tayo lahat. Huwag na natin gawin yung pagkakamali natin kanina.
Stairs to drop.
Iniba rin nila yung pagkaka-plant actually eh.
Oo.
Knowing na sila naman yung may man advantage as well, kaya nila mapag-rotating doors without any worries dahil naka-body system sila dito.
Safer play kong baga. I mean, planted for trees ang ginawa nila ngayon. But yeah, Gen.G, at least nakakabada ng DFM kahit pa paano. And for Gen.G, Meteor, kumalma ka.
Na ano siya eh.
Trigger happy.
Oo, trigger happy eh. Kung may trigger discipline, ito trigger happy.
Oh,
every time na mayroon siyang makitang kalaban, magre-reswing.
Actually, hindi yun ego pick eh. Umasim lang talaga siya, man. Maasim lang talaga. Yun na yun.
Pero hindi lang isang beses ginawa yun eh. All throughout, even the times na naka-half tayo kanina, or nandun tayo sa punto na sila yung nasa attacker, ginagawa niya rin yun eh. Nagre-repick ulit siya, and dun siya nahuhuli, dun sa pangalawang peak na gagawin niya. Again, it may be a totally different story, but you have to be careful, lalo na kapag nasa yun na yung lamang on that man advantage.
Uy, sa mga umambout ka na, TS, munti ka na. But yeah, mababawi naman yung lahat na wala sa kanya dito. But the players of the FM is here already. Simulan muna natin with the Trailblazer and check all the corners. Then Seekers naman mamaya right after that. But this is the Painstals already. TS will catch one. Pero yun nga, it's just the Nightfall. Tumama sa iba.
Ang ganda ng Nightfall actually. Yeah. Ang kaso nga lang, baka compensate ba nung ibang mga players dito, nung Gen.G, itong utility play na ginagawa nila. Sin-free, 2v1 situation. Si Meteor at si Goddead ang makakalaban niya dito. Alam nila na nasa site yan, and he has the spike already as well.
Meteor with an operator on hand. Okay, Goddead, ikaw ang... sino ba mag-first contact dito? Actually, pwede si Meteor, pwede si Goddead. Pero si Meteor atang and Goddead with a follow-up. Pero saan pa sila pupunta? Hindi ka actually go B pa, pwede pa to pero if ever na-cross ka dyan, men, pats ka.
Yun na nga.
Yun na nga.
Yun na nga. Gusto pa sana mag-waterfall ni kuya mo. Kaso nga lang hindi mangyayari yon as Sin-free goes down.
Actually, ang ganda. Kasi si KO nakatingin sa waterfall, si Meteor nakatingin sa A, so wala ka talagang mapupuntahan.
Wala kang matatakasan. Kailangan mo mag-TP out
if
kung
ever
gusto mo.
iikot ka, hindi na kaya kasi yung oras yung kalaban mo eh.
Kahit mag-rotating doors ata siya, hindi aabot. Baka umabot, pero sobrang risky to a point na wala ka talagang magagawa. As in, pagpasok mo ng side plant ka na diretso. Yun na yun.
Kung rotating doors, then fake. Pero hindi oras talaga eh. 30 seconds na lang yan, men eh. And DFM, oh no, time out sila ngayon.
Nag-iisip muna sila. Hawak na nila ang kanyang ulo.
Ito muna.
Tamang
Red Bull muna tayo dito.
Pero ito nga, no, for DFM, knowing that they had a good start, especially here on the attacker side a while ago, they're really having a difficult time ngayon. Dahil nga din, hindi nila mapigilan yung pagkakapasok na ito. Kahit na naparanoia nila completely yung mga players dun sa labas. Still in the very end.
Yeah. And hindi naman ngayon sa side nga ng DFM, this is actually... sobrang nakaka-pressure nga sa kanila. Kasi the last time na naglaro sila dito, talo sila. And the second time na pinili nila tong game na to, talagang sila talaga yung... Okay na yun. Ang ganda ng simula eh. Diba? Ang ganda ng simula, pero bigla silang nahuhuli agad. 3-0 simula, diba? Now down to 11-8. And Gen.G, pinapatunayan nila na kahit bago sila dito, babawi at babawi sila. Siyempre, lalo na't kita-kita mo naman si TS.
Siya pinakamalakas.
Pinakamalakas ngayon. Basta may T at S ang pangalan mo, malakas ka talaga. Di ba? Tama yun, Taylors?
Sim. Grabe ka naman, Justines. Prowler muna, trying to find if there is someone on A main. No one really to see. Pero para sa side ng DFM, after nung after nung timeout nila, tignan natin kung may kakaiba silang gagawin dito.
May kita natin ngayon if si Meteor makakapitas.
Hindi kasi mahilig yung mga Japanese Japan region, kumbaga. Hindi sila mahilig ng push. Ibahin natin yung play. Ganito sila maglaro eh.
Dry pick, sige. Oo nga.
Diba?
Ayan, si Meteor, hindi naman umalis.
Sa kulit ni Meteor, sabi ko na eh. Lagi siyang nagre-repick talaga. Alam mo yung hindi siya magre-reposition?
Oo, doon pa rin siya.
Basta doon lang tayo.
Pag may napatay,
try ulit. More entries, more chances of winning.
TS? Kumalma ka pare, tatlo kalaban mo. Yun na nga, dalawa ata sila pero walang pop flash. Sige, try pick na lang, try pick. And now Sylvan will catch one. Tinabas ngayon yung Hunt. Alam niya na mayroong tama sa goal. Oh, no, ang ganda! Kitang-kita yung dalawa!
Galing!
Perfect execution ng Gen.G at pagkalaban yung TS. Baka man na.
Pero grabe yun the Hunt getting or actually spotting the last players and then magtitipi si TS. Panggulo lang, kumbaga, sabay hawak nung ibang players dito ng ating Gen.G yung angulo na yon. And the thing is, that angle, yung dalawa na nagmumula sa broken doors, tapos may isang nasa A main, bait and switch malala yun.
Yeah. And to the fact na habang binabato ni Sylvan yung hunt, literal na nagpe-pre-fire pa rin sila para mawala yung atensyon. Kung sino yung sumilip, GG talaga. At yun ang dahilan kung ba't nakita yung dalawa.
Tsaka pang diversion din si TS eh.
Yeah.
Pati yung si Suggest na windang. Sabi niya, nagtipis sa mukha ko. Kaso nga lang mayroon pang tao sa harapan.
Sound cues yung kalaban nila. Ginagamit nila ng sound cues to para syempre mawindang, kabahan, malito yung mga kalaban nila. Pero this Viper split already, dito sa side ngayon ng DFM, sila ba ang mananalo ngayon? Pero sabi ni Sinfree, okay, close ngayon ang stairs, and in terms of diversion, ito pinapakita ni Reyta.
Again, wala silang binabasag pagdating dun sa nababasag na door, or binabasag na door rather. And because of that, obviously hindi kailangan problemahin to ng Gen.G. Hindi nila kailangan tignan unless they wanna swing onto A main. And this is already the Viper's pit being set on A side.
Here we go. The retake is on its way sa side nga ng Gen.G. They have the lockdown. Importante to. They have the Vipers but already, and there's no way na masisira mo nga yan, pero suggest andyan naman with a showstopper. Let's see if ever makakayanan ba niya. But the TS, dun lang sa may danger. Oh no, saan sila pupunta? Uy, mukhang lalabas ata sila pero mukhang hindi ata. Meteor gonna lead the team na makakuha ng mga pick-offs dito. Showstopper not gonna connect onto these players. Sylvan is low. Sinfree will catch his head. Pero yung nga lang, buti ng talaga onto that angle na kamawin sila dito kahit pa paano. Puti kita, 1v3. Lahat nila! Oh my God!
Finish na Red Bull clutch pa!
Oh, ni Ninja! Ni Jet!
What a post-plant and what a retake is what we saw right here. Gen.G, kumbaga methodical plays by the book, and aside from that, they just prepare for that retake. Alam mo, nahirapan talaga dito yung DFM when it comes to the attackers because rarely that they were able to get points. But aside from that, rarely even na nakakatapak sila sa loob ng site.
Yeah, simulan naman natin din sa lockdown nga nilabas nga ni Killjoy, diba? Talagang they took the time for them to wait dun sa mga initial utilities nga na ibabata rin talaga ng DFM. Yung showstopper, walang tumama, walang namatay. Si Sylvan is there just to confirm na dalawa yung tao dito sa may smoke. Hinaf na natin yung spike, pero ang problema, andito pa si Meteor, which is nag-aantay siya ng mga pick-offs with a smoke na half na, pumasok siya, pinusuan niya. Pre-fires okay sana, pero hindi lang din talaga tumama.
Maganda yung simula ni Suggest actually. Ang dami niyang mga clutch moments, ang dami niyang mga moments na kala mo sila na yung makakakuha ng mga rounds. But then again, yung Gen.G kasi, they just know when to actually peak and when to not re-peak. Again, kahit na may meteor ka, kahit pa paano, is at some point, at some degree, it's just difficult for them to entry. Knowing na ito nga, attacker side, ganun pa rin yung naging resulta.
Oo, which is kanina, hirap na rin talaga yung mga players nga ng DFM na makabawi, and nahirapan na rin kahit paano ang side nga ng Gen.G. Pero at the end of the day, kung sino yung depensa, sila pa rin talaga makakabawi dito. And out of 2 maps na pinili ng DFM to, yung dalawa doon, talo.
Nako, napakadelikado para sa kanila right now. Pero hindi pa naman tapos yung laban na meron tayo dito. It's still a best of 3 series. At syempre, malalaman natin kung mangyayari ba ang nangyari kanina, na reverse sweep ba? O magiging 2-0 to. Malalaman natin yan later on. But right now, papasa muna natin sa ating mga panelists. Reby, please do take it away.
Thank you, Taylor and Vil. That was kind of the series, I think the match one that we weren't expecting, because honestly, I think that DFM actually had this game in the bag, but I think Gen.G kind of had, I'd say they were more calm and collected here. I feel like they kind of slowed down DFM here.
Yeah. Sino ba sa mga sa discussion na to?
Ikaw muna kasi isang tao lang yung gusto kong ipalakpakan.
Sige. So I think kung yung discussion ko nung sinabi natin nung halftime pause, right? Where it felt like medyo nahirapan dito yung Gen.G in terms of like how they were approaching yung firefights. But once we came into the second half, they were a lot more decisive. I think it was because they allowed nilang DFM to actually get control of the sites. And if you kind of look at yung statistics na meron tayo sa second half, 5 out of the first couple of rounds that they had on the second half when we were on defense were all retakes. So, so you know that they were willing to get that initial contact first. Makakapatay si Meteor dito. If he gets picked off, okay lang naman. This is still a 4 versus 4. Then then they allowed TS, they allowed Goddead to start clutching na lang. But more than anything else, I think DFM unfortunately wasn't just able to get that proper map control. However they wanted to go for the contacts, it felt like Gen.G was just able to answer every single time.
And just to add then, this guy Meteor, okay, kanina pinoint out natin talaga na especially kanina on halftime I said na parang magaling siya maghanap ng angulo and in this game, in the second half, yun nga yung ginawa niya. He would always pick up almost every time as defender and he would look for an angle and instead of repositioning, may konting reposition lang but still looking at the same angle, trying to look for more. Now, I think this, in a way, it looks so bad, but in a way, it's 100 IQ play kasi yung ginawa niya, it's morely slowing down DFM. Kasi like, instead of parang, they get to push kasi they know that, of course, the duelist is gonna be gone, di ba? Meteor's just there, sticking around, mamamatay siya, pero like, the info is there na parang, alright, they're not stopping. Gusto pa rin nila pumasok dito, and that just allows, like what Azuray says, Goddead to, either clutch out, and then Meteor again makes up for something big in the last round na yung sinabi mo, sorry, for 4 seconds yung cloudburst enough for a halftime defuse. And Meteor crash landing on you.
I really didn't expect that diffuse to even, to push through. He really, I don't know, maybe he didn't get sprayed well. Pero nakita natin, like, when DFM was on attackers, they were playing slow, they were watching their flanks. I think they were hoping to pick up some aggressive defense pushes from Gen.G. But I think the fact that, the play slow si DFM, I think Gen.G kind of took advantage of that instead and used that to take more map control, to have info on, where DFM's traps were. And I think Gen.G was not giving DFM the over pushes that they wanted, and I think that made Gen.G lose a lot more time. But in the end, I feel like although DFM also started doing a buddy system, and I think Gen.G answered back by was like, you got your buddies, we got ours, and I think ours are, a little bit scarier than yours. And you could see they took sites, and I think DFM just could not answer. They could not retake the way that they wanted to.
Hindi talaga, kasi Meteor I mean, of course he dies early in the game, pero like just how he opens the round for the rest of his teams, either killing off either their duelist or killing off their like flex or like their controller. Hindi na makakontrol si DFM. Like there's no more smokes anymore coming from their team. So para medyo mahihirapan sila with the post plants bilang attackers.
I actually wanted to add something lang din. If you look at yung stats real quick dito ng 2 of the Detonation players, si Anthem Salsa Reyta, Anthem playing as the Sky, Reyta as the Cypher. Reyta was unfortunately not able to actually go past the threshold of 10 kills. He's only up to 8, which I think is a problem para sa nila on the attacking side. Kasi naging problema dito with DFM is they had to play a lot more together, which in theory, in paper, you kind of think na okay sana yun, diba? But in a map that had so many sites, so many opportunities for lurk, somebody like a Cypher player that not getting those lurk pressures is really a bad thing para sa DFM dito. Tapos flip side naman, going on to Anthem, a big problem then is, if you looked at it, Anthem was actually getting first killed by Meteor almost every time na nagkakakitaan sila out in the open, out in the wild. And what's the problem with this is Anthem is the Sky player. He's the flash player dapat dito ng DFM. You saw how slow DFM plays when they don't have a flash. So all of those things kind of connecting to each other is making it difficult for DFM to transition that second half into a better half para sa kanila.
Yep, exactly. And then just to add then, bilang attackers yung DFM, si Takej, of course, he survives. Pero, as point out ko ni Azuray, you need the flashes for DFM to work as a unit.
Agreed. And highlighting, you said that what is this Meteor? It's finding angles. I think suggest I wanted to highlight that in the first half we actually see a lot of multi kills, and I think a lot of them were headshots. And I kind of wanted to highlight that. That kind of shows how cracked the players on the side of DFM are. I don't want to call it more of a one-man carry from the side, like from Suggest, because again he is the support. He's fragging super well. We saw many multi kills, but I think Suggest is also doing a really good job at fulfilling his role as a support, and utilizing his blast packs and paint shells to also take out like Killjoy utils. There were many rounds where they had to half buy or like eco, and I feel like like Taylor pointed out, it was a really good way for them to avoid that extra unnecessary damage from the util play.
Ginagamit niya yung boom bot niya just to like secure openings for the rest of DFM. Pero kulang pa rin, in a sense, kulang pa rin siya because at the end, they weren't able to close out this series, this game number 1 on series number 2.
What's kind of scary dito is at least nakita mo pa rin yung essence dito ng Gen.G. They had a couple of issues at the starting of the couple of rounds. How many was it? 3 before they adjusted. This is like the Gen.G formula right now, diba? Is they'll figure out how you start to play and then they'll take away a couple more before you start adjusting against them. And this is what's scary about that because you do see how just adaptable this particular team is. And it's not only Meteor that actually has that impact. If you look at it, nakita na natin sa MVP na it was actually TS that had the most amount of kills. So Meteor, he's more of the sacrificial lamb. He's the punch bag. He's the he's the thing that starts it off para sa Gen.G.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of players of Gen.G that can definitely finish off the rounds. And comparing it to DFM, it's not the same. It's not the same thing. So Jess is the one that feels like he can finish off the rounds para sa nila. But since he gets picked up very early, then wala nang point of transition dito para sa DFM.
Exactly. I feel like Meteor is kind of like he's setting up his team for success. Like, but on the side of DFM, I feel like they're trying to play as a whole and they're not really setting up for each other, which is why I feel like they get picked off one by one. Unlike kind of the playstyle of Gen.G, where it's like Meteor is entering. Yeah, he doesn't get to frag. He doesn't get to entry frag, but he's also really kind of just giving that opening to his team that he really needs. And I think here we can see the Korean standard of, like we're seeing from Gen.G, it's the Korean standard that teams are strat heavy. So he's not really relying on fragging out, maybe on like what we see from DFM, but it's just like, I need to do my job and my team, I know that they can do the rest.
All right. So, heading into the next map, we're going to be going to Fracture this time. And so far, if we're just looking at numbers, it's going to be Gen.G who's played this before. Twice they've played it in this season. And then ito yung pick na palagi na ginagamit ng Gen.G. And so far, half and half yung win rate nila. It's going to be, it's 50% playing over at Fracture. But, just experience alone going against DFM. Looks like Game 2 is looking a lot more brighter for Gen.G this time.
I'm trying to look at the stats real quick lang din dito para sa DFM. What is kind of interesting then is they actually, I think, have a very respectful Fracture map, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at it, actually, I'm not entirely sure anymore kasi medyo weird yung transition dito ng DFM. If maybe we just look at yung official stats nila, the last time that they played was like last year. I'm not sure if this is the current roster ng DFM, but in any case, even though that is looking a little bit hazy, we're absolutely right kay Bruce dito na
sobrang layo na ng Fracture game
sobrang
nila.
layo na ng Fracture gameplay dito. And again, even if that is the case, na medyo it's a little bit blurry on our end in terms of the info. What is more dito is how well is their map control in a map that requires you to actually get that proper map control. Sabihin lang naman mga viewers natin, ano ba sabi mo, Asar, lahat ng maps kailangan ng map control. But that's not the case with some of the maps sa VALORANT. In Fracture, nakita kanina, perfect example, the Paper Rex
Exactly.
map. You have to have that active control talaga. And I feel like that's one of the weaknesses dito ng DFM.
Oh, gagawin na ng DFM, gayahin yung plano ng Secret, panalo sila. But if we are going back to the Fracture game from DFM, yung isang player lang natira sa kanila was just Suggest, and that was last year, a lot of months ago, and with 4 different people on his helm this time, playing into this tournament, parang medyo, like I said, brighter future for Gen.G into our second game. Pero let's still not discredit yung effort ng team kasi DFM so far in this game, in round 1, they started off to a pretty good start. It just started crumbling down when Meteor sacrifices himself, becomes the martyr for Gen.G, and closes out the whole game.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like, again, DFM did feel like they did have the game at first, but I feel the adjustment, aggression, and map control that Gen.G brought is what secured them the game. And this is, again, going off of what Asarai said, Fracture is a map where you really, map control is key. And I feel like Gen.G is kind of able to kind of condition DFM into thinking that they have control of the map, but Gen.G is kind of pushing them to their limits. Parang nilimitas nila kung where are the bounds, how far can we push, how far can we make them feel safe, whether they're attacking or on defense. It's like they're really maximizing just the border of where they can go and catching DFM off guard. So I don't think, even though DFM is playing together, I feel like it's the fact that Gen.G is able to just kind of expect them and what they're going to do and not give them the room to breathe. I feel like that's where DFM just can't find an opening.
Actually, sorry, I just wanted to add lang pala. I forgot. This is DFM that is a roster that is fairly new then. They are playing together, but they haven't been playing together for a long time then. And maps like Fracture are maps that really test your ability, not as a not as ano lang, a team that just works together in maps, but as a team that has to know how intricate the map is.
Yep.
So kung hindi mo alam yan, talagang masasaktan ka sa map na ito. And that's, I think, the reason why then Gen.G was so willing to put this into rotation sa ating map dito.
And then communication as well. Kasi like yung pinakita nga ng Secret kanina versus Paper X, yung bait play ni Jesse tsaka ni Jeremy ba yun or Envy, like opening the doors pero may nakatago pa sa pocket just for the other team to look away. Yun nga yung, just like one of the examples on how Fracture really boils down to team composition. Now, speaking of composition, in their match over here from Gen.G against RRQ, yung tinakbo nila dito was an Astra, Breach, KO, Raze, and a Viper. And then they won using this composition the last time. It's a bit of a mix-up sa composition nila against Loud back in lock-in. And, well, hindi mo rin pwedeng i-compare yung RRQ tsaka Loud pero like, in the team composition that they're using from their previous match, I think this has worked out for Gen.G so far. And I'm expecting to see this kind of agent lineup appear here in Game 2.
I do too, and I really feel like, because again, this was Fracture was Gen.G's pick, and I feel like they picked this for a reason. I feel like Gen.G's game here is to really suffocate DFM in terms of map control, and going off of what you said, I feel like team comp-wise, they are definitely going to try to just kind of box them in, per se.
Well, suffocate, sabi ba nga yan ni Viper.
And then, don't forget then, at least storyline-wise in the Korea region, Gen.G is touted as yung, if DRX wasn't the kings of Korea, this iteration, this configuration of Gen.G with their players is supposedly the best in Korea right now.
Para silang second, wala ganun?
Yeah, they're the uncrowned kings of Korea. Now that being said, din pala, sabi na sa atin ng production natin that they are gonna be subbing out Sylvan, they're gonna be bringing Echo, and that was just the same thing na nakita sa RRQ. I think it's just because Sylvan has a lot more usage with the Fade as well as yung Sova niya, and Echo just plays a whole lot better with the Breach, which he has been using on that Fracture map against RRQ.
So parang yun nga, I mean, if we are going to look at it, Gen.G they have answers for almost everything. Like parang if we're gonna be playing out this map, we know who the players are gonna be. We know what agents are gonna be using and who's the better player for that agent. And ito yung demonstrate na Gen.G up to DFM right now to give this composition and playstyle of Gen.G for an upset.
Exactly, and it also just kind of highlights how flexible these teams are, because again, maybe there are teams who only, run a 5-man, but here seeing the Echo being swapped in with Sylvan, I think it's a really good call, especially on Fracture. The Breach is such an important pick, and you really can't be without it. I'm curious to see if they're going to be running the exact same comp they ran against RRQ with the KO pick, the KO and Astra pick, because I don't think we haven't been seeing Astra be played on Fracture in VCT Pacific so far. So I'm thinking like it's a kind of an interesting pick to see it here.
Well, if parang, I think for me it boils down to just being like very comfortable with the agent that you're playing. I mean, it's still the same role. For example, you still, parang if your role is to be a smoker and then you get more coverage for your team, you're more comfortable with this agent. I as a player would prefer that. But that's how I see it actually. That's why they're playing this Astra.
What was kind of interesting then, at least moving back to sa sinabi ni Revy with the KO, there is a fine line I think that you have to play as DFM when you're up against a KO, diba? Kasi if you have those proper positionings with the KO blade, it's very difficult for, I think, DFM with what it looks like they played on Lotus, that is very much reliant talaga on their utilities to help them even out yung mga rounds na ito. If they get hit by that suppression, napakalaking discrepancy ito for them to bring it back. And again, the biggest problem sa nila is it feels like there is a power discrepancy dito. So Jess is high up there in terms of how he's able to go for the fight, and then some of the players here, Anthem and Reyta, slowly dipping down. Again, it's the two different maps. It's a reset, game number 2. Pero if that's the same with Lotus, then that is a very, very big gap sa weakness ng DFM dito.
Yep, exactly. If you're a team who's super reliant, I mean, lahat naman siguro reliant on their utilities, but if you're as reliant like DFM to execute their plays, tas tatamaan ka lang ng kutsilyo, tondolin sa'yo, idol.
I mean, I think this also, the KO pick, I feel like it further pushes them back, because I feel like, I think we have, who is starting here on defense?
The defense, sino ba?
I believe.
We'll see.
Okay,
We'll see.
on defense, we do have Gen.G on defense, and Gen.G does have the KO pick from the last match they had against RRQ, and I feel like this is a really, if they pick up the KO again, I feel like this kind of helps them in their agenda to kind of just get even more map control, because you know the KO knife, it kind of is an offensive util to throw out.
Yeah.
So I feel like that kind of gives them even more space and room to push up DFM even more and not allow them to kind of execute what they plan to.
Yep, and especially yung mga bottleneck places, so like you have Dish, you have Arcade, yung aakyat ka doon. It's like the places, there's so little space to run out away from the knife. Kailangan mo siyang tamaan din. And, you know, there's like so much value in this KO pick if Gen.G is ever gonna play it again.
Here's something din naman. Suggesta is known for his raise picks talaga, and I feel like at least more than Lotus, Fracture does give Raze a lot of opportunities to make do with. Ang problema na lang dito is the Breach is really good at using that fault line to deny yung first contact, whether you push out B main, A main, matatamaan ka ng stun na yun, and you're gonna get really messed up. And again, the other thing is, it's very easy to get caught as a Raze with that KO blade going back onto that den. So there's, again, there is 4 other players dito sa DFM. Pero if we're gonna look at that last game, there is a lot of pressure talaga for Suggest to lead the pack and keep DFM afloat in this series.
And the only way for other DFM members to support him is with their utilities. And yun na nga, balik pa rin tayo sa problema ng kuchilyong yun. And it's gonna be an issue for DFM. Now, if he's gonna be playing Raze, I would... Oh, wait. Jet.
Okay, that at least alleviates nga yung ano. If they're anticipating God Dead being on the KO, I really do prefer the Jet. This is still one of Suggest's picks as an agent, but he hasn't really chosen this as much as the other one. But still though, okay. Yeah, there's the Astra.
Yeah, it's still the same thing. Ginawa ni Gen.G, they're sticking with their guts. They're going for whatever's working for them this season. Pero with DFM, very assorted number of agents.
I agree, and I mean, I think this is also a really good call from the side of Gen.G because, you know, Sylvan is just getting used to controller, and it's a really good thing that they put in Echo because I think he's more capable of playing an initiator character like Breach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you were gonna add more to that point. In any case, really excited to see how this is going to pan out. Anyways, casters will give us this fracture map, so they will. Kayo na ang bahala.
Kami ay nagsasama ulit dito sa VCT, VPL rather, para ihatid sa inyo ang mainit na labanan. Kalaban, ang naglalaban ang Gen.G versus DFM, Japan versus Korea. Kami nga pala ang The Mods.
Kalmado lang. Sana kayo rin. Welcome nga pala sa ating game number 2. Para sa laban na to, it's still Gen.G versus DFM, kaya nga nasabi mo. Detonation, hindi defamation, ladies and gents. But this time, yung first map na nakita natin kanina, no, okay na eh. Nasa side din ng DFM eh. Pero nabawi pa.
Napatingin ako. Ano tawag dito? Puto. Ano tawag dito? Puto. Sek.
Tigil nyo na to!
Alam mo tawag ito? Puto. Alam mo tawag dito? Puto copy.
Ay, kita pa pala yun.
Bye-bye.
Anyway,
Bye-bye.
Ingat kayo, guys. But anyway, grabe naman ang meron nga tayo dito, no? Kasi nga, alam natin na kapag ito napunta pa nga sa 2, obviously matatapos na yung araw natin. At the same time, kailangan na makabawi ang DFM na home court advantage sila eh.
Yun nga, diba? Talaga pinapakita rin talaga ng DFM and Gen.G na malakas sila magdepensa. Dumating nga tayo sa punto na nag-3-0 in favor of DFM, pero right after that moment, wagapak! Splakatak! Tanggal yung momentum ng mga players ng DFM doon at nakabawi ang Gen.G towards their victory papunta sa game na to, at na-ninja pa nga ni kaibigang Mitchell Garden to.
Choke si Bill sa Lysol.
Oy, shoutouts nga pala sa nag-spray ng Lysol. Tago ko sa pangalang Wendell. Grabe naman tayo yung nag-choke, nag-elevate.
Nahagip ko rin lahat eh. Pero okay lang yan. Vitamins ang tawag dyan.
Papaewan ko sa'yo. Literal na.
Okay ibang vitamins to, nasusunog yung mata ko. Pampagising daw kasi yan.
Grabe! Grabe yung Lysol, pare!
Eto na. Labanan na naman, the EFM on the attacker.
Si Echo.
Si Echo in na pala to.
Jericho Rosales. Uy! Aftershock on the players were not gonna connect. Lumabas ngayon si Pico, pero that is Echo. Natamaan nga siya, pero wala naman talagang damage yun. So Jess will catch one particular 3 versus 5 fashion. Lamang ang DFM.
Kumbaga, galawan lang nila from round 1, even from a while ago. DFM at si Jess talaga ang nangunguna dito. Initial 2 pickoffs mula sa kanya. They're now planting the spike here, and for DFM, post-plant na lang.
Post-plant lang sa kalamin ang kailangan nila ngayon. King is right there with the frenzy on hand. Pwede siya maka-pick off dito ng mga siguro 2 or 3. Pero yun nga lang, God dead. Oh no. Doon na sa may corner, nagbabanta talaga si Sinfrey. Pero at least, the possession is compromised already. Grabe naman talaga yung mga utility play na pinapakita nila. Pero the clock is ticking already. Kailangan na makamal dito kahit paano. Smoke out para makat yung player doon nga sa may aim-in. Pero pumapasok sila. 1v1 with a great 1L. Parang silang walang bala. Parang silang low. But the Gen.G will win the team fight. Grabe yun!
Nanood ako mirror match. Literal hanggang reload, mirror match pa din. Nag-swing sila sabay din. Paunahan na lang maka-headshot o swertihan na lang kumbaga, no? And still, up until the very end, DFM ang makakakuha netong round na to. Itong aftershock na yan, yung initial pick-off sana na meron nga sinasuggest, really opening up the site here for the rest of the team. Pero utility play ng Viper, nakakatakot
Talagang nakakatakot nga talaga. Actually, talagang grabe yung stake bite na pinakita ka dun sa may aim-in. Siyempre, Poison Cloud just to stop the vision or block the vision dun nga sa may aim-in. Pero si Takej pa rin talaga makakakuha nun. And on to these matches, parang hinahihirapan din ng DFM no? Grabe yung mga one-tap na pinapakita ng Gen.G pa rin dito.
Meron pa silang Vandal na naman. Upgraded onto the second round here ang DFM. Kung kanina, di masyado nag-work out in their favor, maybe this time na sila yung nasa atake, sila magpapabor dito. That suggests already getting the initial pick-off yet again. TS ang mawawala muna dito. There's no more controller. Or rather, one controller out mula sa Gen.G. Double control pala to.
Yeah, double controller and main controller nila dito. Probably si King and TS ang utility play or it can be the other way around. Nakadepende pa rin naman talaga sa execution nila. Depende sa sitwasyon, depende sa execution. But pre-fires are already here sa side nga ng
walang kumukuha ng orb,
DFM. Pero, nga. Walang orb.
Ayun, meron ng kumuha ng orb. I think they were going for the plant without taking the orb. Sayang naman, but kung tama yung pagkakarinig ko, may kumuha. Meron kumuha ng orb na yan. 5v4 situation right now. And for Gen.G, mahirap na retake to. Wala silang barrel. And utility-wise, hindi rin ganun kadami.
Actually, sa totoo lang, yung composition nila, makikita natin talagang safe play lang. Walang sobrang aggressive, kalmado lang talaga sila dito. And if ever makakuha sila ng pick-off, okay, goods na yan, mamba out na tayo. Which is yun ang pinapakita nga talaga ng DFM. Well, they have the firepower already, so they can actually go in. But the clock is ticking, and walang choice ang Gen.G kung hindi, wag na lang bigyan ng sago ng orbs mga players dito ng DFM. Wag silang bigyan ng pera. So, safe play lang. Safe play lang talaga.
Yun nga, hindi sila pwede magkapera, hindi sila pwede madagdagan ng mga orbs para sa kanilang mga ult as well. Kaya naman for Gen.G, lalo na kasi kapag second round, tapos nagkamali ka ng read. For example, nag-stack kayo fully pagdating sa A side pero B naman yung take. At that point, doon mo na magagamit or doon na kayo marirealize na bigay na lang natin yung round.
The fact na si Takej tsaka si Suggest dito, nag-vandal sila doon sa second round, sakit yun.
Oh, yun na nga eh. Lalo na kung may nabawasan yung Gen.G, mas masakit para sa kanila, di ba? Kasi pistol lang yan eh.
And the players of Gen.G is here already, trying to catch these players off guard. Pagtingnan dito sa may arcade. Pero 4-man arcade. One sa may beam. It's trying to control this area. So nga sabi ng mga casters natin kanina, dapat matindi ang control na pinapakita mo. Knowing na attackers ka. Pop flash is on its way. Pero nga lang, God there with a swing. Not gonna catch anyone off guard.
Good flash lang, kumbaga. Meron siyang mahuhuling isa. Alam niya yon, and already the info has been given out, disseminated sa kanyang mga team members. But they want to clear out tower here. Ang problema, that's gonna be hopping out. That's coveted! Securing 1 kill before he goes down.
Worth it.
tinalunan yung apoy, Bessie.
Worth it yun, man. Kasi nga nakapatay siya ng isa. Pero wala siyang choice, hindi mamamatay din talaga siya doon. Pero, Taketsu! Grabe naman talaga yung satchel boost na ginawa niya. Pero mag-isa na lang talaga Sinfree. He's gonna go down to the hands of Echo. Actually, yan ha? Grabe yung ginawa ng... Si Gen.G. Si Coveted. Grabe, Coveted talaga pinusuan niya. Okay, may molly dyan ni Sinfree. Pero pupusuan ko pa rin yan. Kasi hindi naman ini-expect ng DFM na may magpupush dyan eh.
Kasi kapag hinawakan o hinayaan lang nila yun, makakapag-plant pa, magkakaroon ng space dito yung DFM para ma-plant yung spike. And they don't want that exactly. Dahil, alam mo na eh, gaya na sabi mo, hindi nila expect na tatalunin mo yung Brimstone na molly. Kasi yan yung isa sa pinakamasakit at pinakamatagal na molly sa laro.
That's true. Sakit yan. Talagang...
Right here.
Maririnig mo yung ang kati talaga. And at least pinaparinig na rin talaga ng mga players nga ng DFM sa Gen.G na nagro-rope sila. Probably gonna go here in A. Dito lang sa may dish o nga sa drop. 4-man dish. Gawin ngayon ng DFM. The players of Gen.G, they're really trying to stack up. Dito nga sa A. Si Meteor trying to rotate already. TS. Siya lang ang nandito. Meron pa siya utilities, pare, wala. Pero yun nga, hindi pa siya natamaan. Pero wala siyang idea na si Just nasa loob na.
Diversion lang pala yun para kay Jess as he gets the second kill already. 4v3 situation. Ginamit pa yung orbital strike. But no one really to actually punish sa loob ng orbital strike na yan. 4v3 pa rin to. Again, delay. Yan ang tactics ng DFM.
Magandang delaying tactics na pinapakita nila dito sa game na to. But the players of DFM, they have the firepower, they have the utilities, they have the pulse plans. So just punish from Blaze Storm dito if ever he really wants to be really
Alam
aggressive.
nila walang sight, ha?
And suggest it's on its way for them to get that post plant that they need. Oh no. Poison Clouds, Snake Bite, post plant placed lang. Pinusuan niya pero hindi kaya pa rin. Napakasakit niyan, Kuya Eddie.
Gusto niya sanang i-half eh, pero wala siyang magagawa. Ipit talaga dito si Echo. It's either he dies or he dies. Yan na lang ang mangyayari for him. Again, a round coming in sa Defa, or rather, yan na naman eh. DFM, Detonation.
Focusme. Focus you?
Pero yung retake nila sana doon, alam nilang walang on-site eh. Kasi ni-knife nila yan mula sa KO. Walang pumasag ng knife if I'm not mistaken. And this could have been an opportunity to think and maybe pressure some other points of the map. Ang kaso nga lang, time's ticking away and at the same time, paano mo nga naman mapipressure, binabato na yung snake bite, binabato na yung molly.
Tapos meron din tao sa drop. Ang kalaban mo nga doon, 3-4, napakahirap naman talaga doon. Wait, mag-isa ka lang, wala ka no choice talaga. And the players of DFM, at least nakakabawi na sila doon nga sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. Pero Gen.G, nag-aantay lang sila dito na matinding momentum shift, which is yun yung nangyari kaninang sa game nga kanina. But DFM, 5-man push, B main, mag-under ba? Mukhang hindi ata. Nag-aantay na sila dito ng mga, na-chup-chup pa, pero masyadong maaga.
Yung ano lang yun eh, yung trailblazer lang yun eh. Pero kahit pa paano, at least walang info na nakuha at all. Yun yung importante. At in the end, dalawa naman yung controller agents mo dyan. So what's 1 star?
1 star is nothing if you have 4.
Tama naman. Meron ka pa namang 3. Okay lang yan.
Buti nga, naging 4 lang. Dati 5 yan.
Dami.
Uy! Through the wall, Echo is now down. So Just gonna push in. Seekers is trying na habulin dito yung tao nga dun sa may drop. Walang pera ang Gen.G dito, mga kaibigan. Trying to make the most of all this. Classics nga na meron sila. Meteor with a showstopper. For sure he's not gonna use that. And knowing that he's dead already, 3v5 na classic lang ang gamit mo. Mahirap to. Na wallbang pa yung iba. God dead, mag-isa.
Alam din nila kung saan nanggaling yung knife. And the thing is, wala na siyang choice, literal, kung hindi antayin.
Pag na-clutch.
Lahat na. Pati VALORANT. Siya na lahat ang malakas. Mahirap yan, bes. Classic laban sa 5. Pero wala eh.
Pag na-clutch to, bibigyan ko ng bagong PC si Wendell.
Yun nga. Sayang, Wendell, di na-clutch.
Sayang.
Sorry, Wendell.
Meron ka na sanang
PC? Gaming PC worth 10,000 USD. Wala eh.
Meron akong kilala, 30,000. Magkano ba?
7,000 USD.
7,000 USD.
Shoutouts nga pala kay Likeable. Sana ay ganun din akong pinagpala sa giveaway.
May
Nanalo ng 7K
mojos
USD.
pa.
Oh my God! 7K USD PC.
350k yun.
Wow. Anyway, etong larong to, ayoko naman depress dyan. So, pag-usapan na lang natin itong larong to dahil makikita mo sa Jess right now, ito yung naging problema ng DFM Maganda yung simula nila. As in, maganda. Na tipong si Anthem, si Suggest, nakaka-clutch, napapatay nila yung pick-offs na hinahanap nila initially, nahanap nila. Pero sa gitna ng laro, biglang nawawala yung momentum, yung spark.
Which is yun nga inaantay na rin talaga ng Gen.G dito. Nasaan yung momentum shift nila? Nasaan yung game parang, yung deal breaker na play in order for them na ma-shake ang DFM dito. Pero for DFM, tutulong na to, why do you have to change something that's not broken anyway? So for Gen.G, ito ang pinaka-importanting timeout nila. Kasi pag hindi pa sila nanalo dito, pag itutuloy pa rin talaga ng Gen.G ang panalo nila, oh no, 6-1 to. Kasi nga, buy round ngayon ng Gen.G. So, wala silang no choice. They need to win this no matter what. Pero, yung pressure na kay DFM pa rin kasi ang Gen.G may 1 point na
Pero kung di ako nagkakamali, ang pumili ng mapa na to, Gen.G.
Gen.G nga.
Map-pick nga nila to.
Parang map-pickers na nangyari.
Map-pickers, parang kanina lang. TS nanalo sa map-pick ng PRX. At PRX ang nanalo sa map-pick ng TS.
Ay, nako. Mga bagay na hindi natin ini-expect nangyayari.
Tignan natin ngayon kung makakabalik ba ang Gen.G dito, lalo na comfort pick para sa kanila. But so far, kung ano yung showing ng DFM dito, gumagana pa, especially here on the attacker's side. Pagdating sa utility, si Suggest, may Blade Storm. Pagdating kay Meteor, meron din naman silang Showstopper. Pero tamang zipline away lang bago pa mahuli ni TS dito. Pag tumingin ka, kita ka! Ay, naku, nakaligtas si Kuya Motaked.
Galawang ninja
Congrats!
talaga no? Pero nga lang, God dead. Okay? Yung first pick niya ko sa kanya, huwag na siya pumili ngayon. Pero mukhang aasingin natin.
Kinukulit niya lang. Pop flash lang. Kumbaga. Pero may wall naman ng ng Viper, kaya walang problema.
Lahat ng utilities ni God dead, pinato na niya. Diyos ko.
Pati wall ng Viper nasa B-site. Lahat kumpleto nandun. Ito lang ang nag-iisa. Meteor, sa'yo nakasalalay ang lahat! Kaso nga lang, Showstopper missed!
Ang ganda ng updraft! Na-dodge yung Showstopper niya. Pero 1-to-1 trades ginagawa nila ngayon. 4v4. Grabe.
K-drama versus anime battle.
Ano?
Yeah?
Ito na. TS. We'll catch one.
Laging 1-to-1 trade lang, no?
Bes. Sushi versus Kimbap.
Ayan. May na-detect na isa. That's sin-free. Sinusubukan nilang i-wallbang. Vulnerable siya right now, and that's gonna be God dead securing the kill. Suggest on the other hand, low on HP. 2v1 to. Knives out para sa kanya. At wallbang. Wallbangable. Nandun sa loob.
Hindi
Same plant kung saan natalo tayo. Saan din ako nagplant nun
Kasali ba ako nun?
Doon na. Ay, hindi. Si Ian nata ang kasama ko nun. Nagplant ako doon. Nag-rotate ako. Hindi pala wallbang.
Pero meron ako naaalala dyan. Nag-wallbang. Pinapanood kita. Sa Game Changers pa yun. Pinapanood kita nun, bes
Siyempre.
Hashtag supporto tayo, bes.
Talo kami. Anyway, with that replay, makikita na...
Nagkakast ka nun.
Nagkakast ba ako nun?
Oo.
Kala ko naglalaro.
Mahirap ka nun kung nagkakast ka sa natalo ka pa. Awit talaga yun.
Multitasker.
Uy, pero important, at least nanalo pa rin ng Gen.G kasi si mishap na nangyari sa kanila, pero Meteor getting the verticality. Uy, nagmamounce sa Just.
Sabi sa'yo, anime battle nga versus K-drama. Updraft sa taas. Yung isa, satchel pataas.
Pareho sila nasa isip.
Verticality kung verticality.
Nag-usap sila,
guys.
Got it? Guardian.
Sakit.
Wala man lang nabawasan kahit isa sa DFM. Kahit yung buhok wala nadodge malamit yung galawan
Ang problema nga nila dito, wala silang sustain like DFM has. Wala naman silang healing na pwedeng ibigay dito from the rest of the team. So, Goddead, he has to stick with 11 HP, pero meron naman siyang nade at meron pa siyang mga flash, pati knife na napakalaking impact for the team.
Si TS lang ang makakatulong, makaka-confirm kung meron pa talagang tao din natin sa may arcade, pero kalmado na sila. Contact play lang ang nasa isip ngayon ng DFM. TS, eto na, pero uy! Gusto sana niyang ano yun eh.
Pag may initial shot ka na hindi tumama, most probably hindi tatama yung pangalawa, pero may tumatalo na isa at si Goddead pa nga yun.
Ito pa isa, shorty sa muka.
150 versus 2,900?
Oh, man, tas 150, 200 pesos. ROI, 50.
Goddead, already detected here. Kinalampag yung papag.
Goddead.
Detected din yung iba.
Goddead, delikado siya kasi may tao dyan, which is si Anthem. Naradig niya yung pagbaba nga ng ropes, pero at least King is just right there. Aftershock for him to get that post plant, pero yung natamaan siya dito ng camera. Pero 3v2 to, and King is just right there as well. 2v1 right now. First contact dun sa isa, and Reita ang makakakuha ng clutch na yun.
Dahil sa mga pick-offs ni King, hindi sila makasilip. Natakot sila dun. Sipin mo naman, King was able to punish not just one, but 2 players. And aside from that, kahit si Anthem yung may hawak nung angulo na to, it was still King that managed to pull it off. Everyone na nasa arcade, malinis, BMA na lang yung problema.
Yun nga eh. And King, sobrang silent din talaga. Hindi naging successful yung last kill na sanang gagawin niya. And yun nga eh. Tulad na pag-usapan nga natin kanina, like what you've said, TS, gagamitin sana niya yung smoke, pero di na talaga nangyari.
Naka-fake flash si Kuya mo, Meteor. Binigyan ng ibon, nakatalikod, habang si Jess, pinusuan lang.
Winasiwas
lang, may nasa kanan mo.
Yes, with Spectre. The Sin-Free, at least, nagkalabanan nga ng controller dito. 3 versus 4, lamang ang DFM. In terms of headcount, they have the money, and Gen.G, nag-force sila dito.
Parang same scenario nung game number 1 na naman, no? 3-0, 4-0, tapos biglang 4-3. Hello, welcome to the game.
Oo.
Diba? Bumabalik lang yung mga puntos na nakikita nga natin. Pero again, with the knife that we have coming in from the KO, this gives a brief idea. Ito na yung orbital strike. Masastun pa si Anthem dito. He still has a flash to pull out. Kaso nga lang, Echo will go down already. Swing from the players here from DFM. 21 HP remaining para kay Goddead. Still alive.
Grabe yung angulo ni Goddead Binato na yung
Molly. Nag-Viper Spit din.
Nagsagutan ng Viper Spit. Pwede ito, 2v3. King, the only man remaining. Snake bite sa kanya. King, mabilis mawala tong Viper Spit mo, men. Pero kailangan mo pumasok agad. Wala na siyang angulo ngayon. Pero ang problema niya, tatlo pa sila dito, men.
Tsaka yung Viper Spit niya, hindi naman naaabot sa site yan eh. The thing is, ginamit ni King yan as a band-aid solution. Kasi nga, mamamatay din yung kasama niya. The problem remained is there's also a Viper Spit on the other side.
1 HP dito kay King. Kailangan mong makuha dito si Viper. Kahit hindi nga eh. Well, ito nag-force buy sila. Ginamit pa yung mga ultimates nila. Sobrang magastos na round ng Gen.G. Ito ang pinakamagastos na round na nakita ko sa araw na to.
Again, you can't really have that band-aid solution, especially that kind of ulti na mawawala pa nga sa kamay mo. Knowing na ganito na yung positioning, especially very low na yung isa sa inyo. And aside from that, this Viper Spit didn't even reach the site itself anyway. It was just to stop kung sino gustong pumasok, but it was already too late. 5-3 ang scoreline natin, and DFM, alam nilang kailangan nilang mag-antay para dun sa knife, para walang ma-detect, para makapag-swing sila. But that's gonna be TS securing 1 kill, 2-1 trade lang.
2-1 trade, pero yun nga, naka-frenzy natin talaga si King tsaka si Echo dito. Reita, alam niya na kahit anong mangyari, hindi talaga siya mapapatay doon. Kasi nga, in terms of distance, lamang na lamang siya, naka-rifle siya. 2v4, Sin-Free, natin spike already. Meron pupusuan pa rin ng DFM to. Kahit pagdating dun sa second half, talagang dun na siguro babawi dito ang Gen.G. And in terms of post-plant, they have the snake bite, they have the trailblazer, they have the flash, and they have the molly na meron si Sin-Free. Kompleto sa rekado sila. Pero si Takej naka-line up na.
Busy yung iba makipaglaban, pero si Takej busy luline up. Ganun lang. Focus sa goal, kumbaga. And King, I think he would just rather take this Phantom away, maybe try to fight off But again, wala eh. Lineup to eh. Wala kang matatapatan. Lalo na kung ganun ka-low yung HP mo at laban sa 3 pa to.
Yun nga, wala ka ng oras doon. And nice round. Side nga ng, ng DFM. And dito naman sa side na, dito naman ngayon sa Gen.G, pag-usapan na nga natin kanina, sobrang mahal na round na yon. Nung 3-4, tama nung 3-4, sobrang mahal na round nila ngayon. And nag-save sila kahit pa paano. Light buy lang, pero ngayon dito sa round na to, Gen.G, oo may AR sila, pero half armor lang silang lahat. Ito yung mga kailangan mo i-consider. Number 1, ang kalaban mo yung itong DFM. Number 2, ekonomiya na.
Lalo na kung sunod-sunod yung mga loss, di ba? And this is already the push. Again, from Meteor, pero mabilis lang ang kanyang pagkakaswing. Takedge na takedown agad-agad.
They have the new route dito kay Reyta.
Ito na ata ang mabagal na fracture map na nakita natin so far.
Sa taong to.
Walang neon, walang... Kahit may race ka eh.
Oo,
medyo mabagal pa din eh.
Wala eh.
Methodical kasi nga, ganito nga maglaro yung region sa Korea. Ganon din naman para sa Japan.
Ang hindi lang naiiba, DRX, meron silang sariling meta eh.
May sarili silang sinusundan na meta eh.
Oo, meta nila.
Gawa nila yon.
Oo. At saka sa totoo lang, Bes ha, after nung ito sabihin ko, pero simulan mo natin kay Meteor with the paint shell just to siguro displace anyone. Dito nga sa side nga ng Sands, Sinfree with a swing, with a spray, and pray for the chup-chup siya, but Anthem with a really good angle! Dun lang sa may drop, with a spray down, will take 3.
Sabi nung isa, meron akong nasaki-saki sa site. Silipin nyo, sumilip yung 3, guys.
Si Anthem.
Si Anthem ang nakita nila. That's the problem. They didn't know that Anthem was just wrapping around the corner as well. Pero isa nga ulit sa mga nakita nating magandang pick-off dito na nagmula nga sa DFM. Obviously.
Na-off angle.
Na-off angle sila.
Yeah, sobrang na-off angle. Kasi yun yung mga angle hindi mo talaga titignan muna. And
busy ka rin eh. Nasa side yung isa eh. Dami yan.
Oh my God, mid.
Tinakbuhan. Yun ang hit and run, guys. Sakit nun. Wala kang bawi.
Ito ba? God-dead? Uy! Diyos ko po, hindi ka pa tumama. Pero importante, meron naman siyang null command dito. Ito ba, sasabihin ko lang.
Hindi ba tumama o tumama kay Sinfree?
Hindi. Ay, ewan ko. Feeling ko na tama. Hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko rin sure, guys.
Hindi ko rin sure. Ayoko magmarunong eh.
Tingnan natin sa replay mamaya lang.
Pero Besa, yun nga. DRX meron sa sariling meta, di ba? At hindi na sinusundan ng ibang teams. DRX.
Mismo.
Pero
hindi niya tamaan
sa
Marshall. Check ko yung replay sa kabila, guys.
So, nabawasan siya dun sa...
Somewhere over the rainbow. 5v4.
Showstopper ni Meteor.
Tinakasan nila eh.
Meteor. Ito na naman sila dun nga sa mga angulong hindi nga ini-expect ng DFM.
Kung sumilip si Meteor dun, 4 yung makikita niyang nagro-rotate.
Safe play lang, pero narinig ba? Pare hindi. And now, DS. Diyos ko! Hindi ina-expect yan! BAM!
Yun nga lang, masyadong close angle, lalo na one and done position na naman. King, alam nila kung saan magagaling yung mga players dito ng DFM. Napakadami niyan, mabubulag nga ba? But they are still on to Sheriffs only. Laban sa mga Phantom, laban sa mga Vandal na meron tayo dito. God damn though! On that Marshall, a double kill, but suggests to pin him down. Di pa tapos ang laban, but so far, with the time being, DFM na thrifty round pa sila.
Sobrang ganda yung talagang literal na hindi nila pinalabas ng drop. Ang daming smokes, ang daming flash. Simulan muna natin dun sa ginawa ni Kay. Okay, snake bite muna kayo dyan para ma-delay yung pag-push nyo. Right after that, it's the flashes ni God-Dead. At wala siyang ginawa kung hindi, ini-spray down niya ang Marshall niya.
Spray down sa Marshall.
Oo.
Hindi na kailangan mag-scope.
Ganda yung
ginawang
play.
Baki.
At saka yung si Sinfree, inismoke niyo yung harapan nila eh, para makatakas sila eh. Pero hindi eh. Si God-Dead nakaposisyon na doon sa may taas ng drop eh, tapos biglang bang, bang, bang. Ubus lahat sila. Nadaan sa utility, Bes.
Nadaan nga sa utility. Not only that, yung initial showstopper, hindi rin nila expected yun, di ba? After the showstopper itself, nagamit yung orbital strike. I have to double check kung saan nanggaling yung orbital strike na yon actually. And manggagaling yun sa DFM pa. Diba? So, ginamitan nila ng orbital strike si Raze. Pero dumaan doon sa ilalim.
Oo.
Sage.
Wala rin.
Sad, no?
Sad, no talaga.
Nasayang yung ult mo.
Oo, sakto. April ngayon. Maraming sad, no?
Ay, oo.
Kasi pag binaliktad mo ang sad, no?
Undas.
Kaya maraming malungkot talaga pag undas. Kasi pag binaliktad mo ang undas, sad, no?
Ay, may fancy king.
Makes sense. Makes sense naman.
Tama naman. Ganun naman talaga.
Oo, diba? Kaya nga undas na nilagay doon kasi sad, no?
7-4 ang score natin dito. Operator sa kamay ni Jess on the attack. Interesting. Tignan natin.
Mainit sa Jess, Nabang naman kami. Operator, oy.
Okay lang yan. Last round naman.
Pandagdag lang sa clip, pre.
Hindi nila mapupulot to.
Pag napulot nila, di naman sila makakatama.
Wanda!
Uy, ayan na. Hala. Mga operator, meron sisilip pa rin sila. Meron pa dito. Uy, hindi natamaan siya.
Okay lang, may hawak-hawak naman sila magandang posisyon dito, lalo na meron pang breach na kasama dyan. At least, they were able to pick off one and that's actually TS away. 5v4 pa rin to and DFM. Lalo na sila nakakalamang at may oras pa, napakaraming oras pa.
Yung bumbot, 5 seconds na lang yan. Kung 10 seconds pa yan, feeling ko nakita na talaga yung DFM doon. And Reyta, with that distance, will catch one.
Bes, hold lang sila ng base. Pag may natamaan na isa, Antem pa heal.
Oo, di ba? Grabing sustain nga na meron sila.
Paano mamamatay?
But Reyta, oh no! Salisi!
Tumama pa rin si King! 4v3 situation na ngayon. Nagkakasalisihan lang yung mga players natin dito. Nag-flash sa taas, pero yung kalaban nasa kaliwa.
Kaliwat kanan, may kalaban ka. Oh no, saan ka pupunta?
Hindi rin alam ni Meteor eh.
Magkusing ba siya? Yun nga, pero ang problema, meron tao sa likod niya. Echo, one more kill para sa kalampag ng Papa. Kailangan na makapatay ng isa, pero mukhang papasok pa rin ata siya. Pero wala siyang idea. Pero bigla na rin talaga sila nagkatamaan doon. Taget will get that kill 8 for already. And Besiwap, mukhang magiging 3 ata tayo sa Pearl, pero sana hindi na.
Ako yung nasistress sa smoke sa loob ng site.
Ako rin.
A-site, wala kang makita at all. Tatlong smoke ata yung ginamit nila dito.
Yung kay Brim pa?
Oo, yung kay Brim pa, pang matagalan. Kita mo naman pagka-swing ni Meteor, crossfire na sila dito eh. And that's the thing, when you have a man advantage already, lubos-lubusin mo na, especially you have the certain angles na maganda hawakan. But right now, this is the halftime at ipapasa na natin to sa ating mga panelists to break down what's been happening sa first half natin.
Welcome back to the panel. Thank you, Taylor and Vil. One thing I want to highlight here is DFM's post-plant composition in the first half. They have Viper and Brim, and that means a lot of buying time. And I think that's something that they're really banking on as attackers. And I'm kind of curious to see how they take this over on defense. What do you guys think?
To be fair, alam mo una agad si Bruce dito. Pero yes, actually, the thing that leads up to, or the thing that allows it to lead up to that is I think yung very slow methodical style ngayon ng DFM, which actually works this time because now we're seeing yung impact dito ni Reyta. And again, Fracture, it's all about that map control, and you really do see DFM utilizing and abusing yung map control na meron sila.
Okay, so, you know, in the end, for me, I was kind of expecting Gen.G to really perform not so well as defenders, because the last time they had RRQ, they had 4 points, and when I was looking at the gameplay, currently what's happening, okay, mag-4 sila, that's kind of noted, bilang defenders. But then when they started playing attackers in the same composition, yung kalaban nila yung RRQ, they took out 8 points right away in that game. So parang, you know, there's still part of me na wants DFM to win, pero like as how the trajectory are going, this could be a replay as well kung paano ginawa ni Gen.G in that fight against RRQ.
I think so too. But anyway, the scores are pretty close. I don't think it's too late for Gen.G, but if DFM keeps up this buy time, you know, stall time strat against Gen.G, I think they're going to be seeing some trouble. But anyway, I think the second half is about to begin, so I'm going to be passing it off to our casters, Taylor and Vil. The Mods, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Rebisco.
Rebixco. Tama naman. Diba?
Ano yung kanta?
Sarap na feeling mo. Ganon.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Bruce. And kay Mr. Frederick.
Tama. Si Omen.
Ay. What's up, Robbie?
Ayos-ayusin mo ang gusto mong iparating dyan, Rene. Anyway, TS. Uy, repeat mula kay Suggest muli. But Reita to come back, actually, and slam him down.
Ginawang ramen. Uy! We will catch one.
Ginawang ramen. Tama naman. Mamaya may kimchi soup. Yun ang masarap, no?
Talaga?
Uy.
Parang bulgogi, man. Tokboki, yung mga ano.
Topoki?
Hindi, may tokboki din. Yung,
Meron din?
Oo, yun yung mga rice cakes nila.
Ano ba tawag dun? Hindi ko rin alam eh.
Topoki.
Iba
Ano
pa
yun? Parang brand yun. Ewan ko, di ko taka-Korea. And Meteor Garden, God Dead. Dito na kayo, Meteor will catch one. Pero problema niya, marami talagang tao and talagang kailangan
sayang
nila dito
patience,
is...
no?
Yun nga, last. 9-4.
Sayang yung patience. Di niya nagamit para pigilan sana makapasok yung mga players from B main as well. Because of that, DFM, nagkaroon sila ng napakalaking space to actually make the retake happen. Lalo na kung may spray down mula nga doon sa mga frenzies na meron tayo. At for Gen.G, isang malaking issue to, malaking problema para sa kanila. Kasi knowing na yung DFM pa yung nanalo sa pistol round na to, there's a bigger chance that this can go to a double-digit scoreline already. And because of that reason alone, magpo-force buy sila for this round. Kailangan nilang makuha to, kailangan nilang ma-secure. They have to be really careful though dahil maraming shotgun o may isang naka-shotgun sa kabila.
Yun yung pinakamalaki nilang problema ngayon. Pero the players of DFM, it's just, kompleto sa rekado sila dito for them to stop the possible push nga gawin ngayon. And Gen.G, like that, the catch with a judge already, and all they need to do is wait for the traps na mag-settle, wait for the traps na talagang mag-connect and takej. Alam na niya yung mangyayari.
Nasa likod na rin yung dalawang players. Grabe yung DFM. Makapag-sandwich play dito. Ipit na ipit lahat ng players ng Gen.G. They cannot have any space at all. And at the same time, wala silang pera. Nag-force buy sila.
Yun yung problema ng Gen.G. This is the second force buy nila. Thinking na makakabawi sila kahit paano, pero ang problema isa lang napatay nila. So, kumbaga, ang Gen.G, gastador sila.
Sayang yung round eh, no? Ganda rin ng pagkaka-tripwire. Hindi nga nabasag. Kahit na nag-satchel in play na nga dito, si Meteor. Kasi nga hindi naman natamaan din.
Eto besa, Gen.G, high risk, high reward. Lagi silang ganun. Grabe yung mga sobrang risk taker sila kumbaga. Bahala na kung ano mangyari.
Kaso ngayon, nasa dip yung kanilang scenario right now. But for Gen.G, pistol muna. Itong sheriff lang muna sa kalam. Yan muna ang sasabihin nila. Tingnan natin kung makakahanap sila ng pick-off. Kasi as you can see, para kay Takej, bagong positioning na naman to for him.
Pag natalo ang Gen.G dito, yung iba half armor lang for sure. Pero naka-Vandal. Reita, Bulldog, natay si Meteor, Aftershock, will not gonna connect for sure, pero nag-connect pala. Pero wala siyang idea na meron na palang tao sa loob.
And that's how you clear tower, ladies and gents. Put in a flash, put in an Aftershock, and then peek pagdating sa B-side. 5v3, 5v4 situation makakapag-plant ang Gen.G dito. Looking way better than the initial rounds na nakita natin from them.
Okay, at least nakapag-plant sila ng spike dito, plus 300 lahat sa kanila. And DFM trying to na talagang i-sandwich itong side nga ng Gen.G kasi sila naman lamang dito in terms of utility. Pop Flash already sa side nga ng DFM ngayon. Sinfree will catch one. Pero problema talagang sandwich talaga sila, di ba? King will catch one pero makakisip siya pero mukhang hindi na. Echo, oh no! Wala na siya matatakbuhan. Sinfree will defeat the spike already for 11, still in favor of DFM. At mukhang mapupunta talaga tayo sa Pearl dito, Bes. Parang lahat ata ng games sa kinas natin ngayon, 3 games, first time yun.
Oo nga eh. Talagang, ang nangyari dito, DFM, ang galing kasi nila mang bait out. Alam mo yun, may isang nagpe-pre-fire, pero actually hindi naman siya yung papatay eh. Nandun lang siya para manggulo, para makaswing yung isa, para makarotate yung iba.
Yun nga. And it's just, dito nga sa DFM, di ba? I mean, nanalo sila dun sa sanang panalo ang Gen.G kasi nga nag-force buy sila. Pero safe play pa rin talaga yung mga players dito ng DFM eh. Hindi na sila nag-overextend at mag-overextend sila kung alam nila na sila yung lamang. Tulad ng nangyari ngayon. Okay, sandwichin natin to. Wala naman silang pera. And ito ang malaking problema nga ng Gen.G. Talagang wala silang pera. Makakabay sila pero
isipin mo naman, nagsimula tayo pistol round, natalo sila sa first pistol. Natalo sila sa second pistol, itong Gen.G. Ngayon, 10 yung score eh. Kailangan natin mag-force buy. Natalo sila sa force buy. Wala silang pera for the next round. 4 na rounds na ata yung lumipas. Lahat yun walang pera.
Actually, sa totoo lang, minsan natin talaga tayo nakakita na, na gusto talaga nila yung iba. Kahit 4-10 yan, sige, save lang din tayo. Bawiin na lang natin yan. Minsan natin talaga yung makakita, tara, force buy tayo.
Gumagana minsan.
Oo, gumagana minsan. Pero high risk, high reward nga. And yung mga ibang teams, dun sila sa safer play eh. Okay, Vandal tayo. Naka-Vandal naman tayo for 11. I mean, lamang naman tayo.
To be fair, lamang naman sila sa series, di ba?
Yun nga, lamang naman tayo. Sige, high risk, high reward nga. Ganun lang gawin natin. Kahit ano mangyari dito, bahala si Abatman.
Pero hanggang hindi umaabot ng 13 ang score, hindi pa tapos. Marami na akong teams na nakita na napako sa 11 at 5. Team Secret kanina.
Same. DFM. Kalmahan lang nila to. Pero TS, 2 more orbs para makakuha siya dito ng Cosmic Divide. Pero that Roomba, not gonna catch anyone. Suggest waiting patiently na sumilip dito si kaibigang King.
Grabe si Takeds, no? Kaya, bumili lahat, nag-invest lahat ng 2.9, pero siya, 1.8 lang eh, guys. Okay na to.
Lamang naman tayo
lamang naman tayo. Basic lang kapag pumasok sila, pew, pew, pew. Ganun lang ang ginagawa ni Takeds.
The fact na double controller naman silang dalawa.
Siya yung sponsor ng op. Siya yung taga-sponsor ng operator.
Grabe naman talaga. I got you.
Manager pala to si Takeds.
Shoutout siya pala kay Miss Janela.
30 seconds left.
Pero...
Uy, may nakikita ako.
Yun nabaril yung puso.
Nabaril ang puso ni Transformers doon. Reyta on the other hand, may ipit siya sa loob ng smoke pero walang problema. Nagamit niya pa yung neural death. Nakaisa pa siya doon.
Grabe naman. Wala na.
Natamaan ng ligaw na bala.
Yun nga eh. Ano pa yun Guardian pa yun.
Oo nga eh.
Kung Vandal pa yun.
One tap, pwede pa eh.
Kung Vandal pa yun, maiintindihan ko eh.
Kasi spray and pray, sige pwede pa. Pero Guardian, tumama. Tingnan natin yung replay.
Mahal siya ng juice.
1.
You know.
Swerte.
Ulo pa.
Yun nga eh, ang swerte niya. Dun sa part na yun. Kung bagay itong mapa na to, kung umulan ng kaswertehan, napunta sa DFM lahat.
Ito ba yung kalaban ng Team Secret? Bayan? Hindi naman ramdam?
Nakakambak sila kanina, bes. Huwag kang magbida-bida.
Sorry.
May tumalon, may mamamatay. Sheesh! Sana ganun din ako maglaro. Kung ganun lang. Oy! What a kill again from Goddead! Guardian lang sa kalam! Hindi pa tapos to. 3v3.
3v3. They have the Cosmic Divide. So, may double pa rin sa side ng Gen.G. Itong DFM, paano pa lang sila? Pa-rotate pa lang sila, di ba? Pero ang Gen.G, handang-handa na. Pero Anthem will catch 2 with a spray down! With a 4K!
Ginawa to ni Anthem, hindi lang isang beses, 2 beses. Actually, pang-4 na ata to sa lahat ng time na nakita ko siya yung naglalaro. Wala siyang ginawa kung hindi magka-crouch ako dito, lahat ng magsiswing, mamamatay.
Oo, yun nga. And the spray transfer is there. Talaga, kalmado lang siya. Tapos, isa-isa rin talaga lumbas yung mga players nga ng Gen.G. But yeah, we've seen it already. High risk, high reward. Ito ang mga players ng Gen.G. Pero for the side of DFM, by the book, kalma lang tayo dito. Ito yung pinapakita ni Anthem. Kalmado lang, nakaupo lang, spray and pray. Nakakuha pa ng 3 with a 4K under his belt. And map pickers.
Di nila ina-expect yun eh. Iniisip nila na baka magtatago ulit for a re-swing, a re-peak. Pero si Anthem kasi pag nagka-clutch siya, hindi nga niya iniisip kung may susunod na lalabas eh. Basta nakaspray ako sa lugar na yon hanggang maubos yung bala ko. Pero lahat accurate mula dito kay Anthem. Multiple clutches coming in from this guy. And I would just highlight as well, para naman sa Gen.G, kahit nahirapan sila sa rounds na to, may mga magagandang rounds pa rin naman tayong nakita. Unfortunately, it's just really not enough kung ganitong playstyle nga naman yung makikita natin from DFM.
Medyo mabagal yung play nila. And ito, Anthem, Diyos ko, actually, hindi spray transfer. Talagang spray and spray lang. Spray lang din talaga siya dito. Spray
Estimate
down.
lang niya kung kailan lalabas ulit.
Oo. Tulad nung ginawa ka dito sa off-angle niya na dun sa may A-main. Dun sa may CT rather, na pinakita nga niya. But yeah, we've seen it already. Game number 1 and 2. Tapos na. Wala tayong choice kung hindi mag-game number 3. But yeah, kalmado muna kami. We're just gonna go on to a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching VPL live dito sa Facebook, sa Twitch, sa YouTube, at lahat na. Kami lang nga pala ang The Mods. See you later.
Welcome back sa Philippine broadcast ng VCT Pacific. Again, we are back on day 5, series number 2. It is DFM versus Gen.G. I can't believe the game 3 pa tayo here. I really thought that, DFM kind of started this series really, really strong. Gen.G took game 1, and now we have DFM coming back. So we're going into Pearl, and I think, Bruce, you mentioned this off-cam just now. I don't think either teams have found success on this map.
Well, their scores are really bad in Pearl as well. I mean, these are, again, for Gen.G naman, this data is coming from lock-in against Loud. So, again, that's Loud's best map. So that's kind of understandable. But then for the side of DFM, it was their match here in week number 1, and they're not finding the same success as well. But if we're looking at raw numbers, kung sa final score lang, panalo si Gen.G, finishing it at 9 against Loud. So that's kind of okay.
Yeah. So now looking into this, second game, I feel like you could look at this from two perspectives. Perspective ng Gen.G and the perspective ng DFM. For the perspective of Gen.G, it looks like they were so disconnected kung anong gusto nilang gawin dito. They were trying to do some certain plays that would just blow up in their face. And if you look at this side naman ng DFM, which was really huge. Look at the first kills of DFM. 13-4 ng Gen.G. A lot of that, I think, is akin to just how well Suggest was able to find all of these the
picks.
Dakilang taga-pick siya, pixel-pick siya against Gen.G. May nakita siyang shoulder, bam. May nakita siyang hita, bam. May nakita siyang nag-jiggle pip, bam. All of those skills resulting in first kills that make it even more difficult for Gen.G to convert rounds in their favor.
And then to contrast din for Meteor, I think Raze so far is not looking good at him anymore kasi hindi siya as kasing kulit ni Jet. Yes, you do have your blast packs to reposition, pero like unlike Jet as an agent, na pwede kang like pew, you're gone. And then you could try to look for another angle, pero reposition, look for another angle to get more kills. It's not just how Raze is meant to be played, I guess.
I mean, the same Jet does have her smoke to kind of like allow her to escape, situations where she's not doing good. But I think, going off of what Asarai said, I do think that Gen.G did make a lot of mistakes that kind of blew up in their face. We saw a lot of rounds where I think they made the mistake of force buying, and I think they also lost their momentum for their maps. The strat of map pressure here on Fracture, I don't think they were able to deliver what they delivered back on Lotus. And I feel like DFM played the game very patiently, and Gen.G couldn't apply that sort of thing where they would let DFM think they read them, but they didn't. So I feel like, that kind of the same play didn't work twice. So again, I think DFM did definitely deserve this win. Though we did see that Sylvan is going back into the roster of Gen.G here on Pearl. I think it's a good choice because, they will be starting out on defense. So I think they'll want that controller, because he's a controller main. I think they'll want that more. And we'll see if Gen.G is able to find success with the Sylvan, with the fade back.
What's kind of interesting in Dito is it was also a little bit awkward. Because I remember a lot of the matches or a lot of the rounds na nakikipaglaban dito Gen.G was they were trying to just, what's the word, but the challenge the smoke na siniset up ng DFM, right? How many times was that? They had, I believe, the Brimstone smoke, they had the Viper smoke, which, again, it was kind of merited that they had to push through it to defend yung post-plant nila. But unfortunately, maybe it was because palaging nauubos yung players ng Gen.G dito that there would only be one person peeking out through the smoke, or they would just not have any sort of backup whatsoever. But again, goes back to that disconnect. Gen.G just not really having the same amount of synergy that we saw nung start of Lotus.
Yep, exactly. And just going back to the team DFM, Suggest though carrying the whole of his team. I mean, sabihin man nating teamwork was there, but it was just Suggest all along, man. 22 frags in total. That's parang his average combat score 361. That's like every time may bakbakan, andun talaga siya leading the charge for the rest of DFM.
Exactly, and you can tell he's really doing a lot of damage for his team. But going on to agent picks now, we're gonna be seeing a Jet, we're gonna be seeing Fade come back on Sylvan. But I'm kind of curious to see if we're gonna be seeing another Harbor from DFM here on Pearl, because I feel like they kind of need to slow. I think that Gen.G is really coming into this with another push-heavy strat. So I feel like we could see them bring back Harbor to kind of slow down their push and, kind of ruin that momentum that they want to have here on Pearl.
Well, just with Harbor alone in Pearl, sa B-side pa lang. That plant for long, then you use your Cove. you're pretty safe planting for that kind of strategy. So I'm pretty sure either people who'll be starting out as attackers for either of the teams, kukunin talaga nila yung Harbor. It's the easiest agent to play along on Pearl.
That's true. It gives you a lot of opportunities then to kind of play the game that you want, in the sense that you have that cover with the high tides. And what's good about dito para sa DFM is they actually go for the Viper Harbor combo, which gives them a lot of options then with the smoke walls and such, which could be good. But again, it's going to siguro, what's the word, but it's still going to matter what the pickups will be para sa Gen.G. Honestly, aside from that lang din, what's also looking really good din pa dito para sa DFM is I think they're starting to also mesh really well together in the terms of how they've been executing yung rotates nila. Again, as we mentioned, they're not overextending as much. They're knowing the boundaries of how they're approaching these kind of fights, and it has been, I think, what they've been working on from map number 1. It showed itself on map number 2, and Pearl is a map that I think allows you to do that much more efficiently then.
Yep.
I mean, I agree with you there. I think that's why they kind of took Game 2 here, because they've kind of downloaded what Gen.G has for them. But again, they've lost their previous match on Pearl, and like you've said, they've adjusted really, really well. And having experience on this map here in VCT Pacific, I want to see if they're going to be able to re-strategize and come up with a better plan going to this map. I think the Viper Harbor is going to be that trick.
Yeah, and then, just an advice for DFM, patayin si Meteor. And for Gen.G, stop giving him raise. Siguro, I mean, it limits the man's capabilities kung gaano siya kalikot as a duelist himself. Maybe it's in his blood kasi, we've been talking about this off-air, and as a duelist, it's always your instinct to try to get as much kills as possible. Although, hindi naman siya yung pinaka-optimal way to play duelist, pero just the idea of you're the reliable one to frag out, yun yung playstyle na nai-inherit mo going into the games eh.
Yeah. Well, this what's good with Meteor dito is the last time that they actually played this in lock-in, Jet yung ginamit niya. So at least if we dislike yung raise niya, he has a higher propensity to maybe pick up yung Jet. I think, but the biggest issue din dito, I feel like, for Gen.G is just the weakness of them in playing that retake talaga. I think more than anything else, that was one thing that they kind of were having issues then on Lotus, and it really, really showed itself sa Fracture ngayon. So being able to reset is going to be important. I think also a really good indicator then is Echo wasn't really part of the players dito ng Gen.G that play a lot better in terms of that retake. There were a couple of rounds since Fracture where you saw Gen.G just looking really lost, in the sense na
they were
not only inside the smokes, but did you remember that there was that one play where there was like 3 players of Gen.G on the A side picking out together. Tapos they just didn't know that Anthem was right in front of them. No one could react, and Anthem picks up a 3K.
Yeah,
exactly. So, I think it's that also lack of information, and which here I think with Sylvan now here in the roster, I think that with his fade, that's going to give them the information that they were lacking earlier. But again, with what we've seen so far, with Meteor possibly back on the Jet, I feel like going against a team with like DFM with 2 controllers usually, I feel like this will finally give him the mobility that he needs, because again, Raze, although she has that mobility, it's still not as clean, or maybe you can't really save yourself as much as you could with Jet.
Oh yeah, just to clarify, that actually in lock-in, si Echo pala yung naglaro, not Sylvan against Loud. So this could be a different flavor, because with that composition with Echo in, I mean, Loud, super strong team, diba? And they were able to pick up at least 9 points. And if you were to look at the performance of Gen.G as attackers in Pearl back in lock-in, straight 2, 4, 6, 7.
2, 4, 6, 7.
2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah,
Can you say it in your Filipino accent?
2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 points right away as attackers. Pero maybe something different if ever nandiyan na si Sylvan, hoping to see that gameplay, or if they're going to do the same agent composition with Sylvan in for
is it just me, or Echo is the flasher specialist dito ng Gen.G, and then si Sylvan naman yung recon specialist.
And I think Sylvan's also he came from a controller main, so Echo, I think he's the one who is more experienced on the initiator role. So I really feel like he's the type of person who kind of maybe sets up his team for kills, and Sylvan is the one who kind of like sets the tempo,
sets the follow-up, I guess. Then that could be the case, but in any case, then it is going to be very interesting to see how this kind of unravels, kasi I think up to the point na rin, game number 2 para sa DFM was such a comfort game na sa atin. You saw, I think at a certain point, Takej, nag-judge na lang siya all throughout, and Gen.G could just do absolutely nothing but just to get melted by the judge. So with that being said, what's going to be the adjustment para sa Gen.G? They just look absolutely lost.
They're too lost.
Game number 2 na yon, which was just so awkward to say at the least. And now, of course, we're looking at Sylvan.
in.
Yeah, and honestly, I do want to point out this. I really feel like Sylvan was my player of choice from last week. I did feel like he had so many good, not really high fragging plays, but a lot of high clutch plays. Not a lot of kills, but a lot of impact rounds.
Yeah, I mean, going back lang sa last game, I mean, to be fair, Gen.G, most pick nila yung Fracture pero it doesn't equate to their most successful map pa rin eh. So it's more like parang, yes, we played Fracture, we played at a comfort level, however, this time it didn't work. Back to the drawing board, so right now, game number 3, diretso na sa Pearl, and hoping for like, I don't know, DFM to win. Sila naman yung predict ko kanina eh. Just to keep that up.
Well, I really feel that DFM is kind of poised to win here. Again, if we do get the Viper and Harbor, we're going to have that double wall out, which is huge map control. And again, going into Agent Select, we see the Viper and the Harbor. So both teams are going for Sky and Astra, really reminding me of what happened on Lock-In. But looking how it's going now, we're kind of seeing a mirror matchup. Oh, we have the KO pick though from Gen.G.
Yeah, it's the same, super same nung ginawa nila. I mean, the only difference here is the players. The one handling Sky. Yun lang naman yung pinagkaiba dito eh. And just to give you guys a reminder, Meteor, we keep giving Meteor like the praise as the highest frag for Gen.G. Pero the last time they played this in this kind of lineup, Meteor was not really fragging out. It was actually King's Viper yung gumagawa ng paraan doon para sa kanila. But again, just in agent composition side, I'm really going against DFM kasi nandun sa kanila yung Harbor for attacking.
Anyways, I just wanted to add that this is gonna really boil down to yung Astra and ETS. Anyways, I think we can actually pass it up to our casters now to get you all the action for the last series, last game of the day. Again, DFM versus Gen.G.
Welcome back nga pala sa Pacific League. And syempre, nandito na tayo sa huli na talaga na laban para sa araw na to. Kung 3 games lahat, ang importante, panalo ang Team Secret, okay lang yan.
Okay lang yan. Mga filler matches na lang.
Filler matches. Show match natin, ipadaanan natin yan para matapos na.
Grabe sa Valorant, yung main event sa una.
Oo,
mainit.
Pang intro.
Pero yun nga, bes, nakita natin yung mga composition ng dalawang teams na to. Naglaro na ang DFM at saka Paper Rex dito sa mapa na to, and ito rin talaga yung same composition nga, di ba? Back then, ang ginagawa ng Paper Rex, I mean, with this kind of composition na meron ng DRX, with a double controller, inaharapan nila, hindi nila binibigyan ng enough space ang DFM na makakuha nila yung site, lalong-lalo na yung B, tinatapatan talaga nila, and that is the hindi naman only thing, that is one of the solutions that you can do sa ganitong klaseng setup na Harbor and Viper.
I actually kinda leaning towards dun sa setup na merong Astra instead. Kasi pag nakikita natin yung mapa na kagaya ng Pearl, for example, ang daming mga moments na just because of a cosmic divide, nagbabago lahat eh. Nagsishift lahat nung pwedeng makita natin mag-shift. But yet again, double controller sa parehas na team. So, expect natin, matagal-tagal to, mga alas 12 pa, baka lumagpas pa tayo.
Partita, wala pang tech
overtime, wala pang tech boss.
Pero yun nga,
natin
diba?
ganun.
Sa ganitong klaseng composition nga, huwag mong hahayaan na makakuha ng space yung kalaban mo. Knowing na ganito, Harbor nga to, di ba? So, for sure, Gen.G, napanood nila kung paano maglaro ang DFM dito. So, like what you've said, mabagal. Pero naglaro ang Paper Rex tsaka DFM sa mapa na to, mabilis yung nangyari. Kasi tinatapatan nila.
Oo, yun ang pagkakaiba. Tingnan natin, kasi ang playstyle ng dalawang teams na to, again, by the books. At si Phil pala yun, by the way, na umuupo lang. Thunder na kasi siya eh.
Sorry.
Pasensya na kayo, guys.
Sleeping time ko na eh.
Sleeping time na ni Baby Boy. Alas 11 na.
Oo.
Pero ganun talaga. That's such his life. But again, eto na.
Time na.
Mabagal ang laruan. Yan ang expectations natin. Tingnan natin kung ganun talaga.
Yung ganitong klaseng setup, dapat nga sa bito eh. Diba? Pero mukhang talaga sila. Uy!
Namuti lahat ng kanilang mga mata. Lahat blinded. Kung blinded, Meteor though, siya ang unang makakapatay away dito. Pero trades kung trades, 3v2 situation right now lamang ang defense.
Ito na nga yun, best, di ba?
Tapatan. Yan ang maganda.
Tinatapatan nila, hindi nila binibigyan ng enough space yung DFM dito kasi yun ang kalakasan ng composition nila. Give us enough space, then after that, post-plant.
Lalo
Dun
na
sila
kung
malakas.
may wall ng Harbor, slow malala. Tapos dadaan ka sa wall ng Viper, vulnerable malala.
Hirap nun, man.
Mahirap yun. Lahat ng pwede mong mapuntahan na...
Lahat ng malala nasa iyo
malala, napuntahan mo na. But like you said, kailangan nga tapatan bago pa makapag-set up ng maganda. And because of that, they completely removed the 2 controllers away.
Yun nga eh. King will catch one. Trying to give a second one right now. And that is the players of Gen.G winning their first round dito sa ating game number 3. Ang daming smoke ng DFM, Viper, Harbor, Jet. Dito sa kabila, ganun din, di ba?
Kaya nga sabi dito ng Gen.G, wag na nating hayaang mag-smoke pa.
Oo!
Wag na nating hayaang mag-set up. Labanan na lang natin. At nagkasagutan sila ng kani-kanilang mga blind. Kung di ako nagkakamali, parang mga nasa 7 o 6 na players yung bulag doon.
Oh, ang daming bulag doon.
Kalaban, lahat parehas.
Pero sila hindi nagkakitaan.
Spray and pray na lang kung may matatamaan. Yun na lang talaga yon.
Denying that turret dito nga sa may mid. But the players of DFM, actually pinusuan pa nga nila nag-high tide pa nga sila sa A Para lang siguro makabawi na kahit papano. Pero sabi ni Rita sa Jesse, pare, mambaw ito tayo, bawiin na natin sa iba. And yun na nga yung ginagawa ng Gen.G. Kailangan na lang din gulatin ang DFM. Huwag nilang hayaan na makapag-set up sila sa loob ng site kasi dun sila magkakaproblema. In terms naman sa retake, mahirap din kasi nga ang dami na lang controlling ng top flash already. Popping out sa side nga ni Goddead. Will catch one. Pero besa, ito kapag usapan natin si Sylvan in na.
Oo nga echo out para sa kanila. Ang problema with the take coming in there was Goddead had no one to trade off with. May flash nga siya pero nag-iisa lang siya doon. Again, Gen.G just securing the round here or securing the kills na masesecure nila. Lalo na pistol lang ang makakalaban at makakatapat nila dito from the side of DFM. Gen.G, again, a good start for them. Ito yung hinahanap nila kasi kanina pa sila hindi na nanalo sa pistol
Ayun nga And finally, Gen.G nakakabalanta sila dito kahit papano. And for DFM, they need to work their strat now. Kailangan nilang mabawi ito dito sa game na to. At hindi mag-work kasi nga USB-C ka. Lightning yan. And...
Tatama yan. Papasok yan. Oh, panoorin mo si Wendell. Shoot, di ba?
Lightning ka ba? Lightning ba?
Lightning pa din yan. Ano ka ba? 2-0 ang score natin. Wall has been set in the flash. No one really to detect.
Talagang pinag-usapan dito.
Ang type C doon, best, yung kabilang dulo sa bago. Hindi yung mismong cable.
Tama. Oh, sorry.
Ngayon, now you know.
Oh.
Diba? That's 1 minute, see you tomorrow.
First time ko kasi mag-ganyan Sorry.
Iba kasi yung iPhone ni Bill, iPhone 15 Ay! What a kill from Meteor actually. Marshall shot to the head. Bye-bye ang kanyang Vandal.
159 damage sa mukha.
Diyos ko.
Wala siya nagawa. Okay, -1 controller. Ito na nga, nakapag-setup na sila. Pero wala nangyari doon. Walang follow-up. Hanggang dun lang yun.
Salamat kay Direk.
Salamat kay Direk. Binigyan pa siya ng charger. Para yung sa akin na lang.
Ay nako, for again, the time that we've seen them play aggressively sa pistol round yun, kasi wala pang util play. Ngayon na puro utility na, eto na naman tayo sa gapangan.
Ito na ang problema nila. Meron para mang high tide dito si kaibigang Sinfrey. And ito na rin yung Trailblazer na nga nila, just trying to spot one probably. And the cascade towards Hall! Muntik na siya matamaan doon. Pero si Mito napakainit na trying to break that cove. Pero wala siyang idea. Meteor, bitaw sa may likod Novich. Oh!
What a shot!
Oh my God!
Grabe si Meteor!
Mabilis ang right click lang with a scope with a kill!
Marshall lang ang puhunan niya pero nakakatatlong kills na ata siya dito. Si TS makakapatay pa ng isa but right now DFM, they're pushing back, they're fighting back. 2v2 situation, lamang sila pagdating sa barrel, yes, pero sa HP hindi.
Buy round nila to ha, tandaan mo. Pero Meteor, yun nga, sobrang low mo na, Sin-Free, naka-ready siya! Meteor pa na makakulang kila! 1v1 with a great one.
This is nothing.
Oh my God! One swing is all it takes! Sabi nga ni Dua Lipa sa Jess! Ang mananalo dito. One kiss kasi yun.
Okay.
Pero syempre Valorant tayo, kaya one peak. One peak is all it takes.
Muntik na maniwala eh.
Muntik lang. Hindi si Dua Lipa kumanda, si Dula Pips. Dahil nga mali. Galing ni Meteor, no?
Actually, yun nga, yun no?
Iba na ang mga shoutcasters ngayon.
Ano siya eh.
S-Effects caster kami guys.
Natuldukan niya eh. Na-picturean siya eh. Ngiti mo sa camera.
Tinagandahan nito para sa Gen.G. Bonus round din na yun.
Yun
Pero
nga eh.
ang daming namatay sa DFM. Literal 4. At medyo pulubs ang mga ibang players natin dito. Walang armor.
So, the players of DFM needs to find these players.
Hello?
Oh, God!
Sabi niya, kalaban yun ah. Bakit may biglang tumawid? Yun lang. Nagkasolisihan na naman sila dito. Again, the high tides, the cascades. Yun nga eh. Reckoning out para sa kanila. May operator mula dito sa Gen.G. Yet again, they're looking for that value. They're looking for a pick-off. Pero maganda posisyon ni Meteor dito actually kung sakali man na may mag-swing out o merong mag-peak.
Pero trade lang yung ginagawa ng Gen.G dito. Punin ito, 2v3 fashion. Oh no, Sylvan. Oh no, kalmado siya. Oh no, pinupusuan niya. Oh no, muntik na.
Napatay niya yung sumugod. Yung nasa likod ang hindi. Pinusuan sana ni Meteor pero hindi enough yan. Dahil nga naman, syempre for DFM, susugurin at susugurin pa nila to.
Sa totoo lang, sa 4 rounds na to, we're actually expecting na doon nga din yung the usual way kung paano natin laruin ng Harbor. The usual way nga. Pero ngayon medyo nag-iiba ata, no? Kasi kailangan lang din talaga mag-adjust kahit papano.
Tsaka importante yung mga maliliit na adjustments na yan eh. Yung DRX way ng paggamit ng, for example, Cascade, is winawal agad nila tong A-main eh. Para walang magpupush or masoslow yung magpupush.
Kumbaga, yung space kailangan talaga ng i-create.
Attacker sila nun ha?
Oo. And now, just right there, Sylvan, catch one!
Wow.
Not one but two. Trying to go with the third one right now. Pop flash already being popped out! Ay, wala siya!
There's no way! Anthem naman ang mga kapitas dyan. Getting ready for that trade-off. But yet again, King, wala naman silang baril dito eh. At least nakapitas na nga sila ng dalawa. May Blade Storm pa sila sa kamay ni Meteor. This is still doable. May napulot.
Oh, kaya pa to. Winnable pa rin to. Meron pa siyang updraft dito ha. That is the flash already. Walang nag-detect kahit isa. Anthem is just right there. Meteor's a really, really tough spot. Oh, muntik na. Walang malakas sa tatlo, sabi ni Rita.
Lalo na kung hindi tumama yung initial na blade mo dun sa unang ka-peak o kasama mong mag-peak, mag-swing. And that's actually sin-free. 3-2 is the score. And para sa side ng DFM nga dito, kailangan nila mag-ingatan yung mga ganitong klaseng push. Yung alam nila na may tao sa backside. But again, kahit na hindi sila lamang sa barel, kaya nilang makapunish.
Yeah, sa totoo lang, kung ako si Team Secret ngayon, natutulog na sila. Matulog na lang kayo, wag na kayo malag kasi kayang-kaya nyo naman to.
Huwag nyo nang aralin.
Huwag nyo nang aralin to, kayang-kaya nyo naman.
Ito yung wall na sinasabi ko towards A-main na ginagawa ng DRX and it seems like gagawin din nila ngayon. Wala nang out-out. Mula sa Jet meron, pero kay Sylvan, wala.
Outs.
Outs lang. Yung isa out, yung isa outs. Nilaktanan pero masisira lang din.
Ay no, meet your guardian.
Fake lang pala. Kaso hindi nagagana yung fake nila. Kasi binasag na. Got dead with a double kill onto that swing. 2-1 trade lang. 3v2 situation. Hindi ganun kalayo, but now make it a 3v1.
3v1, Sinfree, the only man remaining. Harbor, meron pa siyang code for 30 seconds on Tide High Tide. Pero saan ba siya pupunta? Sinfree gonna push in. He needs to force that 1v1 para makabawi siya dito kahit paano. But Sinfree, waiting for the swing. But apparently, that is King. Waiting sa ginagawa din si Sinfree ngayon. Nagkabasahan na nga at alam na rin talaga ng ibang players ngayon ng Gen.G kung nasa ngayon si Sinfree. Waiting on that corner inside that smoke. Pre-fire na talaga malala, pero pagkatalon, dun siya namatay.
Wala siyang choice kung hindi lumabas. Hindi niya alam na off eh. Alam niya, nagde-defuse ng spike, and because there's that one-way smoke, you have to hop out. You didn't have a choice at all. And alam na nga dito ng Gen.G yung strengths na meron sila. And they're capitalizing on it as well.
Grabe si Gadet eh, no? Partida, hindi pa umtas yan. Last na yan. Saan ka pupunta ng...
Sa bahay lang.
Ako rin.
Yung mga magbabakasyon dyan, ingat kayo guys. Ayan. Kasi
yung
maraming bumabiyahe ngayon.
Oo, kung mag-book kayo, mag-book na kayo ngayon.
Oo, ubos na yan.
Actually, tumingin ako kahapon, kagabi, ng Baguio. Ubos
Wala
na. Bukas na lang siguro, baka meron.
Simulan mo na bukas.
Ikaw, Wendell, saan ka sa Holy Week?
Dito,
magkatrabaho siya.
Oh, meron kasing stream. May live tayo. Diba?
Meron ba?
Oo. May
Kasi
live
tayo
tayo
sa
sa
10
Holy
pa eh.
Week. Same.
Parang sinasabi na natin yan, best na meron tayong cast ng TS versus Gen.G.
Ay, oo.
Ay, no.
Sinabi na.
Sinabi na natin.
Sinabi na natin.
Oh, kami magkakast ng Gen.G.
Grabe, na-stress sila. Dumugo yung ilong. At tissue na.
Cutie!
May aso sa labas,
Ay,
guys.
shoutouts nga pala sa aso na nasa labas. Hello! Pwede ba natin ipakita sa Pwede ba ipakita sa live direct? Kasi si Pico kasi, yung aso ko, lagi kong pinapakita sa stream ng VCT PH.
Oo nga, akala nga namin si Vil yun eh. Grabe, Vil, ang laki na ng aso mo. Nagsasalita na sa mic.
Oh, grabe yung aso ni Vil, may headset.
Mismo. Ay, nako.
Delikado, baka mapanood ni Pico, magalit sa akin.
Magagalit. Magtatampo si Pico, ma-jealous. Pero ito, flash sa
Uy.
mukha. Sa kakampi, are you really an initiator kung hindi mo ipa-flash ang kakampi mo?
Tama. Tulad ng kinuwento mo, di ba?
Oo.
Exactly.
Sky main ka ba talaga kung hindi mo ipa-flash kakampi mo? Ante muna, sisimulan niya with that Trailblazer as a Jess follows up, leading the charge here para sa side ng DFM. Wala silang makikita on site because there's no one really around that may cove sila to help plant the spike.
After 6 rounds, finally nakita na rin natin itong usual setup nga ng Harbor. But Sylvan, oh no, sandwich ang gagawin nila. First contact para kay Sylvan para bumawi yung iba. Pero yun nga, that is KKR! With all the kills na kailangan nila!
Low na on HP dito si King, pero again, Seekers out for them. Kung ano man ang strength nila dito, kung ano man yung advantage nila, ayaw nilang mawala yan. That's gonna be God dead. They're literally just staying on the site itself. Nagpapap pa rin yung ult niya, pero he's already down and out. Sinfree, very low on HP. Wall-bangable spot, but he cannot hop out.
Ayaw na nang i-commit to, man. Ayaw na talaga nilang bumawi, and that is Sylvan. Just finishing that round. 40 already, and Gen.G at least nabawi nila yung usual setup nga ng ganitong klaseng composition. Pero grabe si King eh, no? KR kasi, taga-Korea siya. Pag PH, King PH.
Tama.
Pag taga-India siya, King India.
Ganun talaga, guys.
Pag taga-NA, King NA. King na.
DFM?
Defamation.
Defamation ka talaga. Kala half-buy lang sila dito para sa side ng DFM. And right now, Stinger lang puhunan. They see an alarm bot has been set. Alam nila na sobrang lapit pa ni Reyta dito dahil literally, kakaset lang ng alarm bot nila. This might be an art take as well. Basag na yung nano or rather yung alarm bot na yan. But Reyta with a double kill just with the Stinger. Capitalizing on this. Sulit ROI.
Sulit na sulit ang mga nakita nila dito. But the players of Gen.G right now, at least, wala na silang duelist, wala na silang Astra ngayon. So this is gonna be a really tough take sa pwedeng gawin nga ng Gen.G in order for them to get that retake done. Pero wala eh. Ang DFM, kahit ganito yung pera nila, kahit naka half buy lang ito, life buy lang kumbaga, is sila pa rin talaga nakakakuha nito. It's all about the execution, bes. Pagalingan na talaga ng execution. Diyos ko po!
Di naman
Ay, naku po!
Yun lang. Nasa yun na, nawala pa. Pero Reyta, okay lang yan, nakadalawa ka na. At least yung pangatlo, onti na lang. Ang kaso nga lang, masasakmal dito. That's gonna be Anthem going down in the hands of God Dead. King on the other hand, umaatras na rin dito. Nasa may likuran lang, onto Flower. And maybe going towards Secret right now. Nice spot, one on the side. And that's gonna be Suggest getting the kill instead.
Sylvan, literal na 1 HP inside the Viper's pit. Nawala, parang bula. Light buy, dito nga sa side ng DFM and still winning that round.
Si Reyta gumawa ng round eh.
Oh, wala eh. Reyta
Upos yung dalawa sa mid ata nang galing or sa art ata niya nakuha. Ayun!
Grabe, no?
Wala nga dito
yung,
sa mid.
Yung third kill sana niya, bigla siyang na-flicker sa
Akala
likod
niya
eh.
kasi patay na eh. Akala niya sure kill na. Pero hindi pa pala, hindi pa tumama yung last bullet na yun. Again, you just have to make sure up until the very end. Pero anyway, 4-4 ang score natin ngayon.
This is Anthem. Kasama na natin. Well, Trailblazer, just check the information. Medyo mahirap din talaga, di ba? Napakagandang Viper wall sa totoo lang na pinapakita ng Gen.G, like what you've said.
Parang extended Viper wall dahil sa harbor eh.
Oh, ang haba eh.
Ang haba.
Long.
Nawala yung alarm bot in the middle of nade-detect yung isa.
So alam nila.
Malapit na.
Oo.
Here. Ito na nga with the wall starting off. No one to get a kill. Pagdating sa ating operator na yan. Oh no, that's gonna be out and away. Yung operator hindi na nakapag-reposition dito, bes.
Ang kunat ng cove. Buti sana kung tinapunan mo na lang sana ng nade yan, okay sana ba? Players of DFM, galit na TS, only my remaining. Oh no. With the Nastra, kung ako sa'yo, huwag ka na lumaban dyan. Save up everything that you have. Ay, nako. Guys, ito ito ang sunod na makakalaban ng Team Secret and Gen.G. Ito na ba yun? Sa ramdam.
TS. Wala siyang magagawa right now but to really just go back.
Wala talaga.
Wala naman silang choice dito eh.
Wala silang pera.
Ang kinagandahan for the side of DFM to say the least, makikita mo na nagsashine na finally as well si Reyta. Especially as a killjoy, especially someone who watches lurk. Kasi sa mapa na to, there's always gonna be someone trying to push mid. There's always gonna be someone trying to go to art. And you just have to take control of it.
Yeah. At saka, ang pinakamahirap nga sa side ng Gen.G is wala silang sentinel. So, talagang, yes, double controller. Parang yung, actually, parang yung ano lang, parang yung paper next lang kanina sa split. Ito sila, di ba? Wala silang sentinel, so kinakapitalize natin talaga ng DFM itong sitwasyon na to para makakuha ng probably 8-4 scoreline.
Let's see, as we start another round here. Alam na rin to ng Gen.G right now. Apat ang masusuppress. They're trying to clear out the back ends of the site. Halls to be specific.
They have to sustain. Meteor with that Blade Storm. Dalawang blades na agad. Wala, tatlo pa to. Pero isa lang ang kailangan niya para ma-refresh agad to. Oh no!
Isa na lang.
Isa na lang. Hindi ka pwede magkamali. Pero lockdown is set already. And Meteor needs to catch one. DS. At isa ka ba siya dito kahit paano. Wallbang dun lang sa may Gedli. Pero wala siya makikita siya kahit isa. Pero that is a Trailblazer. Just to know exactly nasa ba yung DFM ngayon. But that is the flash. Will catch one. Triple flank ang gagawin ng Gen.G ngayon kasi wala naman sila.
Panggulo lang to pero hindi nila alam yung si Sky or si Anthem nandito sa my corner. They have to clear it out. They can set a star, I think. But then, the hop out, the swing is gonna be there. Sabay magsiswing ang dalawang players. Reyta and Anthem doing the job right now. Pero nga lang, Trailblazer, mahuhuli ang isa. Ang kaso, TS is still alive. 2v3 situation.
2v3. DS right there. We'll catch one. Pero yun nga, bes.
Nagamit pa yung Viper Spit.
Nagamit pa yun.
Yun lang. Mahilig silang gumamit ng utility dun sa mga moments na
high risk, high reward talaga.
Sobrang lugi na sila.
Tulad ng kanina. Sa Sa fracture, di ba? Sa E!
Pero ang ganda na ng pagkakaipit nila dito actually. That 3-man flank was doable, but at the same time, hindi nila agad napitas yung Sky.
Like what you've said, okay na yung 3-man flank nila. Pero, may 3-man flank nga kayo, pero kailangan nila ng firepower sa harapan para ma-sandwich talaga sila ng todo. Pero hindi na sila nakaporma. Sa tingin mo, kung maaga-aga lang talaga yung Viper Spit, malay mo, makakabawi ba?
Posible, pero hindi mo na talaga masasabi at that point. Kasi nga, nagre-react na sila kung ano man yung binabato sa kanila ng kabilang panig. But this timeout from Gen.G, at least, yung mga timeouts na nakikita natin dito sa VPL, kadalasan nako-convert sa mga rounds yung timeouts na yan. And I'm expecting for a team that is such methodical at some point, at some degree, by the strat book, you have to say na dapat mas pino sila sa paghawak ng mga ult na yun Saka ng mga utilities
mas concise talaga dapat ang pag-activate nila, na paggamit nila. Yung utilization ng utility nila, it should be perfect, kumbaga. Kasi nandito ka na sa panahon na hindi nagagana yung bahala na yung ganyan
Tsaka yung reactive gameplay, you have to have that control. Again, para sa start na to, mukhang nilabas ni Anthem ang...
Dami ng pera
Oo Kanya, walang problema. Bibili tayo ng Odin.
Nilabas ni Anthem ang Odin niya. Blind.
Walang skin.
Blind.
Anyways,
hindi, meron best hindi ko
minima?
Alam.
Hindi.
May meron bang minimum Odin?
Hindi ko sure.
Check moment.
Pero ito, hindi siya minima. Yung ano lang, normal lang.
Normal lang, black mat.
Oo. Yeah.
Ito na ang maitim na Odin ni Anthem.
Si Suggest, meron naman siyang Blade Storm dito din. Tsaka pagdating kay Synfree, we only need 2 orbs to have that Reckoning as well na nakikita natin ginagamit madalas. Pero this is gonna be the entry. Magandang sagot mula sa Gen.G as Sylvan shuts down 1.
Look at all those smokes na meron dito ang DFM. Diyos ko po. Anthem will catch one. Odin ang gamit niya. Wallbang, winolbang lang si King Don. Dun sa may church.
Oh no. 2v2 situation. Ito na yung Cosmic Divide na inaantay natin. Itong Cove mawawala na rin in just a few. They have set an alarm bot here. Reita, nasa may labas lang ng Cosmic Divide na yan. But the players of Gen.G rotating all towards CT. Isa from Secret, isa namang nasa backside na. Alam to ni Synfree because he hears it. Now, he also hears TS. But he has to reposition 1v1. May Reckoning to, best, pero hindi na ata gagamitin. Tinap yung spike! That's gonna be TS securing the win instead!
Munti ka na yun. Actually, DFM sana ang mananalo. Napakaganda ng entry nila. I mean, taking down Viper agad with Anthem. Winolbang lang si King dun lang sa may dito sa may dugout. Wala siyang nagawa dun. And ito yung reaction plays na pinapakita nila. And sa totoo lang, sinwerte rin talaga yung mga players ng Gen.G dito sa round na yun.
Tsaka si Jet, yung Jet ng DFM, literal pagka-dash
nawala
parang parang langaw na.
Ang talaga nagpapanalo dito is yung 2K with a nade. Kung hindi naka 2K yung nade niya doon, ni God Dead rather, is wala lugi sana ang Gen.G doon. Pero marami pa naman pera ang DFM. Din dito kay Anthem. Kasi syempre, if ever you are playing here in A, you need to shut down quickly yung tao dun sa may dugout nga. At yun yung ginawa ni Anthem noon. What is the best way for you to do that? Probably wallbang with an Odin, with a Vandal. Odin na lang tayo at marami naman silang pera. Meron siya pang Spectre dito. The Kedge. One tap to the head.
Basic lang para sa kanya. Abangan niya lang kung merong magpa-flank, kung merong maglo-lurk. At kita mo naman, mapapa-atras nga kahit si Goddead Hindi na siya nakapag-trade off doon at all. Kasi nga napakaliit lang na angle yung hinahawakan ni Takedge at that point. Uy, Reckoning to.
Spike drop.
Nagdadalawang isip pa sila.
Waiting for the Reckoning on hand. Pwede lang gamitin to na na decoy itong Reckoning na to para syempre ma-force yung rotation ng mga ibang players ngayon ng Gen.G. Pero yun na nga, ito na nga yung gagawin nila.
Pero
Forcing
nag-seekers out. Mabilis nilang malalaman na hindi to at magiging fake lang to from the players here of Gen.G or rather from the players of DFM. Dahil yung seekers na yan gagapang na papuntang B-site. Kaya naman yung rotations dito, makikita mo, hyper-rotate talaga.
Wala silang choice. Ano na, because of that seekers na lang din talaga. Kaya sila nakabawi ngayon. Pero through the smoke, muntik na makaisa si Suggest ngayon. And this is now the retake na gagawin ngayon ng mga players nga ng DFM. Pero ang problema, hindi siya kita. Diyos ko po, nakatingin sa likod. Yun nga, buti na half pa. So, meron silang angulo na pwede lang mabawi ito. At yun nga, wala na. There is a pop flash already. Oh no! This... Oh, muntik ka ba?
Bangable yan eh. Abot yan, Bes. Si King na lang ang natitira dito. Basta you just play your cards right. Yun
ang ganda sana nung angulo.
With that flank, with an alarm bot like that. Ano yung cove sa taas?
Switching sides.
Smoke heaven.
Smoke heaven, sabi. Pero again, can't really go around that alarm bot and turrets na nakikita natin.
Yeah.
Hindi mo mapaflankan yung mga players right now. Aside kung mapipitas mo nga si Reyta. Pero mainit si Reyta ngayon eh. Akala ko madodefuse to. Grabe, akala ko makukuha pa nila. Pero in the end, alam pala, calculated, kumbaga. Yan ang sinabi dito ng DFM.
Yeah.
We end things to a 7-5, but syempre, kayang-kayang mabaliktad agad-agad. Let's hear the thoughts of the panelists. Kaya naman, papasok ko na kayo kay Reby.
Maraming salamat, The Mods. Ayun, 5-7 tayo dito. This game, this series, these teams are so closely matched. And, you know, again, we're on Pearl. This game is all about map control. How do you think both teams are faring?
Sorry, natatawa to. Piggy ba yung headphones mo, Reby?
Huh?
But anyway, going back. Ito na yan. For me, I underestimated how knowledgeable DFM has with the Pearl map. Na parang, although their scores doesn't show it as much, pero like, every time they do their retakes or their entries, alam nila lahat ng angulo eh. And they just know kung paano i-approach yung Pearl na. I mean, yun lang talaga.
Yeah, more than anything else, I feel like DFM is in the groove right now. Diba? Kasi look at how well they're able to utilize their abilities so much more. Up to the point na nga actually, where, you know, there's a thing that we call conditioning dito sa FPS, where if you keep doing something, you can do another thing and your opponent won't expect it. You saw how they were able to utilize Sinfree's Reckoning on the A site, tapos they just go and ransack the B na lang. That was unpredicted by Gen.G because of the fact na lang talaga na I think they were just so well conditioned na it's all about committing the utilities and committing the fight after that. So DFM starting to have this confidence is really good para sa kanila in anything. Even though it is very 5-7, close pa din, it is still leaning towards the favorite on DFM. In any case, solid look for the Japanese team, and as we come into the second half, solid look all throughout this series para sa kanila.
Anyway, that's it from the panel. The Mods, back to you.
Syempre, with this initial half that we have, like we mentioned a while ago, una sa lahat, salamat muna sa panelists natin. At na-mention ko nga kanina, Bessie, na itong ganito, pistol round lang, baliktad na agad eh.
Yun nga eh, napakadaling ibaliktad rin ng Gen.G to. Once na manalo sila dito sa pistol round na to, edi syempre 7-7 to if ever. Pero knowing DFM, if ever manalo sila sa pistol round, malay mo, magbigla mag-force ba yung Gen.G ulit? Kasi,
ganun na naman, parang game number 2 kanina, no?
Oo, yun nga eh, kasi mahirap din i-predict ang ginagawa ng Gen.G kasi nga andun sila sa punto na napaka-high risk and high reward nila. And dito naman sa side nga ng DFM, let's see if ever makakabawi sila.
Sa taas na si Meteor. Again, kung kanina maganda yung performance ni Meteor so far right now, medyo nahihirapan pa siya makahanap ng mga initial pickoffs na yan. But King, he knows exactly where the players are. Kaya niyang ibigay lahat ng info. Kung ilan yung naririnig niya completely, sasama ba siya? Sabi niya, 5-man retake tayo, guys. Kasama ako.
Pero yun na nga, may tao dito lang sa may pillars. Pero at least meron siya napatay na isa. At kalmado lang si King doon. Nakapitas na ng isa. Probably gonna catch 2. And 4v1 Anthem, the only man remaining. Napakagandang posisyon ni King. At dahil doon sa posisyon niya,
alam lahat.
Hindi siya hindi siya sumama sa mga kaibigan niya eh. Kasi nga, Viper naman siya. He can activate everything kahit malayo siya. So, andyan naman si TS, di ba? Siya na rin yung sumama sa inyo.
So, kapag nilabanan nyo yun, mamamatay lang din siya. Mawawala pa yung flank nila. But at this rate, at this point, what he can do is actually tell everyone na 4 yung tumatakbo pa B kasi rinig na rinig niya lahat yon. Because of that info, nakapag-adjust agad-agad ang mga players dito ng DFM.
Sound cues lang.
On sim.
Kasi sa totoo lang, mababasa mo si sound cue kung ilan ba yung pagpupush. 2 ba? 3? Pag sobrang dami, 4, 5. So sure na talaga yun.
Saka iba-iba yung tunog nila eh.
Yeah, iba-iba yung tunog nila eh. And Meteor, spray and pray with an off-graph. Pero meron pang iba. Suggest, dashing out. At least nakapatay siya ng isa dito. Suggest, the only man remaining.
Patayan sa loob ng smoke, guys.
Oo.
Ganun na nangyari. Spray down kung spray down. May nabulag na isa. Alam to ni Meteor. At he takes
Spray
it.
and pray.
Silver plate.
7-7. Indeed, sa side ngayon ng Gen.G. Pero dito na magkakaalaman. At least ang bilis, no? First, tapos agad.
Pag Gen.G ang pumapasok. Si Meteor kasi mainit eh. Kita mo naman si Meteor, 17 kills.
8 deaths.
8 deaths. So far, for Gen.G, Meteor has been an impactful player for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
But obviously, yung iba kailangan din makapag-keep up sa kanya. Kasi nga, mabilis yung movements ng isang Jet. And syempre, kung hindi magkakasabay-sabay yung kanilang timing, can go off.
If gagawa siya ng mga sariling desisyon niya, syempre, talagang hindi talaga sila makakahabol. Yung mga ugur na lang yung 4 ng Gen.G dito. Hala, pumasok ka na pala. Pero walang natag dun sa flashing any Anthem. So probably everyone will go here and B instead. The rotation is now up for them. Silver gonna plant the spike already. Once again, this is their bonus round.
Stuck lang para sa side dito ng DFM. Pero maling side ang nastakan nila. That's gonna be the swing from Goddead. He didn't expect it's gonna be 3 players mula sa side ng DFM. Kaso, for Gen.G, it's still a 4v5. They have post-plant positions.
Na-plant nila yung spike. Yung pinaka-importante rin talaga. Tamang cloud burst lang din to delay the rotation na pwedeng gawin ngayon and the retake ng DFM. It's the Kedge. Nathan, we'll catch one, pero through that smoke, that is Reita. Alam niya kung nasa yung mga kalaban niya. TS, the only man remaining, will connect onto one. It's a Kedge. Okay lang yan. Diffuse lang ako. Kumbaga, pero good bonus round. Kasi 3 napatayin natin ngayon. 7-8, DFM. Sila ang may lead ngayon. Pero, pagdating naman dito ngayon sa buy round ng dalawa. Actually, ng Gen.G, buy round nila. Kasi DFM, magla-light buy lang yung dalawa nila. For sure, kasi nga, namatay sila doon sa buy round nila.
Alam nila eh. Yung, again, for DFM, they know their strengths here. Alam nilang may utility plays sila na kayang ibigay sa loob ng mga sites. And they capitalize on it. Nakita natin yan from Reita mula doon sa kanyang mga traps. Aside from that, nakita rin natin to being utilized by Anthem. Sin-free, to be exact as well. Tingnan natin kung may matatamaan. Trailblazer, hindi makareact si Jess. He has to mamba out, pero mapa-flash na naman siya. Buti na lang, may wall from that Viper enemy. Nakatakas siya. Kanya ako na bahala sa'yo. Sige.
Goddead super low in HP, but they have the sustain na binabato nga ni Sylvan dito. So, kalma ka lang, baby girl. Ako bahala sa'yo. So, the side way ng Gen.G. I mean, Seekers are na out. Pwede na gamitin yan. Kahit 3 pa ang kalaban niya, pwede pa rin makabawi ang DFM. A Guardian sila Guardian. One-tap sila, one-tap na meron nga pwedeng gawin dito sa Suggest. At yung mahirap dito sa DFM, no? Medyo mahirap habulin si Suggest. Kasi sobrang likot talaga.
7 to 8, slow takes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock here. May Seekers silang pwedeng gamitin from Gen.G's side. But when it comes to positioning of DFM, stuck to sa B. Alam nila na B side to. And that's gonna be the Seekers out. Yes, it would take a little bit of info for the rest of the team, but Suggest was able to punish one already.
Yung nga yung pinakamahirap na Suggest nakapitas na po rin ito. 3v3 fashion, Goddead, low on HP. Pero meron pa naman siya isang flash na pwede rin gamitin yan. But that Poison Cloud making, talagang just giving Gen.G the advantage that they need. One more kill for the Viper Spit. King, waiting sa may holes. Reita will catch one with the Guardian. 2v3 right now. Napunta pa nga sa DFM yung lamang.
Kailangan nila mag-hop out dito, Bes, kasi mamamatay ang mga players. Yun na nga. Gen.G able to secure this round at least para sa team nila. Pero napakadelikado nung positioning ng pagkakaplant. Kasi hindi naman nila kita eh. Hindi naman planted for long.
Na 2v3 nga, di ba? So walang choice ngayon ang DFM kundi mag-time out nga muna. Na kahit sila yung nakakakuha ng kills na yun. Pero pare, ano ba yung nangyayari sa atin? Just trying to secure. And of course, napag-usapan nila kung paano pa natin mas paparami yung score natin ngayon. At kahit tayo nanalo ngayon, dito sa round na to, syempre, may momento pa rin kahit pa paano yung side nga ng Gen.G. So, this timeout, pang-equalize lang to, pang-reset lang to, kumbaga.
At saka to be fair ha, lalo na nung time na, teka lang, inaalala ko ulit eh. Sorry. Kasi, yung wall nung Viper, hindi nagmula yun sa side ng ng Gen.G.
Yeah.
Nagmula yun sa side ng DFM. And because of that wall from the Viper on B-Long, hindi nila nakita kung nasan yung dalawa. Nilalaro kasi nila yun para makapag-defuse sila ng spike.
And dito naman sa DFM nga, hoping na itong timeout na ito ma-convert sa pagkapanalo. And, sorry, pero best ako. Kanino ko dito?
Pantay.
50-50, no?
50-50 talaga. Kasi kung tutuusin pagdating sa tier ng teams as well, andun din sila eh. Nasa same level din sila eh.
Pinakataas ang
not the Vision Strikers, kind of, not the DRX, but another level after that, di ba? And parehas sila eh. From Japan and Korea, Gen.G and DFM, same tier ang meron tayo dito. Ito na ang entry na ipapakita ni Meteor. No one really to see on site aside from Reita on the corner. Mamamatay rin siya sa kamay ni King.
Here.
Nag-whiff siya malala eh. Spike spell already, and the retake is now on for the side of DFM na lahat sila nasa likod na. Pero naririnig na to ng Gen.G for sure. Getting that high ground, not high ground, pero updraft. Sylvan waiting through that smoke. Isang right click ka lang kapatid and you are down.
Good repositioning mula sa kanya. Hindi siya natamaan ng flash. Pero si Suggest ang makakapatay pa rin. 2v4 situation right now. Binato niya na yung Vandal. And lalo nang binato niya yan, wala siyang Blade Storm. Because of the knife.
Man. Uy! Suggest. Short isang muntik na. Pero ito, 1v3. Anthem with the Vandal on hand. Wala lang siyang oras. Bye-bye!
Interesting. Kung hindi na niya nilabas yung Blade Storm, meron pa siya eh. Kasi na-cancel out lang dahil sa KO eh. Pero 5 seconds lang yun. Pwede niya na ulit gamitin kaso hindi niya na nilabas ulit.
Pero ang problema, wala na siyang updraft, wala na siyang dash. Yun nga. And may poison ko pa sa harapan niya. So if ever pumasok siya doon, no choice siya. Mamamatay din siya.
Well, it is what it is. Yan nga sabi nila.
Huwag kang mainis.
Mahal ang patis. Diba? Parang kay Meteor, hindi ko na kailangan bumili, guys. Easy lang kayo. Pag alam nyo naman pag-ipit.
Sa patalim ko makapit.
Blade Storm muna tayo.
Double updraft. Just to catch someone off guard dito lang sa may flowers. Yun na
Nang
nga.
hinahanap ng Gen.G.
Basang-basa na natin yung gagawin niya.
Siyempre, jet main yan si Phil eh.
Hindi ah.
Dati. Oo.
Ngayon.
Wala na.
Wala na.
Hindi na ako kapag Valorant dahil sa Valorant.
Grabe naman yung Gecko main.
Ay.
Killjoy main.
Ako lang to, guys. May reckoning na naman ang DFM dito. Coming in from Sinfree, obviously. But, again, very much usable, lalo na kung kailangan nilang mag-retake.
Wall up sa side ngayon ng DFM. Pero importante, si GodDead meron siyang null command. Yun na nga gagamitin na niya. May reckoning pa. Ito ang complete crowd control na meron ngayon ng Gen.G. Pero ang sagot dito ng DFM, alright, record tayo dito pero mukhang ng DFM pa rin talaga nakakuha noon kahit mag-null command dyan, kuhang-kuha ka namin with the recording nga na meron kami. Pero ito, ang 2v2 fashion rate, may lockdown pa. TS only may remaining, 1v1 with a great one. Nakipag 1v1 sa third, pero hindi na nagpakita siya. Pero alam niya kung nasan siya, TS! With the second peak.
Basta talaga TS ang pangalan, malakas.
Sim!
10-8 is the score. And what a kill from TS. Knowing na ginamit nila yung null command, obviously si Sinfree malayo siya. para lang hindi maabutan nung null command na yan. Because of it, nakapag-reckoning pa siya beforehand makapasok tong mga players. But overall, yung initial pick of ni Gen.G talaga dito yung pinaka-importante.
Yeah. Pero tao lang itong TS, if you can't beat them, join them.
Join them.
Yun yung pangalan niya, di ba? Pero syempre, di ba, hindi sila nagpatinag doon sa null command kasi nga, meron silang sagot na reckoning, which is talagang nagbigay sa kanila ng superior advantage nga. Pero dumating talaga tayo sa panahon na 1v1 pa and TS still winning that round. And Reyta trying to fortify A already because they have a feeling that they might actually push the site.
Dami ng smoke sa loob. Nagkakaroon na rin ng batuhan when it comes to the blinds itself. Reyta, meron naman siyang ult anyway pagdating sa retake na yan. Lalo na kapag ginamit ni King yung Viper's Pit, kailangan nila makalabas doon. But this is a wall that they are willing to go through for Gen.G right now. Wala silang pakialam kahit mas slow sila. Not quite sure kailangan nilang i-clear yung dugout dito, but the Viper's Pit has been used already.
And this is gonna be the retake nga na gagawin ngayon ng DFM. They still have the lockdown. So pwede sila makabay kahit paano. Pero yun nga, napakadami talaga nangyayari. Nakongkas pa si kaibigang Jet ngayon. But this is gonna be 2v4. This is gonna be really hard for the side of DFM. Magiging 11-8 yata makikita natin ngayon. And it's all up to 1. And Meteor, even though na talagang nakuha na lahat ng mga utilities ng kalaban niya, na Trailblazer pa siya, naka 4K pa siya. And for the side of DFM, kailangan makuha na itong round na to. Kasi if ever hindi, it's over.
Sagutan ng pre-fire ang nangyari doon. Si King, ang ganda ng positioning niya actually. Pero dahil nga nandito siya sa may corner at meron siyang nararamdaman sa may dugout, napatingin, napalihis lang saglit yung tingin niya. And because of that, nahuli na siya agad-agad ng mga players dito ng DFM.
You know what? One of the best decisions nila dito is use the Phantom. Knowing na napakadami nilang controllers, the Phantom is the best gun
Kaya
to
nga
go.
puro pre-fire lahat eh. Kasi ang daming smoke masyado sa loob ng site.
At hindi pa nakikita yung yung bullet trails.
Grabe yun. Ang daming balang lumabas sa round na yun.
Oo, tas lahat pa puro suppressed kasi nga, hindi naman suppressed, pero
hindi mo malaman kung saan manggagaling lahat.
Kasi nga, naka-phantom sila. Wala kang idea. Viper's Pit to fortify A. Papuntang A main.
Ay, yun
Okay,
lang.
dito.
Wala silang trap pagdating sa may city side, mid-connector.
Pwedeng likuran to, man.
At gaya nga nasabi mo, no, it can also be B-Link. But the thing is, I think may turret dyan eh, para iwasan, para magkaroon ng contact kung sakali man. And this might spot out the players of Gen.G. But look at that. Linis ng B-Link, ang sarap pumasok.
May lockdown si Reyta. Napaka-crucial nito, men. Para kay Reyta knowing na nasa tower siya. That is the lockdown already being set by the side of DFM. The spike is managed already. Mamba out lahat sila. Pero uy, Diyos ko po, natitain si Meteor kaibigan. Doon ka sa gilid. Bilis mo, pari, kunti na lang. Pero
hindi makahabol yung iba. Yun ang problema. Anthem though. Wow, si Coveted nakadalawa pa. There's gonna be a 2-2. Anthem and Coveted nagkasagutan lang ng mga kills dito. 3v2 situation as Anthem goes down.
Isang pump flash lang ang kailangan niya para makapatay siya na napakadaming kills at just super low on HP. And Gen.G! Oh no!
Match point.
Nanalo ang Gen.G dun sana sa round na DFM. Kailangang manalo dun.
Wala silang pera.
If ever matalo ang DFM dito, wala pa silang panalo kahit isa. 0-2 sila sa leaderboards natin ngayon.
Pero ito ha, even despite all the challenges on site, after that pop flash na nagmula kay Goddead, the audacity to peek like that. Tapang eh. Ikaw na nag-flash, ikaw pa nag-peek. Wala kang kasama mag-trade, walang problema.
Ball si pick kung baga.
2-1 trade yun. Kung hindi siya nakakuha ng pitas doon, hindi worth yun.
Nag-flick isa yun eh. Isang pop flash ang kailangan niya para sa big ballsy move na ginawa niya. Big balls. They're gonna go inside the site already. And hindi mapigilan to ng DFM kasi nga, number 1, wala silang utilities, wala silang pera, wala silang armor. Paano na?
Nilabanan na ng confidence dito, especially mula kay Meteor. Inaakyat yung 2F simula kanina pa. Now, hindi alam ni Anthem kung may tao ba. At syempre, para sa kanila, they still have to make a retake happen with the guns that they have. Not only that, with the utilities that they have right now.
Yun nga, pero kulang-kulang sila, yun ang problema. Pero Meteor, pre-fire lang to. Pero, papasok siya! Wala siyang makita kahit isa! Ang ganda ng pagsisinga ng utilities nila. Pero, Teras Go, na-chup-chup pa mga kaibigan, punting ka 3v3 right now. Pero Bulldog on the catch, makakapatay ba? Siya na lang natitira, pero mukhang hindi ata! Kaya pa ba? 2v1 to, hindi pa na-half? Paano na to? And, King!
Attackers win.
Ubus na. At ang araw natin.
Tapos na. Sim, Gen.G to take on the victory here para sa ating map 3. At makikita mo naman na stress ng kaunti pero ang importante,
panalo sila.
Panalo sila.
Pero basta, as you can see, sa body movements nila, sa emosyon nila, hirap pa rin sila eh. Na even though, nanalo sila dun sa round na yun, yung satisfaction,
hindi ganun kataas.
Hindi ganun kataas eh.
Napapantayan din kasi ng DFM. And the thing is, for DFM, they always have this good start. It's just not able enough to finish off dun sa mga rounds, dun sa mga games na nakikita natin. And because of those micro adjustments nga na nakikita natin from Gen.G as well, lalo na dun sa paglaban talaga nila, yung confidence nilang pumik, confidence nilang mag-pop flash and then go for a swing is there. Dun sila nakakakuha ng napakaraming kills eh.
Yeah, that's true. And yun nga, diba, yung mga ballsy move nga na pinapakita dito ng Gen.G, ng DFM, yung iba worth it at buti rin din talaga dito sa game na to, sobrang gumana yung mga high risk and high rewards nila. Like Gutted.
Si Meteor eh.
And Gutted as well, dun sa flash niya, isipin mo, isang pop flash na kailangan niya, buti nga nag-flick pa sa kabila eh.
Legit, buti nga hindi siya napatay agad eh.
Oo.
Yun yung kagandahan. And also this wall exactly coming in sa DFM side. And ito yung pop flash, dalawa lang yung nabulag. Pero kung iisipin mo, may isang nasa hall, may isang nasa city na kayang kumuha ng kill, pero hindi nila nagawa. And because of that, it all crumbled. Domino effect, kumbaga. And in the end, it was Gen.G coming out stronger in this.
Yeah. Siyempre, andito tayo sa punto na talagang fina-funnel natin lahat ng deserving papunta sa Masters. And for the side of DFM, sa mga susunod nilang laban, they need to step up. Kailangan nila makabawi ngayon. And hindi na sila pwedeng matalo, bes.
Home court advantage talaga,
Home court advantage.
Home court advantage coming in here from Gen.G as they secure this series away from DFM. Nakabawi ng kaunti pagdating sa fracture.
Yeah.
Si Raita lumakas din after nung mga rounds na nakita natin, even going for the third map.
Si Eko, nandyan pa. Kala mo naman talaga, nanalo nung kasali siya.
Hanggang dun lang eh.
Oo nga eh. Pareho silang nakadub. Pero bago kami mag-dub, talagang magpapasalamat muna tayo sa mga nanonood, sa mga nasa TS Watch Party pa ngayon. Big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Maraming salamat kasi nanonood pa rin kayo sa support na pinapakita nyo sa The Mods, sa broadcast, sa mga casters na nandito ngayon sa VPL. Maraming salamat. Pero marami pa naman tayong araw.
Sim, di ba? Marami pa nga araw na mamaalam agad dito si Kuya Mobile, no? Anyway, para sa amin tapos na muna ang The Mods, ang trabaho ng The Mods, but hindi pa tapos ang trabaho ng The Panel. Dahil ngayon, ipapasa na namin kina Revy, kina Juicy Brucey, at kay Asuri.
Maraming salamat, The Mods. Ayun, welcome to The Panel.
The Pan.
Anyway, I'm your host, Focusme, and together with me is Juicy Brucey and Azuri. Again, we had a really intense Series 2 today here with DFM and Gen.G. I don't think anyone was really expecting this kind of outcome today. Pero again, congratulations again to Gen.G for securing the win and really widening the gap from what we saw in this series. So many close games. This was the one that I kind of think na really cemented that gap.
Yeah. Ang gusto ko lang din i-point out dito, grabe yung nangyari din kay sa Gen.G after nung match. Kita mo nung nag-camera na tayo on the players, parang pagod na pagod si God did.
Yung mental, parang la-drain talaga yung utak nila. Like, how can we re-strategize? Pero, Gen.G found their footing after DFM. I think DFM kind of maybe nawala yung momentum. I feel like this is stamina. This is a series, best of 3 series. And I think this is kind of maybe DFM reached their breaking point, and Gen.G kind of found, they've slowed down, let's push it.
Yeah. Aside from that one, actually, oh my God.
Yung first skills.
Naging new jeans. But anyway, aside from what RB was saying, it's more like Gen.G. Nung kalaban nila yung Loud during lock-in, nung attackers nila, they took 7 rounds as attackers right away. So them just pulling off from their first half score, going into 13. Hindi nga siya straight, but it's still the same thing. Sobrang dominant ng attackers nila, attacking nila over at Pearl. So goes to add more numbers and more datas for Gen.G na parang don't give them attackers in the second half kasi pwede silang pumawi. That's like how Gen.G, pero sabi pa nga natin kanina, I mean, that's what you expect for like the uncrowned kings of Korea din eh.
Yeah, and you know what's kind of interesting din dito is actually both of the Jet players actually woke up in this particular game. Oh, kita mo, si Suggest, when there was a rise of rounds para sa DFM, he was the one that was able to get inside his own teammate Smoke, get multi-kills, and just secure the rounds. Tapos somehow, some way, even though there was weak buys, there was proper buys, on the side naman ng Gen.G, si Meteor was just that unstoppable. Pero at the same time, si TS pala ang naging MVP ng match na ito.
I mean, I really feel like, the Astra played a huge part here. I feel like, again, they went pretty, I guess, tried to counter what DFM had for them here. The Harbor and Viper was very, very, difficult for them to deal with. But I think the KO and Astra really played a huge role because I think the KO denied DFM that kind of pressure that they wanted to have sa Viper and Harbor nila. And we saw that in the first half. I think that was kind of pressing DFM to kind of slow down sa play nila. Pero I think later on in the second half, they realized na, okay, we just have to play a bit more confidently, play faster. And I think they were successfully kind of taking advantage of DFM giving away too much of the site.
Yeah.
And they were using that to their advantage, taking up the space. And I really want to talk about, how Gen.G just, the last few rounds that they had, they played a really good post plant. Despite not having any sentinels, they dealt with the flanks so well. DFM was flanking them constantly, pero they played pretty far back on the post plant. And I feel like it was just a really good, a really good hold, even if it had the result to cheesing.
Alright, so with the idea of yung KO nila, I mean, I think ito yung scenario na gusto nilang gawin to slow down DFM back in Fracture. However, there was just some mishaps, I think, from maybe the way they're playing against, especially nandun si Echo and si Sylvan. I mean, with the switch out, the way they play their agents, not just the way they expected over at Fracture, parang itong KO na playstyle, as you were pointing out, Trevi, parang this is the movie na gusto nilang ibigay or ipakita sa DFM kanina. However, they found success over here at Pearl, and just with numbers alone, magaling naman talaga sila attackers dito sa Pearl against Loud of all people. So, it just, natapos nga yung laro, 13-8, pretty close, pero Gen.G able to close it even faster.
To finish off with, on my end lang, what I wanted to say then is it was also pretty interesting to see how well Gen.G was able to actually play out, as you mentioned, without the Sentinel. That's actually pretty interesting. But other than that, even if that was the case, Gen.G made damn sure na hindi sila magkakaproblema in terms of the post plant nila.
Yeah.
How many times na, again, because Meteor was creating so much free space for his teammates to set up that post plant, how many times did DFM had to deal with the gravity was TS dito? That's probably why he was the MVP kasi sobrang tindi ng kanyang impact. How many times did they have to deal with basically the molly abilities ng Gen.G because of how cleanly Gen.G was able to exactly how cleanly Gen.G was just able to again cleanly take the side because of the Meteor impact.
Totoo. And I mean, congratulations again to GFM. They tried their best, but again, Gen.G was just the one to come out on top this time. They won. So, if you want to be a winner too, we also have a giveaway from our sponsors. So, kung gusto nyong manood ng favorite VCT teams mo live from Seoul, Korea, just scan the QR code over here to join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. All you need to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited, and the first month will be absolutely free. Grab Unlimited will give you free delivery every day from every store, and through this challenge, you can win Valorant gun buddies, Valorant sprays, Valorant player cards, and kung swertehin ka, you can win the grand prize of a trip to Seoul, Korea to watch VCT Pacific live. So, what are you waiting for? Malay mo, Bruce, Asuri, baka ikaw mismo ang mapadala ng Grab sa VCT. I can't get it out of my head. It's villain tailored. Nahawa ko.
Yeah.
But, anyway, what are you waiting for? Grab can take you, to Seoul, Korea.
To places. Ikaw
places.
yung i-deliver nila. Papunta
Kaya
doon.
grabe yung service. That's, top service right there. And again, thank you for supporting the streams of Valorant Esports Philippines. This broadcast would not be possible without our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe. And again, don't forget to share the live stream to your friends and family here on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to support the VCT Pacific broadcast. That is Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports Philippines on Facebook and YouTube. Anyway, tomorrow, this has been day 5 of VCT Pacific. We just concluded Team Secret versus Paper X and DFM versus Gen.G. Tomorrow will be day 6, and it is a single match, best of 3 between DRX and Global Esports. I'm really excited for this one because DRX, again, kind of looks like the top team that we're seeing here sa VCT Pacific, pero they're going against Global Esports, and they're kind of a very diverse team, and I think we were talking about this earlier. DRX tends to maybe not play as well against these very, dynamic teams, per se.
Yeah. And, well, at least, the metric for Korean teams, wala pa silang katala-tala, even with the Gen.G match that we just ended. Gen.G still won. So, the record could still roll with DRX against Global.
Yep. Well, yung points ko naman, bukas na. Pero pahinga ako ng close-up. Polo by Ralph Lauren, baka naman. Bukas na yung points ko. Pero DRX, Global Esports, super excited pa rin. Single game for a Monday.
I'd like a close-up too. Grab Unlimited. Baka naman, may ticket sa VCT Pacific Championships.
Sorry, Red Bull.
Red Bull naman.
Actually, tropa ko na yung Red Bull, kaya okay na yun.
Okay na pala.
Shoutouts nga pala dyan kay Miss P. Shoutouts nga pala dyan sa mga, mga ka-gym ko na nag-watch party din sa sarili nila.
Balita ko, pag dudukot ka daw sa bulsa ni Asuray, may Red Bull dito. Naubos na hata.
Magic bulsa. Anyway, I think this has been a really, really fun day 5 of VCT Pacific. Again, we'll be right back. We'll be back tomorrow with day 6 with DRX and Global Esports. Kita-kits bukas.
Wow!
Wow!